The Pacific Story.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The National Broadcasting Company presents the first in a new series of programs dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This new broadcast series, another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air, will deal with a different aspect of the Pacific each week, with drama of the past and present, and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and recently political advisor to Generalissimo Chang Kai-Shek. This is the Pacific Story. Japan's dream of world dominion.
Across the vast Pacific, the East at last meets the West. The destinies of the millions of people who live in the lands it touches are fatefully intertwined. The vast Pacific no longer separates the Occident from the Orient, but rather joins them. Here around the Pacific Basin, a new world is emerging, a new era of cultural and commercial and industrial development. What happens in the Pacific today will affect not only the millions of Chinese and Malaysians and Polynesians, but the millions of Americans as well. Land forms an arc rather than a complete circle around the Pacific. At the south, the Pacific opens into the Antarctic Sea. South America is on the Pacific from Cape Horn to Panama, and Mexico is on the Pacific, and the United States and Canada. At the top of the map, Alaska lunges out to the west and almost touches Siberia. From here, the rim curves away to the south. Below Siberia lies Japan, and behind Japan on Asia's mainland is China. South of China lie the Philippines, and west and south are Indo-China, Thailand, the Netherland Indies, and Malaya. Farther to the west are Burma and India. At the bottom of the map, between the feet of the Great Arch, are Australia and New Zealand, and dotting the sea itself are thousands of islands. With the peoples of these lands, our future in the Pacific must be resolved. Today, this vast Pacific storehouse of wealth and culture and wisdom is ablaze. 70 million regimented Japanese are engaged in the terrible attempt to enslave 1 billion and more people. At the very beginning, the Japanese militarists made their biggest and most thorough conquest when they conquered the Japanese people and yoked them to a system of unending, recurring aggression. This double conquest, at home and abroad, gathered new impetus only 16 years ago, in 1927, by an event in Mukden, Manchuria.
Who is it?
Fong. Who? Fong. Open the door.
Are you alone?
Yes, but I must hurry.
Come in.
They are going to start at 10 o'clock tonight.
And they are all here?
Yes, from Tokyo and from all over Manchuria. They have been arriving here in Mukden for 2 days.
Do you have their names?
Not all of them, but they are all Japanese experts, military officers, railroad men, shipping men.
Does any of them suspect you are Chinese?
No, but they are to start in less than an hour, and I cannot get back here again until it is over.
How long will it last?
A week or more, and I must have someone to take the information I get to you.
Chen will do that. I am expecting him here now.
I will be in the conference room or near it.
You know what it means if you are discovered?
I have been a houseboy there a long time.
They will be watching you.
I speak to no one.
Who is it?
I came down a black alley, but I thought someone was following me.
Was anyone following you, Fang?
No, I tried to see for sure, but it was too dark.
We must move. They will be here before dawn. We'll move to St. Louis tonight.
Then I must leave at once. Will you be at the house, Chang?
Yes, Fukusawa is taking me. I will be in the kitchen.
Fukusawa is taking you. Good.
To look after his personal needs. I will come in tomorrow.
Fang will have access to the conference room, but will not be able to reach me. You, Chen, will see him and report to me.
I can only get to the market and back.
I shall meet you there.
Is there anything else?
No, not now. I shall expect you when the conference is over. Go up the dark way, Fang.
Yes, sir.
Chen,
Yes.
you must determine if you are followed tonight, or if it is suspected that you are...
If we are to succeed, let us be realistic about the problem.
Being realistic implies a policy of blood and iron.
That could be suicide.
That is the proper attitude.
Please, gentlemen, please. In any plan so great in scope as that which we envision for Japan, we will do well to remember the principle laid down by my ancestor, Lord Hotta, in 1858. In his memorial to the Emperor, Lord Hotta said, the object should always be kept in view of laying the foundation for securing hegemony over all nations. We should declare our protection over harmless but powerful nations. Thus, the nations of the world will come to look up to our emperor as the great ruler of all nations.
You mean, sir, that we should go to war with the United States?
If we are to control China, we must first crush the United States.
China is one thing. United States is another.
Well, we must start preparations at once.
Let us not deceive ourselves. We must fight the United States sometime.
Here is your sake, sir.
Oh, yes. Put it down there.
If we are to conquer China, we must first take Manchuria and Mongolia.
Shall I pour your sake for you, sir?
Oh, yes, just a little.
It need not necessarily follow that going into Manchuria and Mongolia will result in war with the United States.
America has too much at stake in Asia to permit us to take either Manchuria or China without war.
America is a wrong way from Manchuria.
Would you care for some more sake, sir?
No. That is all. America is not our only danger in Pacific. The Chinese may someday wake up. But these factors must not deter us from the plan we have come here to Mukden to work out.
No strategy is sound unless it is realistic.
If we merely hope to develop trade in Eastern Asia, we shall eventually be defeated by England and America. No. Our course is to take Manchuria, Mongolia, China, and whatever else is necessary to ensure our self-protection.
Here is your tobacco, sir.
Oh, yes. That is all.
Yes, sir.
We must take firm attitude toward the United States to give warning to China and to rest of the world.
We are not ready to take such an attitude.
Then we must prepare. No nation, aside from Japan, is noble and industrious enough to command.
Hello, Chen. You have come here to market?
Yes. Here is the report, San Fang.
A stranger is watching you.
The vegetables are wilted. Let us move along to the bean cakes.
They are over here.
It is the same man I have seen each time I have come here to market.
Has Fang been in the conferences?
Yes, but they have been watching me, I am sure.
Do not come here again.
There will be another session tomorrow. I will try to reach you at 1.
I see. Then it is no longer a matter of where we shall start, but how and when.
The United States, in the Lansing Ishi notes of 1917, have admitted our special interests in Manchuria.
But how shall we start?
It is simple. The way to gain actual rights in Manchuria and Mongolia is to use this region as a base.
Outright as a base?
Under the pretense of trade and commerce, yes. And from there, penetrate the rest of China.
Here are your capsules, sir.
Oh, yes. Did you bring water?
Yes, I have it over here.
Oh, but that will take money. More than we have.
We can get foreign capital through the slogan, equal opportunity for all in Manchuria.
Yes. That will not only help us get foreign loans, but will dispel suspicions of our design in Manchuria.
Here is your water, sir.
Oh, yes.
As a military man, I leave the getting of the money to you.
I pledge it.
I'll take the glass, sir. Will there be anything else?
That is all now. That is all.
1,000,000 yen must be appropriated to send 400 retired military officers to mix with the people.
These officers are trained for this mission?
Trained and ready, yes. They will go disguised as teachers and Chinese citizens.
Our first move must be into Manchuria, thence into China. In our wars with Russia and the United States, we must make Manchuria and Mongolia suffer you.
I had not expected to see you, Feng.
They took Chang today.
Chen knew it was coming.
Here is my report, and his too. Before they took him, he arranged for a Korean clerk to furnish us a complete text.
Then the conference is over.
It ended last night.
11 days of wanton plotting.
They all left as secretly as they came.
They have put their thoughts into a plan. Soon China will be bleeding, and then the rest of the world.
In July 1927, this plan, cunningly conceived by the cream of Japanese military and civilian experts, generals, admirals, railroad men, shipping men, economists, bankers, industrialists, this crystallization of the dreams of Lord Hatta, the Black Dragon Society, Premier Okuma, and Viscount Tane, this plan to dominate the world was presented by Baron Tanaka to the Emperor of Japan. Manchuria first. That was the plan. Japan buckled down to a task with zeal. And 4 years later, in 1931...
They are coming. They will be here any minute.
It will do no good to lock the door, Yang.
We cannot let them get control of the telephone building.
They have already taken over the telegraph offices and put the radio stations out of commission.
We can delay them until our army sends help.
There is no help.
They are taking over everything. I saw them marching into the powerhouse.
They set off a bomb at 10 o'clock last night at a place where their own troops were concentrated on the South Manchurian Railway. Then they said that one of us Chinese did it. They had it all planned. Before the night was over, they attacked and captured the Chinese barracks and the great arsenal here at Mukden.
Young, you guard this door here.
Yes, sir.
We must keep these telephone lines open as long as we can.
I shall never let them pass.
Yang says they have taken the powerhouse.
Yes, they have captured Antung, Changkung, and New Chang.
Those cities are hundreds of miles away. Is this an invasion?
It has been directed from Tokyo.
They are coming.
Open the door! Open the door!
Shall I open it, sir?
Open this door! Open the door!
Open the door, they will smash it down.
Yes, sir.
Open! You are fools. You are under arrest.
What have we done?
That you will soon learn. And you, get away from that door.
No,
No, you will not pass here.
You can't now. No, get away from door.
No, never, never.
Plan worked out by those experts at Mukden was beginning to unfold. The Tanaka Memorial was beginning to be translated into bombs and bullets and blood. Manchurian, Mongolia first, and then in 1937, China.
And by a coincidence, the Japanese attack on China as a result of the incident at the Marco Polo Bridge in Taiping came 10 years to the day after the Japanese drew up the Tanaka Memorial. Powerful Japanese columns
Extra, Japanese bomb Chinese civilians. Extra, Japanese bomb Chinese civilians.
The Chinese are reeling under the lightning Japanese blow. Jap columns with full equipment are smashing into China, driving on the key military centers, and sweeping all resistance.
Read all about it, Japanese forces shelled Shanghai. Extra, read all about it, Japanese.
Alone, China stood up before this furious onslaught, fought with skill and courage, lost her entire coastline, and retreated from her coastal plains to the hills of the interior. And there, with less material than any major power on earth, she successfully fought off attack after attack as the years rolled by. The Japanese plan was unfolding faster than we knew. After the fall of France, Japan moved into Indo-China. As the war with China drew into its fifth year, the Pacific was boiling. Now the Pacific War was creeping toward America. It struck with paralyzing power at Pearl Harbor. The distant war in the Pacific became our wars. It became the war of all the peoples of the Pacific Basin. Our destiny in the Pacific was at stake, as well as the destiny of the Chinese, the Malaysians, and the Polynesians. Now we understood China's plight, and now at last we responded.
Hey, Sergeant, there's land down there.
Where are we? You figured out for yourself. We're flying east, aren't we?
Yeah, but we're not over Africa yet.
Well, relax. If the skipper wanted you to know where we're going, he'd have told you long before this.
But a whole heavy bombardment squadron like ours is taking off and heading east. Why, hold these small
Stations. We're going to land.
Flight of 4 motored bombers, B-24 Liberators, swept down to a landing on Puerto Rico last February. There it was met by General H.H. Arnold, commander of the United States Army Air Force, who with Field Marshal Sir John Dill were just returning from a meeting with Generalissimo Chiang Kai-Shek in Chongqing following the Casablanca Conference. Up to this point, Puerto Rico, the heavy bombers did not know their destination, but now they did. General Arnold gave them the order. Chongqing.
Pilot to navigator. Pilot to navigator. When are we going to sight and land?
Navigator to pilot. We should sight Africa in 5 minutes.
It's getting colder, Sarge. Look at the snow down there.
We're crossing the highest mountains in the world, the Himalayas.
Navigator to pilot. Navigator to pilot.
Go ahead, navigator.
That's it. That's it ahead of us there at 2 o'clock. That's Chongqing.
American heavy bombers in Chongqing. America speaking in terms of cold steel. But bombers are not enough. Bombers need ground crews and supplies, gasoline, spare parts, bullets, bombs. By ships, these were taken across the seas, then flown across India, across the Himalayas into China.
Now those are your orders. Any questions?
No, let's get going. Come on.
Very well, men. That's all. Report to your planes. We'll take off at once.
Eastward, east and south across the Chinese plains to the shore of the Pacific, to the Japanese-held coast of China. Halfway around the world, these young Americans had come, halfway and more. From Colorado and Utah, where they had trained, across the nation to Puerto Rico, across the Atlantic to Africa, across Africa, across India, over the Himalayas, and now on the long, long mission from Chongqing to the sea.
Navigator to pilot. Spotted our target. 10:30 o'clock. 10:30 o'clock.
Good. That's it, all right. Pilot to bombardier. Pilot to bombardier. Target, 10:30 o'clock. Your ship.
Bombardier to pilot. Good. Take her in. 2.2. Steady. Steady. Bombs away.
American bombers in the Far East. American bombs on Japanese-held strongholds. Canton in South China. The great island of Hainan. And Haiphong in French Indo-China. But the road back is hard. The Japanese occupy Manchuria, the coast of China, the Philippines, Indo-China, Thailand, the fabulously wealthy Netherland Indies, Malaya, Burma, and a great portion of the Pacific Basin itself. Japan stands astride Asia and looms over the horizon of the entire world. Before there can be peace in the Pacific, this power must be broken. We have only begun to understand this vast, unpeaceful sea and all that its waters, many lands and islands, and more than 1 billion people mean to us. The significance of the events of the Pacific is a matter for one who knows the Pacific. Here is Owen Lattimore, Director of the School of International Relations at Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
You have been hearing a story of how our enemies in the Pacific forced this war on us. In later programs, continuing the story of region after region, people after people, the Pacific story will have much to tell us of our friends as well as our enemies. Fortunately for us and for the future, our friends are even more important than our enemies. For this is not only a story of how free peoples take up arms when they are attacked. We are fighting for something as well as against something, and so are our allies, the United Nations. When the Pacific War began 6 years ago, long before the war in Europe, the Chinese resisted Japanese invasion because they too had something to fight for, something more than their lands and their homes and their property. More than anything else, they fought because they had been making progress in creating a freer and better China, and because they refused to let the Japanese turn the clock back. That is one of the angles to the story of the Tanaka Memorial, which you heard being retold a few minutes ago. The Tanaka plot was hatched in a memorable year, 1927. That was the year when China's nationalist armies under Chiang Kai-Shek were uniting the divided country of China. The Japanese militarists did not want a united and progressive China. They wanted a weak, divided China. They wanted China to be ruled by corrupt politicians and militarists, whom the Japanese could bribe and manipulate. So they gathered in haste to plan how to prevent Chinese unification and progress by force. That is why the Chinese, to this day, are fighting not only to stop the invasion begun in 1937, but for the right to continue their own progress launched in 1927. That creates a bond between America and China. Americans have always believed in the goodness of the future, in an expanding horizon. Today and tomorrow, our expanding horizon opens up for us wide vistas across the Pacific. As we move toward that new horizon, what is our advance to be like? Are we to thrust across the Pacific as better and tougher imperialists than the Japanese? Or are we going to make our mark in Asia as liberators and as allies of others who are fighting for liberty? Can we win without allies? And can we stay free unless others become free? There can be only one American answer. What we want is liberty, and we feel kinship with others who want liberty. Luckily for us, we can find that kinship. Our first great advantage is that we have a good name across the Pacific. There is not a people in Asia which believes that America wants to conquer and possess their territory. Our second great advantage is that thanks primarily to China, There is not a man, woman, or child in Asia who does not know the idea of liberty or have the hunger for liberty. And don't forget, there are Japanese also on our side, the conquered Japanese, conquered by their own militarists, brave men and women, beaten and jailed and powerless until the Japanese military are beaten and the military legend shattered. Every step of Japan's imperialistic aggression abroad has been prepared for by a step in the suppression of the Japanese people. So today the issues are as clear in our enemy's camp as they are in ours. But because we understand what the war is about, we need all the more to understand the peoples who are fighting the war. We are in this war side by side with people who, in these modern days, drive tractor sleds as well as dog sleds in the Arctic. In it with people who earn their living standing knee-deep in the mud of rice paddies. In it with Malays and Indonesians and Polynesians who made prodigious ocean voyages in canoes before Balboa ever saw the Pacific. In it with Australians and New Zealanders who live where it is summer at Christmas time. Most of these people are different from us in many ways and like us in some ways. What is it that counts, the difference or the likeness? In China, a whole people have won recognition as full equals among the free, self-governing peoples because they proved by fighting that they could survive unconquered. In the Philippines, we taught a people the ways of democracy and prepared them for the practice of democracy. President Roosevelt has said that he thinks that the Philippines are a very good model for other countries. Kai-Shek of China has just put forward another suggestion in a very important message to us Americans and to all the other United Nations. He says that it is our moral duty to create freedom. Some people are not yet ready for it, but we should create the conditions under which they can have it when they are ready for it. That opens up a lot of ideas. Here we have one of the great figures of Asiatic history who restates in his own way what Lincoln meant when he said that America could not survive half slave and half free. We must not close the doors of opportunity. Freedom does not stand still. Freedom advances. Unless more and more men are becoming free all the time, freedom becomes less real for those who are still nominally free. When Hitler denied freedom to the Jews, he limited freedom for other Germans, too. When we, on the other hand, said to the Filipinos, "You shall be free," we created by those words a reality for which the Filipinos would fight and are still fighting. Maybe that is the chapter of the future in the Pacific story. Maybe out of many cultures, languages, religions, races, there is coming into being something new, not a dead level on which all men are the same, but a wide level on which many people, diverse in their history and different in their present lives, may yet have under their feet the firm ground of freedom.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have just heard the first program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the second will be broadcast. Alaska, America's New Frontier, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and recently political advisor to Generalissimo Chang Kai-Shek. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story, which gives background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. I'll repeat the address. The University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your narrator, Pedro de Cordova. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Pacific Story. This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The National Broadcasting Company presents the second in a new series of programs dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This new broadcast series, another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air, will deal with a different aspect of the Pacific each week, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the Walter Hines Page School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Alaska, America's new frontier.
Say, Sergeant, what are those planes up there? Huh? Oh, those transports? Oh, yes. I've been seeing them go over every day. How long have you been up here in Alaska? Oh, my outfit just got in a week tomorrow. Uh-huh. They're carrying Lend-Lease material to Russia. Lend-Lease to... over Alaska? Alaska is not only the shortest way to Russia and China and Japan, but it's going to be one of the greatest places on Earth when this war's over.
Alaska sits on top of the world, a distant wilderness that has become a key to victory in the Pacific. Today, at last, its value is understood. Years before the American frontier was pushed to the Pacific, Russian traders and explorers invaded Alaska, set up trading posts, fortifications, settlements. From the Aleut name Alaksha, which means the Great Land, they named it Alaska. For years, they exploited the fur trade, and then, believing they had drained Alaska of its resources, lost interest in it. Then, one night in 1867, thousands of miles away in Washington, D.C., Secretary of State William H. Seward sat playing whist.
Well, there you are, Varney. 3 tricks for you and 7 for me. Well, you're certainly lucky, Seward. Let's play another game. You don't know when you've had enough. Your deal. Yes, and this time the cards are really going to be shuffled.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Alex.
There's a gentleman at the door. He says he's the Russian minister.
This time of night? It's almost midnight.
He says it's most urgent, sir.
Tell him I'll see him in the library.
Yes, sir.
A Russian minister at this hour? Yes, excuse me. Well, I think I'll get along home, Seward. No such thing. I've got to let you win at least one game. Stay right here. I'll be back in a moment.
Just received word from the Tsar tonight, so I have hastened to you as Secretary of State.
The Tsar?
His Imperial Majesty has authorized the sale of Russian America to the United States for the sum of $7,200,000.
$7,200,000. Well, that's considerably higher than our last offer.
The Tsar declined the offer of the United States for $5 million at that time.
And now the price is $7,200,000.
I am authorized to sell for that price to the United States.
To the United States? Are other nations interested?
Well, that I am not in a position to know.
Mm-hmm. Halleck.
Yes, sir, Mr. Seward.
Give my regrets to Mr. Varney. Tell him we'll have to finish our game some other time. I'm going down to the State Department.
Yes, sir. To the State Department now?
Yes. We'll draw up the deed at once.
Seward's icebox.
Seward's folly. It's outrageous. $7,200,000 for an Arctic wilderness.
The Russians have been trying to get rid of that country for years.
Under the auspices of Mr. Seward, the United States has entered upon a colonial system. At a time when we are heavily loaded with debt, we are to pay more than $7 million in gold for a remote and barbarous region which, under ordinary human conditions, will never be largely peopled except by savages. The advantage of obtaining a large territory with a population of Eskimos is certainly not very striking, even with the added control of the fishing and fur trade.
Alaska became our largest possession, 1/5 the size of continental United States, 2,300 miles across and 1,400 miles north and south. Put the map of Alaska on top of the map of the United States, and Point Barrow is at Duluth. The southeastern point touches the Atlantic coastline in Georgia, and the Aleutian Islands reach to Los Angeles. Not just a frozen tundra, but a land containing 385,000 square miles of forest, 65,000 square miles of land suitable to agriculture, 35,000 square miles of grazing land, a land in which vegetables flourish and flowers and berries grow profusely, a land of untold wealth in resources. Since 1867, Alaska has paid for itself 1,000 times with its economic trinity of fur, gold, and fish. In season, the Pribilof Islands are covered with seals. Say, mister, do you know how many seals there are in that herd?
Oh, 2. I've been in the fur trade up here 40 years. There's over 2 million seals in that herd.
2 million seals?
There's lots of other fur animals up here, too. Mink and silver fox, marten, land otter, and beaver and fitch. More than 500,000 pelts are taken every year.
Well, what would you say is the value of the furs taken out of Alaska?
Well, since we bought Alaska from Russia, $100 million worth of furs have been taken out.
$100 million worth of furs. And gold. The gold taken out of Alaska far exceeds the gold taken from any other place on Earth. Gold has been mined continuously in Alaska since it was discovered in 1898.
Yes, first we found it in the Yukon. Next year we found it on the beach at Nome. All you had to do was wash it out of the sand.
Well, how much gold would you say has been taken out of Alaska?
$600 million worth. And there's as much still left here as has been taken out. And that isn't all. $200 million worth of other minerals have been mined here. Copper, silver, iron, and platinum.
$800 million worth of minerals. And the waters off Alaska are one of the world's richest fishing areas.
Okay, let's get in there. All right, all of it. All.
In recent years, 2/3 of the world's supply of salmon has come from Alaska. Mr. Statistician, what's the value of the fish taken out of these waters?
Value of the fish from Alaskan waters? Well, since 1900, we've taken out more than $1 billion worth.
Today, Alaska's value to the United States is counted not only in fish, gold, and furs. Today, its chief value is strategic. Japan understood this long before we did. In 1922, Japan induced the United States not to fortify the Aleutians, and this was written into the Naval Limitations Treaty. And in the ensuing years...
Gentlemen, you congressmen are far from the realities that we face in Alaska. Well, to you, Alaska is just a distant wilderness. But let me warn you, and let it be a matter of record here and now, that Japan's ambitions are not illusory. If we are to defend Alaska against Japan, we must have highways. We must have planes, soldiers, and ships. Thank you.
I sympathize deeply with the apprehension of the delegate from Alaska, but it is evident that he is so close to the problem that he cannot see the wood for the trees. Now, we have heard the testimony of experts here in committee that Alaska is both indefensible and valueless from a military point of view.
But no position is valueless if it overlooks the enemy's rampart.
On what grounds does the delegate from Alaska speak of the enemy? We're at peace with Japan, and God willing, we'll remain so. It is my opinion that in order not to disturb or alarm Japan, that we should not fortify any part of continental Alaska.
Meantime, Japanese fishermen with spyglasses, Japanese tourists with cameras, Japanese cannery workers with hidden radios were fascinating themselves with the enchanting scenery of Alaska, its thousands of inlets, and its chain of Aleutian Islands. In 1935, General Billy Mitchell told the Congressional Committee,
Alaska is the most central place in the world for aircraft. Whoever holds Alaska will hold the world. It is the most important and strategic place in the world.
But this was an age of international amity and goodwill, and the prophets cried alone in the wilderness. As late as 1939, when the world situation was critical, and in a matter of months, Hitler was to march on Poland. As late as 1939.
Here's a story that ought to be good for page one.
What is it?
Yeah, this came in on the teletype.
Oh, on that Japanese goodwill flight from Tokyo to Washington,
That's right. Did you look it over?
Yeah. To promote international fellowship.
Washington's granted them permission to send ahead welcoming parties to the Aleutians to wave at the goodwill plane as it passes.
That's fixing it up fancy for them.
Yeah, sort of cheer the Jap flyers on as they carry greetings from their Mikado to the president.
Well, okay, shoot it on page one. I wonder what those welcoming parties are going to be doing.
Hey, you see this? Jap warships have landed those welcoming parties of Japanese all along the Aleutians.
That Tokyo to Washington goodwill flight's been postponed again. When are they going to get started?
Well, those Jap welcoming parties have been waiting all summer on those Aleutian Islands for that goodwill flight to come by. Here it is postponed again.
Here's a story from the Aleutians. Says that these Japanese welcoming parties are passing away the time walking and fishing.
Here's a story from Tokyo. Says the Japs have decided to call off that goodwill flight to Washington. They're sending out a warship to pick up their welcoming parties from the Aleutian Islands.
That was in 1939. The significance of this event was not as clear then as it is today. It has now become clear to military experts that,
in all likelihood, the flight was projected to test a bombing route to the United States. The welcoming parties took pictures and took soundings. Today, we know that Japanese fishermen have explored every harbor of Alaska and have landed at one time or another on every atoll in the Aleutians. Through their soundings and surveys, they possess a better understanding of Alaska and the Aleutians than we do.
yes, Japan understood Alaska's value long before we did. Saw that Alaska was the strategic center between Japan, Russia, the Pacific Ocean, the United States, Canada, and the Arctic Ocean. Japan saw that what Gibraltar was to Great Britain in the last century, Alaska could be to the United States in this century. By the time the Tokyo to Washington goodwill flight was called off, the distant throbbing of the war drums had become a deafening roar. The United States rushed to fortify Alaska.
Here, what's that they're unloading there? Concrete out of this ship and steel out of that one there. It looks like they mean business. Well, it's about time. I haven't seen this many ships here in the harbor since the gold rush. It's more than I ever seen. Yes, the government's spending $4 million on the air base at Fairbanks. And pretty soon you're going to be seeing so...
The handwriting on the wall was becoming clear, and it was late, very late. Until this time in 1939, the United States had less than 300 troops in Alaska. Now, machinery and materials and men were pouring into Alaska. The Naval Air Base at Sitka was undertaken at a cost of $3 million. The base on Kodiak was undertaken at a cost of $9 million. Millions for defense beyond the dreams of the most ardent Alaskan. And this was only a beginning. When the Nazi juggernaut crushed Europe and Japan moved south into Indo-China, suddenly Washington became aware that Alaska was not an indefensible outpost, but the front door to North America.
We've got to fortify Alaska.
We've got to fortify Alaska.
Say, did you hear on the radio? $100 million has been appropriated for the defense of Alaska.
I propose that we boost the appropriation to fortify Alaska from $100 million to $150 million.
See this? Congress has appropriated $300 million to fortify Alaska. And if that isn't enough, I say appropriate more.
Ships steamed into Alaskan harbors with valuable cargoes. Airplanes brought skilled technicians and critical material. But this was not enough. To supply this strategic military base, Alaska needed a Burma road. 1,600 miles of road through virgin mountain and forest and muskeg. By this time, Japan had struck the United States with sledgehammer blows. Suddenly, in March 1942, the long-pending plan for an Alaskan highway was endorsed. On the day the decision was reached, a trainload of Army engineers started for the North Country. Engineering regiments, some of them all Negro units, plunged into the stupendous task, the race for Alaska.
All right, get on it. Drag it on.
Through virgin forests of spruce, birch, and poplar, an ugly trail was cut, raising the giants to their stumps. The trees fell like 10 pins before the blazing crews of the Army. Then came the civilian construction crews with bulldozers.
Look at that monster root out those stumps.
Ah, that's a powerful caterpillar. Stronger than a snowplow.
Like an irresistible bruiser. Just pushes those stumps out by the roots.
Look at that. And look at that. Pushes aside that boulder as if it's a pebble.
Stand back. Here comes another. Stand back.
How's the grading going?
It's pretty rough going, but this is the ticket. Grading with a bulldozer. We're keeping right up with the Army. As fast as they clear the way, we make the road.
Close behind the bulldozers came the ditching machines, gouging deep drainage ditches alongside the road. Through forests, the workers hewed their way, across tundra and muskeg swamps.
Hey, is it true that automobiles and horses sink out of sight in this muskeg swamp?
Yes, in summer even the deer will sink into it. But in winter, when it's frozen, you can drive a truck over it.
You think this corduroy road we're putting over it is going to be strong enough to hold a convoy of Army trucks?
Well, we've avoided most of the deeper muskeg, and we can drain the shallow muskeg down to a solid foundation.
Through summer heat, from dawn to dark, thousands of men, sweating and struggling, racing to establish a lifeline to Alaska. On October 29th, a little more than 6 months after the project was started,
This kind of thrills me. It ought to. This is a day for you to remember.
October 29th, 1942. Hey, listen to those guys yell alongside the road.
They got something to be excited about. They built this highway.
We got something to be excited about, too. We're in the first convoy of Army trucks to drive over it.
...1,671 miles from Dawson Creek near Edmonton, Alberta, to Fairbanks, Alaska. Through forests, over mountains, across muskeg swamps. Army trucks carrying supplies overland to Alaska, to the revelation of a new frontier.
Well, this is it. End of the line.
Yeah, this is where we get off. Cut the motor.
Okay. Oh, brother, look at that runway.
Hey.
Must be a mile long. And in Alaska.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you guys. What kind of a trip did you have? Well, pretty rugged, but we sailed right through.
That's right. Boy, this airbase gets me. Look at the size of that runway.
Yeah, we built it in record time. Built it right over a muskeg swamp. So this is Alaska, huh? Yeah, where's the snow?
Oh, we get less snow in this part of Alaska than they get in Virginia. In summer, the temperature here goes up to 90, sometimes up to 100.
Hey, no kidding.
Right? Yeah. Hey, what are those over there, Eskimos? Huh? Oh, yes, they're refugees brought in from Atka. That's an island in the Aleutians. Oh, look at them watch those planes over there.
Oh, that looks like a whole squadron of bombers.
That's what it is. They'll be taking off in a minute. You mean those planes are going out on a bombing mission? You're in the war zone here, soldier. You're practically looking down Japanese gun barrels right now. This is the only fighting front on American soil. Right here.
Well, where are they going?
You guess. There they go. In a few hours, they'll be dumping their eggs where it'll do the most good.
Gosh, it makes you realize how close we are to those Japs.
They're right in our front yard.
As the bombers fly, the United States is within 1 day's flying range of Asia, and vice versa. From recently conquered Attu, Tokyo is only 2,000 miles. and the Japanese air and naval base at Paramoshiri is only 700 miles. Strategic Alaska. By air over the Great Circle route, the shortest route from almost anywhere in North America to anywhere in Asia is over Alaska. Toronto, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. are nearer to Moscow over Alaska than to Buenos Aires. Over this route, the northern claw of a great pincers can clamp down upon Japan. And when the war in the Pacific is resolved, this route will make Alaska, with its wealth of resources, one of the most important places on Earth.
I've been keeping my eyes open since I've been up here. That's why I want to know. You've been here in Alaska a long time, haven't you?
All my life. I was born here.
I'm looking to the future, and that's why I want to know.
You plan to stay here after the war when you're discharged from the Army?
If all they say about this country's true.
Well, son, until the war, we were cut off from the rest of the world. We only had one railway, 471 miles from Seward to Fairbanks. It used to take 28 days to travel from Seward to Fairbanks by dog team. Today, it takes 2 hours by plane. Air transportation has knit all of Alaska together, and we're perhaps the fastest growing place on Earth.
What about the possibilities here in the future?
We have the possibilities of becoming a Sweden or a Finland. Our latitude, climate, and natural resources are similar to theirs, and our population potential is even greater. Until the war, we had a population here of less than 80,000. We know now that Alaska is capable of supporting a population of 10 million, and perhaps more.
Alaska, America's new frontier, bids well to play an ever-increasing role in the war in the Pacific and in the great Pacific era that lies ahead. Just what this will mean to us and to all the Pacific Basin. To present a proper perspective on the meaning of this, the National Broadcasting Company presents Owen Lattimore, Director of the School of International Relations at Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
There are many thousand young Americans in Alaska today who had never dreamed that they would ever go to Alaska. Still less had it entered their heads that they would someday be serving in the fighting forces in Alaska to free American soil of Japanese invaders. It is safe to say that many of these American servicemen thought that Alaska would turn out to be nothing but an Arctic wilderness, and that practically none of them knew beforehand what Alaska is really like. This American ignorance of Alaska is important for all of us. It matters a lot if someone you know, perhaps your son or brother or husband, serving in Alaska, seems to you to be far away in a desolate and forbidding land. It makes you feel lonely and out of touch. But it's different if you think of him as serving on a part of America's own frontier, territory that is as American as Maine, and that forms part of America's vigorous and hopeful future. One lesson to learn from Alaska is that there are American territories which Americans need to know more about, just as we need to know more about what we have in common with the countries that are our allies, and more about what produced fascism at home and aggression abroad in the countries that are our enemies. There is one thing that you will be especially glad to know about the Alaska of today. I have been talking in the last few days with a man who has been covering a lot of ground in Alaska and all the way out to the Aleutians. He couldn't tell me, of course, how many American fighting men are out there. That's a military secret. But he did tell me something about the way they feel. The very idea that Japanese are established on American soil on Kiska fills them with fury. They don't think of Alaska just as the base from which they are going out to push the Japs off Kiska. They are much more aware than most Americans are that they are fighting on the one front in this world war which is on American soil. They think all the time about the fact that Tokyo is only 2,000 miles away and Attu only 700 miles from Japan's air and naval base at Paramushiru Island, just off the tip of Kamchatka. They want to do something about it, and the days when the fog is too thick and soupy for bombers to fly makes them feel frustrated and impatient. Even we armchair strategists who stay at home and look at maps instead of frontline battle plans can see how important, strategically, Alaska is. What it comes to is this: the shortest way from anywhere in North America to anywhere in Asia is over the top of the world, and Alaska is our front porch with a view over the top of the world.
Alaska used to be isolated from the rest of America and the rest of the world. Any place inside of Alaska used to be isolated from any other place. A few years ago, it took 28 days to travel from Fairbanks to Nome by dog team. Suddenly, air transportation has knit the huge territory together. Even very small towns are connected with what Alaskans call the outside by daily plane service. Even cows and horses get to be flown around by air. The easiness and the everydayness of air transportation are already leading to a phenomenal growth in population and development of resources. Personally, this impresses me very much because it is so much like China. I once traveled 4 months by camel caravan to reach a part of China that you can now reach in a few hours by plane. There are millions of people in China who have never seen a train but are quite familiar with the sight of an airplane. Alaska's importance in the regrouping of the world, which is bound to take place after the war, is as great as Alaska's importance in the war. The Alcan Highway, by which you can go from America through Canada to Alaska, is part of our national investment in the future. But we and the Canadians must not run away with the idea that we are the only progressive, forward-looking people. By the speed with which we put through the Alcan Highway, we showed what we can do. But in terms of what has already been done, the Russians are ahead of us. In the overall development of the Arctic and the subarctic, the Canadians are a good deal ahead of us, and the Russians are ahead of the Canadians. We can come back to that in the next program, which will be about Siberia. In the meantime, let's consider Alaska as the junction between the mainland of America and the mainland of Asia. Not long ago, Vice President Wallace brought up the idea in a very vivid way. He was describing a conversation with Foreign Commissar Molotov when Mr. Molotov was in Washington holding conferences with other United Nations leaders. The Vice President told Mr. Molotov that he had a vision of a future in which there would be a true world highway system starting down at the southern tip of South America. It would reach up into Central America and Mexico, then into the United States, Canada, and Alaska. There would be a ferry at the Bering Straits between Alaska and Siberia, only about 50 miles. Except for this, a man would be able to drive all the way in his own car from the Straits of Magellan to Siberia. And when he got to Siberia, he would be at the taproot of another branching system of highways, either going straight on through Siberia into Western Europe or turning south and southwest for China, India, the Near East, and Africa. That would be a true world system. And according to the Vice President, Mr. Molotov's first reaction was, no one nation can do it by itself. Then he said, you and I will live to see the day. In this conversation, we have the foretaste of a new future, when it will be natural, convenient, and quick to go to Europe across the Pacific, or around the top of the Pacific and through Asia. And you will be able to choose whether you prefer to buy a plane ticket or drive your own car. That will be a new and exciting chapter in the Pacific story.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have just heard the second program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the third will be broadcast. Siberia, America's nearest Asiatic neighbor, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, director of the Walter Hines Page School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story, which gives background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent for you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your narrator, Art Gilmore. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Pacific Story. This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The National Broadcasting Company presents the third in a series of programs dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This new broadcast series, another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air, will deal with a different aspect of the Pacific each week, with drama of the past and present, and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific, and Director Walter Hines, School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. This is the Pacific Story. Siberia, America's nearest Asiatic neighbor.
Come over here. You can see better.
Oh, yes, thanks. Certainly a lot of people turned out for the launching.
The launching of this warship marks the opening of a new epoch.
You mean because it's the first warship built by your Russians in the Far East?
Because it shows that the industrialization of Soviet Asia has become a reality.
Yes.
Siberia is the America of this century. Just as you Americans built a self-sufficient economy on the wilderness in the last century, so we are doing here in Siberia in this century. Now, is this better? Can you see the ship?
Yes. Fine. Powerful looking craft.
This ship is built of steel that was made in the mills here at Komsomolsk. The iron and the manganese that went into the steel and the coal that ran the blast furnaces all were mined here in Siberia.
Well, then you're practically independent from European Russia out here, huh?
Practically, yes.
It's incredible. It's as if this entire industrial region just rose up out of the ground. Here it is, 1939, and it seems that only yesterday there was nothing here at all.
Yesterday, as you put it, where you are standing, was a fishing village, Perm.
It wasn't even on the map, was it?
Not on your map, perhaps.
They're just about ready to send the ship down the way.
Yes.
How big is Komsomolsk?
Oh, 300,000 or more. It was built entirely by members of the Young Communist League. 60% of the population here is under 30 years of age. That is why we call it the City of Youth.
It's moving. It's sliding down the way.
There she goes, down into the water.
The America of this century. It may be at that. It may be at that.
This is the new Siberia, Soviet Asia, Russia facing the Pacific and playing an important role in the affairs of the Pacific. This is America's next-door neighbor, only 54 miles from continental United States. This is the land which only yesterday we thought of as...
Siberia is a geographical freak. The biggest and maybe the richest country, but also the least accessible country in the world.
Sure, it's big. 25 times as big as France. But what good is it without men and transport?
Nothing but a wilderness of snowdrifts and wolves. The only thing it's good for is a prison.
This was the Siberia of yesterday. This was the Siberia that the Tsarist regime took 60 years to conquer back in the 1700s, when the scores of native peoples were vanquished one by one, when the hundreds of thousands of Buryat Mongols resisted and were informed by a military governor,
"We shall send many men with firearms to your villages. You and your wives and children and village folk we shall beat and ruin. Your yurts shall burn without mercy. No one shall be taken prisoner nor permitted to be ransomed. And those who shall be taken shall be hanged and executed unto death."
in the 19th century, more than 1 million men and women were exiled to Siberia. Chained from both ankles to the waist, 6 and 8 prisoners chained together, they trudged, bleeding and shivering, 3,000 miles into exile. 3,000 miles, the width of the United States, for Siberia is large. 6 million square miles of territory, about the size of the United States and Canada put together. And here, besides the Russians, live 140 different native groups. Out of the blood of these peoples, the exiles, the natives, the Russians who plunged into the wilderness, out of this mixture has sprung a sturdy race, courageous, far-seeing, enterprising. Through the vast country of these peoples, Russia reached out to the Pacific at the turn of the century, built the Trans-Siberian Railroad, built the Chinese Eastern Railway across Manchuria. Russia was emerging as a power in the Pacific, and the whole face of events in the Pacific was being altered. Japan struck Russia with the power and deadliness of a cobra in 1905. From this date is marked much of the hatred of the Russians for the Japanese. But much more of this hatred is marked from the time of World War I, August 1918.
We're going?
Now, men, we're ready to debark. Every man is responsible for his own equipment. We're going over the side and down into the boats in a matter of minutes. There'll be no light, and that water's cold. Watch yourselves. At ease.
Say, I thought we was at war with the Germans.
We are.
Well, then what are we doing up here in Valverdovsk, or whatever they call it, up here in Siberia?
They told you. We're up here to separate the reds and the pinks and the whites.
That's what I can't figure out. Us Americans up here sorting out Russians.
We're not the only ones. England's sending men, and so is France and Japan, too.
Japan, too, eh?
Attention. Now, here are your final instructions. You'll take your places in the boat.
And so, as a representative of His Majesty's force, I have come to talk to you as a member of the command of the American forces.
The agreement of all the allies was that none should send more than 7,000 troops into Siberia.
Yes, that was our understanding. But the Japanese have sent in at least 10 times that number.
70,000 Japanese?
They have had them here for weeks.
We must investigate this at once.
England, France, and the United States withdrew from Siberia in 1920, and let it be known they expected the Japanese also to withdraw. But the Japanese had plans of their own. When the Americans were safely across the Pacific, Japan seized Vladivostok. The next day attacked Nikulsk and Khabarovsk, conquered the Russian coast from the Korean border to the Okhotsk Sea, and held much of it until 1925. Here was spawned the hatred which is still to be resolved in the Pacific. In Russia, a new perspective on Siberia came into being.
The question is, can Siberia be defended from European Russia?
Siberia is linked to Moscow by the Trans-Siberian Railroad.
The Trans-Siberian Railroad is long, very long, and slender.
It takes 2 weeks for an express train to reach Vladivostok.
Do you contemplate immediate danger in the Far East?
It is with us always.
If we here in Moscow should find it necessary to drain Siberia for supplies and armies to meet a threat in the west, it would be impossible to rush them back to the east in time if Siberia were attacked.
We cannot reduce the distance. The solution is more transportation. Another railroad if necessary, and roads.
That would not be a solution. To build another railroad would help, but a plan far bigger than that is necessary.
We must make Siberia independent.
Divorce it from the Soviet Union?
Politically, no. But militarily and economically, yes.
That would be like moving an entire nation, thousands of miles.
That is what we must do.
Siberia must turn its back on Russia proper and face the Pacific.
With this policy, Russia undertook the most ambitious plan ever undertaken by any nation, of moving entire industries from the west to the east, of establishing towns and cities where none had stood before, transforming frontier outposts into industrial centers, of making Siberia an independent economic and military unit of the Soviet Union.
We will explore the resources of Siberia, and where we find resources, there we will locate our new industry.
Research experts, engineers, scientists sought out the resources of Siberia, charted them. Timber, water power, oil, minerals. Great industrial plants rose out of the ground as if by magic.
This is the Kuznets-Kubas coal basin.
Well, part of it.
How does this compare with the Donbass in Ukraine?
Oh, the seams in this basin alone contain 6 times more coal than the Donbass. And here at Kuznets, we have built the largest metal works in the world.
The largest metalworks in the world, in a country which not many years ago was thought of only as a snowbound wilderness of prisons and wolves.
There, you see, they're about to pour the molten metal.
There must be tons and tons of metal there.
This plant alone makes more than 1 million tons of steel a year. Protect your eyes now.
I can scarcely see, it is so bright.
Oh, yes, sir. Revive!
What a mass of molten metal.
This is repeated 1,000 times every day in Siberia. For Siberia now has the largest iron and steel works in Russia, and the largest blast furnace in Asia or Europe.
Scientific research. Find the resources and there build the industries. Now the howls of the wolves are drowned by the roar of steel mills. In the early 30s, another Siberian railway was started, the Baikal-Amur Magistral, to run from the Trans-Siberian Railway north of Lake Baikal straight across Siberia to the Amur River.
Pretty smart piece of operations, those Russians building that new BAM railroad.
Yes, but did they ever finish it?
Well, I don't know. Have they stopped working on it?
Well, there's some mystery about it. It's being called the Mystery Railway.
That doesn't seem possible. They were building it halfway between the Trans-Siberian Railroad and the Arctic Sea, so that it would be shielded on both sides by hundreds of miles of wilderness.
Well, its completion has never been reported, and no one outside of Russia knows if it's in operation. I've got a hunch there.
To transform this wilderness into a self-sufficient economy, new industries, new railroads. The Trans-Siberian single-track railway since 1894 was double-tracked. New motor roads, new air routes were developed. Thus, far-seeing Russians sought to create a USSR independently capable of defense against Germany in the west and Japan in the east. June 1941, and Nazi Germany turned on Russia. Nazi panzers and airplanes struck across the western border, where, under the Tsarist regime, 90% of Russia's industries had been within 500 miles of the European frontier. 11 days after the Nazi invasion, Joseph Stalin declared in his scorched earth speech,
"To the enemy must not be left a single engine, a single railway car, not a single pound of grain or a gallon of fuel."
The Nazis believed, and Stalin intended them to believe, that
this means the Russians will destroy their mills and factories, dynamite them. It means they must push the invasion at all possible speed.
Not until 4 months later, in October 1941, when economic experts came to the three-power conference in Moscow, was the full intent of Stalin's speech revealed.
Judgina, the steel mill is in full operation. This plant, like many others, we uprooted from its foundation in European Russia, loaded it on trains, and moved it out here into Siberia. Moved the entire plant? All that was important to move, including the workers. We have left nothing for Hitler.
The first bomb that fell on Russian soil rallied the many more than 100 different peoples of the Soviet Union against their common foe. From the burning sands of Turkestan to the frozen tundras of the Arctic, they rallied. 10 million men of all races, tongues, colors, creeds.
Fighting alongside the Russians with bravery and fury and skill are Siberians, Turkomans, Uzbeks, Tatars. Dark-skinned, tawny-skinned, slant-eyed, flat-faced Asiatic races fighting fiercely alongside Ukrainians, Azerbaijans, and Bessarabians. Entire regiments of these colorful sons and grandsons of warrior tribes are operating in the front lines, meeting the furious attack.
It's understandable why you Russians should fight so fiercely in defense of your country. But why should these Asiatic peoples, thousands of miles from their home?
They know this is their country, too. The Declaration of People's Rights guarantees autonomy and self-determination to all the peoples of the Soviet Union. To each people is guaranteed the right to its own language, its own culture, and its own institutions.
Troops from the native tribes of Siberia fighting on the Western Front from Murmansk to the Black Sea. And in Siberia itself, an independent Red Army. A Red Army facing the Pacific, looking down over Mongolia and Manchuria, and with a watchful eye on Japan. To supply this army,
We supply the power for the industrial plants in the cities of Soviet Asia. This hydroelectric plant is one of many we have built to utilize the water power of this country.
Siberia has millions of square kilometers of standing timber. A vast forest reserve of the Soviet Union now lies in Asia.
The fertile black plains of Siberia. From these fields comes our grain, enough for all Siberia and for the growing millions of European Russia.
vast natural resources to support a Far Eastern army and to build an economy independent of European Russia. Self-sufficient Siberia. Self-sufficient and more. Siberia supplies itself and helps supply European Russia and the Soviet armies on the Western Front with untold millions of tons of fish, furs for hats and coats, and coal and iron to make steel to fight back the enemy. Heavy industries and industries of precision.
A machine tool plant in the capital of Buryat, Mongolia? This is a logical place. Oh, we think of this country as a native frontier.
You're thinking of the Siberia of yesterday. Precision machinery is as important here as it is in the other machine tool plants of Soviet Asia. Vladivostok, Irkutsk, and Krasnoyarsk.
Precision machine tool plants. The hum of industry and the whirring of wheels, where only yesterday the wind swept across the barren frontier wilderness. Assembly lines as modern as American assembly lines.
Take it away. Roll out the next bomber.
Here's the way. Another bomber coming off the line.
Airplanes, bombers, fighters, transports rolling off the lines at Tomsk and Irkutsk, rolling off the lines in Siberia. Like the American pioneers of yesterday, the Siberians are transforming a wilderness into a modern civilization with industries, schools, hospitals, libraries, and girding to defend it all against the enemy. On the great peninsula of Kamchatka, which points southward dagger-like from Siberia, and which forms the west shore of the Bering Sea, on this great peninsula of Kamchatka, the history of the Pacific may be changed.
You see, the harbor of Petropavlovsk is ice-free the year round because of the warm Japanese current.
It is bigger. Much bigger than I expected.
We have grown much. Petropavlovsk is the capital of Kamchatka and also the largest Soviet port in the North Pacific.
Not so many years ago, we had only one doctor in all the peninsula of Kamchatka.
One doctor for 250,000 square miles?
Yes, but now we have more than 100 medical centers. We have grown. Now children of many tongues are educated here. Kamchadas, Yukagirs, Lamuts, Chukchis, Eskimos, and Aluts.
Development implies education.
Of course. You have an air base here, do you?
Yes. Petropavlovsk is an air base as well as a naval base. You see, the Japanese have their largest air and naval base just a few miles south of here at Paramushiro.
I see. Then Kamchatka represents an important development in the North Pacific, eh?
Relatively, yes. Relatively.
Here in Kamchatka, as you can see, we are a frontier of Soviet Asia. We are a long way from Moscow. 8,000 miles, so you see it is important that we maintain contact by aviation and radio.
Yes, I've noticed that your new motor roads are, well, some of the finest I've ever seen.
You are speaking of the road you saw this morning?
Yes.
That crosses the mountains to the west coast of the peninsula.
Does it join with the railroad over there?
That is another project.
I understand that new railroad would link Kamchatka to the Trans-Siberian Railroad. That could be very important if Petropavlovsk here should ever be used as a receiving point for war supplies from the United States.
Yes, it could be very important.
Upon the Russian control of Kamchatka and Soviet Asia, as upon the American control of Alaska and the Aleutians, will depend the events of the North Pacific. So long as powerful Soviet armies stand watch along the borders of Manchuria, so long as Soviet warships and submarines are based in Soviet Asian ports, so long as Soviet Asia's Air Force stands ready for action, that long must Japan divert a great portion of her armed forces. Whatever happens in Soviet Asia will have a dynamic effect upon the events of the entire Pacific. Beyond these facts of the place of Soviet Asia in the affairs of the Pacific is their underlying meaning. To interpret these facts, the National Broadcasting Company presents Owen Lattimore, Director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
There is something very American in the impression Siberia makes on travelers and writers. You feel there the drive of a creative spirit and a young, creative society opening up the wilderness. There is an American tone of bigger and better in farming, industry, education, social life. A buoyant assurance that tomorrow will be even better than today. An eager outpouring of statistics, figures, numbers, tons, miles, horsepower. There are also differences. While in some ways the Siberian tradition is very much like the American pioneering tradition, in other ways it is ultra-modern. America grew up with the machine age. Steam and electricity were young when the American nation was young. They grew up together and spread and occupied the land together. Not so in Siberia, where scientific research and science applied to industrial technique entered a still primitive land in a sudden invasion. I remember being shown in a Leningrad museum 2 cases of primitive stone knives. They looked exactly the same, except that one set of knives was obviously old and the other obviously new. The old stone knives were probably 3,000 years old. They had been dug out of an ancient Stone Age grave. The new knives had been made by young men of a Soviet Arctic tribe. They still knew how to make stone knives because their fathers made them this way. But the young men themselves were in Leningrad studying to become meteorologists in order to work in Arctic weather stations maintained by the Soviet air routes. That gives you a measure of the suddenness with which things are happening in Siberia. From the Stone Age to modern scientific meteorology in one generation. It is quite obvious that the Russians have never forgotten Japan's attempt to take a large part of Siberia away from them at the end of the last war. The Japanese ravaged the easternmost part of Siberia for several years, and it was not until 1925 that the last Japanese left. Because they have never been free of the fear that Japan might attack them again, the Russians have not been able to take their time about developing Siberia. They had to get strong enough, quickly enough, to hold their own. They could not rely on hardy pioneers and frontiersmen alone. The pioneers had to have the aid of science. It would not have done to concentrate on getting the gold out of the rivers and let the rest of the wilderness lie for the time being. So instead of sending out first the prospector and the woodsman, followed by the pioneer settler, followed by trade, followed by investment and industry, they have done everything at the same time on one broad front. One example of the complex use of science is in the development of agriculture in the far north of Siberia. Masses of land get colder and stay colder than great bodies of water. That is why it is colder in northern Siberia than it is at the North Pole. In the coldest part of this area, there are only 74 days a year when the temperature is above freezing, and the thermometer sometimes falls to 58 below zero. Yet in this area, there is a collective farm which for 4 years running has harvested wheat at the rate of a little more than 14.5 bushels an acre, which is slightly higher than the average in the United States for the past 20 years. This could only be done by scientific study of both grain and soil. It was worth doing because it immensely simplified problems of food and transport in an area hundreds of miles from a railway. It made possible a community of people instead of isolated trappers and prospectors. Joseph Davies, the president's special envoy to Mr. Stalin, flew over Siberia on his way back to America. He describes what he saw, the sudden growth of a 20th century civilization in the midst of a pioneer setting, in a way which lets you see it for yourself as clearly as a picture. I quote Mr. Davies. As for Siberia, I shall never forget the impression which it made. For hundreds of miles it is one vast expanse of beautiful rolling country, dotted with lakes, groves of trees, traversed by wide sweeping rivers. There were hundreds of square miles of great fields, bigger than our townships, in different colors of grain, all planted with precision and, from the air, looking orderly and well kept. All along in this frontier, which corresponds to our west, I saw great cities, boom cities, laid out in squares like our prairie towns, dotted with factories, huge plants and chimneys all over the place, one small Pittsburgh after another. Cities that a few years ago did not have a population exceeding a few thousand, now with a population in the hundreds of thousands. I saw one plant which was turning out fighting planes, the models of which were unknown in June 1941, and the factories for which, and the machine tools for which, did not exist 2 years ago, and they were turning out planes at the rate of 1,000 a month. End the quote. The impression of power, innate strength, vigor, and pioneer energy which one gets from this great section is extraordinary. We Americans are showing right now in Alaska that our own pioneer days are not over and done with, and that we too can combine the toughness of the pioneer with the skill and science of the 20th century. As a matter of fact, one of the great masters of life in the North, Wilhelmus Stephenson, is an American. For many years, he has been preaching that the North is not a place where you have to leave civilization behind. It is a place where you can and ought to take civilization with you. And as we spread civilization there, we shall meet the spread of the civilization that is taking root and growing in Siberia.
Thank you, Mr. Lettermore. You have just heard the third program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the fourth will be broadcast, Old China, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and recently political advisor to Generalissimo Chang Kai-Shek. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story, which gives background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Martler. Pacific Story is composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your narrator, Art Gilmore. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another feature of the NBC Inter-American University of the Air, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. The Old China.
Standing against the enemy in the Far East is China. For 50 years, China has been a victim of Japanese aggression. For 6 years, China has successfully fought Japan. With the avalanche of events in the Pacific since Pearl Harbor, China has become more important to us than ever before. To win the war in the Pacific, we must have the friendship and the help of China. But China is not only great because she has successfully fought Japan for 6 years, nor because of her 450 million people. China is great because of her history and her culture. 600 years ago, a traveler returned from China with tales of such wonderment.
All Venice is jubilant over your return, Marco.
You honor us beyond what we deserve.
Well, we are your friends and relatives, and whom better could we feast than you?
But for our diligence in proving that we are not impostors, you, Federico, and all Venice would have turned us away.
For 16 years, 26 years you were gone. How could we know you?
Even my own relative here, Gian, refused to admit us to our own house.
Oh, but your clothes were coarse and tattered, and the Marco Polo I last saw was not more than a boy.
Gian regarded us with suspicion, and the dogs barked at us.
I should not have recognized you.
Your father Niccolo and your uncle Maffio, they looked like wayfarers.
That we all are.
No. Such splendor as those crimson robes you wear, we of Venice have never seen.
They come from the court of Kubla Khan, a court more wondrous than that of the Doges of Venice.
Kubla Khan. In the far-off land of China you visited.
Yes. They are gifts to my father, my uncle, and me.
Crimson robes of velvet and damask and satin. Such riches.
China possesses riches greater than any land we saw in the 26 years of our absence. For currency, they use paper money.
Paper money?
Money made of paper?
Yes, Federico. Even our city of Venice here, a trading and banking city, is not so far advanced.
Oh, but the money made of paper, I do not understand, Marco Polo.
It is printed in the city of Kanbalu. They print pieces of different sizes, each of which has a different value. Of these, the smallest pass for a half a ton whack, the next size for a Venetian silver cloth, and so on. Some are for 2, 3, and even as far as 10 byzants of gold.
Oh, but Marco Polo, will tradesmen accept this paper currency?
Yes, Gian. It is circulated in every part of the great Khan's dominions. All His Majesty's armies are paid with this currency, which is to them the same as if it was gold or silver.
Money made of paper.
In far-off China, mechanical devices superior to ours are not lacking. Water clocks are found on bridges. Astronomical instruments are in constant use, and valuable minerals are mined. One of these minerals is a sort of black stone which they burn.
A stone that burns?
Yes, and it gives off an uncommon amount of heat. The Chinese dig it out of the mountains and burn it like firewood. If you supply the fire with these stones at night,
You will find them still alight in the morning.
Well, perhaps they are not stones at all.
Ah, the earth is rich. And from it come not only these black stones, but... Here. Look you here.
You cut open the seams of your old garments?
Why, those were the garments you wore when you came to my house in tatters.
The same.
You have something hidden in the seams and the pleats. Look.
Rubies. Sapphires.
And diamonds. Emeralds. And pearls.
You brought these jewels from faraway China?
Oh, it must be a land of surpassing wealth and wonder.
More wondrous than this world has ever dreamed. More wondrous than this world has ever dreamed.
Marco Polo returned to Venice from China in 1295, nearly 200 years before Columbus came to America. China then was far ahead of Europe, for China has the oldest living civilization on earth. Egypt and Greece and Rome rose before the birth of Christ, but fell. China has lived 5,000 years.
2,300 years ago, the Chinese built the Great Wall of China, the greatest continuous fortification ever erected.
1,500 years ago, the Chinese built the Grand Canal, the longest artificial waterway in the world.
1,000 years ago, the Chinese built Peking with courts, palaces, gardens, marble bridges.
For 2,000 years, ideas, developments, discoveries, inventions flowed from China to the rest of the world by camel caravans. 200 years before Christ, camel caravans laden with silk crossed the deserts from China through Turkestan, through Persia to the shores of the Mediterranean, and on to the powerful empire of Rome. By camel caravans over this long, long road, Rome and China, then the two mightiest empires in the world, were linked.
The making of silk is known to the Chinese alone. By the time the silk of this caravan reaches Rome, it will be worth its weight in gold.
China manufactured silk for 1,000 years before craftsmen in other lands learned to make it. China gave the world tea. China gave the world porcelain. And China gave the world a product which has become a keystone of civilization. In A.D. 105, a Chinese artisan named Cai Lun reported to his emperor,
"For everyday purposes, silk is too expensive for writing, and bamboo is too heavy. Thus, I have contrived to make this product of tree bark, hem, rags, and fish nets." Strange. Have you succeeded? Here, Your Majesty, is some of it. Paper. You made this? Are you able to write on it? Yes. Writing on it is very easy. Here is a piece with writing on it. It is delicate to the touch and strong. I am able to make as much of this paper as I have supplied. Excellent. With this paper, it will be possible.
Cai Lun put paper within the reach of all, from king to commoner. Without this cheap paper, printing could hardly have come into general use. And printing, too, China gave to the world.
This Buddhist sacred text I dedicate for free general distribution in order, in deep reverence, to perpetuate the memory of my parents. Signed, Wang Qi.
Today, an expert examines this world's oldest existing printed book and says,
"This book, beautifully printed in Chinese characters, was published in the year A.D. 868 by Wang Qi. It was done in block printing, in which a single block of wood is engraved for each page of the book printed. 173 years later, in 1041, another Chinese, Kai-Shek, invented separate movable type. The famous Gutenberg Bible was printed in Europe in 1456. So you see, China was printing with movable type 400 years before the rest of the world, and with block printing 150 years before that.
Printing and paper, both gifts of China to the world. Up to the year 1800, more books were printed in China than in the entire rest of the world put together. From China also came gunpowder. In 1232, when the Mongols laid siege to the North China city of Kaifeng, the defending Chinese hurled explosives upon them.
The men are stricken with panic.
Order them back into the line.
They are fleeing for their lives from the heaven-quaking thunder.
Order them back. Stand! Stand! Back to your line! Stand!
China gave the world gunpowder. Without gunpowder, modern war would be impossible. But so also would be great construction projects like the Panama Canal and Boulder Dam. China gave the world luscious fruits, the peach and the apricot, the grapefruit and the lemon. China gave the world the chrysanthemum, the tea rose, the camellia. And China set an example for all the world in the realms of literature, art, philosophy, and government. These wonders it was that attracted the European world to China in the 18th century. So self-sufficient was China that at the time of the American Revolution, her emperor, Chen Lung, wrote this message to King George III of England.
Our celestial empire possesses all things in prolific abundance and lacks no products within its own borders. There is therefore no need to import the products of outside barbarians.
But now on the eastern coast of North America, a new nation was taking form. A nation of rugged, enterprising builders and traders. On George Washington's 52nd birthday, February 22nd, 1784, this nation made its humble entrance into the Pacific.
Trim the mainsails and the upper topsails. Aye, aye, sir. All right, get it together.
This is the Empress of China, a 360-ton privateer under sail for Canton, South China. Yankees making the 13,000-mile passage from the newest nation on earth to the oldest. Yankees sailing a vessel hardly larger than a cockle shell to strange, mysterious Canton, the only Chinese port open to the Western world.
That's well. Make her fast. Aye, aye, sir. Make her fast.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, I did, Shaw. I will be making port tomorrow. There are several things which you, as the supercargo, should know in carrying on your commerce with the people.
I know they regard us with suspicion, sir.
More than that, Shaw. They'll not treat you as an equal. They believe they are the only truly civilized people on earth. And, Shaw, we are here for commerce.
I understand, sir.
We are here to bring back their cheese and silk. Keep that in mind in all your transactions.
Will you go ashore with me, sir?
No, I'll send one of the men. But remember, we are the first vessel of the United States to visit China. Your success or failure in dealing with the merchants will largely set the policy of our future in the Pacific.
You mean, Shaw, that we can't leave this plot of ground here in the waterfront?
We're foreigners here, remember. And that's their rule.
But this here isn't much more than an acre.
It's 1/4 of a mile square.
After 6 months at sea, they confine us to a plot 1/4 of a mile square.
Well, we're lucky to land at all. This is the only port in China open to foreigners.
Canton here?
Yes, Canton. And this is the only season in the year when landing is permitted. Winter.
We might just as well have stayed aboard ship. It's cold and wet here.
No, they're not anxious to see us. They feel they're doing us a favor. That's why we must deal with the Kohong.
The Kohong?
Now, that's a special body of Chinese merchants. Captain says they're respectable men. They're intelligent and they're exact accountants. Oh, come along.
This is no pleasure. You don't even have time to look.
Well, we have an appointment. The Kohong are punctual. They value themselves on maintaining a fair character. Well, the captain says we can be none the worse for watching them. The relationship between China and the West was changing. The first Westerners sailed to China for luxury goods, tea, silk, and porcelain. The British dominated the China trade until the beginning of the 19th century. Then, down the ways of New England shipyards, slid a new and formidable type of sailing vessel, the American clipper. Into the keel and ribs and masts of these swiftest of craft went the sturdy and stalwart timber of the forests of Maine. Across the seas they went, the tea clippers, the China clippers, challenging Britain for the trade of China. Now a remarkable change was taking place in Britain and America, perhaps the most notable development in all the history of mankind.
the Industrial Revolution. Within the space of a few years, man's ways of working, thinking, and living were changed.
Hargraves invented the spinning jenny.
Cartwright invented the spinning machine.
Watt invented the steam engine.
Cartwright invented the spinning loom.
Whitney invented the cotton gin.
The effects of the Industrial Revolution spread throughout the world and made themselves felt in China. Britain and America competed for the China trade, but no longer for the luxury goods, tea, silk, and porcelain to bring back to the West. The rivalry now was the selling of the products of the Industrial Revolution to China's millions. China resisted, but we insisted. We demanded they open their markets to Western goods, especially cotton textiles. By the early 1800s,
It's not only our clipper ships, it's our products.
You Yankees have us at a disadvantage.
We've taken half the Canton trade.
You'll not have it long. We British merchants have demanded the privilege of free trade. We've been hamstrung by the limitations of the East India Company, but now the King has taken measures to correct that. His Majesty is guaranteeing protection to any British merchant.
And what do you reckon that's going to mean?
Nothing to you Yankees. To us, it will mean that we will no longer deal with the Kohang, but directly...
The Chinese will never agree to that.
His Majesty has already sent representations to the Emperor in Peking and to the Viceroy here in Canton. This means that in the future...
one other factor complicated the situation. Along with their manufactured goods, British merchants sought to sell opium brought from India. Free trade meant the unrestricted selling of these products to the Chinese, prohibited by the government of China. The tension grew. The Chinese stood firm. Incidents ensued and violence flared.
Hey, John Chinaman. Come on, get into this doorway. You want to get shot?
I'm only trying to get home.
It's dangerous out there. Don't you know fights have broken out all along the coast?
Yes, I know.
Well, you don't seem to be very thankful that I pulled you out of the way of those bullets.
If you were not here, it would not have been necessary.
Hey, look. I'm American. This war's with the British.
You are neutral, as the French are neutral. But you are here for the same thing as the British. You will participate in the concessions they hope to wring from us.
Oh, now look. We're here to give you the benefit of all the advances we've made. Why, it's just horse sense to see that it's a matter of plain business.
The Treaty of 1842 became the Western world's foot in the door in China. Hong Kong was ceded to Britain. 5 Chinese ports were opened to the Western world: Canton, Amoy, Foochow, Ningpo, and Shanghai. The Chinese agreed to treat the British as equals, and extraterritorial rights were established. The year after the treaty, the United States requested and got the same extraterritorial rights, and soon after, other nations secured the same rights. The Opium War marked the beginning of the gunboat policy, the policy of Western powers protecting their interests in China with gunboats. The Opium War marked also the decline of enlightened China. The Treaty of 1842 was satisfactory neither to the Western powers nor to the Chinese. The Westerners said,
What does it grant us? The Chinese don't permit us to travel in the interior. The treaty didn't grant us enough.
And the Chinese said,
The treaty was extracted from us by force. It granted too much, and we will not regard the foreign barbarians as equals. The treaty said nothing about opium, and the traffic in the drug continues in defiance of the prohibitions of the Chinese government.
16 years of troubled truce, the Western powers pushing for greater concessions, the Chinese resisting. And then again, violence flared.
The French have joined the British against the Chinese, and they're driving with all power on the capital.
The British and French have taken Canton, and today they took the Chinese capital, Peking.
The Chinese have asked for terms. Those Chinese had nothing to fight with. They had to give up.
With each year, weakened China suffered ever-mounting pressure from the outside world.
Russia seized part of Chinese Turkestan.
Japan seized the Luchu Island.
France seized authority over Annam.
Britain annexed Upper Burma.
Japan attacked China, and China ceded Japan Formosa and the Pescadores Islands.
China had been forced at the point of a gun to yield trading ports to the Westerners, had been forced to permit traveling in her interior. Now the Westerners closed in on her, as wolves closed in on their leader once they find him weak. One by one, her outlying provinces were seized, and now the interior she had so zealously defended was divided into spheres of interest.
Germany claims Shantung as its sphere of interest.
France claims Yunnan province as its sphere of interest.
Britain claims the Yangtze Valley as its sphere of interest.
Rivalry for the prizes of China ran high among the encroaching Westerners, and the man in the street said,
Far right in those spheres, my foot. You know what those spheres of interest mean, don't you? If China is partitioned, those are the parts those powers are going to grab.
Intellectual leaders in China became alive to the fate that faced them, and cries for reform echoed throughout the land. Extremists rose. The Empress Dowager seized power, ordered all foreigners thrown out once and for all. Again, violence flared. The Boxer Rebellion. Guns thundered through China's great cities. The Westerners against the Chinese secret society, the Patriotic Union of Fists. Blood and sorrow and suffering and death. And when the last gun was stilled,
China is at the mercy of the Western powers.
Advanced and enlightened China lay prostrate as the 19th century drew to a close. Ahead lay a new century. Ahead lay new struggles to achieve two things: to free their country from foreign control, and to build within their country a government representing the people. To clarify these spectacular events and to tell the meaning behind them, the National Broadcasting Company presents Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific, who for many years lived in China, and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
China has the oldest living civilization in the world. The ability to read and write, for instance, is one of the fundamental necessities of a high civilization. Now, in spite of the fact that they had a system of writing for more than 3,000 years, the percentage of people in China who can't read and write is much higher than the percentage in a new country like America. That's true, of course, but why is it true? Well, one very important reason is that China has never had a machine industry. The Chinese did all their work by human labor. People who do all their work with their own muscle don't have time left over for education. You can check this by looking at Europe and Russia. Before the Napoleonic Wars and the Industrial Revolution, the percentage of illiteracy and ignorance was as high in Europe as it is today in China. Before the Russian Revolution and the mechanizing of the Soviet Union under the 5-year plan, the percentage was just as high in Russia. We can pretty safely assume that as industrial mechanization in China approaches the standards of America, Europe, and the Soviet Union, the Chinese will also catch up with us in the numbers of people who can read and write. Then look at it from the other side. What actual advantage is it to the Chinese that they have such an old civilization? There is this very real advantage. The values of culture and being civilized have existed in China so long and so continuously that they have soaked right through the whole people. Even the poorest Chinese with no education is likely to have the bearing and consciousness of being a civilized man. Even if he knows the history of his country and his native region only by legend and folklore instead of reading, still he knows it, usually a surprising amount of it, and he sets great store by things like personal dignity, self-respect, and respect for others. This means, if you stop to think about it, that he has the instincts and behavior of an educated man, even when he is not educated. And this, in turn, prepares you for a national characteristic in which the Chinese probably outrank any people in the world. I mean, the ability to absorb education. It has been my experience, and the experience of many others, that the average Chinese needs no incentives to education. All he needs is the opportunity. If we combine the two things I have been talking about, the lack of mechanization and the hunger and aptitude for education, we can state a very interesting theory, namely, that the future progress of China is likely to be amazingly rapid, because China's lack of certain things is fully matched by China's potential ability to learn how to make and use those very things. Once more, we can check this by our own history. One of the stories Marco Polo brought back from China was that the Chinese had a kind of mineral, a kind of stone, which you can burn. That mineral is coal. It is one of the most everyday things in our modern life. But in Marco Polo's time, the people of Europe weren't much interested in it. The Chinese burned coal because they were short of wood, but the Europeans had plenty of wood. Coal was not much used in Europe until industry began to develop. When iron began to be made in really large quantities, coal became a convenience. The English began to use coal after they had burned up most of their forests. They called it, for a long time, stone coal, to distinguish it from charcoal, which was the old standard fuel of industry. And then when the steam engine came along, coal became a necessity instead of just a convenience. The point, you see, is that a civilization, a way of life, is a complex. What you add to it must fit into the complex. Otherwise, it is just an ornament or a curio. When the Europeans heard from Marco Polo about coal, it was just a curiosity. But when European life, as a complex, in all its manifold activities, had reached the point at which industrialism was the next logical development, then the whole of European economy began to change. That was the Industrial Revolution. Turning back to China, we can check again. The old and highly developed civilization of China was not by any means rigidly opposed to everything that could be learned from the West. Within a few years of seeing the first steamships, the Chinese began to experiment with the idea themselves. They did not treat it just as a curiosity, the way Marco Polo's Europe treated coal. Machinery and steam power were things that could logically fit into the complex of Chinese culture. In fact, it was not any backwardness of the Chinese which disturbed industrial progress in the 19th century, so much as military and political control by the Western countries, of which America was one. The system of unequal treaties imposed on China by force 100 years ago gave the Western countries the power to turn the economic life of China to their own profit. They used this power ruthlessly. Under foreign flags, in foreign concessions in China, paying no taxes to the Chinese government, foreign industry and trade were able to defy Chinese competition. The shackles were fastened on China even more firmly after the Boxer Rebellion. It is only now, as a consequence of their long and successful stand against Japan, that the Chinese have broken the shackles. As a result, after the war, they will, for the first time, have a chance to show how well they can adapt the mechanical power of the Western world to their own civilization, making it possible for that civilization to become available to the whole people in education and in training. The result will be that in 20 years at most, China will be able to catch up with nearly 200 years of European and American history.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have just heard the third program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the fourth will be broadcast, The New China, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of The Pacific Story, which gives background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your narrator, Art Gilmore. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come. The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another feature of the NBC Inter-American University of the Air, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. The New China. China lay crushed at the turn of the century. For more than 100 years, she had resisted the Western barbarians who had come in warships and merchant vessels to beat on her doors. At the turn of the century, she tried to throw out the foreigners and failed. Advanced and enlightened China, with her 450 million people, lay prostrate at the mercy of the Western powers. Old China lay helpless, but in the souls of her patriots, a new China was rising.
The foreigners have established their own settlements on our soil. Foreign gunboats patrol our waters, and foreign goods pours into our ports. Foreigners have seized Hong Kong, Annam, Upper Burma, Formosa, Korea, and now the Western powers have cut up China into spheres of interest.
The degenerate Manchu dynasty is unable to protect China.
Our Manchu rulers themselves are foreigners.
The Manchus have governed China for 270 years, but now they must give way. Now, we must have a republican form of government.
Lead the way, and we will follow.
We will stand together, all of us. Yes.
Our movement is growing strong. We have received the word of Dr. Sun Yat-sen. The revolution will overthrow the Manchu emperor and set up our own republican government.
Nationalism surged through China, and in 1911, the Manchu dynasty was swept from the throne, and Imperial China became a republic. Now was begun China's struggle to achieve two things: to free itself from foreign control and to build within itself a government representing the people. But ahead lay a desperate struggle. The nationalist movement was not yet strong enough to make China a real republic.
Nationalist government? I am the government here.
Corrupt and ambitious warlords rose throughout the land.
My army is strong enough to collect taxes and run my administration. And if necessary, fight.
An arrangement could be made to supply funds to maintain your army. Funds would be necessary if you are to gain control at Peking.
Funds are always necessary.
Japan's only stipulation is that we have a voice in the Peking government after you take over.
Japan dictate terms to me?
Oh, no. Only as an advisor, of course. Only as an advisor.
Warlords wielding power in the provinces of China fought among themselves for ascendancy and control of the Peking government. Behind them was the hand of Japan, playing one against the other. To no one was the hand of Japan more apparent than to the brilliant young military officer, Chang Kai-Shek. His task was to unify China, to bring together the armies of the warlords, to fight at home while he was preparing to fight the enemy from abroad. And the time was short.
This new railroad links our nation together.
This is another one of our new national airlines.
This new university is part of our expanding educational system.
This is one of the newly trained units of our modern army.
China was struggling to make ready, and when Japan attacked in 1937, Generalissimo Chang Kai-Shek stood leader of a united people. With terrifying power, Japan captured China's coastal cities and ports. 90% of China's modern industry was seized or destroyed by the Japanese. China was hemmed in and cut off from supplies. Driven from their homes, 50 million Chinese refugees migrated into the interior.
Can we stop a while, Ming?
You are tired. Oh, I know.
I can help more.
No, May. You are doing more than I am.
We will stop, Wu. You must rest.
We can start again soon.
Our printing press must not fall into the hands of the enemy.
No, our type. We will need it.
We have dragged them these many miles, our press and our type. We must not give up, Ling.
We shall never give up. The road ahead is as long and as rough and as dusty as the road we have come over. But we must go on.
Yes, we must work together.
The spirit of these people, trudging along this road as far as the eye can see. I am ashamed that I'm not as strong as they are. That orphan boy, dragging himself along empty-handed with hunger in his eyes. And that widow of a soldier, carrying her child and a bag of rice.
They are younger than you, but you, as they, are doing all you can do.
Let us start again.
50 million Chinese moving into the interior, into the agricultural heart of old China. People of all classes, the rich and the poor, the high and the low, professional people and scholars. Chinese all, determined to resist and reconstruct.
You are courageous, Meng.
I never believed I could do it. Walk more than 1,000 miles.
You have done well, you and your classmates.
Oh, we could not stay after our university was bombed.
It is part of the Japanese strategy to destroy centers of education in order that learning among the Chinese may perish.
Oh, but it will not perish, Chow. Not so long as we have teachers like you.
It is our duty to lead.
Until we were bombed out of the university, we had been pampered and wealthy. We sat in your classes in our silken robes and studied when we wished and dawdled when it pleased us. Before we were bombed, I had scarcely walked anywhere.
Thousands upon thousands of university students like yourself are walking into the interior.
How much farther must we walk, Chow?
As far as we have come, or farther.
Oh, we shall do it. But how can you set up school again, Chow? You will have nothing to start with.
We have our hands. We will set up schools in the fields and in the mountains. We will hold class in caves and in mat huts. We will hold school wherever we can. But we will hold school. Nothing shall stop us.
$50 million refugee Chinese moving into a land with no industry. Millions needing to be employed and to be fed. This posed a problem almost as serious as the invasion of the enemy. Out of this crisis rose a compelling idea. Cooperatives. Small producers' cooperatives owned and managed by the workers themselves. At a camp in the interior at Kuiling, a refugee from Hong Kong speaks.
My name is Wan Lu Shan. I was a skilled worker in an arsenal in Hong Kong. When the Japanese took Hong Kong, I said I was a laborer. So when the food ran short on the island, I was loaded on a boat with many other useless workers and dumped on the Chinese mainland. Later, the Japanese did not bother to take the useless ones to the mainland, but loaded men women, and children on ships and dumped them into the sea a few miles from Hong Kong. I walked from the coast to here in Guilin to get food and to do whatever I could.
Did any other arsenal workers escape with you, Wang?
7 others. They are here in camp.
Good. Call them together, and we will help you start a cooperative to make guns and ammunition.
A cooperative?
Yes. If you work together, you will be like 10 strong sticks instead of one single stick that can be easily broken.
That is good.
Go and bring the others, and we will start at once.
Cooperatives sprang up throughout the area, making war supplies, shoes, blankets, surgical dressings. And echoing through the hills was the Chinese slogan,
Gung-ho, gung-ho.
Gung-ho, work together, work together.
Gung-ho, 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 gung-ho.
Cooperatives were set up in caves, in farmhouses, in deserted temples. The printer who dragged his press over the thousands of miles of road formed a cooperative and printed posters that appeared everywhere.
Resist and reconstruct.
Produce for victory.
Guns, bullets, foodstuffs coming out of the hills. With these tactics, workers and guerrillas are holding at bay nearly half of Japan's troops in China. This is a Chinese guerrilla commander.
When the enemy attacks, we withdraw. When the enemy pitches camp, we harass him. When the enemy avoids combat, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue.
Every village is a base of guerrilla operations. The watchwords of the guerrillas are fearlessness, intelligent planning, secrecy of movement, suddenness, and determination in action. In the Taihang Mountains of North China,
all enemy telephone and telegraph lines have been cut in the path of the enemy's advance, sir.
Very well. Crews are digging up the roads and blowing up the bridges. Very well. This is the 15th attack of the enemy to drive us from this strategic area. We must hold him off once more.
The whole countryside is watching the advance.
Sir, we have just received intelligence that the enemy is changing his position and is now advancing from the west instead of the south.
From the west?
A guerrilla who has been posing as a guide is leading an advanced Japanese patrol of considerable size up the west road. They will stop at the village overnight.
Then we will just have time to reach the village before they get there. We will start at once.
Surprise and superior knowledge of the countryside are the strong weapons of the guerrilla. From their stronghold in the mountains, across country they go to the village, evacuate the civilians, take over all the domestic functions. The enemy troops move in, led by a guerrilla from another locality.
Sir, my men are waiting for the signal. Is each of the sentinels covered? Everyone, yes, sir. Not one can escape.
The enemy troops are all bedded down, sir.
Does any of them seem to be suspicious?
None, sir. They are very wary.
We must be certain that none of them is disturbed until we are ready.
All the troops in my quarter are settled down, sir.
Your men are ready?
They're all ready to fire.
In 5 minutes, I shall give the signal. Go back to your post. On the instant the signal is given, open fire and see that no Japanese...
Cannot last much longer down there in the village.
If we succeeded, soon it will be over.
Listen to the guns down there.
And look at the flashes in the dark.
Yeah, that is the ammunition we made here, Wang.
Yes, we are fortunate to be so close. An arsenal hidden little more than a mile from the village.
Yes.
The shooting has stopped.
So quiet. And nothing but darkness down there now.
Not a gun flash in the dark. It's all over. What's that? Someone is coming.
Get your rifle, Wang.
Yes. You watch that side of the cave, and I'll watch this side.
He's calling for you, Wang.
Yes. Get your rifle ready. Who is it?
Go-Gang-Cha. The commander's getting. It's Go-Gang-Cha. From the village. I know his voice.
Come in, Ko. The commander said, how did it turn out down in the village?
All of the enemy were killed, but a stronger detachment is coming up. The commander says they will be swarming over the hills tomorrow. We must move the arsenal at once.
Move the arsenal again?
Tonight, yes. In the dark. The commander is sending men to help.
I will get the other workers up in the hills, Wang.
You get them. We will need their help.
Can we start at once?
At once. We have moved this arsenal before, and we know the path well. We must move every piece of machinery out of this cave. We must take every tool and instrument.
It's the men the commander sent.
The guerrillas. Good. We will leave nothing for the enemy. And in a few days, we will have this arsenal in full operation in another cave deeper in the mountains.
With these tactics, guerrillas and workers are holding 300,000 well-equipped, well-trained Japanese troops at bay in North China. While the guerrillas collect intelligence, eliminate spies, immobilize enemy political influence, and carry out ceaseless devastating raids, the regular Chinese army fights the powerful enemy with tactics called magnetic warfare. Spring 1943, and the Japanese plan the campaign to drive from Chang into Sichuan province to the Chinese capital, Chongqing.
We will set out here from Chang on the Yangtze.
This is the Japanese field commander.
We cannot go up the Yangtze River because of the difficulties of getting through the Yangtze gorges.
The Japanese field commander's finger traces the Yangtze on a great military map.
No. Instead, we will break through the mountains into Sichuan province.
We will advance up the Qing Rivalry?
Yes. Up this tributary of the Yangtze, aircraft will precede our column for reconnaissance and to bomb any gathering Chinese defending forces.
We will need artillery to destroy Chinese fixed positions also.
We will have it. We will use the column as a battering ram to break through the mountains and then find out.
Excellent. We will then hold the mountain passes, and this will enable us to bring reinforcements in great force into Sichuan.
That is our plan. We will launch the campaign with our bombers, and then...
To counter this drive through China's Rice Bowl and onto Chongqing, the Chinese used the methods called by Chiang Kai-Shek magnetic warfare. The principle of drawing the Japanese column in the direction the Chinese wish it to go instead of the direction the enemy wishes it to go.
We have engaged the enemy, sir.
Very well. Hold fast until order to retreat.
This is the Chinese field commander.
All is in readiness for the retreat, sir.
When the order comes, continue fighting as you retreat. Draw the enemy with you.
Yes, sir. And if the enemy does not pursue us,
You will then remain in your position and harry the entire Japanese column. If he pursues you, we will be changing the direction of his column. If he does not, he must detach troops from his main column to follow your resisting and fighting troops.
With each mile, the driving Japanese column is weakened as more and more men are detached to fight the scattered Chinese resistance. With each mile, the power of the column is diminished, and behind it is left a whole series of side battles. In each of these side battles, the Chinese draw the Japanese further and further away from the main column. Meantime,
we have closed in, sir, and are harassing the Japanese line of communication.
Continue this operation enough to hamper supplies and reinforcements, but not enough to force the enemy to stand for a pitched battle.
Yes, sir.
The enemy has now been drawn into skirmishes all along the line.
Keep in close touch. When we have drawn them still further beyond help from their artillery, we will counterattack with mortars.
Our mortars are ready, and our men are skillful.
First, we will use the mortars, then rifles and machine guns, then grenades, and finally the bayonet.
We await your order.
We will wait until the lines have been extended to the utmost. Then we will counterattack.
while this magnetic strategy was being carried out on the ground at Yichang, the same strategy that was used to achieve the Chinese victories at Changsha, another weapon was being used in the air.
Navigator to pilot. Navigator to pilot.
Pilot to navigator. Go ahead.
Straight ahead. 12 o'clock. Mitsubishi bombers. 3 of them.
Yes, Mitsubishi. Stand by. They don't know our air strength in this valley.
They're turning off. They're turning off.
They see our fighters above. They realize now we've let them penetrate this far, and they know they're in a trap.
All pilots from Squadron Commander. All pilots from Squadron Commander. The order has come. Attack targets.
Pilot to bombardier. Target. Ship's yours.
Bombardier to pilot. Take her in.
Teamwork and timing. Chinese air forces and ground forces smoothly coordinated. fighting in the way in which they excel. On the ground,
Here is the report from the 39th Detachment, sir.
Thank you. The enemy has been destroyed. Orderly, have we heard from all detachments now?
From all of them, yes, sir.
Then we have stopped the enemy. Now we must exploit our advantage and throw him back beyond Chang, where he started.
thus New China has fought the Japanese for more than 6 years, trading space for time. Adversity has made her strong and resourceful, and today New China, with her 450 million people, united and educated as never before, stands as a nemesis to Japan's dream of dominion in the Far East. And here to tell the significance of these events is one who knows China well, Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific, for many years a resident of China, and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
China's resistance is often referred to as a miracle. That is just what it is not. It is the work of human beings. The Chinese have been able to survive partly because they were willing to suffer terrible losses, yes. But it takes more than the ability to stand punishments to be a nation. In much the same way, people often talk about the Japanese being bogged down in China. That is also misleading. What are the Japs fighting in China, people or geography? To say that Japan is bogged down in China is to imply that, somehow, the Japs have taken on too much geography, too much vastness of space, too much territory without roads and railways. It leaves out the people of China. The fact is that the Japs have not bogged down in China. They have been stopped, and stopped cold, not just by geography or even just by the Chinese army, but by the Chinese people, the whole Chinese nation. How did the Chinese come to be a people and a nation capable of stopping Japan? Remember that Japan had the biggest navy, the best army, the best equipment, and the most industrial power anywhere between Hawaii and the Mediterranean. Remember that only 40 years ago, China was regarded as a helpless country, just about ready to be cut up into colonies. Remember that 6 years ago, when the shooting started at the Marco Polo Bridge, the best political opinion in America and the best military opinion did not expect China to be able to hold together more than a few weeks. Resistance was the work of the new China. What made the difference between the old China and the new China? What gave the new China its vitality, its power of survival? The way in which changes take place in a nation's life is a fascinating study. The study of change in China is especially fascinating. China had been subject to intensive foreign influences for a century. Take just one example, which is familiar to all Americans, the work of Christian missionaries. The missionaries were doing more than teaching and preaching religion, even when they thought that religion was their only business. The Christian religion was a vehicle, a carrier, for all the cultural influences of Europe and America. It opened a way into many books besides the Bible. It opened a way for many ideas besides dogma, ideas about science, economics, politics. While the missionaries were teaching religion, the Chinese were studying the people who taught the religion even more than they studied the religion. Curiously enough, the missionaries, like everybody else, thought that progress in China was very slow. Like everybody else, they talked of unchanging China. The truth was that China was changing very slowly in the ways that other people tried to change her, but changing much more rapidly in her own way. A great part of the change went unnoticed because it was under the surface. China changed the way a fruit ripens. It is not only the sun shining on the fruit that ripens it. There is also the vitality that the tree draws from its roots and transmits along the branches and the twigs to ripen the fruit from within. For a long time, the fruit seems to grow very slowly and not to ripen at all. The visible ripening, the ripening that we actually see, comes in a few days. That was the way China changed from old to new. The final maturing and ripening seemed to come very suddenly, but this was only the end of a long process. Foreign control of China through the unequal treaties was one thing which hid the process of change in China. Foreign laws, treaties dictated by foreigners, foreign economic power, even foreign troops and gunboats controlled many of the externals of Chinese life. To a large extent, change had to go on below the surface if it was to be a change in which the Chinese retained their independence of mind and thought and spirit. The changes came up to the surface after the revolutionary events of 1926 and 1927, when Generalissimo Chiang Kai-Shek came to power and China was united under the present national government. Foreign control began to weaken, and as it weakened, the new China came of age and began to run its own life. Change went on even faster after the Japanese invaded Manchuria in 1931. Japan dealt a terrible blow to China, but Japan also began to crowd out America and Britain and to loosen the hold of every country that had a grip on China. The Chinese, while struggling to prevent Japan from getting a stranglehold, were at least no longer held in a stranglehold by other countries. These were the years of the greatest and most rapid change in all Chinese history. For the first time, the Chinese were able to carry out the changes which they themselves wanted. Men of modern education and technical training were given money, government backing, and a free hand. China made her own progress and made it fast. By the time the present Japanese invasion began, 6 years ago, the whole Chinese people had, as far as ideas and thought are concerned, made the transition from the old China to the new China. This is proved by the way in which the war has been fought. Even more significant than the fact that the Chinese government has survived in the part of China which Japanese troops have not been able to reach is the fact that the Chinese are still governing themselves in territory that the Chinese government has been driven out of. There are provinces deep behind the Japanese front lines that are still paying taxes to the government at Chongqing. Why do Chinese guerrillas fight? Because they are patriotic. Why are they able to fight? That's the really important question. They are able to fight because they have found out how to organize between fights. When they are not fighting, they are human communities. They are social organizations. They have to produce food and clothing. They have to decide on duties and responsibilities. They have to decide what resources are used for what purposes. The ability to govern themselves is what provides the ability to fight. This, in my opinion, is the sign and symbol of the new China. The Chinese of today have a government which commands the loyalty of the people. Even more important and even more fundamental is the fact that the Chinese of today have become a nation which is capable of producing out of the body and substance of the people, government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have just heard the 5th program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the 6th will be broadcast. The Rise of Militant Japan, with drama of the past and present, and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific, and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story with background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your narrator, Art Gilmore. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another feature of the NBC Inter-American University of the Air, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Monsoon, Asia, the geography of rice and rain.
This is Monsoon, Asia, southeastern Asia, where the rain drives down in torrents and the lush green vegetation rivals man for existence. Burma, Thailand, French Indo-China, British Malaya, the Philippines, the Netherland Indies. Here there is no winter, nor autumn, nor spring, but only a rainy season and a dry season caused by the monsoon wind. Half the year, the monsoon winds blow from the sea, bringing rain. Half the year, they blow from the land, and Monsoon Asia broils in the dry heat. Monsoon Asia, land of fabulous riches, for centuries the battleground for imperial power. In Monsoon Asia live 147 million people. Malays, Chinese, Indians, Arabs, whites. Here is a mosaic of races and religions and cultures built on an economy of rice and rain.
Nearly every man grows his own rice.
They work in that water-covered field without seeming to notice the water.
That is their rice paddy. They accept this work as their existence.
There must be millions of rice growers like these people.
There are many millions. Far more men in the world grow rice than grow wheat. 95% of all rice in the world is produced and consumed here in Monsoon Asia.
But with a plot as small as this one, how can these people working this paddy here get more than a bare living?
Well, they live under adverse conditions, all right. And this is the basis for some of the great problems of these millions of people. No food has as much social and economic importance as rice.
But what of tin and rubber and the other rich resources of Southeast Asia?
They are important, but rice is the food of millions. Rice is the main crop of Burma as it is ours, and it is our leading export. Rice is the life of the peoples of Monsoon Asia.
The fighting for the riches of the Indies started centuries ago. Men fought for the spices of the Moluccas, pepper, nutmeg, cloves, cinnamon, ginger. And men fought for the copra, the dried meat of the coconut, and the riches beneath the earth's surface: oil, tin, iron, chromite, nickel, coal, bauxite, and manganese. And much later, they were to fight for the priceless rubber of Malaya and Indonesia. These wondrous riches it was that brought the wanderers and the traders to Monsoon Asia.
The land of the Khmers is beautiful and rich beyond anything we have ever seen.
Their temples are repositories of enormous wealth.
These are Annamite travelers returned after a visit to Cambodia.
Their sovereign, did you see him? Yes, we saw him arrayed in dazzling splendor. He has soldiers around him always, but we could not tell how great his army is. But his wealth is fantastic. The ladies of his court live in unbelievable luxury. Everywhere there are glittering jewels.
How great is this incomparable city of Angkor?
It is a great rectangular enclosure, 2 miles in each direction, and it is surrounded by a wall 20 to 30 feet high. And inside the enclosure is the temple of Angkor Wat, which has wondrous terraces and galleries. Its walls are ornately carved and decorated with statuary.
You say 1 million persons live at Angkor Thom. Are there more people, many more, living in the surrounding country?
Oh, 20 or 30 million people.
Ah, then they must be strong.
They are intelligent and resourceful, and their army is well equipped.
You saw visitors from other lands at Angkor too?
We saw visitors from Thailand who stood as amazed as we. The streets of Angkor Thom are filled with people.
Enough. We must march against Cambodia at once if we are to march, or the armies of our neighbors will reach there before.
To this fabulous southeast corner of Asia, to the thousands of islands of the Indies and the Philippines, came men of many races and creeds. Mongolians, Indians, Arabs. From India came Hindus and Buddhists. From the north came Chinese Confucianism. From Arabia came Mohammedans. For centuries, Arabs sailed before the wind to Monsoon Asia in their ancient dhows. By the 13th century, sea traffic to Southeast Asia had developed to such a stage that a giant Chinese junk was fitted out in Arabia for a voyage through the Indian Ocean.
For weeks they've been carrying supplies aboard this great junk.
The voyage will be long.
None but Ibn Battuta would dare such a great voyage.
Ibn Battuta is the greatest traveler of all the Arabs.
Yes, none but Ibn Battuta could bring a junk so magnificent back here from across the sea.
The Chinese built it.
Ah, they are wise and cunning. Everyone knows the Chinese are truly the wealthiest people on earth.
The junk is large as a floating city. It will carry a crew of 1,000 men, whereas 400 are soldiers.
1,000 men?
Yesterday I stole aboard and feared for my life until I could get safely ashore.
You saw the decks?
Ah, yes. They are so large that garden herbs and ginger grow in gardens on them. And there are houses built on the decks for the chief officers and their wives.
It is so big? How can those sails of bamboo matting pull it through the sea?
See those oar holes?
Those are for oars?
Yes. Oars so large that 10 to 30 men pull on each oar.
Ibn Battuta is great indeed.
Soon now the junk will be loaded. And then with the 3 smaller junks that are its tenders, it will sail out across the seas.
Before the wind, Ibn Battuta, the Arab, sailed his great junk, large as a floating city, to the riches of the Indies. With bamboo matting sails flapping in the wind against the tall teak masts, the great junk sailed out into the uncharted Indian Ocean and anchored off the Nicobar Islands. Ibn Battuta wrote in his log,
"Here we went ashore in search of fresh water. The natives were fearful of us and would not permit any ship to sail in front of their houses. Fresh water was brought down to the shore by elephants. None of us could speak the language of the natives, and neither could they speak ours. We traded by signs. Men went about naked, and the women wore a girdle of leaves only. All were remarkable for the ugliness of their dog-like faces. From here we sailed eastward."
Ibn Battuta, the Arab, sailed his great junk across the Indian Ocean to Akyab and Rangoon in Burma, where today battles of the Pacific War are being fought, and where still more important battles are in prospect. Down the Straits of Malacca, Ibn Battuta sailed with his Moslem traders. From Sumatra, Ibn Battuta sailed to Java, then up with the changing winds to Singapore, up to Thailand and Cambodia, then up the Mekong River.
What a wide and lazy river. It is yellow as gold.
Yes, and it leads to the greatest metropolis in all Asia.
Angkor Thom. We have heard of it for years. I am eager to see it.
All the world stands in awe at its wonders.
What luxuriant vegetation there along the shore. Coconut trees, and there is a banana tree. And that flowering vine, more beautiful than anything I have ever seen.
Yes. And see the native huts.
They build them high on stilts. How strange.
That is to protect the natives against the floods in the rainy season.
Yes.
And against the tigers in the dry season.
Look at the rice paddies between the huts.
Here there are rice paddies everywhere.
What is that ahead of us? The river widens out.
The lake. The opalescent lake the travelers have told about.
Yes, like a great opal. What are those along the shore?
Those great white birds? Those are herons.
Herons. They are like a picture standing there in the opal water of the lake, with the rich verdure behind them.
So this is the setting for Angkor Thom.
We are close to the great city now?
It is said that it is only a short distance from the shore. Soon we will stop. Then we shall go inland to behold the glory of Angkor Thom and Angkor Wat.
Ibn Battuta found the most advanced civilization of his time at Angkor Thom, a grandiose city in the steaming jungles of Monsoon Asia, where the Cambodians led a life of enlightenment and luxury, while Europe was sunk in the Dark Ages. Fabulous Monsoon Asia, where in the 13th century men were already scrambling for riches, and where 700 years later the Japanese were to strike in their quest for empire. Word of the riches of the Indies spread. Columbus dreamed of a shorter route to the Indies. And in 1510, Afonso Albuquerque, in command of 10 Portuguese vessels, put in at Malacca, the main port in the Malay Peninsula. For 40 days, the Portuguese ships traded at Malacca. Albuquerque won the friendship and the confidence of the Sultan, Ahmed Shah.
You have been most gracious to us, Commander Albuquerque.
This is Sultan Ahmed Shah.
You and your men have brought gifts of dollars and gold by the chest.
We are honored by the friendliness of your majesty. And here, accept with our humble wishes this cloth.
This beautiful cloth. It is woven of gold and silk.
It is yours, your majesty.
You have made me most happy. This cloth surpasses any ever seen in this land.
We brought it across the seas for your majesty.
What more do you require from us that you present such rich presents?
We only request one thing of our friend. Should he be well inclined to the white man?
State what it is, that I may hear it. For if it is in my power, I will comply with the requests of my friend.
We wish only a piece of ground, to the extent of what the skin of a beast may cover.
Then let not my friends be unhappy. Let them take whatever spot of ground they like best to the extent of their request.
How can we thank your gracious majesty?
It is yours.
You summoned me, your majesty?
It is my order that my friend may take whatever spot of ground he wishes to the extent of what the skin of a beast may cover. See that my friend has his choice of whatever land he
Drive this next stake here.
Hold the stake so I can strike it.
Watch well that you don't strike me.
Put the cord around the stake and stretch the cord to that further stake there.
Aye, aye, sir.
But, Commander, His Majesty the Sultan ordered that you might take a spot of land to the extent of what the skin of a beast may cover.
That is all we are taking.
But this spot is large enough for a great building.
We have cut the skin of the beast into cords and tied them one to the other. We are only measuring out the 4 sides with this cord.
But this is more than the skin of a beast could cover.
It is measured by the skin of the beast, and we are taking no more. Thank His Majesty for his grace.
Bring them all here to drive this stake.
Coming over.
Hurry. The commander says we must start the building at once.
You plan to build here?
At once. Spades and bricks and mortar are already being brought from our ships, and soon you will see here a house larger than you.
From the 10 ships lying in the harbor came builders brought from Portugal for the purpose. Within the 4 sides of the space outlined by the cord, Albuquerque's men set feverishly about the construction of the great house. In the walls, they left large square apertures for guns. The natives looked on and asked,
What is the reason for leaving those openings?
Those? Oh, they are the openings that the white men require for windows.
While the builders were busy on the great house in the daytime, the night was used for other purposes.
Easy. Those lines are strong enough to hold the cannon?
Yes, sir. We are using double tackles, you see.
If the line should part, the cannon would drop and kill every man in that boat below there. Besides, we should lose the cannon.
It will hold. Easy. Easy there.
Roll it away! Little more! Little more!
Give them a hand to get the cannon down into the boat there.
Pull it over there! That is well. That is good. You have the cannon safely in the boat.
That is the first one, sir.
The rest should be easier.
We can get these cannon ashore and into the fort at night. But what of the small arms?
Pack the small arms in chests and bring them ashore in the daytime. Should anyone inquire, tell them that their contents are closed.
Yes, sir. We have all the cannons and the small arms ashore. And in the fort before.
When the Portuguese arms were in order in the fort, Alfonso Albuquerque at midnight gave the order, and from the apertures thundered the guns.
Where is Commander Albuquerque?
How did the natives behave in the city?
They are in panic. Oh, Commander Albuquerque.
The Sultan, Ahmed Shah. What happened to him?
He ran away, sir. The guns destroyed all the houses of the people in the palm trunk fort. And the Sultan and his people have fled in all directions.
We will take possession of Malacca at once.
The first of the empire builders had come to Monsoon Asia. With sword and money and blandishments, they established themselves. From their base at Malacca, the Portuguese reached out for their gold, the Moluccas.
The wind is coming up.
The wind is not our greatest danger in these waters.
We have a Malay pilot, and he knows well the waters of the archipelago.
Sometime the Japanese will be lying in wait for us.
We are armed.
Yeah, but we are no match for them. One ship against many. They have opposed the spread of our trade, especially to the Spice Islands from the very first.
The sultans of Java and Sumatra have harried our ships whenever we have come through here. But they have never been able to stop our spice trade.
But they will keep trying. They know the spice trade is the prize of the Indies.
Well, soon we will be in the Moluccas.
Sail ho! Sail ho!
The lookout spotted the ship.
We're away! 2 points off the port bow!
2 points off the port bow. Can you see it?
Yes, there. There, off the port bow.
That's a native warship, a Macassaries vessel. I can tell by the rigging.
All hands! All hands! Man the pieces! Enemy ship! Enemy! Don't all guns! Don't all guns! Sail ho! Sail ho! We're underway! Get ahead! 3 vessels! Get ahead! 3 vessels!
Those 2 are Javanese vessels, and the other one is Bandanese.
They have joined forces. Macassaries, Javanese, and Bandanese. They'll be closing in on us to try to board us, and their knives are sharp.
Those 7! We must hold them off! If they close with us, we are lost! All guns loaded, sir! Draw your cutlasses! They're closing on us! Fire!
With the swords, the Portuguese kept their hold on the Spice Islands and expanded it with the passing years. From the Indies, they brought spices and silks and white sandalwood to Lisbon. And here, too, came traders from rival nations to buy and to dream of empires of their own in Monsoon Asia. For nearly 100 years, Portugal kept secret her routes to the Orient, her charts and her sailing direction. hoarded them like emeralds and rubies, and then...
I have come to you because you are a merchant.
Yeah?
You have been to Lisbon?
Oh, many times. Our merchant cities here in Holland have grown upon the Lisbon trade. What is your name again?
My name is Van Linschoten. Yours, Van Linschoten.
Van Linschoten, yeah. And you know the eastern routes?
I have talked to sailors of the Portuguese ships.
No, but they are forbidden to talk to foreigners.
I was a writer to the Bishop of Goa, and there the Portuguese sailors came to the cathedral.
Yeah?
So I have come to Holland, and to you, because you are a Dutch merchant.
How thorough is your knowledge of the Portuguese route?
I could chart a course to the Indies.
If I fitted out a ship, would you sail in it?
Yeah, I would. In the Indies is great wealth. The Portuguese hold the Moluccas, the Spice Islands. There might be an opportunity for us.
There might be, yeah. They must be fascinating, the Indies. Best we go there and see. We could start by building...
The scramble for empire in Monsoon Asia was on. Portugal was there. Soon would come Britain and Spain and France. And much later, the other Western powers. And here, they would fight the latest of the empire builders, Japan. Southeast Asia, with its rice and rain, with its riches that have become legend through the centuries, had fallen under the shadow of the Westerners. And now, for some hundreds of years, the struggle here was to be an important part of the great conflict between the East and the West in the Pacific War. Monsoon Asia, with its teeming millions, its many races and colors and creeds, has influenced the entire world. And here to tell its underlying meaning is Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
Half of the people alive in the world today live in Asia. They total about 1 billion people. The region in which they are most densely concentrated is Monsoon Asia. When we Americans think of a densely populated area, we think of an industrial area where many people live crowded together because they work at machines in factories. In American farming areas, people live at a comfortable distance apart, with plenty of land and lots of fresh air between them. Monsoon Asia is just the opposite of this. Here it is farming that crowds people together, a peculiar kind of farming regulated by the monsoon seasons. During the wet monsoon, the combination of heavy rain and steady heat produces a terrific growth of plants and trees and crops. The people of Monsoon Asia long ago devoted their attention to growing the one crop which produces the most food per acre during the monsoon rains. Rice has become part of the rhythm of human life. The coming of the rains every year is almost as regular as if it were all part of a huge clockwork machine run by nature. Matching this clockwork of nature, the cultivation of rice has grown into a mechanical clockwork of human society. So many days for the water to soak the earth into deep, soft mud. Stir up the mud with a wooden plow. If you have a water buffalo to drag the plow, so much the better. But if you do not, men and women can turn the soft mud over by digging. Then plant the seeds by hand. And just so many days later, the tufts of young rice will begin to show. When the tufts are just so high, pluck them out of the mud and transplant them into another field to grow and ripen. This field must be weeded and irrigated at regular intervals until the grain ripens ready for the harvest. Over and over again, in places hundreds of miles apart, I have seen this done in exactly the same way. When they dig, when they plant, when they weed, and when they harvest, men and women do the same thing over and over again as if their muscles were machines. The reaper uses a one-handed sickle. Gathering a tuft of stalks in his left hand, he draws the sickle against them with his right hand. Some kinds of rice have very loose grains, easily shaken off if the stalks are carried away from the field, so the threshing is done right on the spot. Big woven baskets are set out in the field. The harvesters pick up double handfuls of stalks and with a whipping motion lash them down on the rim of the basket so that the heads of grain are shaken off into the basket. This kind of farming is about as different from ours as it could be. It is more like gardening, the most intensive kind of market gardening. It eats up human labor with a hunger that is never satisfied, for digging, for weeding, for tending and cleaning the irrigation ditches, for building terraces to grow rice on the hillsides as well as in the flat valleys. We measure farming by the number of acres a man can tend. In Monsoon Asia, they measure labor by the amount needed for a few square yards. This is the part of the world which needs the most people per square mile in order to grow the most food per square foot. And this is what sets the pattern of the history of civilization within the geography of rice and rain. Conditions favored the early beginnings of civilization. More people lived together than in most early civilizations, and this made it necessary to develop organization and government. Out of organization and government, there developed ruling classes which had leisure, time to think and have ideas, the power to give orders, and an ample reserve of manpower to carry out orders and fulfill ideas. On the other hand, the civilizations of the region of rice and rain never developed machinery as a substitute for manpower. Machinery is what multiplies and extends the work done by human muscles. For the rulers of the lands of rice and rain, ample manpower was the sum and substance of all work and effort. They never worried about finding substitutes for human labor. Their only problem was how much they could do with human labor. The civilizations of Monsoon Asia accomplished remarkable things in engineering, but in planning vast irrigation works and building with huge blocks of stone, the motive power which they used was human muscle, not engines. A civilization which depends entirely on human muscle may be very sophisticated, but fatally weak. We can see this from the ruins of luxurious palaces and cities in Monsoon Asia. If the manpower failed for some reason, a plague or a barbarian invasion, the life-giving monsoon rains became suddenly an overwhelming menace. In a couple of years, the fast-growing vines and the jungle could swarm over a city that it had taken decades to build. In the modern world, our problems join up with those of Monsoon Asia. Surplus manpower choked the growth of machinery in Asia. Lack of manpower stimulated the invention and use of machinery in pioneer America. Today we live in a world in which the machine has become so powerful that on the one hand there is no country which machinery cannot invade, while on the other hand the use of machinery cannot be denied to any people. At the same time, there is a political problem that goes along with machinery. The political system known as democracy is the twin brother of mechanized factory industry. The history of the Industrial Revolution is inseparable from the history of the American and French Revolutions. Today the machine has access to every country in the world. At the same time, the people of every country in the world demand access to political democracy. Since half the people of the world live in the Asiatic countries in which there is the least machinery, we can describe our problem in two ways. If we are to have freedom, men must own machines and must not be owned by machines. And if we are to have a democratic world, then we must allow for the development of political democracy among that half of humanity which at present does not have political democracy. Monsoon Asia is no longer a distant region of strange climatic behavior. It is part of the problem of contemporary America.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have just heard the 7th program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at the same time, over most of these stations, the 8th will be broadcast. Monsoon Asia, Adventurers, and International Rivalry, with drama of the past and present, and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific, and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story with background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Charles Dance. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another feature of the NBC Inter-American University of the Air, with the drama of the sowing of the seeds that ripened into the war in the Pacific. Monsoon, Asia. Adventurers and international rivalry.
For 1,000 years and more, men have been fighting for the riches of Monsoon Asia, of Burma, Thailand, Indo-China, Malaya, the East Indies, the Philippines. From the north came wave after wave of Mongoloids. From the west came Indians and Arabs. From the region that is now Yunnan province in South China came the Malays. Race fought against race, clan against clan. Into this struggle for mastery came the white man, and with him came rivalry for empire. White man against white man, until the Japanese moved in and seized all of Monsoon Asia for themselves. First of the Europeans were the Portuguese. Next came the Dutch.
We have to act quickly to Hootman.
Yeah. We have only been here in the Moluccas for 5 years, and already we have to defend our trade. What does this new British trading company call itself, Fantasy?
It is called the British East India Company.
British East India Company.
They must be after the spice trade of the Moluccas.
More than that. When we made our first voyage out here to the Indies in 1595, only the Portuguese were here.
But the British have been watching this trade for many years.
They took no interest in it. No active interest until we came out here.
Their interest probably has been greater than we had supposed. They know of our flourishing trading bases here. We can expect to see British merchantmen any time.
This means that we will have not only the Portuguese and the Spanish against us, but also the British.
Yeah. It's the spice trade they are after.
We must hold onto our bases here at all costs.
If we do not, we shall be driven from the Indies.
Yeah. This British trading company, it is a private enterprise?
Yeah, and a very strong one.
Then we must organize a stronger one, Vandersay.
Stronger?
We must organize a trading company under the auspices of the government of the Netherlands. We must have the government behind us.
Then we shall be at the mercy of politicians.
But with the government, we shall be stronger than the British company. With our private capital, we cannot compete against the British. But with the government behind us, we shall be strong enough to meet.
In 1602, 2 years after the organization of the British East India Company, the Dutch organized the Netherlands East India Company. And then was begun the race for supremacy. English merchantmen hove up over the horizon. Now the scramble was between the Portuguese, the Spanish, the Dutch, and the British.
What is most important to you, de Houtman, and of course to us, is that the Spanish and the Portuguese virtually have a monopoly over the spice trade in the Moluccas.
We have bases in the Moluccas.
But The trade is controlled by the Spanish and the Portuguese, just the same.
What do you British propose?
Well, cooperation on some sort of basis.
Against the Spanish and the Portuguese?
We are individual companies. Our British East India Company and your Netherlands East India Company. We, as individual companies, cannot hope to prevail against the combined Spanish and Portuguese.
Yeah, it's true. The competition does limit all of us.
We propose cooperation between you with the Dutch company and us as the British company.
Could such an arrangement be feasible?
We could make it feasible. We could work out a plan of cooperation which would, in effect...
For practical purposes, rivalry between the British and the Dutch was set aside. Gradually, the Dutch won out against the Portuguese and the Spanish in the Spice Islands. Now, the principal adversary was out of the way, and now, once again, the Dutch and the British were rivals. In 1623 at Ambon...
But for what the Dutch put you and me in jail?
There's no explanation for it, Itagi, except that I'm a British trader and you are my Japanese servant.
That's what we do.
We've been buying and trading against them, all 10 of us British traders.
Too many Dutchmen here.
The Dutch have 3 times the English strength in ships.
How wrong to keep us in jail? What they do with us?
I don't know, Itagi, I don't know.
Soldiers coming. See through window?
Let me see. Yes.
They let us out of jail, maybe?
Probably not, Itagi.
Let out other Englishmen and servants?
Probably not. They arrested all 10 of us for the same reason, whatever that is.
Soldiers coming close. Coming for us, maybe.
Be quiet, Itagi. Don't say anything.
You will come with us?
Where are the soldiers going to take us?
Just be calm. Say nothing to them. It'll be all right.
I'll take your position here, between the squads.
Right here?
Yeah, that'll do.
Where are you taking us?
All right, march.
Outside the jail in Ambon, the 10 traders and their servants were lined up. Here was to be enacted a black page in the struggle of the whites for the Indies. The Dutch were now entrenched in the Indies, and the British gradually withdrew to India proper. Now Holland dominated the islands east of Sumatra. In 1638, she reached westward to Ceylon, and in 1641 seized Malacca from Portugal and gained command of the Straits of Malacca, the doorway to the Indies. Behind this expansion, still greater projects were planned.
If Holland is to emerge as a power, we must recognize that we have arrived at a critical stage of development.
We are stronger now than ever before.
In commercial bases, you mean, of course?
Yeah. Our bases now ring the eastern seas. We have governments at Ambon, Ternate, Java, Banda, Makassar, Malacca, Ceylon, and Good Hope.
Yeah. My report. Let me find the page here. It says, at the close of last year, 1669, the Netherlands East India Company paid 40% on its capital. The company maintained 150 trading ships, 40 ships of war, and 10,000 soldiers. So, you see, gentlemen, we are solvent and strong.
But that is not enough. Conditions are changing. Until a few years ago, the Moluccan spice trade was our best important trade to the Indies.
It is still important.
But there are still greater possibilities in Java and Sumatra. We have held these islands and have overlooked that they are remarkably suited to plantation cultivation. On them we can grow many products for the Western market. Coffee, indigo, pepper.
Are we to forego the value of the Spice Islands?
By no means. But by comparison with the developments possible on Java and Sumatra, the spice trade will become less and less important.
Perhaps that is a possibility.
It is my recommendation that we look into the possibilities of plantations on Java and Sumatra. We can hardly realize the extensive
Here was marked the start of the large-scale cultivation of tea, rubber, sugar, palm oil, and quinine. The fabulous wealth of the Indies was increased still more, and the vast island empire stretching across 3,000 miles of sea was securely won by the little kingdom of the Netherlands. Meantime, foreigners were making incursions into other parts of Monsoon Asia. In 1659, an extraordinary figure arrived in the capital of Siam, and within the next several years rose to spectacular influence.
You gentlemen represent the French East India Company?
Yes, we do.
The chief minister will see you in just a few minutes.
Thank you very much.
I will call you. Wait here.
Yes, thank you. I am eager to see the chief minister. He is not a native of Siam.
Yes, I have been told he is Greek.
He came from Cephalonia, one of the islands of Greece. An innkeeper's son.
An innkeeper's son become the chief minister of the king of Siam?
Oui. He ran away in an English ship, and now he is the most trusted advisor of the king Fra Narai.
Oh, what is his name?
His name is Constantine Falcon. And he is the man we must deal with. Fortunately for us, he thinks highly of the French East India Company.
Sure, he must be very shrewd.
Yes. Under him, Siam has prospered. He and the king operate a fleet of merchantmen. And the king is the biggest trader in the country here.
Then he understands our mission here.
As well as we do.
Prenez garde. Here comes the servant.
The chief minister will see you now.
Thank you.
Come along this way.
We are, of course, interested in the development of Western enterprise here in Siam.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The Portuguese and the Dutch, as you know, have been established in Siam for some years.
Yes, we are aware of that.
We have discussed the project your French East India Company proposed.
We believe, Excellency, such a project would be mutually advantageous.
Yes.
It would mean much to your country to have a French factory in Siam.
Especially, it would mean development.
We have considered it carefully. King Fra Narai has given his consent. You will therefore proceed to set up your factory not outside the city, but here within the capital of Siam. Our engineers will assist you in the planning and building.
At this time, 3 French bishops arrived in Siam, and through them the chief minister, Constantine Falcon, exchanged letters with Colbert, minister to Louis XIV of France. Soon Louis's interest in Siam changed from the spiritual to the material. France set a scheme afoot to win supremacy in Siam. From France came 6 men of war with 1,400 soldiers. On the quarterdeck of the flagship, a member of the French East India Company talks with the officer in command of the troops.
And so far as the Siamese are concerned, you and your troops have come here to intimidate the Dutch.
You have had trouble with the Dutch?
They are a constant source of trouble for us from their fortress at Malacca.
I see. And where will my men be garrisoned?
Part of them will be garrisoned at Bangkok and part of them at Mergui. These are the 2 principal ports.
Will any of them be garrisoned in the capital city?
Perhaps. We may attach some of the troops to the person of King Fra Narai, but not now.
I understand. Are the missionaries making progress with the king?
So far he has resisted all efforts to convert him.
Unexpected resistance?
Yes.
From the letters to the court in France, we understood the king would accept conversion and a military guard without resistance.
The missionaries are continuing. Perhaps they will have better fortune now that you and your troops have arrived.
It is useless to wait longer. The king is virtually a prisoner of the foreigners.
The king is still resisting the efforts of the missionaries.
But he is only a figurehead for Constantine Falcon.
The chief minister is opposed to all of us of the royal court.
Both Falcon and the king have disregarded our objections to the foreigners, and now our 2 ports are held by the soldiers of the French.
Yes, and soldiers guard the king every moment of his life.
We cannot permit the French soldiers to stop us. The king must go, Falcon must go, and the soldiers must go. Else we shall lose ourselves to the foreigners.
I will account for the king.
I will account for Constantine Falcon.
I will lead our army and drive the foreigner from our land.
While the king resisted the missionaries and the chief minister disregarded the high officers of the court, the conspiracy was worked out. And suddenly it struck. King Fra Narai has been driven
throne. Constantine Falcon has been killed. The foreign troops have been driven from our country. We are free men.
Siam had saved itself from domination. In the years to come, it was to be the scene of many more struggles. But as Thailand, the land of free men, it was to remain the only independent station in Monsoon Asia until the coming of the Japanese in 1941. The British had withdrawn to the west, to India, in the face of the decisive measures of the Dutch. But they had not forgotten the Indies, nor had they forgotten the execution of the 10 British traders and their servants at Ambon. They returned and took Malacca from the Dutch. But nearly 2 centuries were to pass before a vigorous and determined British leader was to appear. Then, at Malacca, appeared Stamford Raffles.
We checked these goods we brought from India before the arrival of Lord Minto.
You brought a great deal of goods.
Oh, yes, we shall have need of them all.
Shall we start with this box, Mr. Mellon?
Oh, might as well.
This is a box of satin cloth.
Satin cloth, yes. Oh, that is of great value.
A box of woolen cloth.
Extraordinary weave, that woolen cloth. Very soft texture. Yes, what's next, Abdullah?
Here is writing paper with printed flowers of gold and silver.
Oh, that is for writing letters to the Malay princes.
And this box, what is in this box, Mr. Mellon, is very heavy.
Oh, that box. Why,
It is so heavy I can hardly move it.
Yes, it contains guns and pistols. We brought all these things, of course, merely as gifts. We shall have no use for them ourselves.
Raffles stayed at the Banda Ilyar quarter of Malacca on the plantation of Baba Chang Lang, the Captain China. When he was settled and the gifts he had brought were checked, then he met with Lord Minto.
You are of opinion, Lord Minto, that the people of these islands are unable to govern themselves?
Quite. The Dutch have exploited the people and have encouraged the Chinese traders who send all the money they make back to China.
What of the Arabs?
They are a different sort of menace, Raffles. Under the mask of religion, they prey on the unsuspecting people.
That must be stopped.
It is my opinion that the peoples would gladly ally themselves with so powerful a nation as Britain. Then they would be secured from civil commotion.
Yes, and we would not deprive them of all their natural advantages.
That is what the Dutch have done.
It is not only the Dutch. You, Lord Minto, will also have to check the inroads of the Americans. They are adventurers, and they are enriching themselves without any consideration of the people.
Well, our intercourse has been much the same.
The British, who have come here, have not been acquainted with the country or the people.
They've been more remarkable for their boldness than for, shall we say, their principle.
Oh, but that's all past. And that need form no rule for the future. These Malay states can benefit more from Britain than they can from one another. Is the expedition ready?
It will be ready to sail from India in March.
Is it completely fitted out?
There will be 4,000 European infantry with a suitable proportion of artillery. There will be 4,000 Bengal infantry with about 300 cavalry.
That should be adequate. Britain must acquire the states of the Malay Peninsula, Borneo, Sumatra and Java, the Celebes, Moluccas, New Guinea and the Papuan Islands.
And where will the attack be?
The attack will be on Java. Of course, we will take over by treaty the states which have indisputable pretensions to independence. In this way, we will be able to turn these islands to the best advantage for European trade and the general advantage of India.
You know, Raffles, that the government is not sympathetic with your efforts to create a new Eastern British Empire.
It is not fully understood, Lord Minto. For myself, I am much elated at the prospect of Java and the Eastern Archipelago coming under the British flag. And I should like to congratulate you, sir, on your future administration of this, our first great acquisition since India.
The British have defeated another rebellious sultan. Friendly rulers have been set up in the place of the rebellious ones.
The British have destroyed all resistance in the Indies.
Raffles has been made Lieutenant Governor of Java with power over the entire Indies.
British had more than the native sultans against them. They had the Dutch. The struggle was bitter, and in the Convention of 1814 between Great Britain and the Netherlands, it was decided that
the Netherlands recognizes the Malay Peninsula as a British sphere of interest.
Great Britain recognizes the Dutch sovereignty over the Netherlands East Indies.
We have surrendered what is destined to become the richest colonial possession in the world.
Raffles was heartbroken. As a last gesture, he secured for the British an almost uninhabited island on the site of the ancient city of Singapore. Raffles, above all others, saw its strategic value. The founding of Singapore was to shape the course of British shipping, commerce, industry, and agriculture from the Straits of Malacca to the China Sea. On January 31st, 1819, he wrote to a friend,
Dear Master, here I am in Singapore. The lines of the old city, the ancient maritime capital of the Malays, are still to be traced, and within its ramparts the Union Jack waves unmolested. Singapore has an excellent harbor, and everything that can be desired for a British port. We have command and intercourse with all ships passing through the Straits of Singapore. We are within a week's sail of China, close to Siam, and in the very seat of the Malayan Empire.
With determination and zeal, Raffles set about making Singapore a bastion of British strength in the Far East. Forests were cleared, roads were cut, towns were built, laws were framed. A powerful unit of Western civilization was set up, and Raffles wrote to the Duchess of Somerset,
My new colony thrives most rapidly. We have not been established 5 months, and it has received an accession of population exceeding 5,000, chiefly Chinese, and their number is daily increasing. You may take my word for it. Singapore is by far the most important station in the East, and as far as naval superiority and commercial interests are concerned, Singapore is of much higher value than whole continents of territory.
For 50 years, the British carried on trade from Singapore and Malacca and Penang. Then Britain extended her hold, extended her commercial interests to political interests. Malaya became a collection of governments under British rule. The Strait Settlement, the Federated Malay States, and the Unfederated States. But with the passing years, internal problems arose. The Malays said,
No, I will not work in the rubber plantations.
Then we'll give you a job in the tin mines.
No,
Well, why will you not work?
I will work my farm.
We need you in the rubber plantations or in the tin mines.
No, foreign money run plantations and mines. Nothing for Malay.
It is because you won't work in the plantations and mines that we're obliged to bring in workers from other lands. China and India.
Foreign workers.
We must have workers. And since you prefer to work on your farm and grow rice, you can then grow enough rice to help feed these workers that we're obliged to bring in.
No, raise rice only for own family.
Chinese and Indian workers flooded into Malaya. The West supplied the capital for the development of the tin mines and the rubber plantations. The East supplied the labor to work them. Malaya became the world's leading source of rubber and tin. And Singapore became the symbol of Western empire in the East. The symbol of the rule of a few thousand white men over millions of brown and yellow Asiatics. But now the Japanese were on the march in the north. The war in the Pacific was rolling southward.
The Japanese have taken Beiping, Shanghai, Nanking, Canton.
Japanese are moving troops into French Indo-China.
Japanese have bombed Pearl Harbor. The Japanese have taken Manila.
The Japanese have landed in Malaya and are driving down on Singapore.
Look at him swarming across the estuary.
Hold your fire until I get within range.
Our artillery hasn't even slowed them down.
All right, then let them have it.
Yeah.
Here it goes, you!
Well, it's pouncing right into the teeth of our fire.
We're mowing them down like pigeons, and still they keep coming.
Or everyone gets on Singapore, we'll drop 10.
They're coming in swarms.
Look out, they're shelling us.
Get down, get down. As long as we've got bullets, they'll...
Give it to him. Give it to him.
General Percival, I want your reprise to be brief and to the point. I will accept only unconditional surrender of Singapore.
This is the Japanese commander, General Yamashita.
Will you give me until tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow? I cannot wait. The Japanese forces will have to attack tonight. I want to hear a decisive answer, and I insist on unconditional surrender. What do you say?
Yes.
Singapore had fallen. Singapore, the impregnable Gibraltar of the white man's power and prestige in the Far East. Now Indo-China was gone, and British Malaya and the Netherland Indies and Burma. Japan had taken all of Monsoon Asia. The white man reeled and retreated, and from faraway London came a hint that the white man had come to realize that another epoch had ended. In the London Economist, the conservative organ of British financial interests, appeared this editorial.
There can be no return to the old system once the Japanese have been defeated. The need is for entirely new principles, or rather the consistent application of principles to which lip service has long been paid. For the colonies, Malaya, Indo-China, and Netherland Indies, there can be only one goal: the creation of independent nations linked economically, socially, and culturally with the old mother country, but learning to stand firmly upon their own feet.
For 1,000 years, men have been fighting for the riches of Monsoon Asia. Through these bloody centuries, generation after generation of peoples have lived and died, pawns in the vast political game. In the years to come, whatever the destiny of these lands, one factor only is certain: the native people will still be there. Just heard the 8th program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the 9th will be broadcast. India, from Clive to Gandhi, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story with background information on each program in this series, with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story Manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address: the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. American radio listeners are the best informed people on earth. They are interested in the history, future, and peoples of those countries which are now the battlefronts of a war for freedom. The National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the network use their entire facilities to keep America informed. New developments in world events,
historical background, expert examination of current and future problems are available to the radio audience day and night. NBC is on top of the news. Radio listeners everywhere know that American radio brings them the truest information and the widest choice of programs. This is the American system developed through free enterprise. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another feature of the NBC Inter-American University of the Air, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Dr. Yu Shan Han of Shanghai, visiting professor of history at the University of California, Los Angeles. India, from Clive to Gandhi.
The subaltern is more nervous than Clive.
The subaltern is a better shot. What a pity for Clive.
He doesn't seem to mind.
What a pity. He's been unhappy ever since he came out here to India.
And quarrelsome.
He tried to commit suicide twice, but the pistol misfired.
And that's where he got that foolish notion that his life was spared for some great purpose.
Perhaps it were better that he died that way than this.
If he hadn't quarreled with that subaltern over the card table, he might have been spared this.
Look how cool he is. Just stands there calmly.
The referee is handing them the dueling pistols and giving them final instructions before they...
Now, gentlemen, you understand the instructions? You will stand here, back to back, until you get my signal. Then you will take 10 steps, turn, and fire.
Yes, sir.
You understand, Clive?
Quite.
In the event that either of you is struck, it will be the duty of the other.
They're all ready. The referee is walking away from them.
Quick for Clive.
Go.
There's the signal. They're walking apart.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Clive missed.
The subaltern is holding his fire. Why doesn't he fire?
The subaltern is rushing at Clive with his pistol.
He's putting his pistol right up to Clive's head. He can't kill him this way in cold blood. Come on.
You've had your turn, now I'll have mine. I demand an immediate apology or I shall fire.
Fire and be damned. I say you cheated. I say so still.
This was Robert Clive, the English clerk, destined to become Lord Robert Clive, founder of the British Indian Empire. Thousands of years before the coming of Clive, India had been harassed by invaders. Alexander the Great invaded India. The Muslims invaded India and brought their ideas and culture. Invading monarchs established the Mughal Empire. Empires rose, endured for 2 or 3 centuries, and fell. In 1686 came the British, and in the middle of the next century came Clive.
The Nawab of Bengal wrote this letter himself?
Yes, sir. I was to take it to the French commander in the Deccan.
This native courier said that Siraj-ud-Dowlah was enraged, General Clive. The Nawab is angry?
Angry, yes, because English attack French at Chandranagar.
What else?
He say English attack French after he signed treaty.
After we soundly whipped his army with only 2,000 men and 14 guns. The Nawab is probably not so angry because we drove the French out of Chandranagar as he is that we occupied it.
Siraj-ud-Dowlah say English take his possession.
What is the Nawab doing now?
Sirajuddaula gathering forces. Attack English when French attack.
Anything else?
French getting ready too.
Colonel, do you wish to ask him anything else? Nothing. That's all.
Yes, sir.
We're in a vulnerable position, sir. Either we defeat the Nawab or we'll be driven out of Calcutta into the sea. By this time, Sirajuddaula knows his letter did not get to the French commander at Deccan. Our first move is to drive a wedge between Sirajuddaula and his commander-in-chief, Mir Jafar. Mir Jafar is crafty. He's not above ambition, Colonel. And what would you offer him? I'd make him Nawab of Bengal. In place of Sirajuddaula? If he brought his troops over to the English side, yes. That would be difficult, General Clive. I want you to get to Mir Jafar. Sound him out. Tell him I will set him up as Nawab if he delivers his troops to our side.
Calcutta was tense. Everyone knew that action was imminent, that Sirajuddaula and his French allies would soon attack to drive the British into the sea. Then General Clive received disturbing word from a Calcutta millionaire named Omichund.
You see what's happening, Admiral Watson. It's blackmail.
I understand.
How could Omichund have heard about it? That's not important, Major. He knows we've approached Mir Jafar and offered to make him Nawab. Omichund will do just what he says he'll do. Inform Sirajuddaula if we don't give him what he asks for.
Sirajuddaula should not be surprised expecting anything from us.
It's outrageous, Admiral. 5% of the Nawab's capital. That's what that blackguard Omichund is demanding to keep quiet.
The Nawab's capital amounts to £6 million. Considerable.
You see, Admiral, here's the document I've drawn up. On this red paper here, we agree to give Omichund the £300,000 he's asking for after victory.
You mean, General Clive, after we have turned Sirajuddaula's commander-in-chief and troops against him and stolen his £6 million?
Every Englishman of consequence in Calcutta has signed the document, Admiral Watson. Everyone but you, Admiral.
I shall have nothing to do with it, gentlemen.
Omichund will expose the whole plan.
I shall not sign your document, Clive. Good night, gentlemen.
Is Admiral Watson's signature necessary, General? It is. Hand me that pen. Yes, sir. There. The Admiral couldn't have done better himself. What an enormous sum of money to pay Omichund. £300,000. If we pay him. What's that white paper? A copy of the agreement with Omichund? Not exactly a copy, Major. Omichund is the greatest villain on earth. To counterplot this scoundrel and at the same time give him no room to suspect our intentions, we'll use two forms of agreement. The real one, this white one, to be kept by us, and the red one, which is fictitious, to be given to Omichund.
On June 15th, 1757, Clive marched out of Calcutta to engage the Nawab at Murshidabad, 120 miles to the north. Clive's force consisted of 900 English troops, 2,000 Indian troops, and 8 guns. Against him was the Nawab's force of 35,000 infantry, 15,000 cavalry, and 50 guns. For 6 days, the force marched northward. Then, in the evening, Clive called a council of war.
Do we have any assurance, General Clive, that Mir Jafar will not double-cross us? None. It's quite possible that he might. If he does, none of us shall live. Yes, sir. Our problem is whether, in our present position, without assistance, it would be prudent to attack, or whether we should wait until joined by some native power.
It's my opinion, sir, that the offensive means running risks in which we are not justified.
Why?
Because of the numbers of our force and our situation.
That's my opinion, too, sir. The rest of you. How do you feel about it?
I believe as the Major does, sir.
Yes, sir. That's right. We're in a tight situation, sir.
Very well. That's my opinion also. I'm gratified that we're all of one mind.
Ahead lay the enemy, the Nawab's force of 50,000 men. Would Mir Jafar turn on Sirajuddaula or on Clive? To think out these problems, Clive walked down to the riverbank in the dark of night. Hours later, at midnight, he returned.
We will attack. But, sir, didn't we agree just a few hours ago? We will attack. Order the troops to cross the river at dawn.
A forced march brought Clive's force to a mango grove at Plassey, 30 miles south of Mashidabad the next night. When dawn came...
The Nawab's line is a semicircle, General Clive. We're half surrounded.
So I see. The French are on the Nawab's left.
Yes, sir. We're outnumbered 15 to 1.
Yes, and there's a deep river behind us. This is victory or death.
French have opened fire on our position, sir.
Return the fire.
Yes, sir.
All pieces, fire!
The Nawab's infantry is advancing, sir.
Break them with rifle fire and grape shot.
Yes, sir.
All at will!
The Nawab has pinned us down here, sir. We're unable to advance. If we can hold throughout the day, we can devise some stratagem during the hours of darkness to defeat the Nawab. It's doubtful that we can hold. Direct some of our cannon fire on Mir Jafar's cavalry. But Mir Jafar is our ally. A doubtful ally. We must keep him at a safe distance. Yes, sir.
Throughout the morning, the heavy guns of the Nawab thundered against Clive's line, and Clive's musketry and light cannon raked every advance of the Nawab's infantry. Then a heavy rain broke and soaked the ammunition of the Nawab's guns. Clive kept his powder dry.
The cavalry. They're charging our lines, sir.
The Nawab thinks the rain has put our guns out of action, too.
They're galloping full tilt with sabers and spears.
Hold your fire until my order to fire.
Yes, sir. They'll be on us in an instant, sir.
Hold. Now fire. Fire! Rajadara's forces are in retreat, sir. Thank you, Colonel. We've won. Mir Jafar did keep his word to us. I shall make Mir Jafar Viceroy of Bengal. And here is a note to Omichand. See that he gets it. But read it first. Yes, sir. Omichand, the red paper is a trick. You are to have nothing.
Robert Clive had defeated the Bengal forces at Plassey, and in the name of the British East India Company had taken Bengal, the richest province in India. Among the 900 Englishmen at Plassey was a 26-year-old civilian, Warren Hastings. He it was who was to lay the foundation for the British Empire in India. Clive had taken over political and economic control, and Hastings was to inaugurate the actual beginning of British rule. For the next century, British power in India expanded step by step until in 1858 the British government took over all the territories of India as a crown colony. Some 20 years later, in the 80s, began the Indian nationalist movement. And in 1914...
Why, the nationalists are treating this fellow as a hero.
He's the fellow to watch.
Just getting back from England, is he?
Been there twice, he has, to plead for the Indians. He's a natural leader.
These Indians don't pay much attention to leaders.
They're following this fellow, and we're going to hear more from him. He joined the Congress Party, and if any Indian can make it an organization of the people, that's Gandhi.
In the middle 20s, Gandhi had become a power in India. The Indians resented the monopoly of the government on salt. In 1923, when the salt tax was increased, the flame of growing Indian nationalism was found fanned by Gandhi. This is one of his disciples.
The salt tax, which is now heavier than ever, bears as heavily on the poor as on the rich. All of us must use salt.
As a symbolic protest against the monopoly, on March 12, 1930, Gandhi began his epical salt march to the sea.
Gandhiji has selected 60 of his Ahmedabad disciples to make the march to the sea with him. I have been fortunate to be selected as one of these. Tonight, all 60 of us are stretched out around Gandhiji's quarters. We are sleepless and restless, but Gandhiji is in a deep sleep. 50,000 of his followers have come to take a stand around his quarters. Bonfires are blazing brightly, and come what may, these thousands are standing guard over Gandhiji.
There were rumors that Gandhi would be arrested before he could cross the Sabarmati River. But at dawn, the long march to the sea was stopped.
Gandhiji led the procession with his arm around his wife. He led us through the thousands that had watched over us through the night. They threw flowers on him as he passed, and behind us followed the masses, a sea of trudging humanity.
As the procession moved through the countryside, thousands more joined the march to the sea. The disciples parted from the procession long enough to talk to villages along the route and to organize the coming civil disobedience campaign.
During these visits, I came face to face with the poverty of our India. The salt march ended at Port Dundee. Here the masses made fires on the beach and boiled seawater to recover a little salt.
There's Gandhi himself.
Yes, and look at the thousands of Indians here around him.
He's reaching down and picking up something.
That's salt. And that's the signal to all Indians to resist the salt monopoly.
I guess that means that soon now we can expect resistance from all over the nation.
Yes, and what more perfect way could they choose to show that they believe that the salt from the sea should be free to all men?
Years of the 30s, while Japan marched into Manchuria and then attacked China, Gandhi ascended to the leadership of India. And after Pearl Harbor, India itself lay in the path of the aggressor.
What's India going to do about Japan?
Is India going to fight Japan or permit itself to be conquered?
The Japanese are at the very gates of India.
What chance have the British got if the Indians won't fight?
Why doesn't Gandhi join the British against the Japs?
From his thatched hut in the village, which he rechristened Sewagram, Gandhi guided the entire nation. Here is the hub of a political machine surpassing that of either political party in the United States. Here, over the bullock cart road, come ministers and envoys, leaders of the Hindus and the Mohammedans, statesmen and observers of world events.
I have just seen Gandhi and had a long talk with him. He said, there are 350 million people in India. The Japanese cannot destroy all of them. Our people are not armed. What is the use of their resisting people armed like the Japanese? I asked him, suppose we have equal arms? And he said, then the Japanese and the Indians would simply destroy one another, and there would still be no point in fighting. If a little child attacks me, I do not use my superior strength to crush it. That would not be human. Then I asked him if there were any circumstances under which he would fight. And Gandhi said no. He looked benignly at me a moment, and then went on. I do not see why there cannot be some compromise between nonviolence and British interest in India. The British can allow the Indians to meet the situation in their own way, and that is the way of nonviolence. We want India for the Indians, and we want India from the Japanese. Give me control in India, and I will meet the Japanese, though not by fighting. I would let them land. Then, by non-cooperation, even though they killed my people, I would stop them from possessing India.
This is Gandhi's philosophy. Rising strong on the horizon and also passionately devoted to the cause of India is another man, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Both Gandhi and Nehru have made sacrifices for their convictions. Both are idealists and men of action. Both were born of aristocratic families, and both work for the common man. Yet Nehru has convictions different from Gandhi.
I've been here in India a long time, and I've talked with both Gandhi and Nehru many times. Gandhi is religious. Nehru is an agnostic. Gandhi wants an agricultural India, and Nehru wants an industrial metropolitan India.
How does Nehru feel about nonviolence?
That's one point on which the two men differ. Nehru not only believes that if Japan attempted invasion, that she would be actively resisted, but that the Indians would resist more vigorously if they had political independence or a definite promise of it. For then they would feel that they were fighting for their own freedom instead of for the British Empire.
I have heard Nehru speak. He's convincing and dynamic.
Yes, he's able to instill his convictions into the minds of others.
It would seem to me, as an observer here in India, that India's future growth tends in the direction of Nehru's ideas.
Quite likely.
Gandhi and Nehru are different in their outlook, yet they have much in common. And there's a bond between them rarely found between two great leaders.
Today, both Gandhi and Nehru are in jail because of their call for passive rebellion against Britain. Nehru has long been an ardent friend of China. He visited suffering China and saw the desolation wrought by the invading Japanese. He called upon Indians to boycott Japanese goods. On August 8, 1942, he wrote out in English for a Chinese journalist a stirring message to China.
To the Chinese people, I repeat that we shall keep faith with them whatever happens. We shall do so not only because China's freedom is very precious to us, but also because with it is intertwined the freedom of India. Whatever we do now, constrained by circumstances, is aimed at the achievement of India's independence so that we may fight with all our strength and will against the aggressor in India and China. Free India can do so effectively, not so subject India with all her great strength gained up. This is the reason why India's freedom becomes an urgent and immediate necessity and cannot be postponed to the hereafter.
This was the dramatic message of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to China a year ago, the articulate voice of 1 billion Asiatics fighting for their freedom. This year, in a speech on July 7th, on the occasion of the 6th anniversary of China's resistance to Japanese aggression, Generalissimo Chang Kai-Shek said,
"The future peace should be a peace seeking the emancipation of entire mankind. After we win the war, the independent nations that have been occupied by the enemy must certainly regain their independence. As to the peoples under the rule of the enemy, or otherwise still having not attained complete freedom, we must likewise help them to be emancipated. The relative speed of emancipation may have to vary in accordance with the different cultural levels of different peoples, but it is imperatively desirable that the same principles apply in the emancipation of all peoples. This is another vital point on which I hope the United Nations will reach a thorough understanding prior to the conclusion of the war."
As large as all Europe except Russia, with its teeming populations of more than 380 million, with its complexity of peoples and religions, is closely linked with the war in the Pacific. And here to tell the meaning behind the factors of the problem of India is Dr. Yushan Han of Shanghai, visiting professor of history, University of California, Los Angeles. Dr. Han.
India has been known to the Western world for its complexity and diversity rather than for its essential unity. But underneath the complexity and diversity of 45 races, 200-some dialects, numerous religions and castes, subcastes and outcasts, there is an essential unity, a unity of culture which is far more profound than any unity based upon mere geographical isolation or imperial domination. In addition to this cultural unity of India, there has been for the last quarter of a century a steady, consistent, gigantic struggle of a united purpose on the part of the Indians to achieve independence, the only avenue to social progress and international cooperation. The teachings of John Locke, Edmund Burke, John Stuart Mill, and others have long taken the imagination of Indian youth. These serious-minded youth aspire to realize the ideal of democracy under a political unity of their own making. They appreciate the unity achieved under British rule through its investments in communications, transportation, and irrigation systems, but they are not satisfied with a unity of subjection. The Anglo-American ideal and practice of due process of law and the supremacy of the judiciary have long been a great motivation power in India. British justice has not been lost on the Indian mind, but the Indians want a free and independent justice to to be developed by themselves. On the part of the West, unity among the Indians themselves has been made a prerequisite for the granting of independence to India. Here's a crucial factor behind the problem of India. India consists of two Indias, the provinces of British India under the Viceroy, who has almost unlimited powers, an example of which is the overriding of the decisions of the Calcutta High Court and the Federal Court of India for the imprisonment of Gandhi and Nehru and other nationalist leaders without a trial. The other India is made up of 562 native states, covering 45% of the total areas of India, with a population of 93 million people. Most of the native states are under absolute autocratic rulers. Theoretically, these states are independent, except for foreign affairs, but actually they acknowledge suzerainty of the British Crown. These native states are scattered over India, interlaced with the provinces of British India, and bound by treaties with Great Britain. There are then two political unities in India, the enlightened imperialism of British India and the autocracy of the native states. So we have the great paradox, the expectation of unity among the Indians themselves, while the very roots of unity are being cut. It can easily be seen that the introduction of this autocratic representation into any constituent assembly for a government of the people, by the people, and for the people is impossible. The demand for a fusion of feudalism with republicanism only creates further division. This situation constituted one of the chief factors for the failure of the Sir Stafford Cripps mission. Further, the outside world can hardly understand the inclusion in the Cripps proposal the right to secession to descending provinces and states, as well as insistence upon British protection of racial and religious minorities. This constituted the second obstacle in the Cripps mission. Solution to the problems were still possible had direct Indian participation in the war not been refused on the ground of protecting the minorities. Curiously enough, a similar cry of protecting the minorities had been heard from the Axis camps. Indians say if the war and peace aims are those of freedom and democracy, the objective is worth any price. If India is worthy of cooperation, she can only do so with dignity and freedom. The Indians saw the consequence of the defense of Malaya without the Malayans and the defense of Burma without the Burmese. So they demanded immediate active participation in the war. The refusing of this demand was the final blow. Finally, we have come to a stage in human history when nations stand pledged to all they have and all they are for the cause of liberty, peace, prosperity, and progress for all the peoples of the world. Some still dare to scoff at the idea of the Hottentots being brought into the fold of the privilege, but at least most of us say we are fighting for the general advancement of mankind.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn. You have just heard the 9th program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at the same time, over most of these stations, the 10th will be broadcast, The Islands of the Pacific, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story with background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address: the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service, and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another feature of the NBC Inter-American University of the Air, with drama of the past and present, and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific, and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. The Islands of the Pacific.
Japan stands astride the islands of the Southwest Pacific. Here, the United Nations are battering against the outer defenses of her island empire. Here, the Japanese have converted the larger islands into formidable fortresses and the smaller islands into fortified outposts. The islands which had so long been isolated have become a part of the global war and give promise of playing an increasingly important role in the Pacific era to come. So many islands dot the Pacific that their exact number is unknown. Guesses have been made that there are 30,000. First human inhabitants of the mid-Pacific Islands were the Polynesians, the most daring deep-sea voyagers and explorers the world has ever known.
The time has come, O High One.
This is a Polynesian weatherman.
The gentle winds are blowing up.
From the southeast?
Stern, strong winds from the southeast, O High One.
Are the hurricanes past?
Yes, the hurricanes are safely past. So also are the variable winds of the summer. And now that autumn nears, the favorable winds from the southeast have come.
We have waited long for them.
The time has come to sail.
The ship is ready, O High One, and well provisioned.
We must have ample provisions, Captain.
Food enough for 60. Enough for the voyage to the island over the horizon is already stowed aboard.
You have food for the children and the women as well as for the men?
As much as our great ship can carry, O High One.
We must prepare for any fortune.
The dried and cooked food prepared these many months while the ship was building have been wrapped in bundles and stowed. There is cooked breadfruit and sweet potatoes, dried fish and shellfish, green coconuts for both food and drink, calabashes and bamboo joints filled with water.
That is good.
And to stock the new island over the horizon, we have chickens and pigs and dogs, and these we can eat if our food runs out before we sight land.
Then we will sail at dawn, pass the word, and see that the ship is ready and nothing is forgotten, so that we will...
Throughout the night, the Polynesians prepared for their migration to the islands over the horizon. The captain, as the overseer, gave the ship a final inspection. The ship was a great double canoe, more than 100 feet long, joined by platforms and with deck houses built on top. Towering up from the canoes were masts with sails of plaited pandanus fiber, and both canoes were equipped with paddles, bailers, and stone anchors. At dawn, without compass or charts, the Polynesians sailed into the open ocean.
The clouds are descending upon us, O High One.
Then we shall not have the stars to guide us tonight.
Not tonight. It will be black.
How long will these clouds lie upon us?
We shall not see the stars through them tomorrow night, but perhaps we shall see them the night after.
Captain,
Can we hold our course without the stars?
We know the steady roll of the waves before the winds, O High One. By them we shall be guided. And when the clouds have cleared, the stars will again tell us our way.
In 2 days, the clouds had lifted, and gleaming down on the Polynesian emigrants on the great expanse of the Pacific were the stars they knew so well. They sailed through the nights and days.
Help me. Help me pull in this fish.
Oh, it must be a big one. He is struggling.
Here it comes into the boat. Get it.
I have it. Oh, there.
What a fat one. What a big one.
Lane, we must be thankful. Catch all of it. We may have use for it.
Help me here and pour this water into this calabash.
This is a gift. We must lose none of it.
The days slipped away, and the experienced Polynesians sailed directly on their course. Each thing they saw had meaning to them.
There is a piece of driftwood. Get it.
Yes, sir. Stand clear while I throw this line.
The driftwood told them they were nearing land. Every eye scanned the sky and the sea.
That bird. See it? See that bird?
Yes, it is a plover.
We have seen birds of that kind before. We cannot be far from land.
Day and night they sailed. At night they studied the stars, which they had long since come to know. They knew the various constellations and their positions in the sky at different seasons. They knew the winds and the sea itself.
Captain, over there on the horizon, you see that?
What is it?
That color on the clouds. That faint color. See it?
The clouds are strangely different, yes.
It is green in color. Pale green.
A reflection?
Yes, a reflection, Captain.
I see it. They're far, far away on the horizon.
Yes, I see it now. That is land. Land hidden over the horizon.
Land? You see land?
Yes, there, oh high one, there. See the green reflection on those low-lying clouds?
Yes, I see it. Land. That is our destination.
From island to island, the Polynesians spread, establishing their own society and culture. To the north, they spread to Hawaii. In the east, to Easter Island. In the west, to New Zealand. Here, the white man found them. Many of the islands were found by Magellan, the first white man to cross the Pacific. Scores were found by Captain Cook at the time of the American Revolution. American whalers put in for water and supplies at still others. The western nations came. Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands, France, Germany, the United States, Britain, and the islands of the Pacific were brought into the orbit of world politics, world conflict. At the time the United States was fighting its civil war over the issue of slavery, the same issue was taking form in the islands of the Pacific.
Here is where we will establish our cotton plantation.
This is Captain, the Honorable Robert Towns, a merchant of Sydney, Australia.
We will call this plantation Townsville.
This will be an excellent location, sir. Here near Brisbane. But
ideal for growing cotton.
I was not thinking of that, sir.
That's all that need concern us.
As foreman, I must think of securing labor.
There should be ample labor available. Immigrants.
The white man cannot stand to work here in tropical Australia, Captain Towns. Not plantation work at any rate.
Well, you can use islanders.
There are not enough of them here.
Well, then we must get them. There are plenty of islanders available in the main.
Ships were fitted out to make calls on the islands and to bring back workers for the plantations of Australia and the Fiji Islands. They dropped anchor off the islands and waited for the islanders to come out in boats.
Look at them, coming out in boats, Captain.
There's a good lot of them, Mr. Grayson.
Aye. And look at all those standing there on the beach watching us.
We must give no sign that'll make them suspicious.
I've warned every last man of the crew. Everything's ready.
The hatches are open?
All of them, sir. And the tins of biscuits are down in the holds in plain view.
Make no false moves and be in no hurry. You understand, Mr. Grayson?
I do, sir. I'll have a man near each hatch.
I'll give you a signal and then be answer about it.
Aye, sir. With any sort of luck, we should be...
Well, shipping, come!
That's one of the islanders in that closest boat.
What did he say, sir? I couldn't make it out.
He said something about shippy.
He said, where's shippy come?
I'll answer him.
Missionary ship! Missionary ship!
I understand. They know what you mean.
Aye. They're coming up alongside in a boat. Give 'em a hand.
Aye, sir.
Below there! Aye, sir. Drop the Jacob's ladder over the side. Both of them. Aye, aye, sir. Come aboard. Come aboard, missionary ship. A missionary ship.
Now, there's 3, 4 in that first boat. They're coming up over the side.
Give me a hand aboard down there. Aye, sir. Aye, sir. Come on, all right, up you come. Easy there. Easy.
There's the first one coming aboard.
You warned the men to make 'em welcome.
Aye, sir.
Good-o. There's 6, 8, 9 boats coming alongside. Watch yourself. We want as many as we can get.
They're coming up on deck, one after another.
Aye.
Come on, get on with it.
Look, the men are instructed to make them feel at home.
Ah, they've spotted the open tins of biscuits down in the hold.
Aye, sir. That they have, sir. Are you going to get them singing hymns this time?
May not be necessary this time. They've taken our word for it with a missionary ship.
They keep right on coming.
Aye. And they'll follow the others right down through the edges to the biscuits like a line of ants.
I guess that's about all of them, sir.
Just a few stragglers.
Hey, those last 2 over there. They're stalling.
They look suspicious.
Yeah. They're not going down through the edge.
They'll warn the others if they see anything.
They're looking at us. Will we wait?
No. Batten down the edges.
Aye, aye, sir.
Batten down the edges! Batten down the edges! Come on. Those 2 islanders on deck. Grab them! Grab those islanders, Andy! Grab them! Don't let them get away. They're making for the boat.
Look out, sir. I'll fill that one with this belaying pin.
Yes! You with him. Now you're below there. Knock down that man that's trying to get over the side. I'll get him, sir. Let's well. Take those 2 men below.
Mr. Grayson, up anchor and get under way at once.
Aye, aye, sir.
Stand by the captain to our anchor. Port, watch your up.
Give me every inch of canvas here.
Take the mainsails under the gansels. Aye, aye, sir. All together, matey.
The anchor's up. She's heading into the wind, sir.
You beggar! Come on!
It's the islanders below deck, sir.
You know what to do, Mr. Grayson.
That I do, sir, but it's likely to kill some of them.
We can't have them screaming like this.
Silence first, the below deck down there! Aye, aye, sir. Here, you. Give me a hand down over the side. All right, ease him over the side, easy. All right, come on, take it easy now. Take it easy. Up a minute. All right, you. That's well, that's well. Up a little, up. Up so I can reach the hole in the bulkhead. All right. Now, hand me that pistol. Here it is, sir. Got it? Oh, I'll stop that squawking in there.
Well, that silenced them, sir. But I'm afraid we've killed some of them, shooting into the mass of them like that.
Wait 10 minutes. Then open the edges, drag out the dead ones, and throw them overboard. We've no time to waste. We've got to get back to Australia.
Blackbirding. The practice of kidnapping islanders and taking them to work on plantations continued for years. The slave traffic brought reprisals from many islanders who clubbed white men to death, ate them, and sent pieces to all the many villages. Murders and atrocities multiplied until the traffic was at last brought to a halt. Through this practice, the islanders came to know the white man. The white man had his day in the islands of the South Pacific until 1914, World War I. Then the shadow of Japan fell across them.
The
Japanese have seized the Caroline Islands, the Mariana Islands, the Gilbert Islands, and the Marshall Islands from Germany. The Japanese have already started occupation.
In the high councils of the Allies, the next Japanese step came to light.
Of course, Japan came into the war against Germany through her treaty with Britain.
That is true. But was it not understood that Japan would limit itself to, certain naval action?
That was the understanding, was it not?
Yes. Chasing German submarines in the Pacific.
And the purpose of that was to restrict the areas of Japanese claim?
But now Japan has seized the Caroline Islands, the Marianas, and the Marshalls.
Japan has assured Britain that it has no territorial ambitions.
Then why has Japan approached Moscow for assurances that Russia will support the claims for these islands at the peace table?
Japan has asked Britain for the same assurances.
And France, and Italy.
It can only mean that Japan means to keep those islands.
Japan has approached each of the allied nations.
It is as if she was demanding these assurances as the price of remaining in the war against Germany.
That is precisely what she is demanding.
While we are busy in Europe. Gentlemen, this problem must be resolved at the peace table. We are engaged on the continent, and at this same time...
At the close of World War I, the League of Nations gave Japan only a mandate over the islands instead of out-and-out annexation. Japan was in honor bound not to fortify them. But years later...
Hello. Yeah, did you get the name of my paper?
Come on. Don't stay on that phone all day.
I'll go on, keep your shirt on, will you? No. I was talking to this guy behind me. Yeah, now look, here's the cable.
Look, Bud, this is the only phone available here. Step
For the love of Mike, will you keep quiet? No. Now listen. Now here's the cable. Never mind about saving words. Matsuoka has torpedoed the League of Nations. Matsuoka just walked out with the entire Japanese delegation. Everybody is stunned. The Japanese made it clear that even though they are holding those South Pacific Islands under a League of Nations mandate, if the League should try to withdraw the mandate, that Japan will hold the islands by force. Get that? Yeah, and send that cable out fast you can. Don't stir the horse.
Throughout the world, political observers were alive to the meaning of this Japanese coup.
You know what it amounts to. Japan's defying the League of Nations.
She's defying the world.
The League took the hint and didn't even discuss the possibility of withdrawal.
What could it do?
Well, it did this much. It didn't commit itself to the idea that it could not withdraw the mandate.
That just means that the question is still wide open and that it will crop up later.
The only way anybody's ever going to get those islands away from Japan is to take them away.
Why do you say that?
What do you think Japan has been doing in those islands all these years since World War I? He doesn't permit anybody to go there.
While the seeds of World War II were ripening, the islands of Micronesia were being transformed into as much a part of the Japanese Empire as Yokohama or Kyoto. For years, even while Japan was ostensibly at peace with the world, travelers who tried to secure visas
I'd like to get a visa to visit the Caroline Islands.
Oh, so sorry. No visa for the Caroline Islands are available.
Well, I'm a sort of a world traveler, a globetrotter, and I'd like to go down there.
Understand, but it is impossible. So sorry.
Japan closed the door of these islands to the world, but some information about them did leak out.
Truk is perhaps the biggest naval base in the Pacific outside of Pearl Harbor. It's in the Caroline Islands, and it's a natural naval base if there ever was one. It is surrounded by high, rocky islands, and it has a lagoon 40 miles wide. Here at Truk, the Japanese have built naval installations.
Napi is the largest of the islands. It is 410 miles east of Truk. It has a protected anchorage below a cliff 900 feet high. In this anchorage, American whalers used to put in for water from the streams and the valleys. And around this anchorage, on the north side of the island, the Japanese have built their naval installations.
Japan has fortified an entire line of islands. The Japanese call this line their lifeline to the south. By this they mean the defense of Asia. And behind this line and the islands to the north, the Japanese plan to build their empire into the greatest power on earth.
Japan had so well entrenched herself behind this, her Great Wall, that in September 1941, less than 3 months before Pearl Harbor...
We are acting only in self-defense.
This is Japanese Rear Admiral Sosa.
You Americans are strengthening your strategic positions in the Pacific to blockade Japan's seaborne trade and eventually to throttle Japan.
What positions do you refer to, Admiral Sosa?
Hawaii, Pearl Harbor, Guam, and the others. But it will make no difference.
You don't think the United States is going to attack Japan?
Japan is now defended solidly along 4,000 nautical miles by various strategic systems which would be extremely costly to break through.
Well, then Japan has fortified the islands of Micronesia.
You have advanced bases in Pearl Harbor, Manila, and Singapore.
It's true.
But in case of an emergency, all of your advanced bases would be deprived of their value before reinforcements could be sent. If, in spite of this, reinforcements should be sent by land or sea, the Japanese Army or Navy would only have to lie in wait to destroy them as they come.
Yes, but Admiral Sosa, all this is on the assumption that Japan and America must go to war.
No matter what route the American Navy may choose, the strategic position of Japan and our wall of defense scattered all over the seas of East Asia enables our empire to defend or attack in any direction.
The islands of the Pacific, the untold thousands of islands so long isolated from the world, have become a part of the global war. The thousands of islands have become fortresses of steel and promise to be stepping stones to the greater era in the Pacific that lies ahead. The importance of these numberless islands to the war effort is daily becoming more apparent. And here to discuss their significance to us is Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
Up to now, we have been talking in the Pacific Story about the lands around the Pacific, the great countries with many millions of people. Today, we are concerned with the islands far out in the Pacific itself, not the big islands and island groups like the Philippines and Netherlands, India, and Hawaii, but the thousands of little and tiny islands that are scattered across the widest waters of the vast Pacific. These islands have never been very real to Americans. Few people now remember what Robert Louis Stevenson wrote about the South Sea Islands. A generation ago, Jack London used them as the setting for some of his most romantic tales of adventure about explorers and plantation owners and mutinous plantation laborers captured from savage headhunting tribes. Martin and Oza Johnson, before they became famous for their films about big game hunting in Africa, made some of their early travel thrillers down in the islands. But all that seems very far away and unreal and different from the Pacific Islands in which young Americans, from your hometown and mine, are fighting and dying, not for adventure and romance, but as part of the most terrible war in history, which is reaching into every home in America. What are American soldiers and sailors and Marines finding down there, besides war and Japs and malaria and dysentery? What are the little Pacific islands like, and the peoples of the islands? These islands have been part of the great gamble of empire building and power politics ever since the 18th century, when America consisted of 13 colonies along the Atlantic coast. But they were never the blue chips that were pushed out on the table when the big bets were laid. They were just not big enough in terms of land or people or resources. In most of them, there were not enough people to provide labor on a large scale. In many of them, the people fought savagely to escape being forced to labor on plantations. Consequently, the islands have largely been left to the enterprise of individuals from the civilized countries, without much planned development by the governments of the great powers. An island or an island group for which one country would hesitate to fight another could often provide good money-making opportunities for individuals or corporations. It only needed a handful of managers and overseers in charge of unskilled native labor to produce thousands of tons of coconut oil from plantations on hundreds of little islands that nobody ever heard of. We are proud of our superior civilization, but on the whole, the record of our civilization in the Pacific Islands is something to make us pause and consider our responsibilities as well as our achievements. The white man's burden was once a romantic phrase, but there is an ugly side to it. The white man has often himself been a burden on the shoulders of the people he has conquered and exploited. In large measure, this was due to the heedless and lusty way in which men made use of new instruments of power, like cannon and steam-driven vessels. When new lands and islands were discovered, and new peoples who had no power to resist, the discoverers thought first of how much they could grab and get away with, how they could get rich quick. It reminds you of the ancient gag about the Pilgrim Fathers landing and discovering the Indians in North America. They first fell on their knees and then on the Aborigines. Even religious and God-fearing men had standards for the behavior of civilized men toward other civilized men, but much lower standards for behavior toward uncivilized men. It was a long time before we began to have what you might call a collective conscience about the consequences of our actions and the responsibilities of civilized men collectively toward uncivilized societies collectively. For a long time, the peoples of the South Seas were fair game for anyone who had the power to seize and to hold. No one had, and no one in those days could be expected to have, a sense of social responsibility. Take, for example, the diseases which the white men brought to the Pacific. Many people still act as though good health or disease were nothing more than the good luck or bad luck of the individual. The social idea of health control is quite recent. A lot of diseases that we think quite unimportant, like measles or the common cold, have been deadly scourges in the Pacific Islands because they never existed before the white man came and the people had no resistance. Take just one example. According to the Smithsonian Institution, as late as 1875, an epidemic of measles killed 40,000 people in Fiji, 40% of the population. We are now on the threshold of a new time. No one can soberly doubt that Chiang Kai-Shek of China spoke for the conscience of the world when he said that after the war, the world must have a single standard of freedom. Some people are still not civilized enough to have full freedom, but that only puts the challenge up to us. We cannot legalize a permanent double standard of freedom and servitude. The problem is to raise the standard of those who are not free until they can take the responsibilities of freedom. America accomplished this in the Philippines. More recently, the Russians have accomplished it in the Arctic and in Central Asia, where in one generation, primitive and semi-primitive peoples have been made literate, civilized, modern. That is our real problem for the future. Islands in the wide Pacific can be important as bases for air routes, but in the long run, they are even more important as a test of whether man can make the world fit for mankind. To give a pint of milk a day to every Hottentot would be no solution for anybody's problems. The solution is to enable the Hottentot and the Solomon Islander to reach a standard of his own and for himself that includes health, education, progress, and eventually freedom.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have just heard the 10th program of the new series, The Pacific Story. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, the 11th will be broadcast. World War I in the Pacific, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story with background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address the University of California Press,
Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquardt. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come. The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service, and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another feature of the NBC Inter-American University of the Air, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. World War I in the Pacific. World War I gave Japan its great opportunity. While Britain and France were engaged with Germany in Europe, Japan seized the opportunity to expand its empire. For nearly a month after the assassination at Sarajevo, Tokyo and London debated the terms on which Japan should join the Allies. Then, late in August 1914,
Japanese forces have landed 100 miles north of Qingdao in Shandong province, China, in a move to occupy this Germany's territory. Although China has declared its neutrality, the Japanese are taking a reason far more extensive than the German leasehold. Japanese troops are swinging around to the rear of Qingdao, and Japanese Admiral Kato Tomosaburo is sweeping up mines and maintaining a tight blockade over the fortified harbor of Qingdao.
With overpowering might, the Japanese broke through the defenses of the stronghold, and in November, after 2 months of campaigning, triumphantly paraded into the city of Qingdao.
Quite a show you Japanese are making of this, Admiral Tomosaburo.
It is a great victory for the Allies.
I don't know about the Allies, Admiral.
We have driven the Germans out of Qingdao and saved you British from coming out here to the Far East to do it. We have to celebrate.
Yeah.
It is the first stroke for the Allies in the Pacific.
For the Allies?
Yes. Japan sent an ultimatum to Germany, to turn over this leasehold in Shandong with view of its eventual restoration to China. And Germany ignored it.
Does Japan plan to restore Shandong to China?
We are at war now, as you Britishers should know.
Germany was negotiating with China to restore Shandong to China. Germany was willing to evacuate Shandong, give it back to China, when Japan attacked.
Japan came into the war in compliance with our treaty with you. We have done Britain a great service.
Didn't London urge Tokyo not to offer too generous a hand in the Pacific?
Japan acted to fulfill her obligations.
So Japan came into the war on her own terms.
Our Count Okuma clarified our position in his cable to the United States.
You mean about Japan having no territorial ambition and hoping to stand as protector of peace in the Orient?
That is our policy. Here, you see? Look at this. This contingent of your colonials carrying the British colors, marching in with our troops. That symbolizes the alliance of Japan and the Allies.
Yes, Admiral Tomosaburo. We'll probably remember this triumphal march into Qingdao for a long time.
It is an important day.
Yes, this day will remind us that Japan came into the war in spite of Britain, rather than because of us.
Based in the harbor of Qingdao was a strong German squadron under Vice Admiral von Spee. The Japanese made no effort to watch it during the 10th month of July 1914, when she, under the Anglo-Japanese Treaty, was on the verge of coming into the war as an ally of Britain. Weeks before the Japanese clamped their blockade on Qingdao, the German squadron slipped out and disappeared into the broad Pacific.
The Japanese have permitted Spee's squadron to slip through their fingers.
The Japanese are not interested in German ships. While Spee was escaping, the Japanese were moving in on Qingdao and the German South Sea Islands.
You realize what this means?
We had been better off if Japan had not come into the war at all.
It means that Spee's squadron is now free to raid our ships all over the Pacific.
Vice Admiral von Spee's strong German squadron has been joined by 2 light cruisers and is now harassing our lines of communication.
Spee's squadron has swooped down on another Allied outpost in the Pacific, has cut cables and smashed shore installations. Spee's squadron has captured 2 more Allied merchantmen.
Spee's crack-raiding squadron has destroyed the squadron of Admiral Craddock and Coronel off the coast of Chile.
There is only one course open to us, gentlemen. We must find and destroy Spee's squadron.
We can count on no help from the Japanese, sir.
As our allies, they should help in the hunt.
So far, they have been indifferent to all our efforts to run down Spee's squadron.
Japan is making little more than gestures, sir.
Japan has sent some ships.
Oh, they might as well have sent windjammers.
He's right, sir. They've sent some old Hoax and Kamimura's squadron and a captured Russian battleship that was torpedoed at Port Arthur.
She's keeping her fleet close to home water, sir.
If we must do it alone, gentlemen, we must still do it. Spee has detached the Emden, which is now raiding alone throughout the South Atlantic and deep into the Indian Ocean. Between the Emden and the rest of Spee's squadron, the Pacific stands in dread of the Germans. We will detach 3 battle cruisers from the European war zone and send them to run down Spee.
But, sir, we're sorely in need of every ton of...
Spee must be destroyed. Order the following battle cruisers to proceed at once to the South Pacific.
Here's another salvo for you, Steve. We smashed her again. She's sitting by the bow, but she's too fine to look. You'll never get away this time, Steve. She's practically sinking. She's a goner. She's a goner. Come on.
They got Steve, they did. See it here in the paper?
Caught up with him down by the Falklands, eh?
Yes, down in the South Atlantic off Argentina.
Was there any Japanese battle wagons in on the kill?
Not within 10,000 miles there wasn't.
What is it these Japs are doing in this blasted war? We asked them to send an expeditionary force to France and they cries it's too far. They ain't got the transportation facilities. They let Spee give them the slip, and when we asked them to hunt with us, why, I ask you, what kind of a war is it these Japanese are fighting?
Japan firmly entrenched herself in Qingdao, in Shantung province around it, and in the Mariana, the Caroline, and the Marshall Islands. Then she began to waver in her allegiance to the Allies. Japan seized the opportunity in 1916 to extract from Britain, France, and Italy a promise to support her claims at the peace table to Shandong and the islands. Secret treaties were entered into between all. When the United States entered World War I in 1917, the United States was the only allied nation that had not agreed to Japanese hegemony in Asia. But the Japanese were soon to create a crisis on this score. To consult on joint efforts in the prosecution of World War I, America's allies sent missions to the United States in 1917. From Japan came Viscount Ishii.
Our interest in Asia, Mr. Secretary, might be called the Japanese Monroe Doctrine.
I see.
Your worthy predecessor, William Jennings Bryan himself, declared 2 years ago, in the 1915, that Japan had a special interest in China.
The purpose of your visit, Viscount Ishii, is to discuss our joint efforts in the war, is it not?
By all means, Mr. Secretary, and also an understanding on problems in which we are mutually interested in the Far East. We wish only to clarify our understanding.
Doubtless, Mr. Bryan meant in speaking of your special interest in China that there were particular conditions rising from your nearness to China.
Japan is sure that America sees eye to eye with us. Germany is our common enemy.
Of course.
Then would it not be best, in order to end the rumors of differences between America and Japan, that we show our singleness of policy and interest by exchanging notes?
The United States is most eager to do that.
Since Mr. Bryan declared that Japan had special interest in China, might it not be helpful both to United States and Japan to clarify our understanding by setting this forth in these notes?
Mr. Bryan's meaning, Viscount Ishii, was perhaps less definite than the words imply. He meant it merely as a pleasantry.
The United States is a great nation, Mr. Secretary. I have seen your battle fleet in Long Island Sound. I have seen your preparations to maintain an ever-increasing army in France. You are strong because you understand other nations.
We have no other nation staked out for seizure, Viscount Ishii.
You have nothing to fear, nor has Japan. Thus, you see, we have only to gain mutual confidence by clarifying the understanding between us relative to China.
But there are other points on which we are in complete agreement.
We have no disagreement, Mr. Secretary. Japan wishes only to state in our agreements the policy which was set forth by your William Jennings Bryan 2 years ago.
Secretary of State Robert Lansing was unwilling or unable to repudiate the words of his predecessor, and the Lansing-Ishii Agreement was signed in 1917. Before the ink was dry and prior to the date the agreement was to be announced, the Japanese informed the Chinese,
"The United States has admitted that Japan has special interests in China. This amounts to an abandonment of the American policy of friendship for China."
China was stunned, and Japan was quick to take advantage of the situation. While the Allies sought the help of the remaining neutral nations against Germany, Japanese agents went to China and, working with Germans there, sought to keep China out of the war. But China won her way into the Allied camp. At the Versailles Peace Conference at the close of the war,
the Lansing-Ishii Agreement clearly states that the United States recognizes that Japan has special interests in China.
This must not be construed, Baron Montino, to mean that the United States accepts the Lansing-Ishii notes as a commitment to give Japan permanent succession to the German rights in China and in the North Pacific.
Japan was in possession of Shandong and the German islands when the Lansing-Ishii Agreement was signed. A clear confirmation of Japan's rights in these places.
That Baron Makino is tying this peace conference into knots.
yeah, for the benefit of Japan.
My paper's been buzzing me for a lead on the Shandong question. But with this guy Makino putting on an act that the United States is giving Japan a runaround...
Yeah, while Japan is actually giving the rest of the nations the runaround.
Well, there ought to be a break somewhere along here soon. They can't keep on wrangling over this Shandong question forever.
They can as far as China is concerned.
That guy Makino is not going to break down.
Well, I've told my paper they're giving China the works here.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, now you watch what I tell you. Wellington Koo set the whole conference on its ear with that plea of his for Shandong as China's sacred province. But for my dough, there's going to be some horse trading here, and China's coming out on the short end. Japan has got her hooks on Shandong and those German islands. Japan had Shandong. Her troops were holding it. Her troops were also holding the Caroline Islands, the Marianas, and the Marshalls. To support her claims at Versailles, she brought out the secret treaties extracted from the Allies before the entrance of the United States into the war. She brought out the Lansing-Ishii Agreement, wangled from the United States after its entrance into the war.
The Big Four at the Versailles Peace Conference have surrendered Shandong to Japan. China is indignant and embittered, and the Chinese delegation has been deluged with telegrams not to accept this decision.
What did I tell you? They've sold China down the river.
They just let that guy Makino make a monkey out of him on the Shandong question.
It's not only Shandong. The League of Nations have mandated the Carolinas, the Marshalls, and the Marianas to Japan.
Yeah, I know, but they've only mandated the islands to Japan. They haven't given them to her.
Now, Japan's got them, and Japan's going to keep them. And that means Japan now has strongholds south of Manila and east of Guam. And you can figure out what that means to the United States for yourself. 2 days after the peace conference decided the Shandong question in favor of Japan in April 1919, China flared in protest. On May 3rd, a group of Chinese students at the National University of Peking met to protest the Versailles decision.
The Shandong question is the result of corruption and injustice, and we as students must fight to show the world that might should never be right. There can be only one conclusion. A greater world war is coming sooner or later, and this great war will be fought here in the East.
But we cannot wait for the next world war. We must drive Japan out of China now.
We must drive out the Chinese traders who have sold our birthright to Japan.
We students with no axes to grind can carry our protest against the award of Shandong to the British and American ministers in the legation quarter.
We can march in a body.
We will march, all of us, tomorrow.
We must expect opposition. Some of us may die. But we can do no less than the student who bumped his head against a stone pillar at Tin Sin to show how easily a student can die for his country. We can do no less than the students who have openly defied the bayonet to the Japanese, or the willingness of the orphans to be imprisoned in place of students and to die for them if necessary.
I pledge that I will march in protest until death.
Mr. Chairman, look. Mr. Xia here has deliberately broken his finger and written in blood on the wall, "Return our Tsingtao."
We need your courage, Xia.
I shall march in the vanguard tomorrow.
We shall all march in a mass parade to the British and American legations tomorrow. We will assemble in groups according to our schools, and we will head for the...
Next day, May 4th, 10,000 Chinese students marched through the streets of Peking carrying flags bearing inscriptions.
Self-determination.
International justice.
Down with the traitors. Return our Tsingtao.
The students fired the imagination of the public, marching mile after mile to the legation quarter to see the Allied ministers.
Hold! Stop where you are. We have come to see the British and American ministers. Stand back.
The guards have been reinforced, yes.
Only a delegation of us wish to enter. Move!
If we cannot see the British and American ministers, perhaps we can see Saru Lin.
Saru Lin the traitor. Yes, Saru Lin the traitor. The traitor.
We can go to Saru Lin's house.
Yes, we can go to Saru Lin's house. Up to Saru Lin's house!
On through Chang'an Street, the thousands marched to the home of Saru Lin, one of the 3 pro-Japanese Chinese officials linked with the surrender of Shandong to Japan.
We wish to see Saru Lin.
You cannot see Saru Lin. No one is permitted to enter here.
They have thrown extra guards and policemen around the soldiers, around the house.
Saru Lin to come out.
Stand back. Continue your march.
We wish to speak with Saru Lin.
Stand back.
Saru Lin has determined not to see us. The traitor.
One of the windows of the house is open. Shall we enter?
No. Everyone throw your flags in through the window. Throw them in. Throw them
through the window. Let Saru Lin read what is written in our flag. Throw in your flag.
Look, the door is open. Somebody has forced the front door open.
The door is open. The students are going in after Saru Lin.
Yes, let us go in and talk with Mr. Sao. Come on, in after students.
The students are smashing the windows. They are smashing the windows.
Stay close to me. Let's get in there and find Sao.
I'm right with you. Let us force our way
through
the door.
Here we go.
Sao Lin is not here.
But look whom we have found.
Who is it? Come on, you. Look up.
It is Chang, our Chinese minister to Tokyo, equally guilty with Saru Lin in the surrender of Shandong. He is pro-Japanese.
Yes, another one of the hated pro-Japanese officials.
But look.
And I have been looking for you too, Mr. Chang.
Break up every piece of furniture in the place.
in other schools joined the movement. Students in other cities joined. Merchants, newspapers, scholars joined. On June 6th, the guards were removed from the doors of the prison, and the 32 students were ordered to go home. But before they would depart, they made 4 demands upon the government.
We demand that the 3 pro-Japanese traitors identified with the surrender of Shandong be dismissed. Secondly, we demand that students be allowed freedom of speech. Thirdly, that we be allowed to parade through the streets of Peking unmolested. And fourthly, that the government make a public apology to the students. We demand that these
The students had fired the will and the imagination of China. The people of China had taken up the torch. The 3 traitors were dismissed. The government, of its own accord, sent an apology to the students. The police apologized and sent automobiles to the prison doors. And when the students marched triumphantly out,
Long live the National University of Peking! Long live the Republic of China!
This last-minute bulletin has just been received from the Peace Conference. Quote, the removal of the 3 pro-Japanese officials from the Peking government has been reflected at Versailles. The Chinese delegation, not being permitted to sign without reservations as to the Shandong question, have refused to sign the peace treaty, unquote.
at the close of World War I, the seeds of World War II had already been sown. Even at the start of World War I, China had foreseen the catastrophe to come. Before Japan had seized Shandong and the German islands, President Yuan Shikai said, Japan is going to take advantage of this war to get control of China. These are the facts, and here to tell the meaning behind them is Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
What is the biggest difference between the World War of a quarter of a century ago and the war we are fighting now? In my opinion, the difference is in the importance of Asia. In that other war, nobody in Asia was fighting for any particular cause, good or bad. Japan just hung around the edges of the war like a jackal, hungrily snapping up any good bits that came her way. China was hardly in the war at all, though Japanese fought Germans on Chinese soil for Chinese plunder, and later a number of nations used Chinese territory as a base for intervention against Russia. It was only at the end of the war that China awoke, stung to protest by some of the more outrageous decisions of the Versailles Peace Conference. This war that we are fighting now is very different. In order to understand it properly, we Americans need to repeat to ourselves constantly a number of statistical facts and to arouse our imaginations to the vast historic sweep of the events in which we are taking a decisive part. How could anybody else's part in the war be more vivid and real than America's part? American blood paid for the beachhead at Salerno, and American courage and skill has carried the attack on inland into Italy. Americans are fighting in the most remote Pacific jungles and in the air over China and Burma. There are American prisoners behind Jap and German barbed wire. The advance on almost every fighting front is marked by its quota of American graves. Yet, with all this, the war is, for us, only a recent war, and it has not cost us a tithe of what it has cost many of our allies. The Dutch have lost every foot of their territory and their possessions. The British have been in the war more than twice as long as we have, and the cost to them in blood, sweat, toil, and tears has been far greater than our sacrifices. The Russians count their casualties in millions, while ours are counted only in thousands. Above all, the Chinese are the veterans of this war, and it is the reasons for which the Chinese fought, and the way in which they have fought, which have shaped the issues of the war as a whole. Just imagine what terrible problems we should face if this war were, in fact, on top of everything else, a racial war, a war of Asia for the Asiatics, as Japan claims. We owe it to China that the war in the Pacific is not a war of Asia for the Asiatics, but a war in which the issues are the same for Asiatics as they are for Europeans and Americans, issues of self-defense against aggression, of freedom against subjugation. These are things that have become established clearly in men's minds, partly because the war has been going on longer in Asia than anywhere else. Yesterday, September 18, was the 12th anniversary of the stealthy and treacherous Japanese attack on Mukden. To China, the cost of that attack was the loss of 3 of her richest provinces, followed by steady encroachment until the whole nation was at war. But the whole world also paid a price for Japan's aggression. Failure to control the aggression undermined the League of Nations and opened the way to the rise of Hitler in Europe. What is the essential difference between the passive, lethargic China of the last war and the dynamic, history-making China of today? How sudden was the transformation? That is just the point, and it is the whole point. The awakening of China is not due to a sudden transformation, and neither is Japanese aggression the result of a sudden transformation. There is a direct line of development from the Japanese generals and admirals who were looking for loot in the last war, and the Japanese generals and admirals who were looking for loot when they struck Mukden in 1931, when they struck at Marco Polo Bridge in 1937, and when they struck at Pearl Harbor in 1941. There is also a direct line of development from the passionate students of China who roused their countrymen to protest against the Versailles Treaty in 1919, to the skilled Chinese generals and tenacious Chinese guerrillas of today. In a quarter of a century, China has changed from the kind of country whose fate is settled for it in distant councils to the kind of country which determines its own fate and in so doing helps to shape the fortunes of other nations and peoples. 25 years ago, China was at the mercy not only of other countries, but of its own corrupt politicians and conscienceless warlords. The protest of the Chinese students in 1919 was not only against heartless foreign statesmen, but against traitorous Chinese in high places. In the quarter century since then, the Chinese have no more become a perfect people and a model nation than America has, but they have become less and less a country of civil wars and more a country of responsible political standards. They still have great problems to face and to solve, but it is not where they actually stand at the moment that counts. It is the direction in which they are moving. They are moving forward, and because they are moving forward, there is hope that the rest of Asia can also move forward. That in itself is enough to open out the horizons of the world and an assurance against the closed horizons of the Versailles Treaty of a quarter of a century ago.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. Next week, at this same time, over most of these stations, we will present the Manchurian incident and its consequences, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story with background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address: the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again: the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another feature of the NBC Inter-American University of the Air, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. The Manchurian Incident and its sequel.
Today, the United Nations are locked in battle on a dozen fronts. Today, at last, the free nations are fighting to put down the forces they failed to halt by appeasement. World War II started in the Pacific and must be recorded as a monument to the futility of appeasement.
This is going to be a historical day for the League of Nations.
Yeah, probably be a turning point.
There's Yoshizawa, the Japanese delegate.
Yeah, sliding into his chair as if there's nothing on his mind.
He's not going to do any talking out of turn.
Not that guy. The only thing he's said since Japan attacked Manchuria 3 days ago is that there's a disturbance over there.
Disturbance.
Uh-oh, there comes Dr. Alfred Z., the Chinese delegate.
Yes, what gets me is how serene these fellows are. Japan's at China's throat on the other side of the world, and here at Geneva, the two delegates are just as composed as if...
Dr. Z is going to make a formal appeal for China.
Kind of tough, I see. The very day he takes his seat in the council here, the news breaks about the outbreak in Manchuria.
Well, he knows how to take care of himself.
Look at him. Sits there just as calmly.
Uh-oh. The chairman's calling the council to order.
Gentlemen, Dr. Alfred Z. of the Republic of China.
The Council of the League of Nations has been informed of the crisis which has existed in Manchuria since September 18th, 1931. Under the terms of Article 11 of the Covenant, the Republic of China formally appeals to the League and requests that the Council take 3 immediate steps. The Republic of China requests, first, that the Council take steps to prevent the further development of a situation endangering the peace of nations. Secondly, that the status quo ante be reestablished in Manchuria. Third, that the Council determine the amounts and character of such reparations as may be found due the Republic of China. The Republic of China expresses its readiness for the dispatch of a neutral commission.
He's certainly putting it up to the League of Nations.
Laying the whole Manchurian incident right in the lap of the council.
The League is going to have to put up on its hind legs and do something about it.
Yes, the Chinese government's disclaimed all responsibility for the outbreak and said that it was caused entirely by Japanese aggression.
That puts Japan in a ticklish situation.
It puts the League of Nations in a ticklish situation.
Smoldering in this Far Eastern controversy of 1931 was the Holocaust, which was to engulf the world. Potentially, it touched the lives of 500 million people. The League of Nations was being put to the test, and the world looked on.
September 19th,
The League of Nations has requested Japan to withdraw her troops from Manchuria before September 22nd.
September 26th. The Japanese have not withdrawn from Manchuria. Japan has asked that the League intervene and arbitrate.
October 10th. The Japanese have not withdrawn. The League Secretariat has expressed itself as being profoundly alarmed.
October 23rd. The League has passed a resolution by a vote of 13 to 1 demanding that Japan withdraw her troops from Manchuria by November 16th. The one dissenting vote was that of Japan.
October 24th. Japan has rejected the demand of the League to withdraw her troops, has presented the terms on which she will negotiate, and hinted that unless these terms are accepted, she will withdraw from the League. With the passing days, Japan's position became clear. The League rejected the Japanese terms and guaranteed the integrity of China. Daily, the situation became more tense. Dr. Z said,
China is willing that a neutral committee be sent to Manchuria to determine the true facts.
To this, the Japanese representative, Yoshizawa, answered,
Japan is unable to approve of this suggestion.
In spite of this, a committee was named to investigate. But Japan was not to be stopped by this. It refused to yield to conciliation, and instead...
Well, will you look at this? Japan's created the puppet state of Manchukuo.
Well, how do you like that? And they're asking the world to recognize its independence, too.
That'll give you some idea of what Japan thinks of the League.
And now they're opening up fresh attacks on China. Where's this thing going to stop?
It's not going to stop, brother. Japan's going to keep going till somebody ups and...
Before the Lytton Commission could make its report, Japan had invaded the province of Rizal and captured Shanhaikwan, the entrance from Manchuria into the main portion of China. The chess moves in the Pacific were coming fast now. Japan was setting the pace. Japan against the world. The League was struggling to check her.
By vote, the Council of the League of Nations approves the report of the Lytton Commission and adopts the Stimson formula of non-recognition of the state of Manchukuo.
The next move was up to Japan. It was not long in coming. A month after the League had approved the Lytton report, Japan startled the world.
Hey, look at him. What's Matsuoka doing?
He's walking out, that's what he's doing.
What? He's leading out the whole Japanese delegation.
This is a date you can write down in your little book. March 27, 1933. If there's any doubt about what Japan has in mind, remember what Japan demonstrated to the rest of the world here today.
1933, a year to remember. For this year, when Japan defied and mortally wounded the League by walking out, this year Hitler ascended to power. Hitler at once withdrew Germany from the disarmament conference and began rearming. The opening moves in the chess game of World War II were being made. Next year, Japan quit the Washington Treaty for the limitation of naval armament. The war clouds were gathering, but the tide of appeasement was running high. What Japan had done in Manchuria and what Japan had done at Geneva were not lost on Mussolini in Italy.
This is our opportunity to take Ethiopia. The League will do nothing.
The League did nothing but refuse to recognize Manchukuo.
The League is dead for Enachi.
I've been a soldier all of my days, Ducci.
That is why I talk to you, General de Bono.
General de Bono, do you contemplate opposition from Britain or France?
Yes.
Britain will always oppose whatever threatens British interests. But if British rights are respected, the government will risk no friction with us.
Let me point out, Ducci and Farinacci, that Britain controls the Suez and Aden. For the security of her empire, Britain cannot permit Italian control of Ethiopia.
General de Bono, the British public, like the peoples in all democracies, are stupid and cowardly. They are committed to peace at any price.
You have only to look at what happened in Manchuria, General.
Geneva might well react more firmly next time.
The problem of Ethiopia admits of only one solution. With Geneva, without Geneva, or against Geneva?
Geneva has ceased to be a factor so far as Italy is concerned.
Geneva has ceased to be a factor in any sense for the Nazi.
An operation of the size you propose, Ducci, would require enormous preparation.
De bono. If you offer me all of Ethiopia on a silver platter, I would refuse it. I have resolved to take Ethiopia by force. Whoever opposes Italia will be met by the armed hostility of our nation.
For 2 years, preparations were made for the attack on Ethiopia. Then, according to plan, a boundary dispute broke out. The League sent a commission to the scene, but Mussolini rejected its verdict. And on October 3rd, 1935...
has ordered sanctions put into effect against Italy. They're going to try to make her...
Those sanctions aren't doing any good against Italy. They'll never make Mussolini back down that way.
Not one of the big powers is raising a hand against Mussolini. He's going right ahead as if nobody's objecting.
Addis Ababa has been captured and Ethiopia is in the bag. The only thing Haile Selassie can do now is get out.
Haile Selassie fled to London, and there, helpless, protested.
The Western democracies took no stand against Italy. And more than that, the Western democracies refused all arms to Ethiopia. Is that real neutrality? Is that just?
The tide of appeasement was running high. In 1935, Italy seized Ethiopia. In 1936, the Spanish fascists revolted against the Republic of Spain. The wave of appeasement that had started in the Far East had spread throughout the world. But now, in 1937, the policy of appeasement was to meet its first widespread resistance. On the night of July 7th, 1937, the commandant of the Marine Guard at Peking received word from the Japanese commander in Peking.
Well, this is strange, Major.
What is it, sir?
The Japanese are going to maneuver tonight in the dark. The commander's just informed me as a matter of routine.
Did he indicate where they would maneuver?
Well, apparently in the vicinity of the Marco Polo Bridge.
Uh-huh. Why there?
Well, I don't know. But you can be pretty sure that it's going to make the Chinese about as comfortable as we'd be if the Japanese were maneuvering in the middle of the night around Washington or San Francisco.
Yes. That'll bring them pretty close to the Chinese garrison at Wanping.
Wanping isn't more than a few hundred feet from the Hun River, where the bridge crosses.
Well, it might be important, Colonel, that the railroad bridge there carries traffic to the heart of central China.
Not only that, Major. It's only 10 miles from Beiping. You know, it might be a good thing for us to keep an eye open during the night.
Open the gate! Open the gate! Open the gate! Open the gate! I demand that you open the gate!
They are not opening it, sir. Shall I pound more? Beat the gate with your gun stock. Yes, sir.
Open the gate! Open the gate! Japan demands that you open the gate! What do you want down there?
Come down from that wall and open this gate. We wish to enter.
The city gate of Wanping cannot be opened until morning.
Japan demands that you come down and open the gate at once.
What is it you wish?
I insist upon talking to your commander at once. Open gate.
His commander is right here.
Where is commander?
I am the commander.
Your garrison has deliberately fired on my troops while we were maneuvering in the dark. One of my men is missing.
No shots have been fired here.
Open the gates.
The gates of Wanping cannot be opened until morning.
I demand to search the city of Wanping for offenders.
I must ask you, as commander of the Japanese troops, to withdraw from the gates of Wanping.
I demand to enter and search the city.
I regret that I am unable to satisfy your demand tonight.
Scattering rifle fire was almost immediately lost in the fire from Japanese artillery. As if the range had already been set, the Chinese military headquarters and the municipal offices of Wanping were demolished by the first salvo of Japanese shells.
Fighting has broken out between the Chinese and the Japanese at the Marco Polo Bridge just outside of Beiping. The Chinese are greatly outnumbered but are making a valiant stand. The Japanese are bringing up full wartime divisions and squadrons of warplanes. The Chinese casualties are appalling, including hundreds of students.
Even if China were willing to consider the outbreak a local incident, Japan was not. The Japanese seized Beiping and set out to conquer all China. And throughout the land, the Chinese rose to resist them.
Chang, Kai-Shek and his highest commanders are in emergency sessions in the mountains at Kuling.
Students are holding mass meetings all over the country.
We've got to send support to the 29th Route Army at Beiping. General Sun Chen-Yuan must get reinforcements or he's lost.
Generalissimo Chiang Kai-Shek has broken his silence. He has called upon all China to fight. He says that China must fight to the utmost or perish forever.
China alone stood up against appeasement. China resisted, knowing that the aggressors rampant in the world could not be appeased. But in Europe, appeasement had not yet reached its crest. It was to rise higher and higher and to reach its peak in Europe in September 1938 at Munich. Millions cheered that they had won peace in our time. But 5 days later, Winston Churchill said,
"We have suffered a total and unmitigated defeat. Do not suppose this is the end. This is only the beginning of the reckoning. This is only the first sip, the first foretaste of a bitter cup, which will be proffered to us year by year, unless by supreme recovery of our moral health and martial vigor, we arise again and take our stand for freedom as in the olden time."
Less than a year later, Germany invaded Poland. But still, the wave of appeasement was rising in the United States.
All right. So I'm just the man on the street. But there's over 100 million guys like me in the United States, isn't there?
Oh, don't be foolish.
What do you mean, foolish? We're supposed to be sympathizing with China, aren't we?
That's not our war over there.
Look, if we had an embargo on scrap iron and oil...
Don't let your sympathies run away with you. Do you know what an embargo would mean? It mean war with Japan.
Well, it'll mean war later on if we keep on shipping them war materials.
And what we want to do is keep out.
Japan's short of war materials. That's why she's buying them from us. And if she's short on them, then what have we got to be afraid of?
What you're overlooking is that war between China and Japan is just as natural as it is for you to breathe. It's none of our business.
Well, it'll be our business. If we keep on selling oil and metal and machinery to Japan, one of these days Japan's going to be so strong that we'll have her on our neck just as sure as she's on China's today.
The sympathy of the vast majority was with China. But Japan's militarists had risen to power. The United States condemned Japan for its lawlessness and inhumanity, but appeased its militarists by continuing to sell them war materials, while China was able to buy very little.
Loading another shipload of scrap iron for Japan, huh?
Yeah. It looks like we're sending more this year than last.
Yeah. Look at that. Tons of old boilers, car wheels, stoves, automobiles, everything.
Remember what a swell time you had in your car, say, back in 1929 before the Depression?
Yeah. Sunday drives, picnics.
The scraps in that car of yours had probably bumped off some Chinese mother and her kids by this time.
Well, the people who are selling this scrap know this, certainly.
Sure they know it. Do you know that last year, 1937, Japan bought nearly 1,900,000 tons of scrap from yards in the U.S.?
From us?
Yes, from us. And it looks as if this year they're buying even more. We can't pick on ammunition makers anymore after this. At least they sold to both sides. They're not interested in the nationality of the corp. But we're selling to Japan and holding back on the shipments to China.
The sentiment for an embargo grew through 1937, 1938, and 1939. And at last, in October 1940, the ban on scrap iron was passed.
But I thought there was a ban on sending scrap to Japan.
This isn't scrap. These are streetcar rails pulled up from the streets of Seattle.
Well, it looks like scrap to me.
The law says scrap is pieces of metal less than 6 feet long. These rails have been cut into 7-foot lengths.
Well, for the...
Oh, don't let this get you. This is just peanuts. We can't sell scrap to Japan, so we sell iron and steel in other forms. Iron and steel bars, plates, forging. Last year, 1940, we sold Japan 47 million pounds of iron and steel bars. This year, we're going to sell it 227 million pounds. And we're going to keep on selling it to her as long as she...
This was 1941, only a few months before Pearl Harbor. The Japanese listened with interest to the discussions in the United States, and the Japanese spokesman said,
"We Japanese have no fear of any change in America's foreign policy, for Americans have no real morality, only pious phrases. What Americans have means so much more to them than what they are, that they will continue to sell to Japan whatever Japan has the money to pay for, regardless of what Japan does with it after she gets it."
China was still fighting Japan, still bleeding and suffering alone. The tide of appeasement had reached its crest. Behind it, marked by the ruthless policy of Japan, Germany, and Italy, lay a path of blackened destruction.
Manchuria, 1931.
Ethiopia, 1935.
Spain, 1936.
China, 1937.
Austria, 1938.
Poland, 1939.
France, 1940.
The United States, December 7th, 1941. Appeasement was killed at Pearl Harbor.
A fateful decade, 1931 to 1941. 10 years of appeasement of aggressors who, time and again, could have been halted at a lesser price than all the world has to pay for the folly of World War II. These are the documentary facts, and here to tell their underlying meaning is Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
When Japan invaded Manchuria in September 1931, almost exactly 12 years ago, there was a widespread feeling in America and in some European countries that something ought to be done about it. But the people who felt this way were baffled by the problem of how to express what they felt in a way that would lead to action by the government. For a century, we had got used to the habit of thinking that the Chinese did not have either the power or even the knowledge to decide the most important questions affecting their own country. Our attitude was that the really important things which happened in China were the things that got done to China by the big and powerful countries. Out of this way of thinking grew the assumption that it would be an expensive philanthropy to risk a war in attempting to save China from Japan. We didn't like what Japan was doing to China, but it never even occurred to us that the problem was one of helping China and at the same time helping ourselves by preserving a world safe to live in. We were misled by our habit of going at the whole business as if it were a question of taking big risks for China without any particular benefit to ourselves. The Chinese did not see it this way. They thought it was desperately important to make us see that the real question was not only Manchuria as Chinese territory, but international security and ordinary procedure as world problems. When the Chinese brought the Manchurian crisis before the League of Nations, they were not hoping to maneuver other countries into carrying China's burdens, but they were hoping to compel other countries, especially Britain and America, to face their own international responsibilities. And I don't mean just technical legal responsibility. I mean responsibility in the sense that a grown-up person who earns his own living ought to regard himself as a responsible member of society. We need not suppose that the Chinese were innocent enough to think that the League of Nations was an impartial tribunal. It wasn't, and that is one reason why we got ourselves into another world war. The League was a kind of stock exchange of power politics, where profits and losses could be added up in committee meetings and written off in treaties. The trouble with such a way of handling the lives and interests of hundreds of millions of people is that, unless governments behave like responsible trustees, they end up with a terrific crash. The supposedly responsible governments of the world headed for such a crash when they sidestepped the Manchurian issue at Geneva. It is difficult to summarize the League of Nations' decision on Manchuria. It sent the Lytton Commission out to see what had happened, a politely blind way of acting as if something had happened that was not already obvious to everybody. The Lytton Commission's report was a masterpiece in the dignified acceptance of humiliating treatment by Japan. Japan left the League and set up in Manchuria a dummy government under the name of Manchukuo. This was a wonderful device for political racketeering. It enabled the Japanese to do exactly what they liked with a government which they had invented and which they controlled, at the same time insisting that this government was independent and that they had nothing to do with it. In other words, they had power without responsibility, and this is one of the most dangerous weapons in politics. America countered this move with the Hoover-Stimson doctrine of non-recognition. This was the best America could do in a situation in which America could get no other country to make a joint stand and did not want to make a stand alone. This doctrine did not confess that America had failed to rally international support against Japan, but did not promise that America would not do something about it in the future. These were delaying tactics, and they were skillful delaying tactics, but they could not prevent knowledge of the fact that the League of Nations, unable to stop Japan, could not stop any other country either. Hitler seized power in Germany. Mussolini crushed Ethiopia with bombs and poison gas. Hitler and Mussolini together, with open cynicism, set up fascism in Spain. Czechoslovakia was betrayed in a way that will be forever a shame to Western civilization. And the wheel turned full circle, and Japan again went to war on China in 1937. Let us never again forget this lesson in the importance of Asia. And now I want to make a suggestion to you on behalf of the radio station over which you have been listening to the Pacific Story. To buy a war bond, just call up this radio station. As a civilian who has been back and forth to the Far East since the war began, I have seen with my own eyes something of what has been done by our men and our equipment and our war bonds. Two things happen to you if you have the privilege of seeing what other Americans have accomplished overseas. First, you feel proud of the American men and women who are representing us over there. Second, you feel pride in every war bond you can buy because it helps them with the job they are doing. It backs the attack. It was not so very long after Pearl Harbor that I flew back from China to America. All along that immense air route at that time, American airmen and ground crews were keeping the planes going on just a wing and a prayer. Then last year I flew out to China again and back. By that time, the thin trickle of planes had become an immense river. Great bases had been cleared and fully equipped in primitive jungles. The men who were getting the planes out where they were needed were getting more there and getting them there faster because they were being backed in the attack by the factory workers and by every man, woman, and child who buys a bond. The way to bring victory quicker, to save lives, and to help our fighting allies in all the United Nations is to back the attack by buying bonds. You can start by calling up this radio station right now.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. Next week at this same time, over most of these stations, we will present the Philippines and their fight for freedom, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. You may secure an illuminating handbook of the Pacific Story with background information on each program in this series with suggested further reading. This Pacific Story manual will be sent to you for 25 cents in coin to cover cost of printing and mailing. Address the University of California Press, Berkeley, California.
The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service and another feature of the Inter-American University of the Air by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another public service, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Dr. Ray Lyman Wilbur, traveler and scholar of the Pacific, President Emeritus and Chancellor of Stanford University. China's exiled universities.
For more than 6 years now, Japan has sought to exterminate education in China. To the Japanese, an educated Chinese is a nail in the eye, a dangerous irritation and obstruction which must be removed. To China, an educated youth is a priceless pearl in the palm of the nation. And him, the Japanese have resolved to destroy. On the night of July 28, 1937, 3 weeks after the incident at the Marco Polo Bridge, Dean Huang of beautiful Nankai University at Tientsin and the last 2 students remaining in the Nankai province were hurriedly packing books and papers.
Will we take these books too, Dean Huang?
We will take everything we can carry.
It is incredible that we must go.
We must hurry.
Here is a sheaf of notes, observations on chemical experiments.
Take them, Lo and Wang.
Yes, sir.
Take your thesis on the problems of North China. You will finish it sometime.
When we come back?
You may not come back for a long time.
The Japanese know that the university students have opposed them for years.
Yes, they know that the Chinese intellectuals have frustrated their hopes of seizing Chinese rights and territory, and they will take vengeance. Here, Wang, take this monograph.
Oh, yes, sir. And this almanac?
Take it. As soon as light comes, the Japanese will be here.
Oh, dawn will be here in 5 hours. We have known this would happen for so long, yet it isn't real. Every one of us has left the university. We are the last.
Hurry, Wang and Lo. We must not fall into Japanese hands.
I have everything ready, see?
You cannot carry all that, Lo. We must travel on foot.
I can carry it, Dean Huang.
Let me take some of those books.
No, I'm younger, and you have more than you can carry.
Yes, let me take some, Dean Huang.
No. What we carry away is all we shall have of Nankai University.
We shall have all it means, Dean Huang.
Yes, all it means. All it means. With these books, we shall start again somewhere else. Let us leave at once.
In the dark of the early morning, the detachment of the Chinese 29th Route Army stole silently upon the Japanese military garrison outside the gates of Nankai. A Japanese sentry discovered them.
Who goes there? Who goes there?
Throughout the night, the battle raged. The Japanese garrison suffered heavily. At dawn, the sky trembled with squadrons of heavy bombers.
Look, Dean Huang, here they come.
Bombers!
3 waves of them.
We got out just in time.
They're heading directly for the university.
It is like an empty, abandoned house now. but it is a symbol of Chinese resistance to the Japanese.
There go their first bombs. Oh, look, the flames shooting up, and pieces of walls and roofs flying in every direction.
They came directly from the airfield to the university.
They're not paying any attention to the 29th Route Army at all, just bombing the campus.
The university is more dangerous to them than soldiers.
Here comes another wave. Yes, there's still another wave behind that. They're going to blow up every last building on the campus, Dean Wong?
If they can, they will leave nothing standing.
From rooftops miles away, members of the British concession watched the destruction through binoculars. When the bombers had completed their work, the Japanese employed another tactic.
Look at that sky. Blood red from the fire.
Terrible.
Anything still standing over there in the campus?
I can see the library dome. But why?
What is it?
Here, look. Take the binoculars.
Yes.
See that Japanese artillery?
What are they doing? They seem to be moving.
They fire a salvo of shells into the library. Then they pick up and march 100 yards toward the campus, and then they...
Yes. There goes another salvo. Oh, heavens, direct hit. Demolished the library.
Every shell is a direct hit. They've been practicing this operation for years.
Here they go again.
Just blasting that campus, aren't they?
Yes. And now they're picking up and marching another 100 yards. At this rate, not a sliver is going to be left standing.
The Japanese artillerymen marched and fired throughout the day. At dusk, they reached the gates of what had been Nankai University. Quietly over the desolated campus that night. And next morning...
Stand clear! Stand clear!
All clear!
Ordermen! Set the next mine!
Americans are not permitted in this vicinity.
Well, as a correspondent, I had to come out here and see what all the shooting was about.
You must leave at once.
Oh, you've done a good job on the university here. Just about blown it off the map.
We have not yet eradicated the last vestiges of anti-Japanism from Nankai.
You haven't?
The university was empty.
It was, eh?
It will make no difference. We have a complete roster of the enrollment at Nankai. Sooner or later, we shall track down every one of them. None will escape.
The destruction of Nankai became a symbol of the Japanese policy in Japan, in China. The Japanese moved methodically against every seat of higher education they could reach. Beiping National University, Tsinghua University, Chekyang University, scores of others. The university buildings were destroyed or pressed into the service of Japan. John Hay Memorial Library at Tsinghua University was turned into a hospital for the Japanese. Theodore Roosevelt Memorial Gymnasium was turned into a stable for Japanese cavalry. As the Japanese closed in, the Chinese uprooted their universities and moved them inland. When the Japanese landed at Canton, the Chinese of Sun Yat-sen University loaded junks to move the university up the Pearl River to Lo Ting.
Where is the tugboat?
This is Dr. Tio Wei Ying, Dean of Sun Yat-sen University.
The tugboat was to have been here an hour ago.
We are getting the last boxes aboard now.
Are all 480 cases accounted for, Chang?
Yes, all of them, Dr. Xiao.
Every minute is precious. The Japanese may get here before the tugboat.
Yes. Look at the sky over Canton. Smoke a mile high.
In these boxes are all we have of Sun Yat-sen University. Books and laboratory equipment.
Here comes a Japanese plane. Get down.
Look out! Get out of cover! They have discovered us. We must move at once, Chen.
But Dr. Xiao, we have no tugboat.
Where is the boat captain?
There he is, there.
Those sounds.
You call me?
We must move at once.
Where is the tugboat? We must have a tugboat to pull the junks.
We will use oars and bamboo poles. We will help, all of us. We must start moving up the river at once. Get your men aboard.
I do not know if we can get the men aboard.
We will start at once. Chen?
Yes, Dr. Xiao.
Get the students aboard. We're going to sail.
Down, everybody, down.
Everybody aboard. Cut those lines. Chop them off.
Here comes another plane.
Push off. Grab those oars. Man those poles.
We're sailing.
Bamboo poles and oars, the heavily laden junks were labored up the Pearl River to Lailu. Here, 2 steamboats were leased to transport the 480 cases and the students with them to Lo Ting.
Planes! They're coming back again. Get down! Down, everybody!
They are attacking everything on the river. Captain, they really lost that time. We will take shelter under the first cover we can find for the boat.
Yes, Dr. Chow.
From now on, we must sail only at night in the dark.
Planes! Here they come again. Get down.
As the Chinese sailed further up the river, the Japanese advanced behind them. From Lo Ting, Dr. Xiao and the students took the 480 cases the great distance to Lung Chau in Guangxi province. Hundreds more Chinese students, learning of the flight of the university, joined the main party to lend their help. The cargo increased to 1,000 pieces, weighing more than 80 tons, as they started overland with trucks.
This is no road here along the railway.
It is the only way into Kunming. It is the best route for the truck, even if it is rough.
The trucks will break down, and then we'll be a target for the bombers when daylight comes.
If the trucks can hold out to Kunming, we must keep going.
Hear that? Bombers! Bombers up there in the dark.
Hey, look, they're dropping flares. They are lighting up the countryside, light as day.
We gotta stop. Get out of the truck. Get out and run. Get out.
Hey, hurry, Dr. Xiao. Hurry. They have discovered our whole line of trucks.
Get down. Bombs!
Through bombing and over almost impassable roads, the trucks arrived safely at Kunming. Beyond Kunming and short of Chengqiang, the road ended, and the books and instruments were loaded on the backs of donkeys, horses, and oxen. As the equipment neared Chengqiang, the students of Sun Yat-sen University had been left behind at Canton began to flock in.
300 of us have come by way of Guangxi.
800 of us have come by way of Hong Kong and Haiphong.
200 of us have marched through Hunan province.
And more students are flocking in from all directions, Dr. Xiao.
Thank you, Chen. Students, more than half the students of Sun Yat-sen University are now here at Changkang. We have had a forced interval of 4.5 months. But now, we shall resume regular classroom work at once.
Throughout the interior of free China, the exiled universities re-established themselves. Peking University, Tsinghua, and Nankai joined to establish Southwest Associated University at Kunming. Here and in a score of other places, the indomitable Chinese professors and students carry on.
Look at this, Dr. Chung.
What is it?
Oil. Oil that we extracted from the wild castor bean.
The castor bean is abundant here in Yunnan, Dr. Chong.
Yes. If we could extract enough of it, we could use it as a substitute for the imported mineral oil.
We could extract more if we
I
had...
know. If we had laboratory equipment instead of pots and kettles and meat grinders. But we must keep trying.
We are making some progress.
Think of Wang Chenlin.
The student from Nankai?
Yes. All the voluminous notes he had been gathering for a history of China's northern problems were destroyed when Nankai University was destroyed. Yet he's starting again.
Our laboratory is makeshift, but every day we are improving it.
After all, we have a great deal. I have a desk made of mud bricks.
Our lecture halls are only mat sheds. But in them we can study as well as in a palace.
We need no luxuries, Dr. Chung.
You who stand this now deserve all that will someday be yours. Your long gowns are patched, and your cloth uniforms are threadbare. There are only sandals on your feet, no stockings. I've seen you shiver. And food, there is so little of it. What have you had tonight?
Tonight, salted cabbage and soybean sauce.
Yes. So salted cabbage and soybean sauce. We have not had meat for months.
No, there is none.
We must get back to work in the laboratory.
If we only had oil lamps, we could work at night. But even an oil lamp is too expensive for us.
Almost 8 o'clock. Then lights must be out.
It is a moonlight night. Perhaps we shall be able to see a little while longer.
That is the way the ancient scholars of China studied. By the light of the sun and by the light of the moon.
What is that?
What?
Airplane.
Yes. Bombers. They've come way out here to Kunming.
Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm.
I'll sound it.
Get everyone into shelters. Everyone into shelters.
Air raid! Air raid! Bombers! Bombers!
Our laboratory has been completely destroyed, Dr. Chang.
And nearly all the books and bookshelves of our library.
We must start again.
Japan redoubled her efforts to crush education in China, but with each blow, the Chinese determined the more to resist. China wisely saw that the first step of the invader to enslave a conquered people is to destroy its culture and civilization. And China fought back. Like a massive resurgent wave, the new educational movement rolled against the enemy. In the face of the Japanese onslaught, plans were set afoot for the education of the young, the illiterate, to carry on the education of the students in the exiled universities, and to teach reading and writing to the guerrillas.
I am the manager of a traveling theatrical unit. Our troupe is made up of university students. We travel through the backcountry and through entertainment spread knowledge wherever we go. We enlighten the interior population about the national situation in order to support the war from the rear. And at the same time, we gain contact with the real majority of China, the farmers. The students act, sing, and lecture, and demonstrate. I am the director of a unit to promote social education. On trucks, we carry schools, libraries, and first aid facilities from the cities to the rural districts. In this way, we are able to bring knowledge to the people in the outlying regions and to promote closer cooperation toward national unity and toward the winning of the war. Wherever we go, we work to educate the people to the realization.
Knowledge is power, and education is carried not only to the outlying regions, but also to the thousands of guerrilla troops which are operating behind the enemy lines.
To be able to read is to be able to fight the Japanese more effectively.
This is a guerrilla leader talking to his men.
You have all seen the pictures that have been passed out among you. What is this picture?
Well, it is a picture of a gorilla, like we are.
That is right.
But what are all those marks around the head?
Those are question marks.
Question marks?
Yes. They show that there are many questions in the head of the gorilla. He is confused.
What is he confused about?
You see those words at the bottom of the picture?
I don't know what they mean.
They say, suppose you were entrusted with an important mission and suddenly a secret order came to you. What would you do?
I could not read it.
That is why all of us must know how to read.
I know how to fight. I don't want to know how to read.
You should know the characters.
I know no characters, but I know how to fight the Japanese, and that is enough for me.
Where direct encouragement failed, more subtle methods were used. After several days, the guerrilla who said he knew no characters made an interesting discovery.
Look, I do not understand this.
What?
This. It is written on everything belonging to me. What does it say?
It says, I know no characters.
The words impressed themselves on the guerrilla, and he learned them. On his bayonet each morning, he found the simple character, sword. And soon this word and its meaning were memorized. And gradually...
I have written my name and my number on everything I own.
When meetings were called, the two words, meeting called, were displayed where all the guerrillas could see them. Soon they learned to recognize these words and know their meaning. Drawings illustrated the meanings of other characters. And when the guerrillas were on the march,
Captain, what is that character written on the back of the marcher in front of me?
It is the same as the character written on your back, so the man behind you can see it.
What does it mean?
It means gung ho, work together.
On every front, education is being used in China as a weapon against the invader. On every front is the determination to frustrate the enemy's ruthless plan of crushing Chinese civilization. Despite Japan's effort to destroy culture in China, today there is a higher rate of literacy in China than ever before.
Before the war, China had 108 institutions of higher learning. Today, China has 138. The number of university students in China has increased from 48,000 before the war to 60,000 today.
With each passing day, education and culture are becoming more secure in free China, and the exiled student expresses his determination by saying,
We would like to go back to our homes, but we shall not go back unless we can fly our national flag, and unless our cities can be so fortified that they can never again be invaded, as they were in 1937.
As China's army has defended the nation on the battlefield, so the exiled universities and the thousands of students have courageously carried on and expanded free China's educational system. With the Chinese government and the people behind them, education is blazing the way to a still greater free China. And here to tell the meaning behind this is Dr. Ray Lyman Wilbur, friend and authority on the Pacific, and President Emeritus and Chancellor of Stanford University. Dr. Wilbur.
When I visited his campus some years ago, the first president of Nankai University told me how the idea of building the university had come to him. He said that he was a sailor in the small Chinese Navy, and that in the battle when the whole fleet was sunk, he swam ashore and, looking back, saw the flag of his own ship just disappearing under the water. Something stirred inside of him. I suppose it was what we call loyalty to country, and he determined there and then that he would do something for his people. He began in a very modest way to hold student meetings in the homes of some wealthy friends. Gradually, he obtained support from influential and prosperous Chinese. He built buildings on what we would call a shoestring, brought the students into their own problems of housing, cooking, and maintenance, developed friends abroad, and obtained the funds for books, laboratories, and laboratory equipment. I have never seen devotion greater than that shown by the members of the Nankai faculty, nor have I ever met more enthusiastic and serious students. On that same trip, it is my privilege to see something, too, of University Peiping, and also to be inspired by Tsinghua University and by what had been accomplished through our return to China of the Boxer Indemnity Funds for the purposes of scholarship and higher education. At the time of my visit, higher education was on the march in China. Jimmy Yen was developing enthusiastically what is generally known as the Chinese Mass Education Movement, a program for 1,000-character language and the advance of literacy among the agricultural population. I saw the difference, too, between the Chinese brand of higher education based on freedom and the higher education that was under the auspices of the invader, as I had observed it in Korea under Japanese domination. Undoubtedly, it was this bright outlook for the future of China, as its most promising young men and women were willing to go through hardship and years of university training, that hastened the attack of Japan upon China and directed a definite part of this attack to the destruction of all Chinese institutions of higher education. There have been a great many definitions given of a university. Fundamentally, it is a place where the older and experienced scholars come in systematic contact with those beginners in higher education who are willing and capable of becoming research workers, scholars, and members of the professions. It offers the most information of the past and prepares for the future. Universities and tyrannies do not go well together. The autocratic conqueror of a country knows by instinct that his greatest enemy is the university and all that it stands for. This narration shows clearly how Japan has tried to destroy higher education in China and how the Chinese leaders, in spite of the most terrible difficulties, have determined to retain the essentials of higher education in the training of selected young men and women. Through centuries of experience, the Chinese know that trained men and women are required in government if government is to provide justice and order. The constant drive for a widely extended mass education, together with the support and development of higher education, means more than the raising of vast armies in securing the future of China. There was a time when the university required, for the most part, only books and scholars. Now a great deal of mechanical equipment, microscopes, spectroscopes, telescopes, test tubes, beakers, chemicals, and physical apparatus not only must be available, but must be used by the students in their day-to-day work. It is this equipment that has made it so difficult for the Chinese to move their universities and colleges, but they have mastered the difficulties and moved. The equipment can be used 24 hours in a day. It can pass from one student to another. While we in our great universities in the United States have buildings and equipment almost beyond comparison, the important thing is that the professor, simple equipment, and the student come in contact with each other and with the library. As in so many other things, through bombings and all of the vicissitudes of war, the Chinese, by necessity, have squeezed out from the university all non-essentials and have clung to those things that are important. Certainly all of us in the United States, who can so freely obtain advanced education, and have seen now our universities and colleges training soldiers and sailors in concentrated and continuous courses for war service, must recognize just what this move for advanced education means in China and how important it is for us to help it out. Our future as a nation in the Pacific, and that really means our future, is wrapped up with that of China. The United States and China must work together, both to win the war and to organize the economic and social forces of the Pacific after the fighting is over. For years, some of us have been working with the Chinese in the Institute of Pacific Relations. This has taught us the great intellectual and moral qualities of the Chinese scholar. It has also given us the greatest confidence in the Chinese people. War has compelled them to push all except vital things out of their day-to-day living. Just as they have clung to higher education and have migrated with their universities, which means their students and scholars and equipment, so are they meeting all of the problems that confront a great peaceful people when struggling against the violence of a sagacious and unscrupulous invader. We of America must do everything that we can to help the Chinese advance their educational program, for through that advance will come much of our own progress and that of the other peoples of the Pacific.
Thank you, Dr. Wilbur. Next week, at this same time, over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present another program on the Pacific, with drama of the past and present, and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. A reprint of tonight's Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. American radio listeners are the best informed people on earth. They are interested in the history, future, and peoples of those countries which are now the battlefronts of a war for freedom. The National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the network use their entire facilities to keep America informed. New developments in the world events, Historical background, expert examination of current and future problems are available to radio listeners day and night. NBC is on top of the news. Radio listeners everywhere know that American radio brings them the truest information and the widest choice of programs. This is the American system developed through free enterprise. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come. The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another public service, with drama of the past and present, and commentary by Dr. Clarence Hendershot, for some years resident of Burma, and now Associate Professor of History at Redlands University. Burma, Keystone to the Far East. The monsoon rains are coming to an end, and soon the green fields of Burma will turn to a golden brown. The great Irrawaddy Valley will turn golden and will match the gleaming gold on the pagodas and the monasteries throughout the land. And then over the land and through the skies will move great engines of destruction and death. For even now, the United Nations and the Japanese are girding for the bloody struggle which must be fought for this doorway to China, this keystone to the Far East. For centuries, Burma has been a battleground. Tribe fought against tribe, people against people. More than 140 years ago, Colonel Michael Symes, envoy of the British Crown, returned with fabulous accounts of the wealth and power of Burma.
The population, I should judge, is 17 million.
What of its army, Colonel Symes?
It has twice invaded Siam. It repelled the recent Chinese invasions.
Strong, then.
Matter of fact, they've conquered Arakan and raided Manipur and set up a control over parts of Assam.
Then we have a powerful and ambitious neighbor next to India.
I should not be surprised if the Burmans think they're invincible.
This means, then, that we are ripe for trouble with Burma over the frontier between Arakan and Bengal.
It may come at any time. I would suggest that
Burma's greatest era of expansion was taking place in the early 1800s. At the same time, British power was growing next door in India. The Burmans demanded payment of toll on all British boats passing up the Nath Estuary, the frontier between Bengal and Burma. The British refused.
We have pursued Bengal native infantry, General Bandula.
What of the British traffic on the estuary?
We have stopped it. We have halted or driven back the British at every point on the frontier.
Then we'll bring up supplies and prepare to advance.
Yes. General Bandula.
Yes, Major?
We have just received a dispatch overland. British transports are anchored off Rangoon.
Off Rangoon?
Yes, sir. They dropped anchor in the harbor during the night.
That means they're probably in Rangoon by now.
Yes, sir.
British have attacked at our back. We'll withdraw to Danubio and there set up a line of...
The British landed, and the Burmans suffered defeat after defeat. General Maha Bandula was killed by a British rocket, and the Burmans sued for peace. Burma ceded the coastal provinces of Arakan and Tenasserim, and Britain gained its first hold on Burma. But 25 years later, relations between the British and the Burmans again were on edge.
it is with the greatest respect that we make this request of Our Majesty.
This is Lord Dalhousie, India's Governor General.
You recall that we protested at the time Captain Shepherd, a British subject, was accused by Burmese officials of embezzlement and the murder of his river pilot, who also was a British subject. We protested when Captain Lewis of the Barkentine Monarch complained of indignities and fines. Accordingly, we ask better treatment of British merchant ships. We have sent 6 British men of war to Rangoon to await communication with the Burmese government and to seek by negotiation...
No answer was forthcoming from the king, and a month later, a British boat under a flag of truce went up the Rangoon River to receive an answer from the Burmese court.
This makes me nervous. You don't know who's in those jungles along the river.
They know we're British.
Look, there's a fort back there on the hill.
Yes, so it is.
And we're passing right under its nose.
We've got a flag of truce, Seb. They can see that. They're shooting at us. They're shooting at us.
Leave open fire. Lay on those oars. Over to the side of the river. Row. Row. Row.
The Second Anglo-Burmese War was on, and Burma's only remaining maritime province, Beggars, was annexed by Britain in 1852. Only Upper Burma now remained under the rule of the Burmese kings. Relations between Britain and Burma were strained, and with the passing years worsened. In British political circles, it was said,
what King Thibaw is actually trying to do is use the French to checkmate us in Burma.
In American political circles, it was said,
Britain is not concerned with the heavy fine that King Thibaw has levied on the Bombay-Burma Trading Company. What Britain is concerned about is the rumor that Thibaw is encouraging France to move in to stop Britain.
In Burma, King Thibaw said,
Britain wants full control of our teak forests and our oil, and wishes to use Burma as a backdoor to China. This is why the British have sent us this ultimatum, and this is why we have replied to them unfavorably.
British General Prendergast's command advanced on Mandalay, and the Third Anglo-Burmese War broke out. Before nightfall, King Thibaw was a prisoner of the British. He was exiled to the Bombay coast of India, and Lord Dufferin announced in a classic one-sentence proclamation,
by command of the Queen Empress, it is hereby notified that the territories governed by King Thibaw will no longer be under his rule, but have become part of Her Majesty's dominions, and will, during Her Majesty's pleasure, be administered by such officers as the Viceroy and Governor-General of India may from time to time appoint.
Thus, on January 1st, 1886, Upper Burma, the last independent territory of Burma, was annexed by the British. Britain now held all of Burma. Burma was incorporated into British India, although the people of Burma are racially different from the people of India. The people of Burma are basically Mongolian. The people of India are basically Aryan. There are many races and many languages in Burma, yet the Burmans are the dominant race. Observers in Burma note the outstanding characteristics of the Burmans.
You should be able to pick out the Burmans from the others easily here in the marketplace. There are so many different types. There are many admixture of races, of course. That fellow there is a Shan from the northern hills.
Oh, yes. Looks something like a Thailander.
Yes. The Shans are more slender than the Burmans. They're good businessmen, too.
Well, aren't the Burmans?
Oh, not so much as the Shans. And you see, there is a Chinese.
Oh, yes.
Or I should say a man of Chinese blood.
There seem to be many Chinese here in Burma.
Yes. And the Karens, Chins, Talains, and Malays. Many of them are intermixed with Portuguese, Dutch, British, and French.
Why, what a great mixture.
That is because for centuries Burma has been a sort of crossroads of many people.
Yes, I see.
Oh, there is a Burman now.
Oh, he's much darker than the Chinese.
Yes. And like most Burmans, he's more vigorous than many of his neighbors in this part of Asia.
It's as though he knows his own mind.
Oh, that's a characteristic of the Burman. He's independent and he is strong. Yet notice how good-natured he is.
Yes, just seems to glow.
They say that Burmans are never pessimistic. They're spontaneous in nearly everything they do. And most of them have very good manners. They are called the Irishmen of the East.
Then what of this notion that the Burmans are cruel and vindictive?
Well, that's true in war. And they are capable of great violence in peacetime, too. But that's true of most of us, isn't it?
Yes, I guess so.
The Burman is a pretty solid citizen, actually. Some people mistake their light-heartedness for lack of purpose. But the Burman will work and work hard if he knows he's helping himself by it.
You know,
The strange thing is that these Burmans, with all the other races around them, are not absorbed.
The greater likelihood is that the Burmans will Burmanize the smaller racial groups.
That could mean, then, that a sort of unification of the people of Burma is slowly taking place?
That's about what's happening. Many Burmans are rising to posts of importance in the government. And politically, the Burmans are thinking of...
Burma had been made part of British India, and this rankled in her soul. In 1919, when Britain adopted the Government of India Act, providing for reforms for India, but specifically excluding these reforms for Burma, the Burmans rose in protest.
Why has Burma been excluded from the benefits of these reforms?
Burma is not India.
Burma is prosperous, law-abiding, and since 1886 has been considered a part of India.
The people of Burma belong to another race, and its problems are altogether different.
Burma is entitled to the same treatment as the other provinces of India.
The agitation on this point continued for years. Burma was granted a measure of home rule in 1921, equal to that of the provinces of India. But politics seethed within Burma, some shouting for separation from India, some arguing that separation would mean that if India were given dominion status, Burma might be regarded as inferior and kept a colony. In 1935, a new constitution for Burma was set forth, a document 6 times longer than the document under which the American government is set forth. The Burmans had gained a voice in their future, and in 1937, Burma was separated from India. Out of the political turmoil in Burma rose U Saw, leader of the Nationalist Patriotic Party. In 1938, U Saw was jailed as head of a civil disobedience campaign. In 1940, he became Prime Minister of Burma.
We must Burmanize the government services, education, and the defense forces.
This is Prime Minister U Saw.
Burma neither needs nor can afford a Rolls-Royce administration on a Ford income. We shall seek national honor and home rule by evolution rather than revolution.
World War II in Europe had been underway for a year when U Saw became Prime Minister. On the occasion of his taking office, newspaper men waited on him for an interview.
Chances are U Saw will give Burma its best government since it was separated from India.
Yeah, U Saw is pretty extreme.
Well, he's a nationalist.
He's more than that.
He's a radical extremist. The program he's announced sounds pretty good to me. For Burma.
But what of Britain? Is U Saw pro-British or pro-Japanese?
He's pro-Burma, just as they say of all Burma. It's 20% pro-Japanese, 20% pro-British, and 60% pro-Burma.
U Saw may be just pro-Burma, but I've got an idea.
U Saw was interviewed on this point, and his answer was,
I cannot desire the defeat of Britain.
A little more than a year passed, and the crisis in the Pacific was nearing the breaking point. In November 1941, U Saw flew to London. On U Saw's mind was the 3rd clause of the Atlantic Charter, providing for the self-determination of nations, which Prime Minister Churchill had announced did not apply to regions and peoples which owe allegiance to the British Crown.
Good heavens, who's that? Looks like somebody from the colonies. What is he, Indian?
Doesn't look like an Indian to me.
Never seen anything like it on the streets of London, walking round here in the wind and cold, dressed in silk toga, a coloured skirt and handkerchief on his head.
Why doesn't he dress like a human being, I ask you?
I know who he is, I know. I saw his picture in the paper last night. That's that Prime Minister from Burma.
Blimey if it ain't. Who saw? Isn't it?
That's it, who saw? Come here to talk with Churchill, he did. And the paper says he brought a box of cheroots for Churchill.
I wonder if Churchill likes them as well as those togies of his.
Days later, the discussions with Prime Minister Churchill passed. U Saw and his party prepared to fly away home by way of the United States. Before he took off from England...
Are you satisfied with your discussions with the Prime Minister, Mr. Saw?
The discussions have not fulfilled the high hopes of my countrymen, but I leave your shores with no bitterness.
Would you say your mission to London was fruitless?
The results achieved were hardly commensurate with the risks we have taken to visit London in wartime.
I see. Well, Mr. Saw, in the light of what's happened here in London, what is your attitude toward Japan?
The Burmans are not vigorously anti-Nazi, since, as Buddhists, they are not given to enmity. I must go now.
Goodbye, sir. Thank you.
All aboard, please. All aboard, please.
Usaw spent a month in the United States, was in this country when Pearl Harbor was attacked. He had planned to fly across the Pacific, had actually started, and his plane returned to San Francisco. He then made plans to circle the globe in the other direction to reach Burma, and with the statement that he was still hopeful, took off for home.
From reports received about Usaw's movements after his goodwill mission to Britain, it has come to the knowledge of His Majesty's government that he has been in contact with the Japanese authorities since the outbreak of the Japanese War. This fact has been confirmed by his own admission.
On January 18, 1942, a month after Pearl Harbor, Usaw was intercepted somewhere in the Middle East while en route home to Burma, and a communique announced,
Usaw has been placed under surveillance. His Majesty's government has been compelled to detain him, and it will not be possible to permit him to return to Burma.
with or without Usaw's influence, the Japanese had come to Burma. And Burma, the back door to China, had become a battleground, the keystone to the struggle in the Far East. Today, Japan is pouring men and money and material into Burma. Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten is in India to direct United Nations operations in this theater of the world conflict. The strategic value of Burma to both the United Nations and Japan is enormous.
This map here tells the story.
The geographer points to the north of Burma.
You see here on the north, Burma is bounded by Tibet and China. Over here on the east is China and Thailand. On the south, here is the Bay of Bengal. And on the west, here, are the Bay of Bengal and British India.
You notice that there are mountains on the Burma-India frontier.
These are the Arakan Yomas. Yomas meaning mountains in Burmese. The Arakan Yomas are the barrier between Burma and India.
Are those mountains fairly high?
Oh, yes, and very rough, covered with jungle and almost impassable. Thousands of men, women, and children have made their way over these Arakan Yomas from Burma to India. But moving a mechanized army over them would be another thing.
Well, are there any roads at all over them?
The roads are hardly more than trails. They cross bogs, swift rivers, and they curve up into almost perpendicular mule routes.
Well, if it's difficult to send men and material from India overland into Burma, it's also difficult to send men and material from Burma into India.
That's one of the military problems for both sides, isn't it, Colonel?
Yes, it is. But the Japanese in Burma can do the same thing to the Allies in India as the Allies in Britain are doing to the continent.
You mean pinning down great enemy forces by their very presence?
Exactly. Just as the Germans are pinned down to the invasion coast of the English Channel, so the Allies are pinned down to the Burma frontier in India.
Of course, you could say that the Japanese are also pinned down in Burma.
Well, yes, except that the Japanese have the advantage of having air bases in Burma that are only 500 miles from India's Ruhr, the iron, coal, and steel industrial region of India.
500 miles. That's only about 2 hours flying time for bombers.
That's right.
But it works both ways, doesn't it, Colonel?
No, because Burma has no heavy industries or any coal or iron on which to build it. So the advantage, so far as nearness is concerned, is distinctly.
Burma has no heavy industries, but Burma is rich in supplies for men and machines that are necessary for the war effort. Burma is rich in rice and oil. Before the war in the Pacific broke out,
They're loading this entire ship with rice?
Yes, Burma has an excess of about 3 million tons of rice every year.
Where is this shipload going?
This ship is going to India. India imports nearly 2 million tons of rice from Burma each year, and Ceylon imports some 370,000 tons from Burma each year.
That's an enormous amount.
Oh, there's always plenty of rice in Burma. The Burmans supply rice for a good part of the population.
in addition to the rice, there are substantial amounts of fish, fruits, and vegetables in Burma. By controlling these, the Japanese forces in Burma have plenty food without having to bring it in. But more serious to the United Nations, India is denied the 2 million tons of rice imported from Burma each year. Parts of India today are suffering famine, and Japan's occupation of Burma creates another problem.
Now, you've studied your maps and you know your targets. Are there any questions before you take off?
No, sir.
All right. Just one last thing, then. In bombing these oil fields, we're doing more than blowing up a few oil wells. The oil fields of Burma are the biggest fields between Persia and the Dutch Indies. And although these fields were destroyed before the Japs got there, we know now that they've repaired them and have them in operation. Now, this means that they have oil here where they need it, while we have to bring nearly every drop we use from the Persian Gulf. And to wage war today, we've got to have oil. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right, that's all. Report your planes and take off at once.
By the occupation of Burma, the Japanese have barred the back door to China. By this occupation, they have severed the Burma Road, vital supply route to China. By its location, Burma has become a keystone in the strategy of the Far East. We look at the map again.
What of the United Nations invading Burma from the top up there? China and India have a long common frontier.
The Japanese control the northeast frontier. And in the northwest, up there. Here, you see?
Yes?
There is the greatest barrier to human travel on Earth.
Those mountains?
Those are the Himalayas, the highest range on Earth. And no conqueror in all history has crossed those mountains in either direction to invade the country on the opposite side. The Japanese can clamp a pincer's operation on China using Burma as the bottom jaw. But to clamp a pincers on the Japanese in Burma from the outside is quite another matter.
Through its strategic location, the character of its people, its resources, and its geography, Burma has become a focal point of a world at war. And here to tell the meaning behind these factors is Dr. Clarence Hendershot, for some years resident of Burma, and now Associate Professor of History at Redlands University. Dr. Hendershot.
Months before Pearl Harbor, the Japanese were secretly training Burmans to assist them in driving the British out of Burma. 32 men were smuggled to Japan, trained, and then returned to Thailand, where they trained 1,000 Burmans and Chans. These men were the nucleus of the Burma Independence Army. The map shows clearly the strategic value of Burma to the Japanese. Through it passed the Burma Road, which must be closed to complete the strangulation of China. By taking Burma, the Japanese could shorten their land front with the West to the 500-mile bottleneck between the Himalaya Mountains and the Bay of Bengal. All of Indo-China, Thailand, Malaya, and Burma could be defended by a front that was not only short, but made virtually impenetrable for mechanized armies by range upon range of jungle-covered mountains devoid of roads. Behind this barrier were vast stores of vital raw materials. For rice-eating Japanese army, practically all of the world's exportable surplus of rice. For their trucks and airplanes, an ample supply of oil. For shipbuilding, almost all of the world's supply of teak. In addition, there were quantities of rubber, tin, tungsten, nickel, and other strategic materials. But as important as Burma is to our enemy, it is no less so for us. Only when Burma is again in our hands can we provide the Chinese with supplies they must have to place their veteran armies on the offensive, and in turn make possible for us air bases within bombing distance of Japan and of Japanese shipping lanes. Burma's rice could relieve starvation in India. Its oil could save us the long haul from the Persian Gulf. But there are other important strategic factors. Burma is on the flank of Singapore. Its loss by the Japanese will leave the whole of Southeast Asia open to an offensive by land. The ending this month of the southwest monsoon, which has deluged the country since May, removed one obstacle to the invasion of Burma by Lord Mountbatten's forces, but the formidable natural barriers remain. Roads are being hacked out of the jungles and carved through the mountains, but obviously they cannot be extended into Japanese-occupied territory. Moreover, mountain roads are extremely vulnerable to bombing. The mountainous terrain between Calcutta and the Burma frontier presents scarcely less difficulty. It is as though troops and supplies were landed at Los Angeles or San Francisco and then transported by narrow-gauge mountain railway, riverboats, and hastily constructed roads to advanced bases in Utah. The Japanese, on the other hand, have the advantage of convenient bases in Burma, which they have had a year and a half to establish. We hear of preparations for an amphibious invasion of Burma. If we are thinking in terms of a large-scale expedition into southern Burma, the logical place for such an attack, the nearest base now in Allied hands would be 600 miles distant. Moreover, throughout most of the voyage, the invasion fleet would be within easy bombing range of land-based Japanese planes. That is not a pleasant prospect. The Japanese are doing everything in their power to hold Burma. A railway from Thailand is being constructed to facilitate troop transport and supply. The Burmans are being wooed. The country has been declared independent. The Japanese are capitalizing on religion by saying, "We too are Buddhists." Of more practical significance, the hated land taxes, it is reported, are being remitted. The measure of their success in winning over the people of Burma is mooted, but some who were formerly friendly to the British are cooperating with the Japanese. Fortunately for us, the 16 million inhabitants of Burma are not all of one race. 2/3 of them are Burmans, but the remaining third is split into numerous tribes. Some of these bear a traditional hatred toward the Burmans, born of the cruelty with which they were treated in the days of the Burmese kings. Among these tribesmen, especially the Karens, Chins, and Kachins, the British have found their most loyal friends and the bulk of the recruits for their native army. Hundreds of these native troops accompanied Brigadier Wingate on his notable expedition into northern Burma last February. Fortunately, too, these same tribes, and many Burmans as well, have a warm friendship for the United States, derived from contact with American missionaries, such as the well-known Dr. Gordon S. Seagrave and the agriculturalist Brayton Case. It is our good fortune, also, that these friendly tribes inhabit the territory bordering India. Friendly natives may prove of invaluable assistance to our invasion forces. If, meanwhile, our political leaders can convince the Burmans, many of whom are already working against the Japanese, that their best interests lie with the democracies, the reconquest of Burma will certainly be facilitated. To convince them, however, may require assurance of something more alluring than a return to the pre-war status. To complete the conquest of Burma in 5 or 6 months, that is, before the next monsoon breaks, may be too much to hope for. But conquer it we must, to open the gateway to China, to secure an invaluable road to Tokyo, and to acquire a base from which to drive the Japanese from Malaya, Thailand, and Indo-China.
Thank you, Dr. Hendershot. Next week at the same time, over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present another program on the Pacific, with drama of the past and present, and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. A reprint of tonight's Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California.
Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another public service with drama of the past and present and commentary by Dr. H.H. Fisher, authority on Russia and professor of history, Stanford University. The Soviet Asiatics, a new human world.
Where the waters of the Pacific wash up on Soviet Asia, has developed a strategic stronghold. In the landlocked regions behind the maritime provinces of Siberia, there is the ceaseless roar of blast furnaces, powerhouses, mines, factories. And manning this incredible development are more than 100 different peoples: Uzbeks, Buryats, Kalmuks, Yakuts, Turkomans, Tajiks, Kyrgyz. During World War I, many of these peoples were in open revolt against the Russian government. Today, they are fighting in the ranks of the United Nations, and they bid fair to play an important role in the great Pacific era that lies ahead. One of the republics of Soviet Asia is the Kyrgyz Soviet Socialist Republic.
My people have been nomads for centuries.
This is a Kyrgyz chief.
We have wandered through Central Asia. Money means little to us. Our wealth is our sheep and cows and yaks. We raise Bactrian camels, and we use them for beasts of burden.
Look at this Kyrgyz chief, and you see he is a Mongol. He is of a Turkic tribe, slant-eyed, tawny skin, sturdy, self-reliant. His home is in the heart of Central Asia, where the borders of China, India, and the Soviet Union meet.
My people have been here a long time. They can remember the time of the rule of the Khans before the Russians came. They can remember when people accused as criminals were punished by being thrown down from the Khans' high death turrets. And we remember the days of the Tsars when the Russians came and took much of our land. We say that the Tsars came astride a cannon.
More soldiers before the Russian wheel upon us.
Yes. First they built a fortress in our village, and now more and more soldiers are coming.
They come here like conquerors.
They will have no mercy on us.
After the soldiers came and built the fortress, then the Tsarist officials came. Whoever among the Kyrgyz were discontent with the Russians were dealt with at once. And then came the tax collectors.
Every man, woman, and child of you must pay the yasak to the Tsar. This tax will be collected in furs, and every one of you must pay it.
We received nothing in return for paying the yasak, only cruelty and force. Later, they took what gold we had. And when the war came in 1914, they took our cattle and sheep.
We have given you rubles for your stock.
But the rubles are no good.
It is money.
What can we buy with it? It will buy nothing. You have taken our best land. We are hungry.
We have bought your stock and given you money for it. What more can you ask?
Money. We are hungry, and here at our feet are thousands of rotting carcasses of our sheep. Why did they kill our sheep and leave them here along the mountain roads to rot?
The sheep were slaughtered before the Russians had cold storage for them.
They have taken our lands and our furs and our gold, and now our stock. Are we to have nothing?
They are leaving us to the mercy of the wind and the cold.
The war in Europe was not our war. Yet, in 1916, the Tsarist government, without consulting any of my people, issued an order that all Kyrgyz men between the ages of 19 and 40...
And by order of His Imperial Majesty, all Kyrgyz men from the age of 19 to the age of 43 are immediately to be conscripted for service in digging trenches and general duty at the battlefront. All Kyrgyz males between 19 and 43 will be mobilized.
I will not go. I will fight them before I let them take me.
Why should I go to the battlefront for Russia? Why?
They are going to start taking us at once.
At once? Where did you hear that?
At the fortress. They're sending out Russians to count us and to learn our age and take us.
They will not take me. They've taken all I have, but they will not take me.
I will fight them, but I will not go.
But they have guns and bullets, and we have none.
We have pikes and axes, and they are sharp.
They will come after us.
Let us go after them. Now!
Yes, the officials. Let us go after them before they come for us.
To the fortress. After every official and soldier.
They have guns and artillery.
To the fortress. For the Russians.
It's from the Cossacks. Here they come. Here comes the Cossacks.
The revolt of my people spread through all Kyrgyzstan. Blood flowed everywhere. My people killed the officials and the census takers and the Russian colonizers, and the Russians killed my people wherever they found them. The Russians tried to mobilize 600,000 Kyrgyz men, but they only had trains enough for 7,000. To put down the revolt, General A.M. Kuropatkin came to Kyrgyzstan.
It is imperative that you natives of Kyrgyzstan know that the shedding of Russian blood is punished not only by the execution of the guilty ones, but also by the confiscation of the land of those who have proved unworthy.
General Kuropatkin's soldiers pressed against my people, but they fought on with pike and axe and torch.
Set the church on fire, too!
The church is on fire! And the sword!
Now set fire to the bridge! Burn it down! Set fire to everything! We will destroy everything that is Russian! Burn it down! Burn it down!
Hospitals and schools and churches, bridges and railways, all were destroyed by my people, and the Tsarist Russians drove after us.
Thousands of Russians have been brutally murdered, and the number of Kyrgyz killed is not known. Many Kyrgyz were captured and tried by court-martial. Of these, 347 were sentenced to death. But I found it possible to modify the sentence of many of these so that actually only 51 were executed. We have confiscated much of the land of the Kyrgyz and driven the Kyrgyzians out.
This was General Kuropatkin's report to the Tsar. The massacre continued until my people were driven into the hills of China and Afghanistan. We lost 70% of our stock and 30% of our people in the World War. What other people lost so much?
The Kyrgyz revolt had scarcely been put down when Tsarist Russia fell in October 1917. Immediately, the new Central Soviet government proclaimed the freedom and equality of all people in Russia.
Any inequality among the peoples of the Soviet Union will be harmful. It will create discord. It will make the USSR weak and will play into the hands of hostile enemies and the Tsarist imperialists who wish to return to power. The USSR must stand for a national life within the Soviet republics, each with its own language, its own national tradition, its own land.
Slowly, the exiled Kyrgyzs drifted back to the lands they had roamed so many, many centuries. In 1920, the Kyrgyz Soviet Republic was established. The Uzbeks, the Turkomen, the Tajik peoples also established their republics. The antagonism between the Kyrgyz and the other Asiatic provinces was not immediately overcome. But the Kyrgyzs, like the other peoples of Soviet Asia, set about putting their house in order, began the conquest of the desert wastelands.
Oh, come on, Ivan. Get up on the tractor.
No.
Come on, get up on the seat. And we will show you how to run it.
No, I'm afraid.
It is like sitting on a horse. It will not hurt you.
It roars and trembles. It is angry.
No, it will do anything you want it to do.
Get on.
Come, let me help you up on the seat.
No.
This is the way roads are built everywhere. We have to build this railroad through the waterless plains and the shifting sands of your Kyrgyzia. And we must use machines, tractors like this.
No, I'm afraid.
There he goes.
Well.
Ivan ran away, but several days later he came back again. He watched the powerful tractors grading and clearing the sand for the Turk-Sib railway. Where this railway was built had been only camel caravans for centuries past.
That's right, Ivan. Just sit there quietly on the seat.
It is an iron monster.
I will stand here beside you.
It shakes and growls.
Now, press your foot down on that thing right down there.
This?
Now. And when you have it down, pull this lever this way.
This one? Like this?
That's right.
My people watched Ivan and the other shepherds as they learned to run the tractors and other machines in building the railway. When Ivan overcame his fear, he became a first-class tractor manager.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Come, Uko. I will show you how to run the tractor.
If it does not harm you, it will not harm me. Ivan has become very brave.
He is becoming wiser. He is the master of the tractor now.
Ivan can handle a tractor under any condition now.
Look out over there. Now pull back that lever, Uko. That's it. Pull.
With each day, Ivan learned more. He learned how to take care of his tractor as well as run it. He learned to read a little. He was no longer a simple shepherd. He began to ask questions.
Is there really water with great boats far on the other side of those mountains? What kind of people live there? Are the boats really as big as our tractor?
As the days went on, Ivan learned to understand the workings of his tractor. He learned why the sand must be graded and cleared from the railway. He learned the importance of a railway to him and to my people. He became a leader. Day after day, the tractor work went on. And when the railway was built through, a train brought a load of supplies to Ivan's village. A song was written for Ivan, and his name spread throughout Kyrgyzia. As Ivan learned, so have my people learned to live in this new world.
In the space of a few years, the Kyrgyzs made the amazing transition from simple nomad life to a modern industrial life. The peoples of Soviet Asia were awakening, looking ahead, working out their own destiny in the Soviet Union. The Central Soviet government poured billions of dollars into the development of Soviet Asia. From European Russia and the Ukraine came millions of people flooding in to develop the untouched resources of this great land.
I am an electrician.
I am an engineer.
I'm a teacher.
These experts have come to Soviet Asia to develop our industries and to train our people to lead us out of the past. The people who came found oil and mercury and tin and lead and gold. They found coal and copper and water power. They found antimony and they found iron. And more experts came.
I am an economist.
I am a chemist.
I am an architect.
I am a doctor.
I'm a metallurgist.
I am a director of industry. We have increased industrial production nearly 280% since the first 5-year plan.
And more people came to work, to build, to improve. Schools were started all over our Kyrgyz Republic. Teachers were trained to teach our young. Superintendent, how many schools do we have?
1,500 elementary schools, 119 high schools, and 3 universities.
And how many of our young people are pupils?
More than 280,000.
My people soak up all the education they can get. They thirst for understanding. Today in the Kyrgyz Republic, we have theaters, newspapers, magazines, libraries, motion picture houses. All are working toward the end.
Through these channels, a national life, free from racial prejudice, is rising in Soviet Asia. The peoples of Soviet Asia, over whom the Russians once ruled, now rule over the Russians in their republics. Intermarriage between the Russians, the Kyrgyz, the Uzbeks, the Kazakhs, the Tajiks, and all the other peoples of Soviet Asia is now the custom.
I have married a Russian woman, and we have 3 children.
This is Ivan, the Kyrgyzan, who became a leader in clearing the railway with tractors.
There is no race prejudice between my people and the Russians. We have the same opportunities as the Russians. We are all on even terms. The future of the Russians in Soviet Asia and the future of my people and all the peoples of Soviet Asia are one.
Thus are the peoples of Soviet Asia tied together, the white men and the yellow men, the Mongoloids and the Slavs, tied together in common purpose. The same people who in 1916 were at each other's throat. Thus were they united when, in 1940...
Hitler has attacked Russia. Hitler is bombing Russian positions. The Nazis are driving into Russia with all fury.
The Nazis are smashing against Leningrad, Rostov, Kharkov.
Hitler is driving past Smolensk on the road to Moscow.
From the heart of Soviet Asia to help defend European Russia came Uzbek, Kazakh, Tajiks, Turkomen, and Kyrgyz. Seasoned cavalrymen, born to the saddle, who rode like wildfire.
Look, our lad! They are charging directly into the murderous fire of the Germans.
Nothing will stop them.
The Germans are mowing them down.
They will slaughter every German they can reach.
So great was their courage, their contempt for self, that the Nazis admitted their fearlessness. As the Nazis drove toward Moscow, more fighters from Soviet Asia rushed to the front, took their place in the lines. In the battle before Moscow...
Tanks are coming, Captain. See them through the smoke.
7, 8, 10. They're coming down through the gully.
There comes 2 more. 12 tanks.
We have got nothing but hand grenades.
Bottles of gasoline. Wait for my order.
Yes, comrade.
How many of us are there left?
28, comrade. That's all that's left, Captain.
28? We must hold. We cannot let them break through.
They have spotted us. They have opened fire.
Down. Keep your hand grenades ready. Wait for my order.
I'll scorch them to death with this gasoline.
Now throw. Throw your grenades and gasoline. Throw.
They're on fire. They're on fire.
It's not this one, but they're still going.
It's not this one.
No, throw your grenades. Make every one count.
This one stopped. We stopped it.
It's that fire. Throw some more gasoline on it.
Captain, our reinforcements are coming. Help is coming.
Russian tanks! Russian tanks!
Germans are turning. They're coming back.
They're running away. The German guns are turning back.
How we held them here.
The fighters from Soviet Asia stood fast before Moscow. But as the enemy drove ahead on the other front, the industries of European Russia were moved back into the impregnable heart of Soviet Asia. With the industries moved millions upon millions of Russians, workers and war refugees from Kharkov, Leningrad, Kiev, Odessa, Sevastopol, 20 million immigrants. Between the Urals and Lake Baikal and eastward to where the Pacific washes up on the shores of Siberia, a new world emerged. Tens of millions of persons of 100 different tribes building a new future.
working as one people.
Powerhouses and blast furnaces and factories.
This is a new railway here, isn't it?
Yes. Kyrgyzia had no railways before 1917.
A new railway. Why, this is like a new world out here.
It is like your America when it was being settled after your Civil War.
Oh, our West, you mean?
Yes. All those people that have come here to our republic are like the pioneers, the farmers and workers that built up your country.
Yes, and the railroads were built through our West just as you've built them here in Kyrgyzia.
Kyrgyzia is the west of Asia, thousands of miles from the Pacific.
Oh, who's this coming here?
Huh? Oh, that is a railroad man.
Hello,
He's
to you.
Russian.
Oh, hello, sir.
You are lining up another train?
A special train. The Red Army has broken through to Leningrad.
They have opened the rail traffic to Leningrad?
Yes, and the Kyrgyz Republic is sending a trainload of gifts. Things made in our own factories and products grown on our own land by our own people.
They have lifted the siege of Leningrad.
Well, they'll need that trainload, those people of Leningrad.
They are our people.
We will get it through to them. We must help them in every way we can.
Was the home of that trainman back there in European Russia?
This is his home here. He has been here since the First World War, and he is married to a Kyrgyz woman. He's one of us. He helped build this railroad, and today we have railroad connections with China and with Iran.
Well, that means that Kyrgyzia, with all its resources, is a strategic base for the Allies, right in the heart of Asia.
A stronghold, both now and after the war.
Yeah. Oh, train's coming. Listen to that cheering.
It is the train to Leningrad.
Yeah, look at all the men on it.
They are soldiers. Our soldiers. They are going to fight beside the Russians at Leningrad.
Goodbye!
Goodbye! Goodbye! Honor us with all you do. Goodbye!
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 Ah, what enthusiasm. What spirit your people have.
A new world is forming here. A great new world.
Thousands of miles inland from where the Pacific washes the shores of Siberia, the landlocked peoples of Soviet Asia are transforming the wastelands into a rich nation, which is playing an important part in the fighting of the war, and will play an even more important part in the great Pacific era of tomorrow. And here to tell the underlying meaning of this remarkable development is Dr. H.H. Fisher, traveler and authority on Russia, and professor of history at Stanford University. Dr. Fisher.
20 years ago, in Moscow, a man came to my office. Here, said the Russian doorman, is some Chinaman to see you. A Chinaman? Yes, and he says he's come a long way because he has something important to tell an American. He will not go away until he tells it, and I think he will stay here forever. The Chinaman saw the American. He wasn't a Chinaman, though it was easy to see why the Russian took him for one. He was a Kalmyk, he told me, and he had come the long miles to Moscow from the Hungry Steppe, that desolate region on the lower Volga below the bend near which the city of Stalingrad stands. He had come because his people were starving, and he had heard that in Moscow there were Americans who had brought food from their far country for the hungry of Russia. He told me, very quietly, but at considerable length, the bitter story of his people, how badly they had fared at the hands of the Tsar, and how it was no better under the Soviets. His people, who long ago had been the masters of Russia for 2 centuries, now were dying of hunger. Unless the Americans could help them, their nation would perish. The nation did not perish. Mr. Hoover's American Relief Administration brought them food. The Soviet government, in the years that followed, gave to the Kalmyks what it gave to the other Asiatic peoples of Russia. First of all, a sense of national and racial equality with the Western peoples. And secondly, access to the great technological achievements of Europe and America. The Kalmyks and their kinsmen forgot the enmity of their fathers against the Russians, and at Moscow, as you have just been told, and at Stalingrad, they gave their lives to save the Russian land from the pollution of a brutal enemy. They gave their lives for that and something more, for the right of all the peoples of Asia, the yellow and the brown and the black, to national and racial equality, and to equal access to those remarkable contrivances that science has put within the reach of Western man for his well-being. I do not know what will be the verdict of history on the Battle of Stalingrad, but no American can think of it without reverence and gratitude. But if we think of it only in terms of how much it has helped us to defeat our Nazi enemies, we shall miss its full significance. We must think of it in terms of the fundamental issues of the war. Those fundamental issues, as they appear to the youth of China and of the other countries of Asia, a young Chinese writer has summed up in one word: emancipation. They mean emancipation from foreign aggression, from foreign rule, from native exploitation. They mean the application to all the peoples of East Asia of the principles that Russia has applied to the eastern peoples of the Soviet Union, the principles of national and racial equality and the end of imperialism. They mean what the founder of the new China, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, meant by his three principles of the people: national independence, political democracy, and economic and social welfare. They mean what our own great emancipator meant by government of the people, by the people, and for the people. How these great principles shall be realized depends in a great measure on how we and Russia stand in the face of this struggle for emancipation. We realize, when we look at the map of Asia, that almost half of that continent is within the Soviet Union. We can see that Russia and China have a long common frontier, almost 5,000 miles. We can foresee that in the age of air transport now dawning, Inner Asia, where Russia and China and India meet, may regain the place it held before men learned how to cross the sea in ships. It is easy to see the geographical significance of these frontiers for the movement of people and goods by air. It is less easy to apprehend the political significance of another common frontier, a frontier of the spirit that joins Russia and Asia. This other frontier comes to light when we realize that Asiatic peoples, on the whole, have accepted Soviet culture more easily than the Russians themselves, that Soviet political techniques have proved more effective, in China, for instance, than in Europe, that Soviet economic institutions seem, in certain cases, to be better suited than the institutions of the West to meet the conditions of Asia. Across this frontier of the spirit, Russia is expanding, not as a new imperialism disguised with fine phrases, and not at the expense of the peoples of Asia, but in unification with them through the adoption of similar political and economic systems. All of us who are willing to look beyond our noses, and sometimes this is a very disturbing experience, should recognize the imminence throughout East Asia of the spirit that within a single generation has so transformed the Asiatic peoples of Russia. It is a fact to be taken account of, not an occasion for hysterics. Let us not forget that we are fighting for the right of people to govern themselves in Asia as well as in Europe, and that the peoples of Asia are fighting to free themselves not only from Japanese warlords, but from the servitudes of their own past. The emancipation the young Chinese writer speaks of is on the way, and every victory over the Axis brings it nearer. When it comes, we must be able to recognize it for what it is. We may oppose it at our own great peril. We have the great privilege of giving our leadership as Russians have done in Soviet Asia. We cannot stand aside.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher. Next week, at the same time, over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present another program on the Pacific, with drama of the past and present, and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. A reprint of tonight's Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another public service, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Dr. Yu Shan Han, authority on China and Associate Professor of History, University of California at Los Angeles. The Chinese Revolution.
China, a peace-loving people, has a history punctuated with revolutions. For 50 years now, China has been in the throes of revolution. The Chinese people, in their struggle to free themselves of corruption and weakness, first threw off the yoke of their Manchu rulers, and for the past third of a century have been striving for national reconstruction. The road ahead is difficult, and the end is not yet. China's revolution is not yet resolved. It is a many-fold struggle for reconstruction. Generalissimo Kai-Shek has said, "Our task of national revolution is yet to be completed." The Chinese revolution is still in progress, reaching back 50 years to the Sino-Japanese War. In 1895, China was defeated in the Sino-Japanese War. As a result of the humiliating peace, the revolutionary movement, which had been stirring undercover for some time, began to smolder. At Canton, in a shabby office on a side street,
"Is there any news of the shipment, Dr. Sun?"
Not yet, Lu Haodong.
You think anything has happened to them?
All the previous shipments from Hong Kong got here?
But these pistols are long overdue. They should have been here a week ago.
We are in need of all 600 of the pistols.
The first shipment of pistols came through. The rifles. The dynamite came through.
Hello, Dr. Sun.
Hello, Chang.
Hello, Chen.
Lou,
Chang?
have you seen anything of the shipment?
It has not arrived yet.
We're in need of the pistols. Most of our men are without arms.
Yes, and the time is getting short.
Perhaps we should go down and see if they've come in.
There is no reason why the pistol should not be here. They were shipped in casks of cement.
I'll go down to the customs, Chum.
No, Chen. You are too young. I'll go.
That is right, Chen. You have just joined us.
The casks were addressed as usual, weren't they?
Yes, to the Scientific Agricultural Association of Canton.
Oh, they should be here.
Come, Chang. Let's go down there right away.
I want to go along.
No. You stay here, Chen.
We shall return as soon as we find out.
Why couldn't I go with them?
We must take every precaution, Chen.
It seems I do nothing. Just stay here around your office.
There will be much for you to do. We have committed our lives to the revolution, haven't we?
Yes.
If we are to take the headquarters of the provincial government here in Canton, we must see that nothing upsets our plans. Each of us must do the part he is best fitted for. We must be strong.
I know, Dr. Sun.
We have been humiliated by the Japanese because China is weak. China is like a rope of sand. Millions of individual particles with nothing to hold them together. And so, with no strength.
Yes. I'm ashamed of the Treaty of Shimonoseki.
That is 6 months past now, Chen. But soon our movement will be started. And then we shall forge ahead.
Dr. Sun.
Chang,
Dr. Sun.
what is it?
They have taken Lu Haodong.
Who? Who's taken Lu?
The maritime customs. One of the casks broke open when they dropped it, and then they found out there were pistols in it instead of cement. We've got to get out of here as fast as we can. They'll be here in no time.
They arrested Lu Haodong?
They grabbed him before he could get away. We've got to move, Dr. Sun. They know about our Scientific Agricultural Association.
We'll have to destroy all our records, all our papers. Chen.
Yes, sir. There's no time.
Start a fire on the stove, Chen.
Yes, sir.
Help me get these records, Chang.
All of these over here?
Yes, all of them. All of them.
The fire's going, Dr. Sun.
Look out. All of it into the fire. Pick up those I dropped on the floor.
Yes, sir. All these go into the fire?
All of them. Keep the fire stirred up, Chen. Everything must be destroyed. Now I'll get the papers out of the safe.
There isn't time, Dr. Sun.
We must leave nothing incriminating behind. 6 right. All the way around to the left. 21 right.
Hurry, Dr. Sun.
9 to the left. Back 3.
I think I hear someone coming. Dr. Sun, please.
Left 11. There. Now, take these. Get them into the fire.
Yes, sir.
Chen.
Yes, sir. I've got it.
Don't drop a paper. Now, this is the last of it. Into the fire. Close the door, Chen.
Yes, sir.
Have we forgotten anything?
Dr. Sun, please.
We have been discovered. This time. But we shall start again. Come now. It is time to go.
The Manchu Dynasty, which had ruled China 251 years, the handwriting was on the wall. Some Chinese leaders thought it was a matter of reform or destruction. Emperor Kwang Su had taken some steps toward reform, but not to the liking of the conservatives, especially the Empress Dowager Su Si. With military force, the Empress Dowager seized the emperor, who was her nephew, threw him into confinement, and issued an edict.
Certain evil-disposed persons have made the need for reforms the excuse for a revolutionary movement. These we have punished.
6 of the greatest scholars in China were put to death.
A flood of treason and rebellion has been stemmed. These misguided persons overlook the important fact that public interest, and public interest alone, guides the policy of the Manchu Dynasty.
The rumblings of the revolution were rising in her ears.
The path we pursue diverges neither to the right nor left. We admonish you to purify your ears and get rid once and for all of these false distinctions between reaction and reform.
The Empress Dowager was making frantic efforts to maintain the power of the Manchu Dynasty. But revolution was in the wind. Some Chinese opposed the Manchus, but wished only a measure of reform. But the strongest movement against the Manchus was the Revolutionary Party under Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Dr. Sun traveled widely in the interest of the revolution, to Hawaii, London, San Francisco, and in 1905 to Tokyo.
Well, I've heard about Dr. Sun for years.
Did you never see him in China?
No. I was one of the students under Huang Xing and Sun Zhaojian in Hunan.
You were there in the uprising?
Yes. When they came here to Tokyo, we came with them.
Revolutionaries from all over China are here in Tokyo.
Yes. I've never seen most of these people before.
Oh, there comes Dr. Sun now.
Oh, he's just a young man. Much younger than I expected.
He's been a revolutionary since he was a boy.
What a strong face.
Brother Revolutionary, Dr. Sun Yat-sen.
11 years ago, in Hawaii, we organized the Sing Chong-Wi, Society for the Reformation of China. This organization was made up of Chinese living outside of China. Our purpose as a moderate, patriotic society was to seek the welfare of China. In the years since then, much has happened. It is now time to cultivate the revolutionary movement in China itself. You who make up this audience are vanguards of a modern China. You, fellow students, have come to Japan to learn the technique for a modernized China. You, fellow merchants from China, are hoping to provide for your families, especially for the future of your children. A modern China needs men and women in all walks of life to guide our fellow countrymen to become citizens of a new China. we have come here tonight for the purpose of organizing a revolutionary brotherhood, the Tong Mong We. As members of the Tong Mong we shall be pledged together by oath, which shall itself be secret. We shall be sworn brothers. Our objectives are for our 400 million fellow men. They are China. China must be saved. Your committee has drafted the objects of the Tong Mong We, and to these we pledge our very lives. First, to overthrow the Manchu government. Second, to establish a republic. Third, to conserve world peace. Fourth, to entreat the world powers to act favorably toward our revolutionary movement.
Yes, establish a Chinese republic. Recover China from corrupt Manchu domination.
Equalize land ownership.
Promote world cooperation. Tong Mong We.
We pledge all for China.
For
The revolution was taking form. Organized outbreaks began to occur. Scattered voices throughout China and the Chinese colonies abroad were raised in the name of the revolution. The Jiangsu Tribune, the People's Tribune of Tokyo, the Peking Chunghua Zibao, the Hong Kong China Daily, the San Francisco Tatung Zibao. The patriot Su Jung died in prison for his book, The Revolutionary Army. And out of this determined movement rose the brilliant young woman revolutionist, Chu Jin. Those who knew Chu Jin liked her or hated her.
She is strikingly beautiful, and she is an ardent revolutionist.
But she has 2 small children, and she refuses to devote her life to them. The joy of congenial marriage is the right and privilege of every Chinese woman.
She is light-hearted and intelligent, and she has great personal courage.
But her tongue is sharp.
She is able at repartee, true. And she is an inspired leader and writer.
At Shanghai, Chu Jin founded a magazine to stir feminine opinion for the revolution. In her house, she supervised the making of bombs and took a leading part in planning the outbreak for July 19th, 1907.
Chu Jin, our insurgents in Chekiang have already started the uprising.
What? But it's only July 1st.
The word just came.
They were not to start until the 19th.
That was the plan, to start everywhere at once.
Oh, our whole crew will be ruined. So, you must go to my cousin, Su Si Lin, in Anhui at once. He and all our people under him in Anhui are in danger. He must be informed. You must travel by sunlight and by starlight.
Nothing will keep me from reaching him.
Start at once.
Yes, Chu Jin.
Oh, why were our people in Chekiang so impatient? Nothing but failure and sorrow can come of it.
In Anhui, the governor had ordered all revolutionaries seized. Su Si Lin, cousin of the beautiful Chu Jin, decided to seize the governor before the governor seized him. He invited the governor to a police drill, and when the governor approached, saluted him, then suddenly drew a pistol from his boot.
Stop him! Stop! He shot the governor! He shot the governor!
Su Si Lin was executed. And in Shanghai, a woman who disliked Chu Jin informed the police that Chu Jin was implicated in the assassination of the governor of Anhui. Chu Jin was arrested and tried.
Chu Jin, you whose lips have uttered such sparkling denunciations, will you say nothing? You said nothing in defense of yourself in this trial. Do you fear implicating your fellow revolutionaries more than you fear death? Very well. Chu Jin, you have been found guilty. It is the order of this court that your life be taken from you by decapitation.
Look how serenely she walks. She is the only one who is calm.
Her guards are pale.
What courage. She walks along in the red robes of a criminal with her head high. The world is hers. They're stopping. This is a dreadful place. She is kneeling. Look, the attendant behind her is bracing his feet against the soles of her feet, drawing her arms back. Oh, what sublime courage you have, Chujin. The attendants are shuddering. Oh, the one in front of her is drawing her long, glossy hair away from her head, her neck. See, the executioner is breathing heavily. He stands there with his legs braced apart. He's raising the cruel broadsword. Oh.
With Chujin's blood, the revolution soaked into the soil of China. It spread across the hills and the plains and wakened cities and towns and hamlets. Of Chujin, it was said, her hot heart was given, a whetstone that the country sharpen its dull sword. The seeds of revolution had been sown well, and discontent swelled with the great floods of 1910 and 1911.
Help us! Help! Help us! The flood! Help!
It's the worst flood in 40 years.
The central provinces are underwater for the third time in 5 years.
3 million people have been driven from their homes.
The horrors of pestilence and famine are sweeping through the flooded provinces.
Millions of people are starving and dying from disease.
Misery and despair joined forces with the revolutionary movement, and open rebellion against the Manchus hung by a slender thread. On October 10th, 1911, in a secret ammunition depot within the Russian concession at Hankow,
a revolutionary plot has been discovered in the explosion at Hankow.
This is the viceroy at Wuchao.
We have arrested 30 implicated in the plot and have seized their documents. Among them is the register of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's Revolutionary Brotherhood, the Tong Wong Wei. We will move against all these revolutionaries.
So many people were incriminated that it was too late for the revolutionists to withdraw. The Chinese revolution suddenly thundered down upon the Manchu government. The Imperial Artillery and Engineering Corps at Wuchang, who had been secretly won by the revolutionists, openly mutinied.
Captain?
Yes, Colonel Lee?
Direct your fire on the Viceroy's Yamen in Wuchao.
Yes, sir.
Bombard it and burn it. Destroy it.
Yes, sir.
Range 379. 379. Elevation 462. 462. Load. Fire!
The Viceroy and his military commander fled. This day, October 10th, was to go down in history as Double 10, the day of the outbreak of the Chinese Revolution. The next day...
Wuchang has fallen to us, Colonel Lee.
Good. Today we have also taken Hanyang and its steel mills and arsenals.
The revolution spread like wildfire. The next day, the Provincial Assembly of the province of Hubei joined the revolution, proclaimed its secession from Manchu rule. Hankow was captured, and with this was issued the manifesto.
Rise, people of China! Rise, you people in cities and towns and hamlets, and drive out the Manchus! Yes, out with the Manchus! Down with the Manchus! Republic!
The Manchus were swept from the throne, and the next year the Revolutionary Brotherhood was joined with several other revolutionary groups and reorganized as a political party, the Kuomintang. The revolution had become a reality, a living thing. The Chinese people had broken with the past. Now before them was the enormous task of working out their own destiny as a free people. For 10 years, the reconstruction program of the Revolutionary Party was forced to the background. The provincial governors struggled for power. International observers speculated on the fate of China.
Why, it's a disgrace. China's in civil war. Here it is 1923, and all China's at the mercy of the warlords.
You overlook something. The Kuomintang is still a factor.
Oh, factor. Name only. China's overrun by selfish men. Grasping for power has become more open than it was under the monarchy.
Two far-reaching things have happened this year. You know the young military genius, Chiang Kai-Shek?
The protege of Sun Yat-sen, yes.
Chiang Kai-Shek has gone to Moscow to study revolutionary technique.
To Moscow?
Yes. And Michael Borodin has arrived from Moscow to act as advisor to the Kuomintang headquarters in Canton.
Well, it's probably just a diplomatic exchange of courtesies.
It's a straw in the wind.
Why'd you say that?
Dr. Sun has just said, for publication, we no longer look to the west. Our faces are turned towards Russia.
These events were indeed straws in the wind. Chiang Kai-Shek returned, became head of the Russian-inspired Whampoa Military Academy at Canton. The sleeping dragon was beginning to bristle, and in 1926 and 27...
The Kuomintang forces, in close cooperation with the Russians, are marching northward from Canton.
Chiang Kai-Shek is driving ahead, overcoming resistance to bring the nation under Kuomintang.
Chiang Kai-Shek has taken Nanking and has established the capital of China at this important city.
The revolution was marching toward the unification of China, toward bringing all the nation under the Kuomintang. In 1927, the Kuomintang broke with the Chinese communists. The Kuomintang became the only legal party, but the communists held out at the point of the sword. In 1928,
Chiang Kai-Shek has captured Peking, the stronghold capital of the former Manchu dynasty. The capital of United China will be moved to Nanking. To eradicate memories of the pre-revolutionary days, the name of Peking has been changed to Beiping.
The first stage of the revolution was passed. Ahead lay the difficult second stage, the period of political tutelage. In 1937, the communists submitted themselves to the central government and joined forces with the Kuomintang to fight the common enemy, Japan. Today, China's revolution has entered the third stage, constitutional reconstruction. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-Shek has named 2 Chinese communists to the Committee of 60, assigned to work out the constitutional government, an important stride toward welding together the Republic of China. Before a unified China can arise, the political strife between the nationalists and the communists must somehow be resolved. For 50 years, the tide of the Chinese Revolution has ebbed and flowed. Today, it is facing one of its greatest tests. And here to tell the underlying meaning of this half-century struggle is one born and reared in China who has been identified with China's fight for national existence. Dr. Yushan Han, Associate Professor of History, University of California at Los Angeles. Dr. Han.
Today, China is celebrating the birthday of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-Shek. It is, therefore, a fitting day to discuss the Chinese Revolution. To understand the meaning of the Chinese Revolution, it is necessary to study it from 3 angles: China's political heritage, the challenge and influence of the Western world, and the indigenous development of China's national life. China's political heritage. There is a saying older than Confucius: to gag the voice of the people is more dangerous than to dam the flow of a river. The wise engineer of the river deepens its basin and facilitates its flow. The wise ruler of men encourages them to speak freely. Confucius capitalized this saying: if an emperor has 7 outspoken ministers, he cannot lose his empire in spite of his misdeeds. In the face of wrong, it is the duty of the son to oppose his father, and the duty of the minister to oppose his sovereign. Mencius went a step further when he said, the people are of first importance. The state comes next. The ruler is the least important. When a ruler treats his people like grass and dirt, then the people should regard him as bandit and enemy. The right to freedom of speech, the right to petition, and the right to revolt have long been incorporated into the Chinese political ideas and institutions by the sages. No ruler had the claim of loyalty of his people, except by his own moral quality, expressed through the attraction of worthy men in the government. On the other hand, when a ruler failed to save the people in time of emergency, the people have the right to replace him. Toward the end of the 19th century, the Chinese people saw the Manchu court was too feeble to cope with the situation. This threatening hour produced the leader, Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Dr. Sun had a difficult task in that his revolution was not only for a change of government, but also for the making of a modern state. He had not only the Manchus to replace, but also the Western powers to cope with. The Manchus made their last stand in the Boxer uprising, which resulted only in a shameful plight. This debacle, together with the victory of Japan in the Russo-Japanese War, shook China. When the American Congress in 1908 voted to return the Boxer Indemnity Funds for the education of Chinese youth, China saw promise of a friend in the West. By 1910, China had 30,000 students in Japan, 300 in Europe, and 500 in the United States. Meanwhile, the Christian missions had been training men and women. From 1895 on, Dr. Sun Yat-sen had led several attempts to replace the Manchus, but each proved to be abortive, with many martyrs as the prize, until October 10, 1911, when the first final shots were fired. In less than 4 months, the Manchu rule came to an end. From 1912 to 1926, China remained a republic in name, but torn in factional warfare among newly risen warlord adventurers. The political and economic domination by foreign powers was left unchallenged. This brings us to the phase of indigenous development of China's national life. In China's effort at total national reconstruction, Dr. Sun realized the importance of external assistance. Such assistance had been necessary even in the days of George Washington. He longed for a Lafayette, but after the First World War, the victorious powers only increased their special privileges and often blocked the revolutionary movement. At this juncture, Russia voluntarily surrendered her extraterritorial rights and withdrew her forces from China. As a result, an entente cordiale between Moscow and Dr. Sun's revolutionary government at Canton was established in 1923. Dr. Sun was not a communist and made no secret of his opposition to communism. Unfortunately, Dr. Sun died in 1925, but his will was taken up by the people as a symbol of national ideals. I have devoted myself, said he, to the cause of the people's revolution for 40 years, with but one end in view: the elevation of China to a position of freedom and equality among all nations. To achieve this end, it is imperative to realize the Sanminzhuyi, the three people's principles: a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. For this program, Chiang Kai-Shek and his associates have been striving for the last 17 years. The Communist Party has contributed its share by acting as a check to the one-party government and by fighting for the common cause. The road to a political, economic, and social democracy is a rugged and long one, but the people of China have determined to do what they ought and bear what they must.
Thank you, Dr. Yu Shan Han. Next week, at the same time over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present another program on the Pacific, with drama of the past and present, and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. A reprint of tonight's Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coins to the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. The program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company as a public service and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another public service with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. The Philippines and their fight for freedom.
Day after day, nothing but sea.
Patience. You must have patience.
Patience? 3 months have passed, Father, since we sailed through the straits named for our captain.
We must believe in our Captain Magellan and trust in God.
Oh, I knew when we sailed from Spain that we would never get back. We will never find the Spice Islands by sailing west, Father. We're lost.
Captain Magellan has brought us through every danger.
No, we're lost, Father. The only land we've seen in the last 3 months were those rocky islands. And we found neither food nor water on them. There was nothing on them.
Quiet. Here comes Captain Magellan.
Huh? Oh, yes. I must get back aloft.
The men are still complaining, Father? Oh, they are anxious, Captain Magellan. Every eye is straining for landfall. It is more than 3 months now.
There is a western route to the Spice Islands, Father. There must be.
Our food is running low.
This sea must end somewhere. Somewhere.
But where?
If the Spice Islands can be reached from the east, they must be reached from the west. The lookout aloft.
The lookout aloft reports a landfall dead ahead.
Dead ahead. Yes. Yes. Mountain peaks. Mountain peaks. You see their outlines in the haze, Father?
Yes. I see them, Captain Magellan. Praise God. Deo gracias. We will sing a Te Deum.
Land, but not the land they sought. Across the broad Pacific, Magellan had missed the Spice Islands by hundreds of miles. The peaks he sighted were the mountains of Samar in the Philippines. At Limassol, though he was a Portuguese, Magellan was to plant the flag of Spain and mark the start of Western Empire in the Pacific. Magellan gave the natives mirrors and combs and trinkets and bells. The natives gave the sailors bananas, fish, coconuts, and palm wine. With Chief Sula and his people, Magellan enjoyed cordial relations for 6 weeks.
We value your friendship most highly, Chief Sula.
That is why I have come to you.
Well, how can I help you?
Chief Lapu is our enemy, and yours too.
Yes. Chief Lapu has resisted all our gestures of friendship.
We must conquer Lapu, or we never be safe.
How many soldiers will you need?
Lapu is strong.
Yes, but he's no match for our arms.
He is cunning and fierce.
We will crush him.
But my men know the strength of Lapu.
You and your men, Chief Sula, need not fight. You need only to look on and see how Spaniards fight. I will send word to Lapu-Lapu, commanding him to submit.
Magellan sent word to Lapu-Lapu, commanding him to submit to the Spanish flag. Lapu-Lapu's answer was as direct as Magellan's. He would resist. With 60 men in 3 boats, Magellan sailed down the coast to the stronghold of Lapu-Lapu and there went ashore.
Perhaps it were best, Captain, if I approach Lapu-Lapu once more.
No, Father. He would take your life.
But we have firearms, and they have only arrows and spears.
We will deploy here on the beach and then advance.
The village on the fringe of the jungle there seems to be deserted.
Lapu-Lapu is wily. His men are concealed.
The ship's company is in order and ready for the advance, Captain Magellan.
Good. We'll advance at once, according to our plan. Give the order.
Yes, sir.
Father?
Yes, Captain.
You will remain behind, here with the rear guard.
My place is with the men.
You will be more valuable here.
As you say, Captain Magellan.
Cavalry! On guard! On! Halt!
My heart is pounding, Father. Our men are advancing right into the jungle. They can see nothing.
Lapu-Lapu's men are helpless before our guns.
Look, there they are. They're shooting arrows.
The captain has opened fire on them.
Look at the natives. Look at them leaping out of the brush. They're swarming down on our men.
Our men are falling back. They're driving us back.
Look, their village. Lapu-Lapu's village is afire.
They're driving us back.
Where does all those natives come from?
Come on, we must join the captain.
Yes, I have my gun.
Captain Magellan! Captain, look out! That spear! And just round and fight you! Captain! Oh! Pull out that spear!
Yes, sir.
Captain, pull out!
Colonel, it is bad.
Oh, Father. Go back to the boat.
No. I'll stay here with you.
You cannot help me, Father. Order the men back to the boat. Back to the boat.
Here, let me lift you. We must get you back to the...
Oh. My legs bent, Father. My legs.
Captain Magellan. Captain.
With Magellan began Spanish Empire in the Philippines. From Spain and Mexico came great galleons to trade. And each year, with the new moon in March, Chinese traders sailed across the China Sea, rough with the monsoons, to the port of Manila. The Chinese came in fleets of 30 and 40 junks.
Horses and mules and geese. How can you Chinese bring such livestock across the sea in your junks?
We have been trading with these islands for generations. Long before you people of Spain and Portugal came here.
Well, what is that coming ashore in that boat?
That is a buffalo.
But buffaloes are wild.
We tame them.
Well, that beast is strong enough to kick that boat to pieces.
Yes, if we permitted it to do that.
Oh. You even bring birds in cages.
Yes. Some of them talk, some of them sing. And they perform 1,000 tricks.
Yes, so I see.
The people of these islands regard them highly.
They cannot have use for 40 junk loads of livestock.
We unload the livestock first. But we have also brought silks, brocades, and furniture, pearls and gems of all kinds, fruits and nuts, and many gewgaws and knickknacks, which you Spaniards, as well as these people, may hold in high esteem.
After the Chinese junks had sailed home each season, the Japanese arrived. Their ships brought wheat, silks, objects of art, and weapons. They traded in the islands of the Philippines, and when they left...
We are taking back to Japan gold, deer horns, wood, honey, wax, palm wine, wine of Castile, and the raw silk. We shall return next season with more merchandise.
From Malacca and India came other fleets of trading ships, manned by Portuguese subjects of Spain.
All right, move over there. Move. Get over there, you. Move. Turn them up on the beach. Keep them together. Here together over there.
Where did you bring these slaves from?
They are Kyrgyz from Africa.
Oh, they make good slaves.
We've had a bad passage. Trouble with them all the way.
Keep them moving over there. We've got to get them unloaded and sail with the ebb tide.
The rich productions of Bengal, India, Persia, and Turkey came to the Philippines. And from Borneo, in the small craft of the Malays, came other traders with slaves, palm mats, sago, and earthenware. From Siam came traders with the wondrous products of Cambodia. Manila had become a trading center for all the countries of the East. With the trading ships came immigrants from many lands: Chinese, Arabians, Malays, Indians, Japanese. Spanish galleons came laden to the gunwales with merchandise and Mexican gold and Spanish soldiers and colonists. The Spaniards and Mexicans settled in the islands and blended with the island peoples from all over the Orient. Out of this mixture rose the Filipinos, a people linked with the culture of the East, but partly Western in language, law, custom, and religion. Spain was to rule the 7,000 islands of the Philippines for nearly 400 years. But through the passing centuries, the Filipinos grew restive under the hardships and injustices of the Spanish rule. Revolutions smoldered for years.
Here at the Luneta, 3 bishops were garroted by the Spanish, put to death because they dared to speak against the crown of Spain. Here we must pledge our lives to fight for the freedom of the Filipinos. For us who fight for our liberty, there may be death here at this very spot. But we can do no less than the others who gave their blood here. We fight for our sacred freedom.
Revolutionary movements seized. Brilliant young Dr. Jose Rizal and other Patriot leaders were seized and put to death. The revolution broke out in full fury in 1896.
This rebellion against the crown of Spain will be crushed. Your leaders have betrayed you. Put down your arms and return to your home. The king's forces will be used against you with all vigor, and those found guilty of revolutionary activity will be put to death without mercy. Freedom! Independence! Liberty!
The Filipino fight for freedom, instead of being snuffed out, blazed with greater fury. The United States moved closer to the brink of war with Spain, and 2 years later declared war and sent an historic message to Admiral George Dewey in command of the American fleet in China.
Proceed to the Philippine Islands. Commence operations at once against the Spanish fleet. Capture their vessels or destroy them.
Go, guns! Number 1, third guns loaded, sir. Number 2, third guns loaded, sir. Number 3, third guns loaded, sir.
All guns loaded, Admiral Dewey.
You may fire when ready, Gridley.
Yes, sir.
All guns, fire!
Dewey destroyed the Spanish fleet, and one by one, the towns and provinces occupied by the Spanish soldiers were taken by the Filipinos. In June 1898, the independence of the Philippines was declared at Cavite, and on August 13th, 1898, the Americans and the Filipinos captured the city of Manila. Another month, and the First Republic was formed in the Orient. But grave days lay ahead for the Philippine Republic. Almost before the sound of the guns had died out, the representatives of the various provinces met and discussed the problem.
What do we gain, gentlemen, to throw off the yoke of Spain only to put down the yoke of America?
But America is our friend. Spain was not.
Friend. Admiral Dewey encouraged us to fight the Spaniards and then would not permit us to enter Manila after we had helped capture it.
The Americans betrayed us.
No. President McKinley said the Philippines were not America's to exploit, but to develop, to civilize, to educate, and to train in self-government. America wishes only...
America did not conquer the Spaniards for us. We conquered them. The Americans only came in at the last.
Yes, and now Spain has turned over the whole of the Philippines to America.
The Americans wish only to...
the Americans have any claim at all, they have only the right to the territory which they themselves took from the Spanish soldiers.
We Filipinos must remember that the Americans helped us.
Our fate is no better under the Americans than under the Spaniards. We have fought this far for our independence, If we must fight the Americans, then let us fight them.
Yes. War. War on the Americans. Sure. War. Down with America! Fight America! War!
The two friends were at each other's throats. The Filipinos organized guerrilla bands, struck suddenly, disappeared into the forest, struck again, moved and struck. For years, they had been gathering arms and ammunition to use against the Spaniards. Now they turned them on the Americans.
General Aguinaldo has crossed the Cordillera Central and is hiding in the hills, General Funston. The most effective way to end this guerrilla warfare is to capture Aguinaldo. Aguinaldo knows every foot of ground in these hills and jungles. Unless we take him, we must hunt down and destroy his guerrilla bands, one by one.
General Funston.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Look at these letters. We took them from a messenger we've just captured.
Whose messenger was he, Lieutenant?
Aguinaldo's, I think.
This is a letter from Aguinaldo to one of his generals asking for more troops to be sent up to Palanan. Ah, so that's where Aguinaldo is. Palanan. Ah, this is what we can do. We will go to Palanan disguised as prisoners as some of Aguinaldo's men. Disguise some of our troops as Aguinaldo's guerrillas? We'll dress a company of Macabebe troops as guerrillas. We'll go to Aguinaldo as if we are their prisoners. I think we can get to Aguinaldo that way. Our task then will be to capture him and bring him back.
General Funston took with him Hilario Tal Placido, who had been one of Aguinaldo's officers. Placido sent a message ahead to Aguinaldo telling him that the reinforcements he wanted were on their way to him with 5 American prisoners. For days, General Funston and his party pushed through the dense country, swimming rivers, pushing their way through forests, climbing steep mountains. Aguinaldo sent a message back to Placido, telling him to bring the reinforcements directly into Palanan, but to leave the American prisoners at a barrio 6 miles distant. In spite of these orders, General Funston and his entire party, all in disguise, went directly into Palanan.
General Funston, some of Aguinaldo's officers are coming out to meet us. Get into the bushes, Colonel. Placido.
Yes, General Funston.
We 5 Americans will stay here, hidden in these bushes. You and your soldiers go with Aguinaldo's officers to his house. When you reach there and are sure that he is there, signal to us.
Yes, sir.
Get into the bushes. The officers are almost here.
Placido and an interpreter named Segovia went with Aguinaldo's officers directly to Aguinaldo's house. Aguinaldo's house was under the heavy guard of troops with fixed bayonets. Placido and Segovia greeted Aguinaldo, who was surrounded by 7 of his officers, all carrying revolvers. Placido and Segovia went into the house with Aguinaldo and his officers. Placido entertained them with stories of their long march, bringing up the reinforcements. Suddenly, Segovia stepped to the window and shouted,
"Now is the time, Macabebe! Give it to them!"
Aguinaldo stepped to the window and shouted,
"Stop that foolishness! Don't waste your ammunition. Aguinaldo, you are a prisoner of the Americans. Let me go! Here, please, go! Let go of Aguinaldo!
Attention! Attention! General Aguinaldo, you are under arrest.
Arrest? Is this not some joke? Who are you?
Frederick Funston, sir. We are going back to see the American general in command.
The capture of Aguinaldo marked the end of the American war in the Philippines. Then began the years of Reconstruction. From the beginning of the American regime, education was emphasized as a means of preparing the Filipinos for independence. By the time the Tidings-McDuffie Act was adopted in 1934, providing for complete independence for the Philippines in 1946, the world was in a ferment. Observers regarded the plan with misgivings.
This is no time to promise the Philippines independence in 1946.
You mean because of Japan?
Sure. Japan's straining every resource, getting ready for war. She's taken Manchuria, and she's trying to penetrate into North China. What chance would the Philippines have if the United States wasn't there?
We've been promising them independence ever since we moved in there at the turn of the century.
I know, but this is no time. It's not only Japan. Look what's happening in Germany. That man Hitler.
The Filipinos are going right ahead with their Commonwealth. They've ratified their new constitution. Looks like they're going through with their plan for 10 years of transition before they get complete independence.
World War II was seething under the surface. But the goal of independence, for which the Filipinos had struggled for more than 50 years, was now in sight. They went resolutely forward. Of all the colonies in the Pacific, the Philippines were the only ones to be promised independence at a definite date. To many with interest in the Pacific, this was an error.
The Americans are letting the white man down out here.
This will lead to unrest in our colonies here in the Pacific.
It is a bad example. It will agitate our entire political situation in the Pacific.
These and other disquieting echoes were heard throughout the Pacific. The murmuring for and against Philippine independence grew louder. In the background was the rising shadow of Japan.
You realize how many Japanese there are in the Philippines?
Well, I know there are a great many in Davao.
There's a whole Japanese colony.
Then maybe there is something to that rumor about ammunition being smuggled into Davao.
It wouldn't surprise me. Everywhere you turn, there are Japanese fishing boats in the harbors. And you've heard about those Japanese lumbering operations in Luzon, haven't you?
You mean the clearing of the forest there?
Yes, and they're not interested in the lumber. What they're really doing is clearing roadways for an invasion on Lamon Bay. Nobody knows when those Japs will strike. But everybody knows that when we move out of the Philippines, they can expect the Japs any day after.
But the march toward Philippine independence was on. The war clouds in the Pacific were rolling up, even as the Philippines were moving toward freedom. In the summer of 1941, the Filipino forces were put into the United States Army, and President Manuel Quezon of the Philippines said,
"If the outcome of the war means triumph for the democracy and the upholding of the rights of small nations in their own existence, then the Philippines will be independent forever. The Philippines will stand by the United States and will sink or swim with the United States."
In the fall of 1941, apprehension grew into tenseness in the Philippines. And 2 months later, with the same paralyzing power that was used against the United States, the Japanese struck the Philippines, blasted and ravaged and devastated their lands and cities. The freedom that the Filipinos had so long fought and worked for was snatched from them. But side by side with the Americans, they fought until they were vanquished. Bataan and Corregidor have become epics of heroism. Here at last, the Filipinos won their freedom. On August 13, 1943, President Roosevelt announced to the world,
"The Republic of the Philippines will be established the moment the power of our Japanese enemies is destroyed."
For nearly half a century of fighting and preparation for freedom, the Filipino people face with the United Nations the enormous task of reconquest of their homeland. They face the task before them with confidence. Their leader has said, "The Filipino people are proud and grateful to be one of the 32 United Nations and to have the President of the United States as a warm and sympathetic friend." And here to discuss the underlying meaning of this long fight for freedom is Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Lattimore.
Nowhere in Asia is the story of the past more dramatically linked with the present than in the Philippines. In the discovery and conquest of the islands, there is all the violence that went along with the romance and adventure of the age of Columbus and Magellan. Arrogantly confident of themselves, the European discoverers went out in search of new lands, seeking for gold and quick wealth. They joined in tribal wars, they robbed and killed, they often resorted to treachery, but it did not bother their consciences a bit. They felt that they were superior people and entitled to do what they did by divine right. What they accomplished was the founding of the colonial system. In the Philippines, under the rule of Spain, it lasted 4 centuries. Then came the Americans, and the part played by the Americans leads right up to the war we are fighting today. We must look deeply into American history to get the full drama of the contrast between Spanish colonial rule, the American experiment in trusteeship and training for independence, and Japan's attempt to turn back the clock by conquering and setting up a vast federated Asiatic empire. Our own history began with a revolt against the colonial system. In our Revolutionary War, we fought for our own interests, but we were also deeply convinced that we fought unselfishly for universal principles. That explains why some of the noblest words and phrases in the long history of mankind were uttered and spoken in the years of the American Revolution. We began our life as a nation dedicated to the proposition that all men are entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For that reason, whatever the policy of the American government at any particular moment, the American people have always been steady in the belief that anything which Americans think worth fighting for is something that all men everywhere are entitled to have if they will also fight for it and make sacrifices for it. That, I feel convinced, is the way to look at America's past record in the Philippines and what it is going to mean for the future. We have no need to be hypocritical or falsely sentimental about America and the Philippines. We do not need to pretend that we have always been purely altruistic. Of course not. Mixed elements and factors enter into any historical process. There have been selfish American interests at work in our relations with the Philippines. We have had our twinges of manifest destiny, our fits and starts of imperialism. Our record in Puerto Rico is not too good. We have made our historical mistakes, but, as President Roosevelt said on the subject of repealing the Chinese Exclusion Act, we can be big enough to admit them. This is what we have to keep in sight. When we entered the Philippines, we stood at the threshold of empire, but something in the fabric and character of American life prevented us from becoming an imperial people. Take one factor alone, the deep American belief in education as something that not only gives men and women a knowledge of facts, but also liberates their ability to think. Never has any colonial administration spent as much of its budget on education as the Americans did in the Philippines. Generally speaking, the colonial standard of education is easy to recognize. It is intended to provide office clerks and personnel for the lower grades of government service. Colonial administrations train some of the people to help the government rule all of the people. They do not train all of the people to rule themselves as a nation. American education in the Philippines, on the other hand, has been universal education, not colonial education. Step by step, as the desire of the Filipinos to be free and to rule themselves awoke and spread, they found in American education the methods of self-government, the ideas of independence, and the honored words of freedom. They did not learn these things in a way that led to Filipino challenge of American rule, but in a way that brought increasing harmony and sympathy between Filipino aspirations and accepted American beliefs. Accordingly, Americans have never felt that the gain of freedom by the Philippines would be a loss to America. Because of the revolutionary origin of our own country, I believe that we Americans have always considered it a political article of faith that freedom is something that belongs to everybody by right. You can take freedom away or you can restore it, but you cannot manufacture it and bestow it as a present because it is not yours to give. I said at the beginning of this talk that our record and policy in the Philippines link up the age of colonial history under the Spanish and Japan's attempt to open a new and more terrible age of imperialism. This is where we come to the point. Japan is promising, in the Philippines and elsewhere in Asia, a form of so-called freedom which is described as a charitable gift from Japan. We have promised to the Philippines our assistance in restoring a freedom which is their own. Combine this with American policy toward China, where we have renounced all extraterritorial rights and imperialistic privileges and are now taking steps to recognize racial equality in addition to political equality. The combination can mean only one thing. American policy is already in action far beyond the Pacific. In that sense, American isolation is already a historical curiosity. Policy, however, is a thing that develops only step by step. In addition to policy, I think we can discern a permanent American attitude, implemented step by step in our policy toward the Philippines and China. The best way I can describe this attitude, in the fewest words, is to say that, in my opinion, Americans do not feel called upon to declare independence for other people, but we do feel, when other people strive for their independence, that we must respect the claims of others when they are claiming that for which we ourselves demand respect. I think that this attitude of the American people, combined with the fact that we have no colonial empire to preserve, is going to be of great dynamic importance in the next chapters of the history of Asia and the Pacific.
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. Next week, at the same time, over most of these stations, the National Broadcasting Company will present another program on the Pacific, with drama of the past and present, and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. A reprint of tonight's Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. The program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast comes to you tonight from Hollywood and New York as another public service, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Henry Luce, editor of Time, Life, and Fortune magazines and student and traveler of China. Young Kai-Shek, Freedom and Equality.
At the confluence of the Yangtze and Tialing rivers off Chongqing lay the Chinese gunboat Yung Sui, which means permanent peace. On its topside, Chinese sailors busied themselves for a momentous event.
All right. Try the breech of the gun once more.
Yes.
That's good. Now, let's see. Have we got all the ammunition laid out?
Yes, 21 rounds.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. That's right.
This will be the first time I've ever seen a 21-gun salute.
Most people never see a 21-gun salute in all their lives. Oh, there's the lieutenant.
Attention. Move in close.
Moving close.
Men, to us has been given the honor of flying the salute for the new president of China. This is an historic day, double 10, October 10th, the 32nd anniversary of the founding of the Republic of China. When Generalissimo Chiang Kai-Shek has taken the oath, we will get the order to fire the salute. Our salute will be the signal for the people ashore to set off their firecrackers and to start the celebration.
Meantime, in the Hall of Ceremonies in the National Government Building of Chongqing, 400 Chinese dignitaries were gathered to see Chiang Kai-Shek sworn in to succeed the late President Lin Sen. Among the 400 who looked on were friends of his stormy revolutionary days, political and military opponents who are now his supporters, men who knew nearly every step of the long trail to this great moment.
I met Chiang when he was 19 years old. He went to the Imperial Military Academy at Bao Tingfu in 1906. And the next year, he was sent to the Shinbogokyo Military Academy in Tokyo. That is where I met him. At night in our quarters, we talked about the plight of China.
The Manchus are destroying China with their corruption and weakness. We are at the mercy of foreigners. Only a revolution can save China.
His ideals were the same as those as Sun Yat-sen, who was also in Japan at that time. So he joined the revolutionists with a number of other young Chinese.
Look around you here. Everywhere we see strength and authority. Japan is a military power as strong as the powers of Europe. Why is this?
The history of the last 40 years of Japan is the answer, John.
Japan is strong because she had a revolution and reconstructed her national life.
Japan is strong because it has a purpose. Japan is working toward a future.
One day, Japan will conquer China.
China, with all its lands and people? No, John.
What is a venerable history in half of Asia against a nation like Japan?
But think of China's population, John. It is many times that of Japan.
China, with all its territory and its hundreds of millions of people, cannot stand against Japan. China must change as Japan has changed. The Manchu rulers must be driven out if China is to be delivered from destruction. Else China is lost. The Japanese War of 1894 lost us Formosa, Port Arthur, southern Manchuria, and cost the Chinese people 200 million taels. China under the Manchus is helpless. What will happen when Japan attacks China next time?
Chang, we must remember that we are on a Japanese military academy.
Chang spent 3 years in Tokyo. He served with the 13th Field Artillery Regiment of the Imperial Army. Both of us did. But he was interested in more than the military. He studied the Japanese and their way of thinking and their way of doing things. He studied how Japan transformed herself into a great power, and he studied Japanese politics. In Japan, Chang learned some of the most valuable lessons of his life.
The Chinese Revolution broke out in 1911, and Chang returned to Shanghai. The revolution he had dreamed of had become a reality. His military career was launched. He remained in close contact with the Republican Nationalist group in the Second Revolution, which failed in 1913, and then returned to civilian life.
During these years, I saw Chiang Kai-Shek from time to time. Few people were close to him. He had few friends. When he was not working, he was to be found with them. I remember his great ability to concentrate and his great ability to relax. I remember him as a plain man with few wants. He neither smoked nor drank. He was frugal about everything he did. Never in those days, nearly 30 years ago, did I expect to see him like this today, dressed in the uniform of a marshal and taking the oath for the presidency of China.
In 1917, Sun Yat-sen appointed Chiang Kai-Shek Chief of Education in the Army. Chiang was destined to be close to Dr. Sun from this time forward. In 1922, with his help, Dr. Sun escaped in disguise from a plot on his life, and Chiang remained with him for 56 days aboard a cruiser. Thus far, Chiang had been obscure, but the next year, 1923, at the age of 35, he emerged as a world figure.
Dr. Sun made any statement on his new tie-up with Russia yet?
Not yet, and I've been sitting here in his anteroom waiting for an hour.
No word?
No, nothing.
I thought this was supposed to amount to something.
Oh, here he is. Oh, it's just his secretary.
Is Dr. Sun going to make a statement about this understanding with Russia?
Dr. Sun has authorized this statement. Chiang Kai-Shek has been sent to Russia under the terms of the Nationalist Soviet understanding.
Is that all?
Chiang Kai-Shek? Who is he? Isn't Dr. Sun going to do something about Russia himself?
This is the only statement authorized.
But look, my paper back at... Just what I thought. Just shadowboxing, making gestures.
Oh, I don't know. There may be more to this than meets the eye. Dr. Sun's going to make the most of this understanding with Russia. And if he sends Chiang Kai-Shek, chances are he knows what he's doing.
What does Chiang Kai-Shek mean to the guy that reads my stuff back in the United States? Nobody ever heard of him. What they're interested in is something about Sun Yat-sen.
I was with Chiang Kai-Shek in Russia. By the time we arrived in Moscow in 1923, Chiang was a practical military man. He had seen action, and he remembered well what he learned in the Japanese military academy. Yet, he had the wisdom to listen closely to the experienced Soviet military men.
The Red Army, you see, represents a combination of the political and military warfare.
That is quite different from the Japanese military science, which is dependent on the stable constitutional system.
Our revolution here in Russia is more recent. And thus, we are more interested in the steps between modern warfare and the government.
This means, then, that an army, from being the tool of a government that has been discarded, can become the spearhead of a new, young government.
That is right, Comrade Jim. And this is the sense in which the Red Army has become an instrument.
We stayed in Russia 4 months. When we returned to Canton, Sun Yat-sen directed that a military academy should be set up with Chiang as chief. Chiang Kai-Shek established the Wangpu Academy and began the development of a modern Chinese army. It was from this time on that Chiang rose to power.
In the seasoned hands of Chang, the cadets of Wangpu became the nucleus of an army. All that had happened to him in the past, his training, his experience, his thinking, all this blended into the reality which was Chang's will. Sun Yat-sen, his teacher and leader, was now dead. And now the task of resolving the revolution, of unifying and reconstructing China, was Chang's. At the age of 38, Chiang Kai-Shek became Generalissimo of the National Revolutionary Army. By drilling, by hammering home hard-learned truths, by inspiring his army, he prepared them for the grim days that lay ahead.
Death is worth more than life without honor. Your own life means nothing, nor does mine. We must sacrifice everything for our country and our people.
On the day he became Generalissimo, Chiang started his northern campaign to unify China and its people, to bring all of China under the nationalist government.
Changsha has been stormed and captured. Hankow and Hanyang have been taken. Then Chang and Fujian have fallen. Zhejiang has been captured and cleaned up. Hangzhou, Shanghai, Nanking have been taken.
I was in Nanking after the capture of the city when the Nanking affair took place. It was the day after Nanking had been taken. Zheng had expelled the rebels from the Kuomintang. The city was quiet when suddenly we heard gunshots. In order to incriminate Zheng, the rebels opened fire on the foreign consulate, murdered and looted. All the world was shocked. The foreign press was furious and demanded that Zheng be held responsible. In this difficult situation, in the interest of national unity, Zheng proved himself the great leader he is by taking upon himself personally the entire responsibility of the Nanking affair.
The responsibility is mine. I shall guarantee the safety and the property of the foreigner.
Zheng not only straightened out the Nanking affair, but also frustrated the attempts to overthrow him.
But more trouble lay ahead. The Nationalist Party, the Kuomintang, split wide open. The left wing, under Wang Ching-wei, joined the insurgents. They captured Wuhan, Hankow, and Hanyang, called themselves the Wuhan Group, and set up a government at Hankow. As their price for coming back into the Kuomintang, they demanded the removal of Chiang Kai-Shek. Zheng resigned and returned to his childhood home in Shekyang, then went to Japan.
General Zheng, I have been sent here to see you by Wang Ching-wei. Yes? You know that Chang Shou-lin, the great warlord from the north, is moving on the Nanking government. Yes, I've been informed. Wang Ching-wei wishes you to come back, to take command of our forces. I cannot cooperate with a group that collaborates with the rebels. But we have broken with the disloyal forces. I will return. If all military resources of the national government are mobilized to effect national unity.
Chiang Kai-shek returned to Nanking and took over the command of the army and resumed the northern campaign. Two warlords, long powerful within the length of their own swords, joined Zheng. And the three attacked Zhang Zhou-lin, the warlord from the north.
General Chang Shou-lin, our right flank is collapsing before Zheng's drive. Aren't we able to make a stand anywhere? Feng and Yan have joined with Zheng against us. Did you order a retreat? It was our only hope, to hold their armies together. Armies? What good will our armies do against Zheng and Feng and Yan? We'll have to abandon Peking and Xinjiang. Our only hope of survival is to retire now beyond the Great Wall. That means we're lost. We shall never return.
The combined forces of Chang and Feng and Yan drove Chang beyond the Great Wall.
Orderly.
Yes, sir.
Hoist the flag.
Yes.
The flag of New China fluttered from the tops of the official buildings of Peking. Chang's great military mission had come to a close. The realization of the dreams of Sun Yat-sen. Ahead lay another task.
The time of martial exploits is past. The peaceful work of reconstruction must now begin.
By his skill and dynamic leadership, Chang rose to the leadership of the Kuomintang, and within 2 years had a majority of the Kuomintang leaders at his capital at Nanking.
I was with Chang at the time of the Japanese attack on Manchuria in 1931. Chang had been occupied trying to put down the opposition forces. They had an army of 180,000. And when Chang moved to resist the Japanese, the rebels attacked Chang. The rest of the world looked on and wondered.
What's the matter with China? Is it even going to fight the Japanese? Is Chang going to let the Japanese conquer Manchuria without even putting up a fight for it?
And even in our own country, our people looked on and said,
What good is Chang's government at Nanking if it's unable to defend Manchuria against the Japanese?
This is what the Chinese Revolution has come to. We are so weak and our government so ineffectual that we are helpless before the Japanese.
Chang's government is nothing but a house of cards. His army is no better.
The world did not know, and even the Chinese people did not know, that Chang's central government was in no position to fight the Japanese. All our resources had been used to unify China. Our treasury had been drained. Chang talked to me of this desperate situation.
Before we can cope with Japan, we must put our own house in order. We must build railroads, produce guns and ammunition, equip our men, train our armies, and make our home front strong. We must reorganize, Yang.
We cannot fight the rebels at the same time we fight the Japanese.
They have struck us at a vulnerable time. We must exterminate them, yes. But we must also prepare for the future with a solid, unified government.
Chang needed time to reorganize. During this time, Japan had to be appeased. Not until 2 years had passed did Chang win a great victory over the insurgents. The Japanese looked on and knew China was growing strong. And Chang knew that Japan was watching.
China will have to fight Japan. We must prepare for this.
But, sir, we have not yet put down the opposition groups.
We must prepare for the war against Japan, nevertheless. How can we prepare to fight Japan when we are not yet united in our own country? I have no thought of jeopardizing our armies against the superior equipment of the Japanese. You should know that it is not necessary to match Japan, big gun for big gun, airplane for airplane, weapon for weapon. We will trade space for time. We will retreat when we must, and make the retreat costly for the Japanese. In this way, we will gain time. And with time on our side, we shall hang on until, perhaps with alive, we can move against the enemy and crush him.
2 years later, the world held its breath at what happened to Chang in Shensi province. Chang flew to Xi'an to put down the seething trouble in that quarter and to discipline Sentinel government troops. At 5:30 a.m., he was wakened.
Generalissimo! Generalissimo!
What's the shooting outside?
There's trouble, sir. A mutiny. A mutiny of some kind has broken out. The troops are marching here.
Mutiny?
Yes. Your headquarters are nearly surrounded. Only the path to the mountains behind the house seems to be clear.
They're coming close.
Here's your robe, Generalissimo. There's no time.
Where are my slippers?
Oh, yes.
We can go out the side door.
It's locked.
Let me try. Well, we'd better go out the other way. Through the garden, this way.
Yes, sir. Let me give you a boost over this wall. It's 10 feet high. Put your foot here in my hand.
A little higher now. Oh. Now, give me your hand.
Good. Thank you, sir. There's a 30-foot drop down to the ground.
I will hang down and drop.
Careful, Generalissimo. Can I help you?
No.
Look out. Generalissimo. Generalissimo. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Generalissimo.
Chang was stunned. His back was badly injured. For minutes, he lay inert, in great pain, unable to move. Bodyguards helped him into the mountains, put him in a cave hidden by shrubbery.
Here he is. Here he is. Where is he? In this cave. Let's shoot him. No, not now. Come in here, you two.
Keep your gun on him. Watch him.
I will guard the entrance. Come closer.
Don't move from where you are.
I am the Generalissimo. Do not be disrespectful. You regard me as your prisoner, kill me. But do not subject me to indignities.
The word of Chang's capture spread round the world like wildfire.
Generalissimo, Zhong Kai-Shek has been kidnapped by young Marshal Chang Su-Liang. He's being held prisoner somewhere in the Shensi province. All efforts to make contact with the kidnappers have thus far failed, and it is feared... I remember Chang there in Shensi. Generalissimo refused to eat. He became thin and haggard. Madame Chiang learned where he was held prisoner, and she flew northward and dared to walk into the lair of the kidnappers. They talked for days with the young marshal and his generals. Chang made it clear that he intended to fight the Japanese after China was unified.
Chang was released, and 7 months later he was fighting the Japanese.
The Japanese have attacked at the Marco Polo Bridge. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-Shek is rallying all of China against the Japanese.
He sits like a mountain, he moves like a dragon, and he walks with the step of a tiger.
The first way to win a war is to be sure that you do not lose it.
That was Chiang's strategy. Magnetic warfare. To draw the enemy out until his lines were extended, and then to counterattack. I saw it happen again and again. Chiang hung on tenaciously. He held the Japanese on the same line for 3 years. And when the United States came into the war in the Pacific, Chiang rose to his true stature as one of the 4 leaders of the United Nations. You see him standing there in full dress uniform of a field marshal, with the decorations gleaming on his breast, ready to take the oath of office as President of the Republic of China. One of the greatest living men.
The 400 Chinese dignitaries in the Hall of Ceremonies at Chongqing looked on with solemn admiration as Chiang Kai-Shek took the oath. There's the salute from the gunboat in the river gorge below. Chiang has been handed the great jade seal wrapped in red silk. Now he turns to speak, and all the world listens to this man who has become the living symbol of mankind's fight for freedom.
I will observe all laws and respect public opinion in order to set an example of democratic rule in China. Our ultimate victory is in sight. A great future for China is dawning. At this time, when China's war of defense is entering a decisive stage, when national reconstruction is beginning in all earnestness, I shudder at the thought of the great task that falls on my shoulders.
President Chang has sown the seeds of freedom in China. His influence transcends the borders of China and stands for freedom for all peoples and equality of all nations. To tell the underlying meaning of the struggle of Chiang Kai-Shek, NBC presents Henry Luce, editor of Life, Time, and Fortune magazines, who has traveled widely in China and who has met and talked with the Generalissimo. The next voice you will hear will be that of Mr. Luce. We take you now to New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been hearing tonight about Chiang Kai-Shek, the man who has done most to make China strong. This program has done well to give us even a hint of the difficulties of his task. For the measure of the greatness of Chiang Kai-Shek is the greatness of the difficulties he has faced and overcome. The founder of the Chinese Republic, Sun Yat-sen, died in 1925. Sun Yat-sen bequeathed to his people a vision of a new society. He also bequeathed to them, in the sad hour of his death, chaos and the likelihood of national extinction. In that hour, the Republic of China was a bitter fiasco. Then, 2 years later, in 1927, Chiang Kai-Shek set out to unify and liberate all China. Chiang Kai-Shek made no promises. His job was to redeem the promises, the golden promises of Sun Yat-sen. Let us try to picture the difficulties Chiang Kai-Shek faced. Think of 450 million people, with no government they could turn to, no laws they could trust, and no gods but the painted clay of broken idols and deserted temples. Gropingly, eagerly, these people were seeking a new way of life, but the very air they breathed reeked with the living corruption of a dead empire. Civil war, banditry, poverty, plague, famine, ignorance, superstition, these were the difficulties. And there was another difficulty even more ominous. Japan had already begun the enslavement of China. Her plan of conquest was already in operation. To keep China divided, to keep China corrupt, to increase the opium traffic, to bribe warlord against warlord, and, at the proper time, to take over. All this, even then, deeply concerned America. Thoughtful Americans saw that war to the death between Japan and America was almost inevitable. Consequently, their genuine interest in China included the hope that the spiritual comradeship binding the people of China and the people of America would grow into a comradeship in arms, when the day of supreme trial came. There were times when this seemed a wan and impractical hope. Both Americans and Chinese who prayed for China to grow strong for her own sake and for America's came to feel that only a miracle could save China. Part of the necessary miracle was that China should produce a great soldier. Of all miracles, this was the most unlikely, since no country was ever so hopelessly pacifistic. But way back in 1907, one extraordinary American with the gift of prophecy found in China's history a parallel for the miracle that was needed. The name of this American was General Homer Lee. The lesson he found for our time goes back to the 14th century, when a great soldier came forth from a Buddhist monastery, saved China, and became immortalized as the martial monk. So, in 1907, Homer Lee wrote as follows: "The Chinese people have now to confront the most critical period in all the ages that have been allotted to them since that dim morning when first they gathered themselves together on the plain of Shanxi. Unless there arises the militancy of another martial monk, the hour has come when this ancientest kingdom shall make its final salutation to mankind." So wrote General Lee. And what happened in 1927 was that at last, late in fulfillment, there strode out upon the vast and confused stage of China another martial monk, Chiang Kai-Shek the soldier, and Chiang Kai-Shek the Christian, sworn with the fierce earnestness of a covenanter to unify and to liberate all China. Chiang Kai-Shek has made his mark in many fields of statesmanship. Of all the world's leaders, none has spoken more profoundly and clearly of how we must organize a just and durable peace. But it is Chiang Kai-Shek the soldier that I would ask you to remember tonight, for we are apt to forget what the soldier Chiang and his soldiers have done. They have killed many hundred thousands of Japanese. Yes, the sons of pacifists, whom Chiang Kai-Shek made into soldiers, have killed nearly 1 million Japs. The army Chiang Kai-Shek had created and fathered before Japan attacked 7 years ago was mostly destroyed. So he created another army. In the western hills of Japan, where there are no arsenals, in the western hills of China, where there are no arsenals, Chiang Kai-Shek created an army of 3 million first-line troops. And the first army that he sacrificed, the firstborn of his genius, and the greater army he created in the west, these two armies, the living and the dead, they stopped Japan. After Pearl Harbor, Chiang's army of the west was completely cut off from all supplies. His army and his people have endured the direst blockade in all human history. Nevertheless, his army has held a line 2,000 miles long, and in all these 2 years it has yielded scarcely a mile to Japan. There is genius in those hills of the West, genius and the product of genius. A great army of foot soldiers, tough, disciplined, brave, and willing to die for China, for the Generalissimo, and for us. Those soldiers have helped us in the past. Just how much, we will never know. Someday, when we make contact with them, they will help us again in battle and by battle. They will help us not merely to kill Japanese, they will help us make a world where brave men of every race may live happily and honorably at peace. So let us salute tonight the greatest soldier of Asia, the father and teacher of soldiers, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-Shek.
Thank you, Henry Luce. You have been listening to The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. A reprint of tonight's Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. The program came to you from Hollywood and New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast tonight comes to you from San Francisco and Hollywood as another public service, with drama of the past and present and commentary by Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. Australia, rising power in the Pacific.
Across the Pacific, aircraft are winging toward Australia, mighty bulwark of the United Nations. Warplanes carrying men and material to this new nation, which is playing a major role in the war in the Pacific, and which is destined to wield world influence when the war is ended.
Yeah, there it is down there.
So that's Sydney Harbor, huh?
Yes. Bonza, isn't it?
Look at that city spread out around the bay down there.
City of 1.25 million now.
I've never seen anything like it. Rivers going out in all directions like spokes from a hub.
Look there. See the ferry boats?
Yes. So that's how you get around the bay, huh?
Yes. Ferries and the big bridge. See it down there, arching across the harbor?
Yeah.
That connects the old city with the North Shore and with many of the residential suburbs. Nearly a fifth of the people in Australia live right down there along Sydney Harbor.
A lot of activity down there.
Sydney is the greatest port in the world, if you ask me.
What's that down there? Railroads? There to the right.
Yes. Railroads run out from Sydney in all directions. 6,000 miles. They bring the produce of the interior to the coast.
How old's this city?
It's not as old as a lot of cities in your America. My people were among the founders.
The early settlers?
You might call them that. They came over with the first fleet. That was before there was any...
Today, Sydney is the metropolis of half the Pacific. Strategically, her influence stretches out over all the islands south of the equator. Through this port moves great quantities of wool, wheat, butter, meat, fruits, and minerals. Here and in the other major cities of Australia, life grows away from the old life of Australia, grows more and more toward its destiny and world affairs. Here, where this great city stands, a nation was born 155 years ago as a result of events that were taking place halfway round the world in England.
There is a greater disrespect for the law of the land in England today than ever before. We are the victims of a carnival of crime. Is it because of our severe criminal code that the number of offenders is constantly growing?
We can only prevail against this unprecedented outbreak by greater persistence.
You mean by transporting certain classes of criminals to British positions beyond the seas, huh?
We have no room for them in our jails and prisons here.
We can no longer send them to America.
More's the pity.
The American rebellions ended that.
We can send them somewhere else.
Where do you suggest?
To New South Wales. Coast of the great island of New Holland in the Pacific.
Captain Cook has recorded there is nothing there. Only a wilderness inhabited by strange animals and aborigines.
What? Could there be a better place for a penal colony?
Sir Joseph Banks, who was a young botanist, had accompanied Captain Cook on a visit to the strange shores of the South Pacific continent, advised that the new convict colony be established at a place he had named Botany Bay, a short distance south of the site of what is now Sydney Harbor.
In 1787, the First Fleet, consisting of 6 transports and 3 supply ships, sailed for Botany Bay under command of Captain Arthur Phillips.
All right. Now, lift. Up over the rail. Up. Lift you blokes. Come on. That's it.
Good old. Belay there.
Here, hold him now.
Now, don't let him slide over the side before the old man gives the signal.
It makes me sick, it does. How many died now?
No, half of these convicts should never have been sent out here. They were sick and old before we upped the muddle.
8 months at sea. And what chance have they got of it?
Here comes the old man.
Everything ready, Mr. Patton?
All wrapped in canvas, sir, if that's ready.
I will read the service for the burial of the dead at sea, Mr. Patton. When I've finished, you will give the signal to slide the body over the side.
It's an old story now, so you know.
Unto Almighty God, we commend the soul of our brother departed, and we commit his body to the deep, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection unto eternal life, to our Lord Jesus Christ, at whose coming in glorious majesty to judge the world, the sea shall give up her dead, and the corruptible bodies of those who sleep in him shall be changed, and made unto his glorious body, according to the mighty working, whereby he is able to subdue all things himself. Most merciful Father, who hast been pleased to take unto thyself the soul of this thy servant, grant to us who are still in our pilgrimage, and who walk as yet by faith, that having served thee with constancy on earth, we may be joined hereafter with thy blessed saints in glory everlasting. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
All right. Over the side.
Up.
There we go.
Slide him over.
Carry on, Mr. Patton.
Yes, sir.
There's another one, Mr. Patton.
What we ought to do, Arcus, is throw the whole lot of them over the side. Spending 8 months at sea to take a lot of convicts to a place that no one of us has ever seen before. Not even the old man.
The old man spends half his time down in the hold trying to save the sick ones.
And what for? To put them ashore in the wilderness.
Yeah.
If we ever see the wilderness. Yeah. Government knew what it was doing when it hauled him off that farm of his in Hampshire and put him in command of this fleet. No other captain would take it.
Well, Captain Phillips was a Royal Navy captain in his day, though.
Well, why do you suppose they retired him to the farm?
I don't know.
What way he's encouraging these convicts? They're liable to take over any minute. Then where would we be?
All I ask is if we get there and dump him on the beach. If the old man wants to stay there with him, he's welcome. I want to get back.
We've been gone 8 months now. You're lucky if you ever see any land again.
The fleet of condemned men, ill-provisioned and sick, crossed 16,000 miles of ocean. Through Captain Phillips' care, fewer died than usually died in a crossing of the Atlantic. At the end of 8 months and 1 week, they dropped anchor at Botany Bay, a hostile, barren beach. They went ashore.
This place is unsuitable for a settlement. We will organize parties and undertake to explore for a better location.
The explorations carried the men of the First Fleet far afield in all directions. One member returned with an encouraging report.
It is a noble and capacious harbor, a short distance to the north.
The fleet moved northward, and on January 26, 1789, the year the Constitution of the United States was adopted, Captain Phillips dropped anchor and went ashore in what is now Sydney Harbor. Here, although nearly every man in the First Fleet, the soldiers and sailors as well as the convicts, hated the place, here Captain Phillips sowed the seeds of democracy, which were to grow into a new world in the South Pacific.
Captain Phillips.
Yes, Mr. Patton?
Have they forgotten us back in England?
Ships will come with more provisions.
We don't want to wait any longer. Second mate has been talking to me. He and the officers from the other ships, they want to go back. They're sick of this rotten food. Even the convicts would rather go back to jail in England than stay here.
Our place is here, Mr. Patton.
You know we're outnumbered by the convicts, don't you? What'll happen when the rest of our food is gone? They're dangerous.
Dangerous? Most of the prisoners are guilty of almost nothing. They have broken petty laws, as all of us have, and no more. Many of them are political prisoners.
Hello.
Come along here. Get hold of them, there.
What is this? Looks like trouble. Arcus is bringing in an aborigine.
Hold it now. Captain Phillips.
Yes, Harkus?
We caught this fellow starting a fire back in the bush.
Did it harm anyone?
Well, some of our cabins are out there in that section.
Perhaps he was just making a fire to cook something.
You can't trust these beggars.
When we came up, he tried to run away.
Oh, he was afraid of you. Let go of him.
All right. Here, you two, let go of him.
Yes, sir.
You start fire?
I saw him start the fire, Captain.
He probably had no idea of doing wrong.
Captain Phillips, after what that other aborigine did to you, spearing you like that, you're lucky you're alive. You're going to let this bloke go.
That was months ago. The natives were afraid of us. And they had reason to be.
Well, you didn't even lock up the one that speared you.
We are going to make our home here. You must learn to live with these people. Let him go.
In the wilderness on the shore of Sydney Harbor, Captain Phillips laid the cornerstone of the nation that was to flourish on the continent down under. He urged upon England the need of free settlers. Meantime, more and more prisoners were shipped in, 160,000 of them before what was known as the transportation was ended. The plea for free settlers continued, but they were not to appear before Captain Arthur Phillips had passed from the scene. Then, on January 15th, 1793...
Bring that firewood right over here. Lay it right on top. Yes, throw it on top. Here, there. That's it. Now some more of that brush over there. All that brush.
So dark you can hardly see out here.
I'll put that brush right down at the bottom of the firewood.
Yeah. Well, this would make a fire that can spot 10 miles out to sea.
Well, that's what we want. If there is a ship out there, we want them to know we're waiting for them.
I saw the ship out there just before the sun went down.
Must be the first ship of free settlers. Light the fire.
Yes, sir.
All right, step back there. Come on, get back. Who's going to get out?
Look at that blaze in the night. If there's a ship out there in the dark, this will be a welcome that will be remembered long after we're gone.
The next morning, the vessel Bellona hove to in Sydney Harbor with stores and provisions, several female convicts, and 5 free settlers with their families.
My name's Thomas Rose. I'm a farmer from Bladford, Dorsetshire. I brought my wife and 4 children along with me. The British government paid our passage and guaranteed us 2 years' provisions. Besides that, they gave us 120 acres. This is where we're going to make our home.
Captain Phillips brought 70 sheep to Australia, but only 1 survived the first 8 months. In the next few years, 30 sheep were brought in from India and a few brought in from Ireland. These were crossbred and then further crossbred with Spanish merino sheep. From these came the world-known Australian jumbuck sheep.
Hold them around over there. Hold them in. Get over there. Come on.
In 1800, Australia had 6,000 sheep. In 1891, we had 61 million sheep. And in 1936, we had 109 million sheep, 1/6 of all the sheep in the world, and producing 1/4 of all the world's wool.
Australia grew on a sheep's back, and with the growth of the grazing industry grew problems which indirectly set the scene for the creation nearly a century later of the powerful Australian Labour Party. In the first half of the 19th century, the conflict developed between the free labor and the convict labor.
I'm a free labourer. How can I compete with convict labour? I can't live on the wages they pay convict labour. The convict can look to his master for a living. Who's going to help me? It ain't only that. We're free labourers and we're subject to the same legal restrictions as the convicts.
The clamor rose. After years of agitation, the supply of cheap convict labor, virtually slave labor, was cut off by the stopping of the transportation of prisoners to Australia. This forced the working of the sheep stations with free labor, and the foundation for organized labor was laid. And then, suddenly, dramatically, in 1850, Australia was precipitated into nationhood.
You going to? Yes, sir. There's more gold down there in Victoria than anybody ever saw before. People flocking into the gold fields from all over the world, even from California.
Too many flocking in, seems to me.
Will be worth a man's while to go down there to Victoria.
The ones that know how to get the gold will get it. Get becoming country.
Victoria, you're going down there alone?
Doing right now.
If you wait till I hitch up, I'll go with you.
Oh, I ain't got time. I got to get there before the whole place is taken out.
News of the gold strike spread like wildfire. Gold seekers swarmed into Ballarat, Victoria, which developed into the richest gold field in the world at the time. The population of Australia more than doubled, and the convictism, which had been important in the small society before this, was reduced almost to a remnant of the new Australian population. The sudden appearance of thousands of miners in Victoria brought a new problem.
But I got something to say about it. Now they've increased the license fee on us prospectors so high that we can't dig for gold.
I'm not going to pay it.
Just what representation do we have in the government? We have no representation. This is taxation without representation. No prospector is safe to work in peace now without the government demanding to see a license certificate. Once it was reasonable, now it's robbery.
Police! Police!
Hey, run for it! Clear out! The police! Come on! Find every police and every
The miners were driven to armed resistance. They organized a reform league and demanded right to full parliamentary representation, manhood suffrage, and abolition of miners' licenses. To defend their cause, they erected a fortification which they dubbed Eureka Stockade.
The troops are deployed around the stockade and ready, sir.
Keep them quiet until the order comes. Otherwise, we've come all the way from Melbourne for nothing. Our attack must be a complete surprise.
Yes, sir.
Our command is ready, sir.
Very well. Forward. March!
The stockade fell, and the rebellion was crushed. But the Eureka Stockade became one of the keystones of democracy in Australia. By the 70s and 80s, the idea of organized labor swept the country. By 1856, several trades in Victoria had won the 8-hour day. The unions went from success to success until the 90s. Then depression gripped the land, and the employers took a stand to resist the unions. Labor then turned to politics, and at the turn of the century, Australia emerged as a nation, the Commonwealth of Australia. Between World War I and World War II, Australia has undergone a vast change. Australia's international position has been transformed. One of the major reasons for this is the rapid growth of Australian industry. This is one of Australia's steelworks.
Head back over there. Stand clear.
All ready to pour.
Ready below there.
Already here. Go ahead.
Pour.
Tip her over.
Oh, there's another costing for a gun.
Remarkable, the quantity of your production here.
This plant has become the largest steel works in the British Empire. And yet, it only came into operation in 1915.
That you weren't turning out guns here at the start of World War I.
No. There was very little industrial development in Australia when World War I broke out. But by the end of the war, we were turning out guns, shells, gun carriages, and military vehicles.
That means you must have expanded here a great deal between the wars.
All Australian industry developed between the wars. A whole chain of steel processing and utilizing industries was set up.
I was hardly aware of that.
Yes, and as private industry increased, the Australian government expanded its plants. So when the Second War broke out in 1939, our industries were all well established, and it was just a problem of changing over to wartime production. This is one of the explanations for Australia's defensive power. We were ready to take...
A second major reason for the change in Australia's international position between World War I and World War II is her outlook on her position as a nation in the Pacific. Australia holds, on her own account and apart from Great Britain, a Pacific empire of her own.
For a great many years, Australia has had what we call our island policy. For a long time, we have thought of the islands to the east, northeast, north and northwest of Australia as protective points and a strong basis for attack against Australia if some enemy power should seize them. At the close of World War I, Australia was given mandate over part of the island of New Guinea and several other islands in that vicinity, notably New Britain, New Ireland, Bougainville, and Buka. And these islands, of course, are the islands over which fighting is now going on.
The rising importance of Australia's changing outlook on the Pacific was set forth by Robert Gordon Menzies in his first policy speech. when he became Prime Minister in 1939, 6 months before the outbreak of the war in Europe.
See this in the newspaper? Menzies, that new Prime Minister of Australia, says that Australia is going to begin to look out for herself in the Pacific.
Does that mean that Australia is pulling away from the British Empire?
No. He says here, I have become convinced that in the Pacific, Australia must regard herself as a principal, providing herself with her own information and maintaining her own diplomatic contacts with foreign powers.
That looks like Australia's getting ready to send out its own ministers to other countries.
Probably will, yes. But he says, we must have full consultation and cooperation with Great Britain, South Africa, New Zealand, and Canada. But all these consultations must be on the basis that the primary risk in the Pacific is borne by New Zealand and Australia.
This was the trend of events when the war came to the Pacific. With lightning swiftness, the war came to the very shores of Australia.
Japanese torpedo planes had sunk the two great British warships, Prince of Wales and Repulse of Malaysia.
The Japanese have invaded the Philippines.
The Japanese are sweeping down the Malay Peninsula on Singapore.
The Japanese have seized Burma, the Dutch Indies, the Solomon Islands, and are driving into New Guinea.
Japanese planes are bombing Port Darwin in Australia.
The War of the Pacific had struck Australia, and almost overnight, Australia became a front line as the headquarters of the United Nations in the South Pacific. Australia rose as a mighty force.
We are a mighty arsenal of military equipment. 5 out of every 6 Australians are either in the armed forces or working in war industry. We have resolved to fight to our last man and our last shilling.
Space of little more than a century and a half, a new nation has risen on what were hardly more than barren shores in the great continent down under. Risen here, too, is a young and vigorous people who will have an important part in shaping the Pacific era that lies ahead. These are the bare facts of the making of Australia, but here to tell the meaning behind them is Owen Lattimore, authority on the Pacific and director of the School of International Relations, Johns Hopkins University. The next voice you will hear will be that of Mr. Lattimore. We take you now to San Francisco.
In the Pacific of today and tomorrow, the Australians have a unique importance and unique responsibilities, which they share only with the New Zealanders. In all the vast and wide Pacific, they are the only nations of European origin, tradition, and culture. Yet they do not belong to the geographical grouping of either Europe or the Americas, but are much more closely associated with Oceania and Asia. Because of this, they will have a correspondingly unique importance in the making of the peace. For what values are we fighting this war? World values or limited Anglo-American values? For what aims are we fighting? Universal aims or limited Anglo-American aims? What is the democracy in which we believe? Political democracy only or economic democracy also? In answering such questions, Australia, together with New Zealand, will have things to say that will demand the respect of the statesmen of the most powerful nations. Considering the difference between Australia's population of 7 million and our population of 150 million, the Australian army is proportionally equivalent to an American army of over 14 million. That alone is a pretty good war effort. 1/2 of Australia's national income is being spent on the war, and on reciprocal aid or reverse lend-lease, the Australian expenditure is reaching 1/6 of the national income. The people who are making this tremendous effort did not have 4 years ago a highly developed or even a well-developed industry. For instance, Australia did not manufacture any motor cars of its own. Yet today, and in spite of the heavy contribution of manpower to the fighting forces, Australia is manufacturing planes, including engines for the planes, tanks, destroyers, many kinds of artillery and smaller firearms, and complex and delicate optical instruments. One of the best, and at the same time one of the cheapest, submachine guns now in use was invented by an Australian private soldier. This remarkable development has been primarily due to the amazing success of the Australians in creating a machine tool industry. Technologically, the Australians are now abreast of the most progressive nations,
because machine tools are the essential without which no nation can have an independent, inventive, progressive economic life. Because the Australians have mastered the know-how of production, they will play an important part in the future industrialization of Asia. This is something we Americans have not yet fully realized. We are inclined to think that America and Britain, both of them far away from Asia, are going to be the major factors in Asiatic industrialization. Japanese industry and productiveness, of course, are going to take a terrible pounding before the end of the war. But that leaves Siberia on the northern side of Asia and Australia on the south as the nearest centers of highly developed industry. Consequently, Australia, although its output is much smaller than ours, may be very important as a pace setter. All of this that I have been talking about seems to be pretty far away from the days of the transport ships bringing convicts to Australia and the days of the gold rush. Yet there is a direct historical link between them, and that link is the Australian Labor Party, which has a majority in the Australian government and is represented by Prime Minister Curtin. An Australian writer, Lloyd Ross, explains it in this way in a pamphlet on labor in Australia published by the Institute of Pacific Relations. The reason why the jails of England were overcrowded at the time Australia was first settled was that England was going through a social and economic revolution caused by the rise of the factory system. Consequently, among the prisoners who were sent out to Australia were political rebels. This made it easy for the Australian labor movement, which began more than 100 years ago, to be influenced by theories imported from the England of the early 19th century, where the Chartist movement was demanding universal suffrage and other political reforms. Australia, says Mr. Ross, had labor unions before it had millionaires. The Australian labor movement has long believed in using the political vote even more than the strike vote. Labor thinking and labor voting were influential in securing for Australia an early and progressive development of public ownership of public utilities, such as telephones and telegraphs, railways and streetcar lines, gas and electricity, and irrigation works. At the same time, the Australian labor movement has not actually attempted to abolish private enterprise, but only to regulate it in the interests of society as a whole. And it is this same idea of the interest of society as a whole which has enabled Mr. Curtin, a Labor Prime Minister, to impose virtual conscription of labor on wartime Australia. The combination between the rapid growth of Australia's industry and the outlook of its labor government seems to indicate that after the war, the Australians will favor policies that help not merely to industrialize Asia, but to raise the standard of living. Australia does not have great amounts of capital to lend, but does have goods to sell. Instead of going in for long-range credit operations, therefore, the Australians would probably like their new customers to have higher incomes and more money to spend. And having themselves progressed so quickly, they are likely to believe that others can make rapid progress. Whatever they want, they are in a good position to influence international decisions. As Mr. H.V. Evatt, Australian Minister for External Affairs, said in a recent speech, "Our right to take a full and active part in the planning of peace, not merely to be heard, should be assured to us as a result of what Australians have done toward winning the war."
Thank you, Mr. Lattimore. You have been listening to The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. A reprint of tonight's Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Jane Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. The program came to you from San Francisco and Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the story of the Pacific and its people, of the peaceful sea and the lands and lives it touches, and their meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another public service, with drama of the past and present, and commentary by Hillis Laurie of Stanford University, for many years a resident of Japan and author of the recent book, Japan's Military Masters. Japan's Dynasty of Terror, the Black Dragon Society.
On a matted floor beside a glowing charcoal brazier in his Tokyo home sits Japan's venerable patron saint of political assassination. He sits in silent calm, looking benignly out through silver-rimmed spectacles. Through his white beard, his strong lower lip moves slowly.
The end justifies the means.
This is Mitsuru Toyama, 88-year-old Japanese super patriot, whose record of intimidation and murder stretches back more than half a century. Toyama is rarely seen, rarely speaks in public. Yet he is one of the most powerful men in Japan. A schoolboy may not know the name of the Prime Minister, but every schoolboy knows the name of Toyama. For although Toyama has played an important and decisive role in nearly every grave national matter for years, he has never been decorated for his efforts. For his work has always been behind the scenes. In 1892, Mitsuru Toyama was in jail in Osaka.
This is his cell here. Yes, open it up. You are going to let me out? The chief wants you. What for?
Close the cell door. Yes. All right. Come along, Toyama.
This is very amusing. Very amusing indeed.
We know this much, Chief. Toyama has been an enemy of Okuma for years.
Yes. We also know that Okuma tried to bribe Toyama to get out of the country. But Toyama refused.
Toyama could only do that because of the secret organization he has behind him.
Toyama is a nobody.
He has power, Chief, or he could not have defied the foreign minister.
Come in.
Here is Mitsuru Toyama.
Yes?
Do you mind if I sit down?
You will stand.
Will you need me, Chief?
No.
I will go then.
You two officers remain here in the room.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Toyama, do you know Marquis Okuma?
I have heard of him.
Did you know what happened to him?
What happened to him?
A bomb was thrown at his carriage.
Seriously injured, I suppose?
One of his legs was blown off. He nearly bled to death.
Is that why you have arrested me? Why did they not arrest the one who threw the bomb?
He committed suicide on the spot.
That was unfortunate.
Toyama, you sent that man to throw that bomb.
I? I am just a poor...
We have evidence that it was you.
You are wasting my time. I must earn a living.
How did you know the exact time Okuma's carriage would get to the place where it was bombed? Oh, this is idle. Oh, Kuma. Was he a friend of yours?
Oh, Kuma was no friend of mine. Was he yours?
Toyama, I have your entire police record here before me. You have been imprisoned before for terrorism, and now you are... Could I have a minute, please? What is it, Lieutenant? Let me whisper. Mm-hmm. Yes. You mean that... I see. Uh-huh.
Yes, it must be very engaging.
Officers.
Yes, sir.
Take this man back to his cell.
Yes, sir.
That is all for now.
All right, Toyama.
This way.
Apparently, the chief has a lost interest in me, and certainly in our friend Okuma.
From the black political alleys, threats poured in, and Toyama was released. Henceforward, Mitsuru Toyama was to be above and beyond the law. Toyama had discovered a powerful weapon, fear of assassination. More and more people were to come to know Toyama and his methods and to rest uneasy because of them. In his hometown, he formed a Genyosha, and this small group, bound to him by personal ties, he welded into a gang. Ablest among his followers was Ryohei Uchida, and he it was who saw the need of a secret organization of greater scope. In 1901, Uchida gathered a group of promoters for the new organization at his home. Besides Uchida, 13 others were present, the most venerable of whom was silent, tight-lipped Mitsuru Toyama.
It is Japan's destiny to advance to the Amo River.
The Amo River was then the boundary between Siberia and Manchuria.
Russia has encroached on Manchuria. Our objective must be to agitate for war with Russia. We must name our society in such a way that our purpose is clear. The Chinese name of the Amo River, Heirong Chang, means Black Dragon. And this name we shall take. We shall call ourselves the Black Dragon Society, the Kokuryu Kai, and nothing shall stop us.
Less than a month after the meeting at Uchida's house, a public inaugural meeting was held in a Tokyo restaurant. In the next several years, the ranks of the Black Dragon Society filled rapidly. The undercover agitation for war with Russia was intensified.
Yes? It is Okachi. Come in. Forgive me for coming to your room like this, Princito. But the mailman just brought this book, and I thought...
What is it?
It is another book by Uchida.
The Black Dragon Society. Let me see it.
Yes, sir.
Russia going to ruin. Mm-hmm.
It is even more inflammatory than the magazine they have been publishing.
That magazine was suppressed.
It is now being published under another name. And Uchida is distributing maps showing the Russian encroachments in Manchuria.
Toyama is behind this.
His name is never mentioned, but everyone knows that Uchida
Toyama is really the one who established the seminary to train the young to speak Russian.
They are determined to start war with Russia.
There is no need to fight Russia. For years now I have said that we can divide influence over China and Korea.
I know, Princito, but...
What is that noise outside?
I saw him 10 minutes ago. I saw him 10 minutes ago.
No, he left the house. He left the house
Yes,
an hour ago.
Get out of the way. Come on.
Out of the way. What kind of insolence is this? I will put a stop to it. Shimata, what is the reason for this?
These men pushed me aside when I answered the door.
Ito? What do you mean by...
I am Mitsuru Toyama. Come in, man. You, get out of here.
My place is with Princito.
Put him out. It would be more pleasant for all of us, Princito, if you were more cordial.
You mean that you five will kill me on the spot if I am not?
We have come here to talk. A little. You, as a foreign minister, should know Kono here.
I had not expected to meet the president of the Roa House of the Diet this way.
Explain it to him, Kono. Prince Ito, sooner or later, Japan must fight Russia. This is dictated by heaven. High officers of the Army and Navy have decided on quick attack. Everyone knows you are against war with Russia.
I am for dividing spheres of influence over China and Korea with Russia.
The military has decided to attack. And
That
you
is
will...
enough, Colonel. Prince Ito is now informed. Prince Ito, what we wish to know is, are you or are you not for war?
Well,
Prince Ito, who is the greatest in Japan?
The Emperor.
On that we all agree. Who is the greatest personage under the Emperor?
That would be,
Do you wish to be Japan's greatest statesman?
I understand, Toyama. Let me shake your hand.
It is in the interest of our Emperor and our state. Now we are united, and now we will crush the Russians.
Attack, a powerful Japanese naval squadron under command of Admiral Togo has destroyed the Russian fleet in the Straits of Tsushima between Japan and Korea.
Smashing treacherous blow by Admiral Togo, follower of Toyama. Then a declaration of war. Prince Ito had been persuaded by Toyama, and victory was in the hand of Japan. Toyama had played his cards well. The Black Dragon Society became a deadly secret power before and during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904. Japanese not in its circle learned to talk in hushed voices.
Uchida himself organized the Manchurian bandits who fought against the Russian soldiers. But operations on such a scale require money, a great deal of money. The house of Yasuda has vast interest in Manchuria.
That would explain the operations against Russia. But what of all the other operations of the society?
The army has a special military intelligence fund, and other secret funds are available from the government appropriations for the administration of Korea and the Kwantung East territory. That perhaps is why Toyama himself has so much money.
Toyama personally?
Just recently he sold some mining rights for 700,000 yen. Where did he get those mining rights? It is not necessary to know precisely where the Black Dragon Society gets its money. It seems to be self-evident that sufficient money is available.
In the years between the Russo-Japanese War and the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty in China in 1911, the Black Dragon Society sank into lethargy. The Chinese Revolution revived it.
Sun Yat-sen has joined forces with Marshal Yuan Shikai. China is now united.
This is Uchida again.
Japan must expand her army.
Uchida, as Toyama's disciple, was rousing the Black Dragon once more.
We must dispatch troops to China to avenge the insults to the Japanese flag.
Agitation for new aggressions were now in the wind.
The Japanese government is taking a lukewarm view of what is happening in China. What happens in China is of the greatest importance to Japan.
The shadow of the Black Dragon fell across the key men in the government who were not of the same opinion as Toyama and Uchida.
Moritaro Abe, Director of Political Affairs, Bureau of the Foreign Office, has been shot to death. Beside the body of Mr. Abe, the murderer spread out the map of China, squatting beside it, committed harikiri. The headquarters of the Black Dragon Society have been raided. Nothing was found. The matter is officially closed.
Prime Minister Count Kato has been found killed. Ryohei Uchida has been arrested on suspicion of instigating a young man to commit the murder.
Ryohei Uchida, who has been held 18 months in jail on suspicion in connection with the murder of Prime Minister Count Kato, has been released. He was not tried.
Kanji Matsui, an elderly banker, has been shot to death. A document written by the murderer to justify the assassination is being circulated by the Black Dragon. The matter is officially closed.
1,000 eyes kept a constant vigil on the national political scene.
on all matters concerning what they construed to be Japan's manifest destiny. Among the members of the secret society were persons of all grades of radical patriotism. Behind them, with no title but holding the reins, was always Mitsuru Toyama. And chief aide to Toyama in the agitation of Manchurian expansion was Komei. When the Japanese military were planning the invasion of Manchuria, they called in Komei.
Now you summon me for advice. You shall listen to me in 1925, General.
Japan was not ready to move in Manchuria in 1925.
I organized a rebellion against Chang the greatest power in Manchuria in 1925. If you had supported me then, Manchuria would be under Japanese control now.
We value your knowledge of Manchuria.
We have as much information on China, the Philippines, and India as we have on Manchuria.
Our own people are active there, Mr. Common?
Some of them. But most of our best sources are dissatisfied nationals. We have agents in nearly all cities in Asia. Clerks, farmers, traveling men, priests, hawkers, even dentists and barbers.
That will be of value to us in the future. Our immediate interest is Manchuria. Mr. Comey, it is important that we know.
With the help of the Black Dragon Society, the invasion of Manchuria was planned. The ideas, the concepts of the Black Dragon Society were finding a more general acceptance. Its leaders perceived that the scope of its thinking must be extended beyond the limits of the society itself. A broader appeal was necessary. Accordingly, on June 28, 1931,
the Dai Nippon Santo. So that's what they call their new society, is it?
Yes, the Great Japan Production Party.
They say they have 100,000 members.
If Uchida is at the head of it, it is no mere political party.
Uchida says that it is a labor party based on Japanism.
It is an organization to foster Nazi ideas in Japan.
It is my opinion that Uchida is combining the nationalists and the fascists and the socialists to climb to power, to take over completely.
Toyama is for the abolition of political parties. He wants imperial rule, the way of the emperor. So this means that he plans to use this great Japan Production Party to help him gain that end.
After the Dai Nippon Santo was organized with the Black Dragon Society as its nucleus, Japan struck in Manchuria. The sudden ferocity of the attack, the military precision of the invasion, the ruthless seizure of control shocked the world. The League of Nations sent an investigating committee under Lord Lytton. They questioned Komei, and the Black Dragon Society leader frankly told them
Manchuria is the doorstep on which Japan must plant her foot to enter China's household in order to run it for the welfare of Japan and the world.
This was the policy of Japan's militarists, and the Black Dragon Society was leading the way. The Japanese occupied all of Manchuria, changed its name to Manjokwo, set up the puppet Puyi as Emperor Kang Tek, and plotted a drive from Manchuria into China proper. Conservative Japanese opposed this move.
I cannot permit the wholesale extension of the war into China. This action would go beyond the original plan.
This was Premier Unukai, who had formerly worked with Toyama. Premier Unukai fell with many other Japanese conservatives in the bloody assassinations of 1932. Among those arrested and found guilty of being accomplices of the assassins was Toyama's 33-year-old son Hidezo, who was head of one of the societies incorporated into the Great Japan Production Party less than a year before. Toyama and Uchida set their sights far beyond the borders of Japan. They set their sights on white imperialism.
Mussolini is a barbarian. He is making war on the Abyssinians. This is another example of white imperialism. Attack on the helpless natives of Abyssinia. We must protest. We must make our voice heard.
This was the sentiment of the Black Dragon Society in 1935. Meantime, Black Dragon leaders were rising in the political tangle of Japanese politics.
Look at this in the newspaper. Koko Hiroto has been appointed to head the cabinet ministry as premier.
Koko Hiroto? He is the first member of the Black Dragon Society to rise to such a high post. Now we can expect a more ruthless national policy than ever before.
And within the secret Black Dragon circles,
it is a great victory for us, Toyama.
We have stormed the heights. Now we shall command.
But Toyama had not counted on all of the ramifications of Japanese politics, nor on the international situation.
In Europe, Nazism under Hitler was rising. Soon, Hitler and Mussolini had joined. And presently, under Premier Koki Hirota, Japan committed itself to the Rome-Berlin anti-Comintern axis.
But, Uchita, it is only a matter of months since we at the Black Dragon protested against Mussolini's invasion of Abyssinia. Now we are joined with him.
There was no answer. The cabinet, headed by Hirota, the Black Dragon, fell in less than 12 months. The Japanese military had taken over. The military, using Black Dragon Society techniques inside Japan as well as outside, disposed of its long-standing enemies, the communists, the politicians, the liberals, the palavering diplomats, the free press. After Pearl Harbor, the venom of the Black Dragon spread out over the world.
Police of Rio de Janeiro have arrested another member of the Japanese Black Dragon Society who was caught sending information to Japan from a radio transmitter hidden in the false bottom of a fishing boat. The police are tracing down the... In San Francisco, authorities have arrested 2 more members of the Japanese Black Dragon Society as a result of a raid. Officers in Los Angeles have taken into custody 3 Japanese members of the Black Dragon Society, alleged to be using Japanese language schools to spread
A wisp of smoke curls upward from a charcoal brazier. Seated beside it on a matted floor in his Tokyo home is a little white-bearded Japanese, his sharp eyes looking out through silver-rimmed spectacles. Mitsuru Toyama sits in deadly calm. His strong lower lip moves slowly.
The Black Dragon Society has shown the way. The Japanese military has at last adopted the principles and the practices of the Black Dragon Society. Japan has courageously attacked and invaded every foreign power in the Pacific. Today, the Japanese flag flies throughout the greater East Asia, from the Amur River to Australia, from the Dutch Indies to the Bay of Bengal.
For more than 60 years, Mitsuru Toyama and secret societies such as the Black Dragon have played an important and insidious role in the shaping of the policies of Japan. And here to tell the significance of this dynasty of terror is Hillis Laurie of Stanford University, for many years a resident of Japan and author of Japan's Military Masters. The next voice you will hear will be that of Mr. Laurie. We take you now to San Francisco.
We Americans have no counterpart of many things Japanese. Certainly, we have no equivalent of Japan's notorious Black Dragon Society. Japan is a land of strange paradoxes. It is, for example, a land of regimentation, of law, of an all-powerful police, who scrutinize the daily lives of the Japanese and for whom the term thought control is precisely what it says. It is a land where the people bow low to the police officers, who twice a year invade the privacy of their homes to see if their houses are clean. But it is also a country that has a long tradition of violence inherited from feudal days, a land where secret terrorist societies have flourished, and the assassin's sword or the swift rat-a-tat-tat of a submachine gun has killed those in power who dared block the grandiose schemes of Japan's so-called divine destiny. In feudal days, Japan had the ronin and the soshi. The ronin were samurai who had lost their feudal lord and who roamed the countryside, avenging by death any who allegedly had insulted the honor of their dead master. Roughly speaking, the soshi were freelance violence brokers, bought by any who had the price. The modern counterpart of the ronin and the soshi are Japan's gangster patriots, found particularly in Japan's secret terrorist groups, a veritable maze of interlocking organizations. The best known is the Black Dragon Society. They look upon themselves as a sort of unofficial Department of Justice, watching lest Japan's honor be offended, and threatening death to those who block their imperialistic ambitions. Political assassinations in Japan have always been given consideration. One might call them political weapons, a weapon most frequently used in time of a crisis. Japan's modern government was born in a bloodbath of political assassinations. They have recurred sporadically throughout her modern history. And with the opening of the decade of the 1930s and the demands of the extremists for aggression abroad, political assassination of those who opposed their ambitious dreams became epidemic. This psychology of political assassination is peculiarly Japanese. Let us look into the mind of a Japanese contemplating such an act. Perhaps his decision is the decision of one of Japan's terrorist gangs, or it may possibly be the product of his own distorted mind. In that case, he moves quietly among his friends, inquiring, would it not be better for the higher interests of Tenno, son of heaven, and the welfare of the state, if our premier, or possibly the Lord Keeper of the Imperial Seal, or even an army officer, or say a too moderate Inspector General of Education, could no longer obstruct the true imperial way? If in the course of his questioning he becomes convinced that this assassination would promote what he personally considers to be the best interest of the emperor, he sharpens his sword, or in the more modern style secures a submachine gun. Shortly thereafter, newspaper headlines report another of Japan's political assassinations. The assassin has reasoned, I know that I have violated the law, but I am prepared to stand the most extreme punishment, because I feel that by my lawless act, I have promoted the true will of the emperor. The Japanese people are deeply sympathetic to this sort of reasoning. After Marcus Okuma lost a leg from a bomb thrown by a disciple of Toyama, Okuma expressed admiration for Toyama's staunch patriotism. In the last decade, the courts trying the assassins have often resembled a carnival sideshow, where the murderers were treated as prisoners of honor, their defendants lauding their purity of motive with mystical fervor. Petitions totaling 1 million signatures, many written in blood, poured in a steady stream into the Diet, the cabinet, and the courts, begging clemency for the assassins. Some generals in Japan's army grumbled that the assassins were even brought to trial at all. It was not until the Army Revolt of 1936 that the Army was shocked into the belated realization that this accepted Japanese philosophy that political assassination, if cloaked in such mystical phrases as promoting the true will of the emperor, could be in fact a sword that cuts two ways. In July of that year, a military court executed the first death penalty of either a civil or military court since the renewal of political assassinations 6 years earlier. It must not be forgotten that in Japan, political assassinations accomplish political ends. Each assassination in these recent years ultimately increased the power of the extremists. When Japan struck at Pearl Harbor, the most rabid patriots in Japan's secret terrorist societies could find little fault with the extremist leaders of the army whom they had helped to place in power, and who at last in control gambled all in their bid to extend the rule of their Son of Heaven over Greater Asia. Should the Allied armies invade Japan, we must expect the nucleus of Japan's Black Dragon Society to go underground. Unless eradicated, they will be the ones who secretly will build from a defeated nation a stronger Japan, which, like a second Germany rising out of Versailles, will try again in the years ahead to realize its dreams of world power.
Thank you, Hillis Laurie. You have just heard The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. A reprint of tonight's Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to the University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The musical score is composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Jane Whitman. This program has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC network. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present The Pacific Story.
In the midst of the fury of world conflict, events in the Pacific are taking on even greater importance. Here is the story of the Pacific and its peoples, whose destiny is at stake in the Pacific War. Here is the tale of the war in the Pacific and its meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another public service, the drama of the past and present of the millions of people who live around the world's greatest sea, where the East at last meets the West. Thailand, the enslavement of a free people.
For 6 centuries, Thailand prided itself on being the only independent nation in the Far East, the land of free men. Today, that freedom is gone. Thailand is allied with Japan against the United States and Britain. And the man who holds the whip hand over Thailand is the little Hitler, Luang Pibul Sangram.
We are determined to get back our territory. We will get it back. Every effort will be made to achieve this end without force. But if force is inevitable, war will be waged with a minimum of bloodshed. Pibul Sawat! Pibul Sawat! Pibul Sawat!
Pibul Sawat means the same as Heil Pibul, which Luang Pibul Sangram has ordered said, the same as Heil Hitler is said in Germany. Luang Pibul rose from obscurity to a power in Thailand in the space of 10 years. Went through many of the same steps as Hitler during this rise. In 1935, Luang Pibul stood before the mirror in his room, combing his hair. He called his personal servant.
Amajogo,
Yes, Luang Pibul.
wait me my hat.
Yes, Luang Pibul.
What are you doing? Put down that pistol.
Keep looking into the mirror.
Amajogo, take that pistol away from my back.
Stop! You cannot escape!
Help, Brother Dugan is trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me.
You will not escape, Luang! You will not escape!
Luang Pibul escaped his servant, but 2 more attempts were made to assassinate him. By forceful steps, he rose from the rank of major to colonel, then to the post of Minister of Defense. Like Hitler, he organized a youth movement that could effectively be used as Hitler used his brown-shirted stormtroopers. He became field marshal, then premier, the Führer of the Thailand people.
Luang Pibul has concentrated all the power of Thailand in the hands of the army and navy.
You mean in his own hands?
We still have a constitution.
On paper only.
Does our People's Assembly mean nothing?
The People's Assembly knows better than to oppose the will of Luang Pibul.
But what of our rights? We are free people.
Hold your tongue. Luang Pibul has long ears.
With Japan's encouragement, Luang Pibul defied and threatened the European powers in the Far East. As Hitler declared that all Aryans should be included in a greater Reich, so Luang Pibul declared,
We must bring under Siamese domination not only the territories which Siam has been compelled to yield to France, but also those regions with populations of Thai race which are now subject to the control of Britain and China.
This fellow is following Hitler's pattern exactly.
Yes, he not only wants back the territory taken from Siam, but he wants a lot more.
More than he's entitled to, if you ask me.
Nice idea. Claim all the territory that's inhabited by the population of the Thai race.
The destiny of the Pan-Thai movement is to include all our people in one nation. We must extend the frontiers of the Siamese kingdom until this has been achieved.
In 1939, Siam changed its name to Thailand. That same year, the war broke out in Europe. Luang Pibul declared that Thailand would remain neutral. In 1940, after the fall of France, Japan moved into French Indo-China. Subsequently, Japan, pursuing her policy of courting Luang, made a gift of 6 states in Indo-China, Burma, and Malaya to Thailand. Observers in the Far East saw the trend of events to come.
Whatever happened to Luang's neutrality?
Are you referring to his propaganda blasts against the United States and Britain?
Yes. He went over to the Japanese camp quick.
And he's not over there yet. He knows the people are not with him.
Well, he's preparing them for the step he's going to make. You can be pretty sure of that.
You have to remember that the Thailanders don't like the Japanese any more than we do. And a lot of them don't like Luang either.
Well, I say watch him. He wouldn't be taking these propaganda potshots at Britain and the United States just for fun. Something's in the wind.
Something was in the wind. On December 8, 1941, the day after the attack on Pearl Harbor, waves of Japanese bombers swooped down on Bangkok, the capital of Siam.
Japanese bombers are carrying out a raid in force on Bangkok. The city is being blasted with Japanese amphibious forces are invading Thailand in the neck of the Malay Peninsula. The invasion started before daylight, and great numbers of troops are landing in Britain.
Thailand surrenders in 5 hours. Thailand surrenders to Japs in 5 hours. Read all about it. Thailand surrenders in 5 hours.
Japan had played her cards well. Luang Pibul delivered Thailand to Japan. And with its conquest, the Japanese won a key position from which it was to drive southward to take all Malaya and Singapore, and westward to take all of Burma. The people of Thailand, the land of free men, had lost their freedom. For 6 centuries, they had fought for it, guarded it against adventurers, repulsed invaders to preserve it. Their legends perpetuate the name of the fabulous hero who freed his people from the Khmers.
His name was Phra Ruang, and he lived many, many years ago. Phra Ruang was a simple boy. He earned a living by carting water from the springs at Laburi to Angkor Thom. But he carried so much water to the king in ordinary baskets that the people at the palace were afraid of him. They said there was something dangerous about one who could transport so much water. They watched him, and soon his friends told him that the king was about to seize him. Phra Ruang got away just in time. He ran away to the Sukhothai monastery, and there he meditated on the plight of his people. He talked to his fellow Thais and stirred them up against the king. A Khmer general with many soldiers came out to put down the unrest among the Thais. But Phra Ruang and another Thai chieftain defeated the Khmers. Phra Ruang won the freedom of the Thais. And so, Phra Ruang became king of the Thai kingdom of Sukhothai.
In the 1500s, the Portuguese came to the Far East. 100 years later, Dutch ships and merchants began to visit them. Relations with European powers were established.
We welcome you to Siam.
This is the Siamese king, Akatatsurat.
We regard your presence as an envoy of your country here in Siam as homage from your government. We are honored. We beg that you remain with us long.
Embassies were set up in Siam by the Portuguese and the Dutch. Soon the English came, and following them, the Japanese came in large numbers.
And in the years to come, the United States was to learn something of the nature of dealing with Siamese royalty.
I don't understand it, Smith. You are my interpreter. Why do the Siamese officials refuse to permit us to see the king?
I don't know, Mr. Balestier. All he would say is that we could not see the king.
Well, something was wrong. I could feel it.
I interpreted everything you said just as you said it.
We had our credentials.
Yes, I had them right in this box in my hand.
Don't they realize that I have come all the way across the Pacific from the United States to make this new trade treaty with them?
Yes, they understand it, Mr.
Our
Balestier.
trade relations have always been pleasant. They signed the first treaty that the United States concluded with any Asiatic power just 17 years ago, and they knew that I was coming to conclude this treaty with them.
Could it have been because they were not satisfied with the first treaty?
No, they themselves called the treaty that Edmund Roberts signed with them in 1833 a treaty of amity and commerce to last as long as heaven and earth shall endure. Yes?
Mr. Balestier, a gentleman is here to see you, Mr. Stewartridge.
Stewartridge?
Yes, he says it's about your visit to the palace today.
That's strange. Well, send him in.
Yes, sir.
Smith, do you know anyone named Stewartridge?
No, I don't think I do.
Stewartridge.
Oh, perhaps he's that fellow from the British office here.
Right in this way, Mr. Stewartridge. Thank you.
Mr. Balestier, I'm Alaric Stuttridge from the British office.
Oh, yes. How do you do? Mr. Smith.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? Mr. Balestier, I understand you had some difficulty getting to see the king this morning.
We did not see the king.
And you had the same experience Sir James Brooke had recently under the same circumstances.
The officials refused to permit him to see the king?
Yes. You had your credentials with you?
Yes, I had them. I had them right in this box in my hand. And I had an umbrella in the other hand.
You didn't regard the Siamese as inferiors, did you?
No, we were very careful about that point.
I'm afraid that's what Sir James Brooke did. Unthinkingly, of course.
Oh, yes, of course.
But Sir James insisted on his title.
That wasn't very tactful, Mr. Stewartridge.
We sensed that later. But there must have been something more. We had a feeling that we offended them by our lack of respect, though that was the last thing we intended.
That gives me a clue. Perhaps they were offended by our lack of ceremony in presenting our credentials.
If you'll pardon my saying so, gentlemen, I'm afraid that's it. They intimated that Sir James' credentials were only from the Governor-General of India and were dated 2 years before.
Yes, but they were credentials, weren't they?
Yeah, but the fact that they were not from the British king made them think that we did not regard the Siamese court of sufficient importance to bring credentials from the king.
I see.
They hold any document sent by the king in high reverence, giving it the same honors as the king's person.
I see. So when Smith entered with our credentials in a box in one hand and an umbrella in the other, they must have felt that we did not regard our credentials very highly, and so they would not.
Yes, and this explains why neither Britain nor the United States was able to negotiate a new treaty.
The coldness of the Siamese toward the foreigners was not to pass until a new king ascended to the throne of Siam, King Mongkut. Then, gradually, Siam was opened to foreign commerce, and Siamese ambassadors were sent to Europe for the first time since the 17th century. But Siam was not to make real progress toward nationhood until the coronation in 1873 of the young king Chulalongkorn. Visitors came from far and wide for the ceremony.
Well, let's stop here. We'll be able to see here.
Yes. The procession will come right by this point.
It's like a great holiday.
It is a great day. Such pageantry. I've never seen anything like it. All the years I've been here in Bangkok.
Well, what are those men over there in those yellow robes?
Oh, those are monks. They come from all the shrines here.
Is every one of those gaily colored spires a shrine?
Most of them.
And what are those vertical signboards hanging in front of all those shops?
Those are signboards of Chinese merchants.
Yes?
There are many of them here.
Such a crowd of people. What is that fellow over there?
He's a boat dweller. Bangkok has a complicated network of canals. There are thousands and thousands of people like that man who spend nearly their entire lives on their boats.
Is that so?
Yes, indeed.
And the new king, Chulalongkorn, often stops and speaks to them on the streets or along the canals.
Comes right out and mixes with his people?
Yes. We've often seen him riding through the streets, stopping and chatting with people.
I've heard he's a very colorful person.
Well, he's traveled outside of Siam quite a good deal. Visited Singapore, Java, India. That shocked many of the officials in his court, but it's had a great influence on his thinking. And it'll probably have a great influence on his future policy also.
Oh, here come the elephants.
Look at those elephants. How they're decked out.
Yes. This is really the land of the white elephant.
Look at the colors in those trappings. Such elegance.
Good heavens. I've never seen such a procession of elephants.
What's this coming?
It looks like the royal palanquin. Well, let me see.
It's sort of an elaborate litter with a fancy chair on it.
More like a throne. And look at that golden umbrella over it.
That looks like the new king in the throne, Chulalongkorn.
There's 3, 6, 9. Why, there are 12 men carrying it.
Yes, it's very heavy. Yes, that's the royal palanquin, all right.
Good heavens, what splendor. The richness of that throne. And that umbrella must be real gold.
It probably is.
Is that really Chulalongkorn? Why, he's hardly more than a boy.
That's Chulalongkorn, all right. He's just a young man, but a very bright one. He's the first Siamese king to say that his duty is to rule not for himself, but in the interest of his people.
Oh, hello, Consul. Did you see the king?
I just saw him pass in his palanquin, yes.
Very impressive. Did you hear about his proclamation just after the coronation?
Why, no, we didn't.
He has abolished prostration in the royal presence and has abolished slavery.
Abolished prostration? And abolished slavery? In Siam? Why, it's incredible.
Consul, that young king is going to be remembered for a good many centuries to come.
Chulalongkorn adopted a shrewd foreign policy. He saw that Siam could not stop the European powers if force were used, but that Siam could prevail as an independent nation if he played off two equal adversaries. Accordingly, he played off Britain against France. Britain held Burma on his west frontier. France held Indo-China on his east frontier. But after the turn of the century, another rival rose to dispute Britain's influence in Siam. This was Germany. Germany made political advances, infiltrated Siam with commercial enterprises, and sought to get a foothold on one of the Gulf islands. And then, in many American cities...
Say, that crowd of people over in front of the Journal office.
Yeah, something must have happened. Let's go over
Okay,
there.
let's.
Hey, did you see that headline there? Why, it's
Look,
unbelievable.
there's a bulletin pasted on the window.
What does it say? Can you see it?
Yeah, just see it. It says, a Japanese naval squadron under Admiral Togo has destroyed the Russian fleet in the Pacific.
Huh?
War has broken out between Russia and Japan.
Well, that's blasted the Russian fleet.
Sank a whole raft of their ships.
The repercussions of the Russo-Japanese War shook the Far East. Japan emerged as a power in the Pacific and replaced Germany as Britain's chief rival in Siam. And more than this, Japan's victory had a far-reaching psychological effect on Siam. Ambitious Siamese said,
The European nations are not invincible after all.
No, there is no reason for Siam to be overawed by the European nations. We must take a bolder stand against the foreigners.
Yes, Japan has shown the way.
Yes, and by following Japan's example, Siam can retain her independence.
The Siamese were right. Increasing attention was shown to Siam by the powers. In 1909, there was a great Austro-Hungarian celebration in Siam, and the Siamese received more attention than they had ever received since the first day Europeans set foot upon their soil. In the court of Siam...
Who is that being presented to the king now? That is the French commander of the Indo-Chinese forces, and that was a British admiral who was presented just a minute ago.
They say there's a Chinese delegation waiting to see the king, and the Prince Regent of Brunswick is here.
Yeah, living battleships in the harbor?
Battleships?
Yeah. There are 3 German warships and many Japanese and French cruisers and English ships.
Then perhaps we are to keep our independence.
Perhaps. But there are still rumors that Britain and France will someday partition Siam.
The importance of Siam was beginning to emerge. But meantime, apprehension within Siam was growing. A new king, Rama VI, came to the throne in 1910. Discontent smoldered.
A plot to kill the new king was discovered, and when World War I broke out, Siam became the focal point of pressure from both adversaries.
Above all else, we must think of Siam first.
This is King Rama VI.
We must not permit ourselves to become involved in the European war. Just because France and England are involved.
But as your ministers, your Royal Highness, we must advise you that France is exerting great pressure upon us from Indo-China and Britain from Burma. We are squeezed between them.
And there is another important factor, Your Highness.
Speak.
Both Britain and France are charging that Siam is the center of German intrigue, which they say is radiating throughout the entire Far East.
That cannot be true.
Germany is of far less importance to Siam than Britain and France.
What do you mean by that?
If Siam should join the Allies, we could then confiscate all German interests in Siam.
And perhaps get important treaty concessions at the peace table.
But that would mean a declaration of war.
Technically, yes.
There is one other important consideration, Your Highness.
Our indebtedness to England and France?
England and France are now our allies. If Siam should not declare war on Germany, then England and France might move in on us from Indo-China and Burma and set up a protectorate over us.
You see, Your Highness, it might be a distinct advantage for Siam to declare war on Germany and take its side.
Rama VI took Siam into World War I against Germany. And when the balance sheet was struck at the peace table, Rama's ministers were proved right. Siam saved herself from becoming a protectorate of England and France. She emerged from the conflict without having suffered a single military casualty and with no war debt whatever. Siam's importance on the Pacific scene was rising. Rama VI died in 1925, and young King Prajadipok ascended to the throne. Prajadipok, who had many such glittering titles as the brother of the moon, the half-brother of the sun, the possessor of the 24 golden umbrellas, came to the United States in 1931 for an eye operation. He had heard the rumblings for constitutional government in his own country before he left. And in the United States, he said,
I am most interested in the practical workings of democracy. I want to see whether voting really expresses the will of the majority. I want to learn about the form of voting and how political campaigns are conducted.
At home in Siam, the rumblings were growing louder. Rumors were rife.
King Prajadipok is in favor of giving us a constitution, but the princes are against it.
King Prajadipok has cut down on the number of civil service jobs, and that's why he has so many enemies.
I heard that the ones in the civil service are organizing because all the key positions are held by princes.
They say that certain elements of students and officials are organizing to make some sudden drastic change.
The rumblings grew, but few people, not even the government, took them seriously. On June 24th, 1932, King Prajadipok was away from the capital at Bangkok, enjoying himself at the seashore.
Your Majesty, Your Majesty.
What is it? Why are you so excited?
This letter.
You know what is in it?
The one who brought it, King Prajadipok. He said he came as an agent of the People's Party and...
It is the will of the People's Party that you remain on the throne of Siam as constitutional monarch. If your Royal Highness finds this impossible, then another king will be chosen from the royal family and placed on the throne in your stead.
I have heard it whispered, Your Majesty. I was afraid.
Your Majesty.
Yes, General?
King Prajadipok, the People's Party has taken possession of the Throne Hall and the Throne Hall Square in Bangkok.
Taken possession of the Throne Hall? Where is the Chief of Staff?
He is touring the northern provinces, and the Admiral of the Navy is at sea.
The People's Party timed it well.
They are holding the princes of the Supreme Council in the Throne Hall, and they have issued this manifesto.
These are demands of me?
They say these are the principles of the People's Party.
The aims of the new regime shall be the maintenance of national independence, peace, public security, the improvement of economic conditions. The people's government guarantees popular government for the people's welfare, education, and equal rights for all, and the abolition of the privileges of the princes. Oh, what do they wish of me now?
That you accept this manifesto within 1 hour.
1 hour?
The members of the royal family in Bangkok are in the hands of the People's Party.
My family.
The People's Party will hold them responsible for any countermeasures that might be taken.
We shall accept. We have long favored a constitutional government.
The next year, 1933, Luang Pibul rose through the welter of events of this land which was struggling to reconstitute itself. Prajadipok abdicated in 1935, and his 9-year-old nephew, Ananda Mahidol, was proclaimed king. The way was now open for Luang Pibul.
We will fight to win back our lost territory. All the people of the Thai race must be included in one nation. We will extend the frontiers of the Siamese kingdom until this has been achieved.
With control of Thailand's armed forces, this little Hitler of the Far East took his nation into war on the side of the Japanese against the United States and Britain. With this act, the 6 centuries of Thai independence came to an end. The Thai people became unwilling collaborators of Japan. But in Washington, D.C.,
the Thailand minister to Washington has rejected the action of his government in accepting the terms of Japan and has organized a free Thai movement to express the voice of the enslaved people of Thailand.
today, with the tide of the war in the Pacific turning against Japan, Luang Pibul sits uneasy as the dictator of Thailand. The growing Allied might looms like a menacing shadow over him. The land of free men is stirring in its own behalf. Luang Pibul himself has eloquently revealed the state of his security in his pronouncement.
The enemy has tried his best to throw our country into confusion by instigating internal dissension, which, if we fall into his trap, will ruin our country. I beg you not to believe in enemy propaganda, nor in evil rumors. I want you to know that our country is confronting a precarious military, economic, and financial position. I have been reproached that my ministers are men of dishonorable character. Not only does the enemy hate me, but the Thai people hate me as well.
Luang Pibul Sangram is learning that he who sips with the devil must have a long spoon. Neither he nor the Japanese have been able to crush the fierce love of independence of the Thai people. Both Luang Pibul and the Japanese are being undermined from within Thailand by the Thai people, and from outside by the growing Free Thai movement, which has spread from Washington to London to New Delhi. And these factors, coupled with the strategic importance of Thailand, promise to make Thailand important in the coming operations in the war in the Pacific.
You have been listening to The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations as a public service to clarify events in the Pacific and to make understandable the cross currents of life in the Pacific Basin. A reprint of this Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. The program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Pacific Story.
In the midst of the fury of world conflict, events in the Pacific are taking on even greater importance. Here is the story of the Pacific and its peoples, whose destiny is at stake in the Pacific War. Here is the tale of the war in the Pacific and its meaning to us and to the generations to come.
The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another public service, the drama of the past and present of the millions of people who live around the world's greatest sea, where the East at last meets the West. Indo-China, the collapse of French Empire in the Pacific.
Southeast corner of Asia is one of the most coveted regions in the world, Indo-China. Here, France built her stronghold in the Far East and called it her balcony on the Pacific. Today, this strategic area, immensely wealthy in resources and commanding the riches of the Indies and the sea lanes in this quarter of the globe, is no longer French Indo-China. Today, it is Japanese Indo-China. For years, Japan had kept an eye on Indo-China. In Tokyo, the Japanese military leaders stood around great maps on tables and studied the minutest details of the terrain, the shoreline, the harbors.
Air bases here, General, would be of greatest strategic value to Japan.
In northern Tonkin, yes.
We would then be in a position to bomb the economic and political basis of Chiang Kai-Shek government in Chongqing.
It would also give us more effective bases against Burma Road.
And against British Burma and Thailand.
And here, control of this point would mean control of British communications between Hong Kong and Singapore.
What is that, Admiral?
Akamra Bay.
Oh, yes. The new French naval base.
Akamra Bay is one of the finest national harbors in the world. A Japanese fleet operating from this base could outflank the Philippines here, the British Malay states here, and the Netherlands Indies down here.
What of the port of Saigon, Admiral, just south of Cam Bay there?
Saigon is smaller in size than Cam Bay, but it is more important in a commercial sense.
Then we should move to secure a dominant position in commerce at Saigon before the British can strengthen their defenses in the Pacific and before the United States can reinforce its Asiatic fleet.
Then both Saigon and Cam Bay, Admiral, would be valuable in Japan's move to the south.
They would be more than valuable, General. They are indispensable.
Japan kept an eye not only on French Indochina, but likewise on the unfolding of events in the war in Europe after Hitler marched into Poland in 1939. By June 1940, when France collapsed, Japan was ready to move. The day after Marshal Pétain asked for an armistice, a Japanese spokesman made an important public pronouncement.
The heavy traffic in arms from Indo-China into China must stop. For the past 5 months, heavy shipments have been made. Japan demands that the French government consent to the dispatch of Japanese inspectors to Indo-China for the purpose of making investigations of all goods going into China. If this traffic is not stopped, the Japanese army will wean Indo-China from hostility to Japan.
They move very fast, mon general.
I've been waiting for this.
Here is the report, sir.
Yes, let me see.
The Japanese have now established inspection control stations at all our key points on the highways and railroads leading into China.
Uh-huh. Incredible. They have taken 100,000 tons of Chinese supplies at Haiphong alone.
Yes. And you see on the report there, that included 400 tons of medical supplies.
Yes.
And down there on the bottom, sir, you see there is a total amount stopped and taken by the Japanese.
150,000 tons of what they call war materials, including 2,200 motor trucks.
Is there nothing we can do?
Yes?
The cable office come for you, monsieur.
Merci. The Japanese mission that came to Indo-China to seal the frontier to China now demands that it be opened for the Japanese army.
Is there any answer to the cable, monsieur?
No. No answer is necessary.
Standing against the pressure of Japan was Governor General Georges Catroux, then as today a supporter of the de Gaulle Committee. But within a week after the collapse of France, the Pétain regime ordered the removal of Catroux, sent Vice Admiral Jean Ducou to replace him. For more than a month, Catroux held on.
It is a very difficult situation, with Admiral Ducou here and General Catroux not stepping down from authority. Whom are we to obey?
They say General Catroux is looking to the British for help.
Oh, but the British cannot help him now.
Perhaps not.
No. They have closed the Burma Road 3 days ago to appease Japan.
Perhaps General Catroux believes that there might be some change in the international scene so that London can support him. If that should happen, he would be able to defy Vichy.
Such a complicated state of affairs.
Yes. He said that in...
Have you seen the new order?
Order? What order?
Admiral Ducou has taken over. He is now Governor General.
But what of General Catroux?
He is gone.
Gone? Gone where?
Who knows? But it would be my guess that he has taken the only course that...
General Catroux made a dramatic escape from Indochina, went first to London and then to Egypt to continue his fight with the fighting French. And now Indochina moved step by step into the camp of the Japanese.
The Japanese have demanded and taken air bases at Lao Cai and Hanoi.
Japanese troops crossed the border into Indochina at 3 important points just before midnight. The Japanese have captured a French general and 2,000 troops and forced the French to withdraw.
The Japanese have secured a monopoly on Indochina's rice, rubber, and coal. This comes as a lifesaver for Japan, whose rice supply was dangerously reduced by the war.
Step by step, Japan engulfed Indochina. In Hanoi, Admiral Ducou, the French Governor-General, sat in conference with Japanese Major General Raishiro Sumita, discussing these progressive steps. In Vichy, the loudspeakers announced,
After long conferences, Japan and Vichy are now in complete accord and will cooperate in the defense of Indochina.
Meanwhile, Frenchmen stood on the shore of Saigon and Cameron Bay and watched Japanese men of war and transports move into the great harbors.
Japanese warships in Cameron Bay. France has lost in the Pacific.
Not only France. From this naval base and the one at Saigon, the Japanese fleet is now in a position to cut the British sea route from Hong Kong to Singapore and to intercept all fleet movements between Manila and Singapore.
They may even sail into Singapore itself one day.
We are seeing more than Japanese warships here. We are seeing the drawing of a new map of Southeast Asia.
French rule in Indochina came to a close in 1941, marking the end of 80 years of colonial effort. In these same waters where Japanese ships bristling with guns now moved, French warships unlimbered their guns in 1858.
The decks are cleared for action. All guns are loaded, Admiral de Genoyer.
Very well, Captain. Has any word come from ashore?
No word yet, sir.
The time of the ultimatum is now past, is it not?
More than an hour has passed, sir.
We will wait until the Spanish ships are in position.
Yes, sir.
Certainly the commander of the Annonite forces in force ashore at Tournai must know that he cannot prevail against a combined French and Spanish fleet.
It is my opinion, sir, that neither the Annamite government at Wei nor the commander of these forts takes our ultimatum seriously.
They will know we are in dead earnest this time. We have protested the treatment of our missionaries again and again. But each time the fleet has sailed away, they have renewed their persecutions.
The Spanish crown has protested the death of missionaries as often as we have.
Our mistake has been that we have done no more than protest.
Admiral?
Yes?
Admiral de Genvailly? The Admiral of the Spanish fleet has signaled that he is in position and ready to fire.
Captain.
Yes, sir.
Is there any trace of a boat coming out of this flagship?
None, sir.
Very well. Lieutenant, signal the Spanish Admiral to open fire whenever he is ready. And, Captain?
Yes, sir.
Give the order. Open fire.
Yes, sir.
All guns ready. Fire!
The right seats on the first salvo.
Continue firing until the forts are demolished.
Yes, sir.
Ready. Fire!
From this time forward, for a period of nearly 20 years, French admirals were to have the ruling hand in extending the influence of France into Indo-China. Where they were able to impose their will by force of arms, they prevailed. But when they found it necessary to remove force from one place and apply it at another, outbreaks resulted.
This is the 10th month we have been besieged.
10 months, yes.
Help is coming. The courier said Admiral Chaney is coming with a strong force of 3,000 men.
3,000 men. There are 12,000 Annamites outside the citadel. Admiral Chaney's men will not even get close to the citadel.
But the courier got through.
Barely with his life.
Admiral Chaney and his 3,000 men will be slaughtered before they get here.
That is not true.
What is that?
On guard!
That must be Admiral Chaney's force.
Maybe the Annamites are attacking again.
On guard to the barricade!
Everyone to fighting for the church. It is Admiral Chaney's men.
They are cutting to the Annamites.
Watch your fire. Do not shoot Admiral Chaney's men.
The Annamites are caught between the Admiral's force and the citadel. The Annamites are trapped.
The Admiral is going to lift the siege. He's going to lift the siege.
Open the citadel gates. We will turn on the right Chaney's bow. Come on!
Through this victory, Admiral Chaney forced through a treaty with Annam and won 3 Cochin China provinces and a money indemnity for France. France was gaining a foothold in Southeast Asia. Now, French traders were making inroads far beyond the limits agreed upon between France and Annam. The friction that had subsided grew again, and another French admiral, Admiral Dupré, then Governor General of Cochin China, sent for a brilliant young officer, Francis Garnier.
Come in, Monsieur Garnier.
This must be important, Admiral Dupré, to bring me all the way from Shanghai down here to Saigon.
Oui, it is. Your work of exploration can be done at any time.
You mean, Admiral, that what you have in mind must be done at once?
Oui, immediately. Recently, Jean Dupuis, a French trader, sailed up the Red River. He proved the navigability of the Red River to China's southern provinces. He went all the way up to Yunnan.
That was contrary to France's treaty with Annam, was it not?
Our treaty makers were not far-sighted enough.
What do you wish now, Admiral Dupré?
Alors, in order to reach China's southern provinces, we must go through Tonking. As you perhaps know, there is now widespread revolt in Tonking against the government at Hue.
You wish to move into Tonkin?
If France does not, Britain may intervene. And if Britain should gain control of Tonkin, Britain would hold the key to South China and would endanger our position on the peninsula. Alors, I will outfit an armed expedition for you, Garnier.
I will lead no such expedition.
Oh, you are against France taking Tonkin?
I am against taking it by force.
Sure. What do you propose?
The capital at Hue is insecure. I believe it will yield without resorting to force.
You must have a show of force.
A small number of troops, perhaps.
How many?
200, perhaps. Not more.
200? That is not enough to take any sort of a stand against the opposition.
With 200 French soldiers and a few Annamites, young Francis Garnier set sail for Hanoi. He found Hanoi buzzing with military preparations to close the Red River to commerce and to resist the French forces.
Take this ultimatum to the commander of the Annamite forces in Hanoi. Inform him that if the Red River is not immediately open to commerce and Hanoi disarmed, that I will storm the citadel.
The ultimatum went unheeded. Francis Gagné attacked. With a French soldier, Gagné took the citadel. Envoys from Hue came to the citadel to make peace.
Gentlemen, France wishes peace with Annam. Our immediate problem now is not the Annamites, but the Chinese bandits, the Black Flag.
The Black Flags are troubling you here, yes?
We have information, gentlemen, that your government at Hue has encouraged these bandits against France.
Oh, the Black Flags are strong.
We have protested and asked the Cantonese government to send regular Chinese troops to halt them. But the Chinese regulars have joined with the bandits.
We are as helpless before the bandits are you.
Could it be that your government at Hue prefers the Black Flags to the French in the control of Tonkin?
Monsieur Grenier! Monsieur Grenier!
What is it, Lieutenant?
The Black Flags. The bandits are marching on Hanoi. Our patrols are trying to hold them at the paper bridge.
At the paper bridge?
Yes, sir. They are attacking in force.
Sound assembly. We will march at once.
There is the paper bridge ahead of us, sir.
Yes. The troops are deployed and ready, sir. Very well. You take the left flank, and you, Lieutenant, take the right. I will take the center. We will charge the main body of the bandits at the bridge. Forward! Charge! Drive them back from the bridge. Right, platoon. Close it up.
Monsieur Gagné! Monsieur Gagné! Help! Monsieur Gagné is shot! Help! He's dead! He's dead! Monsieur Gagné is dead!
The Black Flags were driven back, but the death of Francis Gagné delayed the French conquest of Tonkin 10 years. Then France sent Commandant Henri Rivier to establish a protectorate over Annam. But Rivier was killed by the Black Flags at almost the same spot and in almost the way that Gagné was killed. France then bombarded the fort at Hue, the capital, forced the Annamites to sue for peace, and completed the conquest of the Delta by taking the towns one by one. Then France was to sow the seeds of trouble, which was to harass her for the next 40 years and more.
The period of conquest is over. The rule of the admirals has come to an end. Now, we must substitute civil administration.
Monsieur, my committee has a study, and it is our conclusion that we must form the colonies in our own image in order to better them.
In what sense does the senator mean?
We must replace the native institutions with our institutions in France.
Well, it might be distinctly to our advantage to retain some of the native institutions.
No. No, I do not agree with you.
You feel, monsieur, that the natives are not capable of contributing to French culture?
We must lead the natives from their darkness to the light of French culture.
Yes, and we must start by substituting the French language for their language.
Oblige the natives to learn French in place of their own language?
Precisely. My committee is of the opinion that when the natives have learned to speak French, they will then eagerly seek the wisdom of French ideas and will be more interested in the products of French manufacture.
This will not work. No.
We believe it will work. The only way to eliminate the difference in thinking between the French and the natives is to replace the native institutions and education with ours.
Monsieur, on the basis of our study, I propose that we submit a resolution to provide that French education.
The seeds were sown, and under the surface, while the French sought to entrench themselves more deeply in Southeast Asia, the Indo-Chinese grew restive. An underground wave of nationalism swept through the land.
The French themselves fought for liberty, equality, and fraternity. But the Frenchmen who fought for liberty, equality, and fraternity are not the same Frenchmen who are here ruling us.
Japan has shown what a small nation can do. It has defeated Russia.
Yes, and we can do the same. And the Chinese under Sun Yat-sen.
They are organizing to rebel against the Manchus.
If we yield, we shall have nothing. We shall be crushed. If we fight, we shall have at least our honor, and we may save our nation.
In 1908, the Annamites revolted against the French for the first time. The outbreak was put down. But under the surface, it continued to smolder. When World War I broke out, more than 100,000 Indo-Chinese were recruited.
Pull up the gangway. Hold on. Lift the gangway. Easy now, easy. Hold on. Take away.
So, they are really going to take us away from our homes.
Yes, the ship is all loaded. We are sailing.
Will they really take us to France to fight on the battlefields?
I do not know.
They call us volunteers.
Volunteers? They herded us together like miserable animals and took us aboard the ship under guard like prisoners. Where are we going?
I do not know. Let us ask his French officer.
Yes. Where are you taking all of us?
You will learn in due time.
But where?
We are sailing. That is all I can tell you now. You will be told what to do when the time comes.
They are taking us to France, I know.
They have taken me away from my family. I am not going. I am not going.
Where are you going? You cannot climb over that rail. Come back. Come back.
Man overboard! Man overboard!
Soldier, get that man. Get him.
The Indo-Chinese volunteers distinguished themselves on the battlefields of France, but those who came back returned to conditions little better than those they had left. To fight for their rights, various political parties took form. The Nationalist Annamite Party, much like the Chinese Kuomintang, a communist party, and several lesser parties. In secret places, they prepared arms and ammunition. Some of their money for operation was secured by outright banditry. Now and again, accidental explosions of bombs drew attention to them. The police hunted them down, but they continued to operate underground and to prepare for the day when they would strike.
Native soldiers garrisoned at Yen Bay mutinied at dawn today and brutally murdered their French officers. Yen Bay controls the Red River Valley and is of great strategic importance.
The native rebellion has spread to Hanoi. Bombs have been thrown at the commissariat. A sub-prefect has been assassinated, and violence is rife throughout the city.
Widespread arrests are taking place in Indo-China in the face of the native outbreak. Several thousand natives have been jailed as the authorities are struggling to get the upper hand.
It is time that we re-examine our policy toward the institutions of the people of Indo-China.
Well, we might better set up a policy of association with the people of Indo-China rather than to try to continue to impose the French language and the French culture upon them, huh?
And what do you suggest, Mr. Chairman?
That we govern the natives by operating through framework of their own laws and customs.
That would mean relaxation of the teaching of French.
Well, we should have learned by this time that the wise course is to put the emphasis in primary education on the vernacular rather than on the French language. With this policy,
the French and the peoples of Indo-China drew closer together. The French, through their extensive research, uncovered the wonders of the cultural heritage of Indo-China. The Indo-Chinese recognized the great value of the French doctors in the fighting of tropical diseases. But the intellectuals of Indo-China still doubted that the French liberté, égalité, and fraternité applied to them. This failure to see eye to eye was an important factor after the outbreak of the war in the Pacific.
There is another squadron of planes, mon général.
Yes. Thailand planes, are they not?
Yes, sir.
They are violating our borders without regard for our rights.
Thailand knows that Japan is putting pressure on us.
I think Japan is using Thailand against us.
This is an old quarrel with Thailand. They are teaching their school children that parts of Indo-China belong to them. And Thailand is building up her armed forces day by day.
Yes, and we have only 27,000 regular troops.
Thailand has at least 60,000. And many reserves. A growing air force, navy.
Air force? I am certain Thailand is getting planes from Japan.
We can do nothing about that.
Well, General, if they outnumber us, we must get reinforcements.
Reinforcements? Reinforcements would have to come from France itself, or from other parts of the French Empire. This is impossible now.
Are we to have nothing to fight with?
Below us, there in Camera Bay, we have the cruiser La Montpiquet, 4 dispatch boats, and 10 gunboats.
That is little. Out here in the Far East alone.
We must use what we have and make every move count.
General, there are some more Thailand planes.
Yes. One of these days, they will do more than simply fly over us. We must make every effort.
The friction increased between the two neighbors, Indo-China, China, and Thailand. Charges continued that Japan was fomenting the conflict. Developments came rapidly.
Last night, Thailand troops attempted to cross the Katsun River and seize the Cambodian village of Popier. The surprise attack was thrown back by...
Japan has sold 25 bombers and 33 pursuit planes to Thailand. Violations of the border continue as...
All commercial operations on land between Thailand and French Indo-China have been suspended. Observers say that the two nations are moving toward a full-dress war.
The French Asiatic squadron, led by the cruiser La Montpiquet, last night destroyed the main units of the Navy of Thailand in a surprise attack in the Gulf of Siam.
Japan dictates that the strife between Thailand and Indochina come to an end. Thailand's claims are just. Japan will mediate this border dispute and will make the final decision.
The French were in no position to defend their claims. France had fallen, and Indochina, isolated and alone halfway around the world in the Far East, was caught between Thailand and the Japanese. The French yielded.
We have ceded to Thailand territory amounting to 25,000 square miles, with a population of 1 million people. But let it be known that we yielded to Japan, not to Thailand.
And Japan it was that was calling the tune. When the settlement was made, Foreign Minister Matsuoka dispatched a letter to both Indochina and Thailand.
Japan expects France and Thailand to declare that they have no intention to conclude with any third powers any agreement or understanding that anticipates military or any other type of cooperation against Japan.
This was the beginning of the end of France in Southeast Asia, and the end itself was not far off. Presently, Japan moved into Indochina itself, then struck at the United States at Pearl Harbor. Thailand then joined forces with Japan and Indochina. France's balcony on the Pacific dropped like a ripe plum into the lap of the Japanese. With the taking of Indochina, Japan gained not only strategic control of the sea lanes of Southeast Asia and the riches of the Indies, but also of Indochina's own vast resources. For Indochina, with its 286,000 square miles, 1/3 larger than France itself, is rich in its own resources. Possession of these brings Japan a great stride closer to its objective of self-sufficiency and gives Japan a stronger position against all the powers of the world.
You have been listening to The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations as a public service to clarify events in the Pacific and to make understandable the cross currents of life in the Pacific Basin. A reprint of this Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. Pacific Story is written by Arnold Marquis. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. Your narrator, Gain Whitman. Pacific Story was presented from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Pacific Story. In the midst of the fury of world conflict, events in the Pacific are taking on even greater importance. Here is the story of the Pacific and its people, whose destiny is at stake in the Pacific War. Here is the tale of the war in the Pacific and its meaning to us and to the generations to come. The Beggars of the Sea.
The watergeuzen, the beggars of the sea. That is what the Spaniards called us Dutch when we fought for our freedom from Spain more than 300 years ago. We made it our slogan, beggars of the sea, on guard. We have never forgotten it. We had only one hopeful saying then, the tide will turn. We have the same saying now as we sit here in the Indies, waiting for deliverance from the Japanese. The Japanese swarmed over our islands. Our men went out to fight them. Some of our men will never come back. Some are still fighting in other places in the Pacific. And we are here in the Indies, waiting. The tide will turn. Yes, it will turn, as it has turned so many times since my people came out here from Holland more than 300 years ago. My people have seen the ebb and flow of this tide through all these years. For hundreds of years, there was rivalry here in the Indies between the English and my people. I remember my grandfather telling me a fact here when Napoleon took all of Holland in 1806. Napoleon sent a governor out here to represent him, and the English were afraid that the French planned to take the Indies. So the English sent a fleet of 100 ships from...
Yes, orderly.
The navigator reports that we should sight Batavia any time now, sir.
Very well. Inform me the moment a landfall is made.
Yes, sir.
6 weeks at sea from Malacca. Yes, we should be very near to Batavia.
We must make very sure this time, Mr. Raffles, that we take our objective.
Unless intelligence has reached the Dutch of our movements, we should take Batavia by complete surprise.
We must not forget that this is the 3rd British naval squadron to threaten Java.
The difference, Lord Minto, is that this time we have 100 ships. We've made hostile demonstrations before on these waters, but never with so many ships.
I'm hopeful that our force is adequate.
Look at them. Look at them out there, sir. A field of sailing vessels as far as the eye can see. 57 transports of troops and 43 men of war.
We can expect resistance.
We can be certain that the Dutch forces are concentrated at strategic points, but that is all to our advantage, sir. But that is not where General Sir Samuel Lacknotty nor Colonel Gillespie shall attack.
Nevertheless, that Dutchman, General Janssens, is wily.
You hear that, Lord Minto?
Land?
Yes. The watch on the foretop has sighted land.
Landfall? We sighted it, sir. Land.
Very well. What is our position?
The navigator reports we are 12 miles east of Batavia.
Excellent. And we're standing in at Ching.
Yes, sir.
Inform General Lacknotty to prepare to land his expeditionary force at the point when the order is given.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Raffles.
Yes, my lord.
We will send our proclamation ashore to the Dutch inhabitants at once. We will also send a proclamation to the natives.
My people stood on the shore at Batavia and watched 100 English vessels come up over the horizon. They had never seen so many sails and so many ships. Lord Minto and Mr. Raffles were aboard the fastest craft of all. a frigate named the Modeste. Ashore, everyone was tense and nervous. General Janssens concentrated all his soldiers at the fort at Cornelis, about 7 miles south of Batavia. My people expected the ships to start firing any minute. Then a boat came ashore with 2 proclamations from the English.
Well, proclamations? What do they say?
Read them.
Read them. What do they want?
Why are there 2 of them?
This one is written in the Malay and the Javanese language.
Oh, it must be for the natives.
It says, the English come as friends. They expect to be received as friends by all the native inhabitants.
Yes, friends.
What does the other one say?
Oh, this one says, in every period, England has been the champion and defender of Europe. France has been with equal uniformity the common enemy of all nations. Between these two, the option must be made. The extinction of Holland has left her colonies to their own judgment. If the sentiments which His Excellency has been desirous of ascribing to them should induce them to pass cordially under the British dominion, he offers friendship and protection during any contest with those who would adhere to France. And it's signed Lord Minto and countersigned Thomas.
On the very same day of these proclamations, General Sir Samuel McMurtry's English expeditionary force landed at Chilingching. No one there opposed them. And 5 days later, the British took Batavia without firing a shot. But blood was spilled at Cornelis. Much of it. A deserter from the French forces led the English soldiers by a bypass to the place where the...
Devil, we are getting very close to their picket line. I should think we are. We've been marching for hours in the dark. Turn this way. Look out for yourself. Right there. Shh. Not so loud. Keep up back there. No stragglers. We must not be discovered or...
Halt where you are!
It's the picket line. Down.
And march to be recognized!
Don't move. We're discovered. We can't stay here. Deploy men. Deploy.
They've opened fire on us! Forward! March!
The blood flowed that day. They say that 4,000 Dutch and French soldiers were killed or wounded. The English lost 500. General Janssen surrendered, and the Indies passed under the dominion of Britain. For 5 years, then, Britain ruled the Indies. Then at last the Dutch commission came out from the Netherlands to take over the Indies once more. There was rejoicing, but also planning and thinking for the future for the Indies.
We have seen the trend of events. We must now strengthen our position.
Oh, better it is that we make ourselves strong here in the Indies, then try to be strong throughout the Far East.
Our trading posts in British India have been unprofitable.
Then I say give them up.
Give up our post in British India?
In exchange for them, perhaps we could induce Britain to give up her post in the Indies.
England might listen to this.
Britain might give us Bencoolen in Sumatra, and perhaps the island of Billiton.
If there is such a possibility, let us then open negotiations with Britain. It may be possible to work out an agreement.
For years, we and the English had been rivals in the East, and at last, in 1820, we sat down to talk it all over. We talked of many settlements, but the English would not give up Singapore. So the negotiations broke off. But in 1823, we sat down again, and after long discussions, a treaty was signed providing that...
Britain relinquishes all claims on Sumatra.
Holland relinquishes all claims on the Malay Peninsula.
Britain is to have a free hand on the Asiatic mainland.
Holland is to have a free hand in the islands.
Money poured from the Netherlands Indies into the Dutch treasury. The natives were exploited by the government. Their wages were low, and they had too little time to work on their own crops. The soil was exhausted. The natives were neglected in their misery, and in many cases the officials were corrupt. Famine came. The natives cried for food, and then the voices of men crying for reform started to be heard. There was Dr. W.R. Baron van Hoovel, who had been a preacher in the Indies for 10 years. Dr. van Hoovel took the part of the natives.
True state of affairs here in the Indies is now becoming known in Holland. Until now, the public in Holland has been kept in ignorance of the situation here by censorship by the government of all news and reports. This must stop. The first consideration of the government policy should be not how much Holland can get out of the East Indies, but how much it can do to raise the material and intellectual interests of the Indies. I propose to lead a movement for a free press, free of government censorship, and for representation of the natives in the States General.
Dr. Van Hoovel?
Yes?
You are aware that you are not being very circumspect.
This is no time to be circumspect, sir.
You are here in the Indies at the sufferance of the Crown.
I am here to improve the lot of the people, the natives as well as the Dutch.
Return passage to Holland might be arranged for you, Dr. Van Hoovel, so that you might preach your reforms where your thoughts could get a more appreciative audience.
Dr. van Hoovel was obliged to resign and return to Holland. The need for reform was great. Then Douwes Dekker came out here. He was a government official. He had served in the Moluccas for a number of years, advancing from one position to another. When he was transferred to Java, he had only been there a few weeks when he began to protest against the abuses. His superior called him in and cautioned him and threatened to dismiss him. He gave up his appointment and went back to Holland. And there he wrote a novel that he called Max Havelaar.
This book, it is more than a novel.
No man could write so forcefully about anything unless he knew it very well.
Yeah, but who is this Multatuli who has written the book? A native of the Indies?
That is a pseudonym.
Someone else has written it.
Most certainly. The hero of the novel is a Dutch official in Java, Max Havelaar, and he describes his own experiences.
Yes. He writes up the faults of the colonial policy and the vices of the administration.
He does not seem to understand that he is endangering his own head. Yeah, this is the work of one who has lived in the Indies.
Oh. You have any idea of who it is?
I have. Douwes Dekker.
Dekker's book, Max Havelaar, was something like Uncle Tom's Cabin. It told of oppressed people and exposed the abuse of free labor. And in the end, it stirred the people of the Netherlands to reform. After this, our Dutch civil officers here in the Indies became the best colonial administrators in the world. But before this came about, the government had first to extend its control throughout the Indies. For many years, we Dutch had little control in the Indies outside of Java. Our empire in the Pacific is the work, really, of the last 100 years, and much of it is the work of the last 40 years. And one of our most difficult tasks was Achin. Achin is on the northwest tip of Sumatra. When Britain gave up Sumatra to us, and we gave up Malaya to her, then Achin came under the Dutch flag. But there were years of bloodshed before there was peace in Achin.
Word has just reached us that fighting has again broken out in Achin.
Again? General Van Herps, we have been carrying our warfare with Achin for more than 30 years.
The pretender to the throne of the Sultan has run away to the island of Gaios.
There must be some way we can pacify Achin. After all, it is only a small kingdom.
All its terrain, its mountains and valleys favor the natives.
I thought we had done with fighting in Achin last year.
Achin has cost the Netherlands nearly 200,000 troops and nearly $200 million in these years of fighting.
200,000 men? $200 million?
It has been a tremendous price. To pacify these people, we must understand them better.
General Van Herps, we must learn to deal with the Sultans. They are the ones.
No. You recall the Sultan who guaranteed immunity from piracy to our traders?
Yes, I recall.
The Achinese pirates continue to take our ships.
Yes, but the Achinese understand us better than we understand them. They know our ways and our thinking. We have thought so much of putting them down that we have not thought of understanding them. We must remember they are Muslims. They are brave, and they have a great love of freedom. And for this they have been fighting these many years. It is possible that there may be a more effective weapon against the Chinese than arms.
It is my suggestion, General Von Hutz, that we organize an expeditionary force to go into Chin, and once and for
We
all...
have tried that for more than 30 years, and it has cost us dearly. We will restore order in Chin, yes. But this time we will do more than that. We will seek to lay a foundation on which we can build a more permanent...
And that is what Governor General von Hertz did. The government brought in experts in Muslim and Indonesian society and psychology. And with this knowledge, at last, after 35 years of fighting, peace came to Chin. Ever since our earliest days in the Indies, we have governed through the native rulers. Each of the native rulers has a Dutch civil officer as an advisor. These advisors are called the elder brother of the native rulers. Both the elder brother and the native ruler are paid a salary and an allowance for entertaining. The potentates are of the native nobility, so the great masses of natives feel that they are ruled by their own people. And the Dutch Indies are the most densely populated place in the world, and 50 million of these live on Java and Madura. These people are Indonesians, Chinese, Japanese, Arabians, and a scattering of many other people besides the Europeans. For hundreds of years, these people have been intermarrying. So today, the problem of minorities is one of the most important of all the problems in the Indies.
I have been an official of the Netherlands for many years. When the Dutch first came to the Indies, we saw little prospect of bringing enough Dutch women out here to colonize. Many Dutchmen and other Europeans married native women. This explains the great number of Eurasians, persons with mixed European and Asiatic blood. And it also explains the relative lack of race prejudice in the Indies. Eurasians have held many high positions in the government and business, but also many of the Eurasians have had to fight for their existence. The Eurasians, with the Chinese, form the middle class of the Indies. The Chinese have had great influence in the establishment.
My people came here to the Indies even before the Dutch. I am a Chinese. There are 1.25 million Chinese in the Indies. Our chief interest here has been trade, but some of my people work in the tin mines and on the great plantations. Although my people have been here for centuries and have intermarried with the Indonesian women, we still remain Chinese. Our Chinese language was lost here in the first generation, but we still retain our family life, our religion, and our customs. Like the Arabians, we have clung to the traditions.
I come from another of the great racial groups of Indonesia. I'm an Arabian. For centuries, my people have had to try to find a living outside of Arabia. Many of my people came here to the Indies before the Dutch and the Chinese. We brought our religion with us, and this we have kept throughout these centuries. We have intermarried with the native women, but we are still Arabians.
There is another people who have been important in the Indies, the Japanese. The Japanese came to the islands, but in smaller numbers. They did not come as the Chinese and the Arabians came. The Japanese came for the oil and the tin and the rubber of the Indies. They came to prepare for the day when they would use these things against the rest of the world. Japanese businessmen and fishermen and photographers were everywhere. I remember watching them and wondering as I recalled what had happened years ago at Singapore. 2 of our Dutch officials were invited to a dinner given by the Dutch Commonwealth.
That Japanese down there at the far end of the table, who is he?
He's a naval officer off the Japanese warship Congo.
There's something very familiar about him.
No, I was thinking the same thing.
Have we seen him before?
Oh, the Congo has never been to Batavia.
No, but probably that officer has.
That may be.
Tell me, did you ever issue a permit to a Japanese who who look like him?
I may have.
Wait till he turns full face toward us again.
There. I know. I gave him a concession for rubber culture and deep sea fishing on those two small islands, Awi and Momoy.
That's it. And some months later, I went out to the islands to see how he was coming along. Remember?
I remember.
I found no trace of either rubber culture or fishing. But I found that same Japanese sounding and charting the waters around both Awi and Momoy. That's the same man there that made...
That is the way it was here for years. We knew what was happening, in a way, but we did not know how serious it was. We learned. On May the 14th, 1940... Hitler invaded Holland. You know what happened there. Holland was crushed and occupied. And we, here in the Indies, were left alone. We knew the Japanese had their eyes on us. But our people here, all races and classes, joined in our war effort. They were loyal, but they still asked for constitutional changes. In our Volksraad, the Volksraad is the People's Council, they asked for political reform, and these they debated long.
The Netherlands have fallen under the Nazis, and we of the Indies stand alone. No help can be forthcoming from the Netherlands to support us against a possible enemy in the Pacific. We must depend on ourselves. We therefore petition that this Volksraad be changed into a full-fledged parliament, that we who will live under the laws make these laws.
I thought that would come sooner or later.
I don't think they'll get it, though.
It's been my observation over a number of years that the natives are moving closer and closer to a parliamentary setup.
He's going to speak again.
We further petition, since the Indies have virtually become a self-sustaining entity, that the name of our country be changed from the Netherland Indies to Indonesia.
A new name for the country.
I hadn't expected that.
That would involve all sorts of complications in the...
It is the belief and conviction of my people that an Indies citizenship should be created to be conferred upon all persons, regardless of race, who have reached a certain state of development.
Indies citizenship? Why, that's revolutionary.
I have an idea that a great many people would support this, even Europeans.
These ideas were straws in the wind, but the government said that it could not support them. We were at war, and our mother country was occupied by the Nazis. And we ourselves were in danger of attack. Everyone worked, all but the Japanese. Many of the Japanese businessmen turned out to be spies and military officers. We recall that just before the war broke out in Europe, many of the 7,000 Japanese in the Indies had sailed back to Japan. And now we knew that they took with them all the information they had gathered through the years. Yes, we knew that we must work, and work hard to prepare for the blow that we were sure would come from Japan. We needed planes, and we needed guns and ships and supplies of all kinds.
Bombers and fighter planes from the United States are flowing into the Netherland Indies in ever-increasing numbers. 17 months ago, the Indies Air Force had 175 old planes. Today, it has more than 1,000 modern warplanes, and more are flying in. Chassis for armored trucks are pouring in from the United States. Machine guns, machine tools, factory equipment, and shipbuilding tools are coming in by the boatload.
Steel for 4 10,000-ton warships has been bought in the United States. The Dutch Indies Navy is being expanded every day from its 2 cruisers, 4 destroyers, 12 submarines. And more Netherlands Navy ships that escaped from their home country are expected.
Construction crews are working feverishly, setting up air bases, building air raid shelters, erecting barbed wire entanglements on the beaches and around the airfields, and putting in emplacements for coastal batteries.
There was little time to get ready. In September 1940, less than 3 months after France was crushed, and while the German air raids were blasting London, a Japanese commission came to the Indies. They came to make demands for oil and rubber and tin. They came at a time when they thought the Nazis would bomb Britain and the Netherlands government in London into surrender. They made big demands, for they thought that if they stayed long enough, they might gain all they wanted in the Indies and more without having to fight for it. We negotiated. We used the time to get ready. London withstood the Blitz and did not surrender. And the Japanese went home without what they came for. But we knew then that they would not be long in coming back. The first blow came like the strike of a cobra. I remember the day they reached Java. My husband came running in, looking.
Marika, where are you?
Here, Peter. Here I am.
Oh, Marika.
I thought you would never come back, Peter.
Only for a moment, Marika. I had to see you. The Japanese have landed up the coast. They are swarming ashore.
Nearly everyone has gone here. I had to wait for you.
My Marika.
It seems that bombs have been falling here for hours.
Our flyers have been fighting them until they had no more ammunition or gasoline. Coming down for more, going up and coming down, again and again, until they themselves were shot down. And the Japanese keep on coming.
I have never seen so many bombers.
They are bombing Batavia and Samarang and Surabaya. They've landed on Borneo and Sumatra. Now they are on Java. We've blown up all the oil wells, every one of them. But they're bringing more and more supplies into transports. Our airplanes are bombing them everywhere, but they keep on coming.
Then they will soon be here.
You cannot stay here, Marika. You cannot.
Peter Van Holden!
Yes. It is my lieutenant, Marika.
Must you go so quickly?
I wanted to see you again. Marika, you must leave here. You must. Go down to...
Peter! Van Holden!
Go, Peter. Go.
My Marika.
I shall be waiting for you, Peter. I shall be waiting. Peter will never come back. The Japanese are here, all around us. We are the watergeuzen, the beggars of the sea. We sit here waiting, but our slogan is still, beggars of the sea, on guard. We sit here waiting for deliverance. We know that someday the tide will turn.
Out of the war, the Indies have emerged as a nation. Every phase of life has changed. The Indies have become more economically independent of the Netherlands than ever before, and the old dependence may never be restored. The will for mutual appreciation and tolerance among the peoples of the Indies, the Dutch, the Indonesians, the Chinese, and the many other peoples, the will to have a voice in their own destiny, are keystones of the new country that is arising.
You have been listening to The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations as a public service to clarify events in the Pacific and to make understandable the cross currents of life in the Pacific Basin. A reprint of this Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The address again, University of California Press, Berkeley, California. Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. The principal voice was that of Yana DeLose. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present The Pacific Story.
In the midst of the fury of world conflict, events in the Pacific are taking on even greater importance. Here is the story of the Pacific and its people, whose destiny is at stake in the Pacific War. Here is the tale of the war in the Pacific and its meaning to us and to the generations to come.
Jose Rizal, Patriot Martyr of the Philippines.
To the memory of Jose Rizal, Patriot and Martyr, executed on Bagumbayan Field, December 30th, 1896. This monument is dedicated by the people of the Philippine Islands.
I spent that last night with Jose Rizal in this cell. With another priest, we gave him the Holy Sacrament. He was calm and serene. There was no troubled look in his eyes. There was no quaver in his voice. His mother and his sister Trinidad came to see him here at Fort Santiago. During his trial, he had written a poem, a last farewell to his people and the Filipinos, whom he loved so much. This he had placed inside a small alcohol lamp, the only thing he had in his cell. He said goodbye to his mother and sister, and then gave Trinidad the lamp, saying quickly in English so the guards could not understand. There is something inside.
Yes, Jose. Goodbye, Jose. Goodbye.
Jose settled himself to wait for the dawn. And in his last hours on earth drifted away. Within my soul, I reflected on the steps that had brought this extraordinary young man to this path. In his early 20s, while he was a student in Madrid, he came upon the idea of writing...
Where is Jose Rizal?
He's probably studying.
Perhaps he's playing the lottery or chess. He never can get enough of these. Well, if he used to be a member of the club, he should come to meetings. Oh, yes. Have you seen him these recent days, Maximo?
I saw him in his room. He was reading The Wandering Jew.
The Wandering Jew? When I saw him last week, he was reading Uncle Tom's Cabin. He said he was very much impressed by it. He should leave off reading when we have meetings. There's so few of us Filipinos here in Madrid. Yes, I say that you... Jose, I'm glad you could come.
Hello.
We were just talking about kicking you out of the club, Jose.
I have been very remiss.
Sit down, sit down. Did you bring Uncle Tom's Cabin with you, Jose?
It would do all of us well to read that book again and again.
Everyone has read it.
We could do well to profit by what it has achieved.
In what sense, Jose?
What Uncle Tom's Cabin achieved in America, and what The Wandering Jew achieved in France, perhaps another book could achieve in the Philippines.
Oh, no, I thought
Oh, it is true. Both of these books have had a powerful effect on human progress.
Yes, Maximo. And a book telling of conditions in the Philippines could show our Filipinos at home that they are slowly being crushed.
And you would write this masterpiece, Jose?
No, I do not think I could write it, but perhaps we could.
You mean all of us?
Yes. We know the Philippines. We've spent our childhood there. We could tell the truth about the Philippines. And some of us here, you, Damaso, and you, Juan, could illustrate it.
I don't think such an effort would be worthwhile. I think it would be excellent. Do you think you're self-capable of writing, Maximo?
Well, I'm not much of a writer, but I can tell what I've seen with my own eyes.
I could write about the Philippine women. Yes, you could write about that, Damaso.
I believe such a book should be written.
No, such a book would do no good here in Spain or in any part of Europe. And certainly no publisher would touch it in the Philippines.
to show the people of Spain the sufferings of the people of the Philippines.
You can never get it published, either here or in the Philippines.
And if you did, it would certainly be barred in the Philippines.
If the world knew what we know of the Philippines, what just we members of this club know, a great good would be done.
You're right, Jose.
It would not work.
No. Something more than that is necessary. Something better.
At least I can tell what is in my heart. And this I shall do.
Jose Rizal studied medicine in Madrid, but he excelled in philosophy and literature and languages. He learned Latin and Greek. He studied French and Italian and English all at once. Then he mastered Catalan, Arabic and German and Sanskrit and Hebrew. He had a remarkable talent for sketching and sculpture. When he finished his work in medicine, he went to Paris. And there he became an assistant to a great European eye doctor, Dr. L. de Wecker. And it was here in Paris that he wrote the first few chapters of Noli Me Tangere, The Social Cancer. Then his work took him to Heidelberg and to Leipzig and to Berlin. It was in Berlin that he was found by a young Filipino.
Who is it? It is Maximo Viola. Open the door, Jose. Jose Rizal, I'm glad to see you.
Maximo.
I've had such a time finding you. What are you doing in this hovel?
Writing?
You look starved.
What brings you here to Berlin, Maximo?
You had enough to eat.
Oh, enough. Sit down.
When did you eat last?
I shall eat later today. What brings you here, Maximo?
And you've not eaten today. Did you eat yesterday?
I eat once each day. It is ample.
Jose, this is not the thing for you to do. Stuck away up here in this cheap back room.
I must finish my book.
You also pursuing your studies?
Yes.
Jose, you'll never find a publisher for your book.
That is why I'm bringing it out myself.
Yourself? If you do not have enough to pay for a respectable room, or nor to eat more than one meal a day, how can you ever hope to pay?
Type is being set in a small printing shop just down the street.
Look, Jose, I want you to go with me on a walking tour through Germany and Switzerland.
No, Maximo, no.
You know I have plenty of money, as I've always had.
No, I must stay here and finish my book.
Jose, what sort of a book can this be that holds you in such poverty as this?
It is the story of a young Filipino, Juan Crisostomo Ibarra, who goes away to Europe to be educated, and what he finds when he comes back home.
What does he find?
He finds all that we know, that every Filipino knows, Maximo. The tyranny that has chained the Filipinos these centuries. What Spain has imposed upon the Filipinos, the scheming, arrogant, lawless friars, the Spanish government officer who is brutal to the Filipinos but a lickspittle to his Spanish superiors. I am writing of the worthless educational system, the travesty of the courts, the cruelties of the government to the helpless Filipinos.
You are right. You must finish the book, Jose.
Yes. I must finish it.
And then you may go on a walking tour with me. I'll advance all the money.
You will help me bring out the book?
Yes. You must finish it, Jose.
Then leave me. Get out. I must get down on paper all that is surging up in me to be told.
Jose Rizal wrote with an inspired pen. Thousands upon thousands of words. 500 pages of bitterness. When Noli Me Tangere was finished, Rizal's friends helped him distribute it. They disguised the boxes containing the books as innocent freight and sent them to Manila. In Manila, two of Rizal's friends used their wits.
And these boxes, what are they?
They contain dry goods. They are consigned to us.
You are Ramon Ecuador?
Yes. And this is Alejandro Rojas.
We have our wagons here. We will take them with us.
And not so fast.
We are in need of this shipment at once.
It is very heavy to be dry goods.
Yes, it is heavy. It is very special.
You seem to be very eager.
You may open the cases and inspect them if you wish.
Well, in all my years here as custom inspector, I have known of you two as proprietors of substance and good repute.
Oh, thank you. If you delay us more, we may suffer a loss.
Take the cases.
Move them out of here at once. We hardly have space for the merchandise that is coming in.
The books quickly found circulation in Manila, and then made their way into the outlying districts. And soon also copies of Noli Me Tangere fell into the hands of spies and censors.
You see, Colonel, here, the withering sarcasm. And not only does he ridicule the government, but he reproaches his own people for their ignorance and their failure to do something for themselves. He is inciting the Filipinos to rebel. That is what he is doing, General.
In spite of all efforts, more and more books came into the Philippines. And then the government issued a decree.
Put this order up in every public place. By order of the Crown, the book known as Noli Me Tangere is hereby excluded from the Philippine Islands. All copies are to be burned by the public executioner, and any person found in possession of a copy of this book 10 days from this date will suffer punishment or imprisonment or deportation. His property to be confiscated for the benefit of whomsoever shall inform against him. It is the order of the government.
Agents of the government searched diligently, and the fire of the public executioner blazed high.
Burn the books. The tale they tell is on everyone's lips.
The more books they burn, the more come into the country.
These books are starting a fire that will sweep all through the island. The Spaniards can never slake this flame.
During this time, Jose Rizal was far away in Europe. He'd been away 5 years now. His sister Trinidad wrote him.
And now Mother is in great need of you, Jose. Her eyesight is failing. And unless something is done, soon she may be completely blind. Mother asks for you each day, Jose, and says that...
So Rizal returned to the Philippines to help her while the government was still carrying out its decree against this book. At Calamba, his birthplace, he performed a delicate eye operation, the first of its kind ever done in the Philippines. His mother's eyesight was restored. Word of it spread, and people came from far and near. Some even came from China. And while he was helping them, he was summoned to Manila before Governor General Terrero.
Jose Rizal, while you are in the Philippines, I am assigning a Spanish lieutenant to accompany you wherever you go.
As a spy?
No, as a bodyguard.
Rizal and the lieutenant became friends. They say that great pressure was put upon Governor General Terrero to take some action against this man who had written the scandalous Noli Me Tangere. And so once more Rizal was summoned before the Governor General.
It is therefore my advice, Jose Rizal, that you leave the Philippines at once.
Jose Rizal then went to London. While he was there, he received word from his sister, Trinidad.
Our brother, Paciano, has been banished to Mindoro. Manuel has been deported for what they say is sacrilege. And now I am being charged with the same thing. And with sedition. It seems
Rizal wrote a scalding account of these events. This account, titled An Outrage, was printed in the magazine in Madrid. Then he went to Ghent in Belgium, and there he received word from Trinidad of a still more touching attack upon his family.
Then yesterday, a battery of artillery and a company of soldiers came to our place at Calamba. They ordered Father to move all our buildings and property from the land in 24 hours. You can imagine how thunderstruck we were. We did what we could, but it was not enough. Today, they set fire to all the houses. All of them burned down, including the house in which you were born. So we are without any time.
Rizal was heartsick. He settled down to write The Reign of Greed, a burning sequel to Noli Me Tangere. Then he came back to the Far East and set up offices as a doctor in Hong Kong. After some time there, he wrote to the Governor General of the Philippines, Eulalia Despujol, and asked permission to return. Then he went to see his friend, Dr. Marquez, in Hong Kong.
You have been my friend a long time, Dr. Marquez. I'm going back to the Philippines. And I wish to leave this document with you.
You wish me to read it now, Jose?
Yes. Read it.
To the Filipinos, the step I am about to take is undoubtedly attended with peril. I need not say to you that I take it after long deliberation. I have obligations to the families that suffer, to my aged parents, whose sighs strike me to the heart. If, with my death, I can secure for them happiness and a peaceful home in their native land, I am ready. Always I have loved our unhappy land. Life, career, happiness, I am ready to sacrifice for it. Whatever my fate, I shall die blessing it and longing for the dawn of its redemption. Jose, do you have intuition of trouble?
Keep this document. And if I be put to death in the Philippines, make it public. And then see that my family are taken.
Rizal went back to the Philippines. His sister Lucia returned with him. For a time, it seemed that he would be as safe as Governor General Despujol had assured him. He called together his friends and formed the Philippine League to better the conditions of the Philippines. Then one day he was summoned before Despujol.
Have you ever heard of a leaflet called The Poor Thrives, Rizal?
Yes, I have heard of it.
This leaflet was found in the luggage of your sister Lucia.
In my sister's effects?
Inside some pillowcases in a trunk.
Inside of...
You know, of course, that it is treason to bring these leaflets into the Philippines.
But, Governor Despujol, neither my sister nor I have ever had any of these leaflets.
Guard.
Yes, sir.
Take this man to the prison at Fort Santiago with my orders that he be held incommunicado.
For 3 days, Jose Rizal was held in prison. Then at night, he was hustled aboard a steamer Exiled to Dapitan, a forlorn town on the northeast coast of Mindanao. Here he studied nature, wrote about the animals and plants, taught the children, and ministered to the sick. Patients from Manila and Hong Kong sought him out in his exile. He devised a lighting system for Dapitan and designed and constructed and superintended a waterworks. Then one day, a man named Valenzuela came to Dapitan.
We call this new organization the Katipunan, Dr. Rizal, and the head of it is Andres Bonifacio.
And what is its purpose, Mr. Valenzuela?
To overthrow by force the Spanish power and establish a Philippine nation, free and independent.
Well, that cannot be done by violence.
It is the only way. We and all Filipinos rebel at the thought of your exile here. Dr. Rizal, you are the champion of the common people. Bonifacio has organized the Katipunan, but you are our real leader.
That I cannot be. For this change must come by education. It must come from above, not from below.
But you are the honorary head of our society, Dr. Rizal.
You are using my name without my authority?
The Katipunan depends on you.
No, it is wrong. Enlightenment is the road to progress. Go back to Bonifacio and tell him I will never...
But Bonifacio went on spreading the doctrine of revolution in the Philippines. And in his exile, Rizal gave his attention to improving the lot of the people of Dapitan. And now, through his correspondence, he learned that yellow fever was raging in Cuba and that there were not enough doctors. He offered his services in the government hospitals of Cuba. The government accepted, and Rizal sailed from Dapitan for Manila. While he was there, the Katipunan uprising broke out, but Rizal sailed on the mail steamer Isla de Panay for Spain en route to Cuba. When the steamer reached Suez, Rizal was arrested.
You were the founder of the Filipino League, were you not, Dr. Rizal?
Yes, but that was formed 4 years ago.
To undermine the Spanish government in the Philippines?
To bring about unity among the Filipinos. To defend them against violence and injustice. And to encourage education.
Why did you write Noli Me Tangere?
To acquaint the world with conditions in the Philippines.
To arouse the Filipinos against the crown?
To bring about reform.
Dr. Rizal, you know that revolution has broken out in the Philippines?
I knew there was an outbreak before we left Manila.
And you knew that the secret revolutionary society, the Katipunan, has been active for several years?
I am not a member of the Katipunan. In Dapitan, I was so far...
There is a reign of terror in Luzon. Open warfare. The jails and prisons are filled with rebels, members of the Katipunan. The government is executing all those found guilty of rebellion. Dr. Rizal, you are going back to Manila to face trial.
I remember when Rizal was brought through the dark doorway of Santiago prison. First, he was put into a dungeon. Later, he was put into a cell on the ground floor. His meals were brought in by his family. Trinidad came to sit with him.
Oh, Jose, what they have done to Paciano.
My poor brother.
They have just carried him home. Jose, they took Paciano to the police office in the walled city. They sat him down at a table and placed a confession before him.
A confession? Paciano has done nothing?
No, Jose. It was that you were the one responsible for the Katipunan uprising.
Poor Paciano.
They put a pen in one hand, a thumbscrew on the other. Until they tightened the thumbscrews until Paciano would not sign it.
What he has suffered for me.
They hung him up by the elbows until he was insensible. And then they cut him down so that the fall would revive him. For 3 days they did this, Jose. And today they carted him home. He signed nothing.
In his trial, Rizal was not allowed an attorney. But a young army officer, who happened to be the brother of the bodyguard appointed for him several years ago, was appointed to defend him. Rizal was brought into the courtroom with his elbows tied behind him. And he sat this way, tied through each session.
I have sketched the life of Jose Rizal for you, that you may be better able to understand the crime with which he here stands charged. He is charged with organizing the Philippine League, an illegal society formed to commit the crime of rebellion. Secondly, Jose Rizal is charged with responsibility for the outbreak of the Katipunan. For even though he may say that he had no connection with it, yet the Katipunan was formed as a result of his teachings. It is the charge of the Crown that Jose Rizal is responsible for the rebellion, having brought it about by his years of agitation. Judge Advocate, proceed with the prosecution.
Jose Rizal is a traitor and an enemy of Spain.
I read for the court from the treasonable writings of Jose Rizal.
To undermine the government, Jose Rizal smuggled newly made lingerie into the Philippines.
Jose Rizal volunteered to go to Cuba as an army doctor to throw the government off his trail.
The trial went on day after day. Back in his cell, he wrote a proclamation to the people of the Philippines.
My countrymen, I have given proofs that I am most anxious for liberties for our country, and I am still desirous of them. But I place as a prior condition the education of the people. I have recommended that reforms, to be beneficial, must come from above, that those that come from below are irregularly gained and uncertain. Holding these ideas, I cannot do less than condemn this Katipunan uprising, which dishonors us Filipinos. Return then to your homes, and may God pardon those that have wrought in bad faith. Signed, Jose Rizal.
I saw him often during those days. He was calm. At last, on December 29th, 1896, the trial was ended.
Jose Rizal, you will stand.
Stand up, Dr. Rizal.
Jose Rizal, you have been tried by this military court and found guilty of fomenting and bringing about the rebellion of the Filipinos against the Spanish crown. Do you have anything to say?
Nothing.
It is the order of this court that you be given 24 hours to prepare for death. You will be shot to death at Bagumbayan Field tomorrow.
Calmly, with tenderness and tolerance in his eyes, he heard his sentence. Calmly, he came back to the prison at Fort Santiago to prepare for death. We administered the Holy Sacrament to him, and I watched him as he talked to his mother and sister. He gave the alcohol lamp with his last farewell hidden inside to his sister Trinidad. And at home, she found the poem in the lamp.
Farewell, dear fatherland. Clime of the sun, caressed pearl of the Orient seas, our Eden lost. Gladly now I go to give thee this faded life's best. And were it brighter, fresher, or more blessed, still would I give it thee, nor count the cost. On the field of battle, with the frenzy of fight, others have given their lives without doubt or heed. The place matters not. Cypress or laurel or lily white, scaffold or open plain, combat or martyr's plight, 'tis ever the same, to serve our home and our country's need.
When dawn came at last, the iron doors of Jose Rizal's cell creaked open. And outside, the troopers gathered to take him to Bagumbayan Field. The troopers bound his elbows behind him. I walked beside him.
We are going to Calvary, Father. My suffering's a little. The Savior suffered much. In an instant, the bullets will end all my pain.
Yes, Dr. Rizal.
How beautiful is the morning, Father. How clear is the view of Corregidor. I walked here with my sweetheart, Leonora, on mornings like this.
We walked nearly a mile. At last, we were at Bagumbayan Field.
Captain, will you shoot me in the front, please?
No. I have orders to shoot you in the back.
But I have never been a traitor.
Orders?
Very well. Shoot me as you please.
He stood there with his eyes open, turned toward the sky, winking. A symbol of courage and strength. Just then, an army doctor ran out to him.
Colleague, your coolness amazes me. May I feel your pulse?
But of course.
Oh, it is unbelievable. Captain, his pulse rate is normal.
Interesting. Step over to this side now, Doctor.
Normal. Absolutely normal.
Ready. Aim. Fire.
Rizal fell face up, and looking up into the sky, died. But the cheers of the Spaniards who watched him die were drowned in the thunderous voice of the rising Filipino people. Guns of the revolutionaries came out of huts and thickets and Carabao's stalls. Ragged and hungry and untrained, the Filipinos crushed the Spanish regulars. For they'd been fired with a vision of freedom by this man whom the Spanish bullets had made immortal.
You have been listening to The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations as a public service to clarify events in the Pacific and to make understandable the cross currents of life in the Pacific Basin. A reprint of this Pacific Story program is available at the cost of 10 cents. Send 10 cents in stamps or coin to University of California Press, Berkeley, California. The Pacific Story is written and directed by Arnold Marquis. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Thomas Peluso. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present The Pacific Story. In the midst of the fury of the world conflict, events in the Pacific are taking on even greater importance. Here is the story of the Pacific and its peoples, whose destiny is at stake in the Pacific War. Here is the tale of the war in the Pacific and its meaning to us and to the generations to come. The Pacific Story, presented by the National Broadcasting Company and dedicated to a fuller understanding of the vast Pacific Basin. This broadcast series comes to you as another public service, the drama of the past and the present of the millions of people who live around the world's greatest sea, where the East at last meets the West. Hawaii, melting pot of the Pacific. In the 166 years since Captain Cook discovered the Hawaiian Islands, men of all creeds and colors and races have migrated to this melting pot of the Pacific. In 1778, there were 300,000 Hawaiians in the islands. Today, there are less than 15,000 pure Hawaiians. Today, the islands have a complex race situation with a polyglot population of 425,000, the biggest percentage of which are Japanese. Missionaries, whaling ships, industry, commerce wrought this change. In 1820, the English and French advisors to the Hawaiian king, Liholiho, were concerned about the arrival of a ship with a company of missionaries.
But you can see, King Liholiho, that these people have come from America not to help your people, but to try to change them.
That's quite right, Your Highness.
All they have done is ask for permission to live here in the islands and carry on their work.
Their work, yes.
But they are meddlers.
They brought their credentials as missionaries.
Oh, they are missionaries, all right, Your Highness. But what need do you or your people have of missionaries?
They were courteous and thoughtful when they were here 3 days ago. They even brought gifts.
Yes, but if I may be permitted an observation, King Liholiho, if they came here merely for missionary purposes, why did they bring such a complete organization?
2 ministers and a doctor and a few others.
Reverend Bingham and Reverend Thurston, yes, and Dr. Ullman, the physician, and 2 schoolmasters, and a printer and a farmer.
And they brought 3 Hawaiian youths back with them to help them in their work here. Now, these youths attended the foreign mission school in America, and now these missionaries plan to use them for...
And they have brought quite a company with them.
Indeed. As your advisors, we must point out that it is not to the profit of your majesty that these missionaries have come here.
Your Highness, King Liholiho.
Yes?
The leaders of the missionary group are here.
Do you wish us to go, Your Highness?
No, you may remain. Bring them in.
Yes, Your Highness.
We know the nature of these missionaries well, Your Highness, and it is our wish that you be saved future difficulties with them.
This can be easily accomplished by sending them back to America.
Your Highness, the Reverend Hiram Bingham and Reverend Asa Thurston.
Reverend Bingham, Reverend Thurston.
We have come, Your Highness, for your word.
My advisors have just been discussing your company with me.
We are, of course, eager to start our work as the first mission in the Hawaiian Islands.
Yes. Your ship is in the harbor Kailua?
Yes, Your Highness. And all our company is still aboard. We ask permission to land.
Reverend Bingham, we've considered your request quite thoroughly. But why did you bring such a large company? 17.
We shall have need of every one of them. Dr. Holman, our physician, Elijah Loomis, the printer, Samuel Whitney.
You need all these merely to convert the people of King Liholiho to your religion.
We have come here to help them as well as teach them.
You may land.
Thank you, King Liholiho.
You have our greatest gratitude, Your Highness.
Could we also establish a station at Honolulu?
At Honolulu? Why do you need 2 stations, Reverend Bingham?
Why, we will then be able to...
2 stations will be better than 1. Yes, you may have them. This is the beginning of a great effort.
And the first missionaries had come to this crossroads of the Pacific. The trail had been broken, and in the next 35 years, more and more missionary companies came. Ministers, teachers, doctors, printers, farmers. They learned the Hawaiian language, wrote in it, began printing textbooks, publishing newspapers. But for years, the missionaries were to face the opposition of the whites and were to survive only by perseverance. The Hawaiian Islands had begun to change, and now another factor hastened its change: whaling. New whaling grounds were discovered off the coast of Japan. Within a few years, the ports of Honolulu and Lahaina were crowded with square-rigged sailing ships.
This place has changed since the last time I was ashore here, Captain Cogswell.
Yes, from being a place hardly known, it's become a center of commerce.
Look at that. A ship's chandler.
Yes, you can buy just about everything here that you can buy in New Bedford, Mr. Martin.
This place is busier than New Bedford.
Yes, I should say so. Look at this street. Look at the traders. They've come from everywhere.
Yes. And look at the new stores and warehouses.
We'll have no trouble getting supplies here.
What we need, Captain, is deckhands.
We can get them. These Hawaiians are the equal of any seaman you ever had.
I've heard that said, yes.
You'll find Hawaiian seamen in Sag Harbor, Nantucket, New London, everywhere. They're all over the world.
There must be as many ships bringing supplies into the islands here as taking them out.
There are. Oh, here we are, Mr. Martin. Here's the place.
Supply house?
Yes. Come on in.
Man, look at this place.
Mm-hmm.
What can I do for... Well, Captain Cogswell.
Well, how are you, Wharton?
Fine. I'm glad to see you back.
This is my mate, Mr. Martin.
Hello, sir.
Mr. Wharton?
Well, looks like you've built up quite a business for yourself here, Wharton.
Yeah, can't take care of it. The whaling fleet has made Honolulu. Why, the fleets are getting bigger every year.
Yes, now with the new whaling grounds discovered off Siberia and those in the Arctic Ocean and Bering Strait.
You made out all right this time, did you?
Yes, we came around the Horn from New Bedford last spring. Spent the summer in the whaling grounds around Alaska. Made a big haul.
Taking your oil and whale bones back to New Bedford now, huh?
No, not this time. No, we've sent our oil and bone back in a merchant vessel.
Oh.
We're going to refit and repair right here in the islands and go back up north to the grounds.
Good many of you are doing that now.
They tell me that 85% of all the whaling ships in the world are operating right out here in the islands.
Mm-hmm.
No great thing for you businessmen handling supplies here.
Can't complain. Can't complain. Tell me, what can I do for you?
You got that list there, Mr. Martin?
Sir, right here, Captain. Let's see, we got to get some rope, cables, tar, rosin, some canvas for sails and tarpaulins, flour, rice. Oh, let's see, we need some sugar, potatoes, coffee, beef.
Well, we can take care of you. Now, let's see. Let's start with the cables and rope and...
The harbors of the port of Hawaii were a forest of masts and yards. Vessels bringing merchandise to the islands, other vessels buying it before starting on long voyages. The whaling industry brought commerce to the Hawaiian Islands, but likewise it brought ills. It changed the population, it spread disease, boosted the death rate, reduced the birth rate. It took away thousands more Hawaiians who were destined never to return. It brought in thousands of persons of other races. For 40 years, the whaling industry thrived out of Hawaii. Then, with the outbreak of the Civil War in the United States, it suffered a vital blow.
It's a fair wind, sir. Yeah, I'll be glad to get back to Bedford.
Well, you haven't seen your wife for 2 seasons, have you, Mr. Griffin?
No, sir, I haven't, Captain.
Well, that's why you were anxious to get out of Hawaii, was it?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're coming back from probably your last whaling cruise out here.
Oh, you mean because of the war that's broken out in the States?
More than that, Mr. Griffin. Nearly all the whalers have been withdrawn from the Pacific because of the war. But the big reason is they've struck oil.
But what do you mean, sir?
They're getting it out of the ground. Comes up like water out of a well.
Oil out of the ground?
Yes, barrels of it. Hundreds of barrels. Thousands.
Well, I heard them talking about it in Honolulu, but I didn't think that...
Mr. Griffin, I have an idea that our whaling days are over.
The whaling industry had come to Hawaii and had gone. It left its mark. But meantime, another industry had come. And this one had come to stay. This one was to cause radical changes in the population. This was the sugar industry. In 1835, an American firm leased a tract of land at Koloa, Kauai. This event was to signalize
Proud
change.
of the opinion, lad, that the chiefs would neither rent nor sell land for sugar raising.
Well, they finally leased us this tract of 50 acres.
Think you can sell your sugar, lad?
California ought to be a good market.
What about the competition from the Philippine sugar and the sugar tariff?
We are a great deal closer to California than the Philippines.
You still have the tariff.
Yes, but look at this. There's the tract down below there.
Natives? Pulling your plows?
Well, they're no draft animals, and those plows are only makeshifts.
You can't make out this way, lad.
Well, I'm paying these laborers 12.5 cents a day and furnishing them with food.
12.5 cents a day. What does the food cost?
We feed them fish and poi, 1 cent a day for each man.
Well, paying these people for their work is an incentive to thrift. An enterprise. I'm in favor of it. Now, if your mill doesn't cost you much...
This was the start in 1835. This was the industry which, more than anything else, was to change the population of Hawaii. At first, the mills were run by animal power, then by water power. The first sugar produced was so poor that it could scarcely be used. Not until 1842 was even sugar of fair quality produced. But to produce sugar, labor is needed, and labor was scarce.
Well, what did you find out, Watkins?
Well, the greatest factor, Mr. Ladd, is that the native population is shrinking.
What's happening to the Hawaiians? There were plenty of them when we started in business 17 years ago.
Well, even at that time, sir, there weren't as many as there had been.
That's right, Mr. Ladd.
Well, what's happening to them? That's what I want to know, Hardy.
Well, some of them are dying. Many of them are intermarrying. Some of them are going away.
Yeah, what does your report say there, Watkins?
Well, so far as I've been able to determine, there were 300,000 Hawaiians here in 1778.
Yes, but that's 74 years ago.
I just wanted to show you what's been happening.
Yeah.
In 1823, there were only 142,000.
Less than half, you see, Mr. Ladd.
Go on, Watkins.
Well, in 1832, there were 130,000 Hawaiians, and now there are only 70,000.
Only 70,000 Hawaiians left?
That's all, sir.
Well, then I say bring in laborers.
From where, sir?
Anywhere, but bring them in. We can't run our sugar plantations without help. Hardy, I want you to take charge of this matter.
The rich lands of the islands were henceforth to be worked not by Hawaiians alone, but by laborers brought in from many parts of the world. Hawaii was to become a melting pot of the races. 200 Chinese from Hong Kong were brought in the first contingent. Months later, another 100 were brought in. These were to be followed by thousands, tens of thousands more. The Hawaiians were becoming a minority. Their ranks were reduced still more in 1853 by a deadly scourge which swept through the island.
There's another in this house. Stop the horses. Whoa there. Whoa. All right. Let's go in and get him.
Yes.
Here, take the other end of the litter.
Yes.
You will come to my house next.
How many are dead at your place?
One. My little boy.
Yes.
We've got to pick up two here first. Mother and her little girl.
The man is in there with them.
We'll get yours next. Come on, Howley.
We're not going to have room for many more on the wagon.
The death wagon. The yellow-covered death wagon.
They came in such overwhelming numbers that the Hawaiian government suddenly became aware.
Well, here it is. A protest from the Japanese government.
What'd they say?
Well, in effect, they say that we have no right to refuse admission to the Japanese.
1,000 Japanese that we refuse to admit to Hawaii are not able to meet the requirements of law.
The Japanese government considers that merely a smokescreen to keep out the Japanese.
At the rate they're coming in, we'll have nothing but Japanese. That's why we have an immigration law.
They're demanding indemnity from the Hawaiian government.
Indemnity for protecting ourselves, if it isn't already too late.
Well, this much is certain. A great many Japanese are coming into Hawaii in violation of our immigration restrictions.
And they point out that we're discriminating against them.
And there's a great deal of difference between the psychology of the Japanese and the other immigrants. The Chinese come in here to earn a living, to fit in with the other people here, to intermarry and to make some money if they can. But the Japanese come in here with the idea of taking advantage of everything possible. They're ambitious and aggressive. And instead of trying to fit in, they tend to keep their race pure. They stay to themselves. They don't intermarry, but instead they get their wives by the picture bride system from Japan.
Well, the Japanese are now the largest group in the island. Unless we halt this influx, Hawaii stands well to become one day a Japanese colony.
We must remember, gentlemen, that we are alone, and that Japan is strong.
It is my considered opinion that Hawaii should seek annexation to the United States, and that we should
Now, again, the matter of annexation of Hawaii to the United States came up. The United States had declined the appeal of Hawaii for annexation in the 50s. It had declined again in 1893. But now, in 1897, once more it became an issue in the Congress of the United States. At the very time Japan was protesting the immigration issue in Hawaii, the Japanese lodged another protest against American annexation of Hawaii. And in Washington, D.C.
Japan protests to the proposed annexation of Hawaii on two grounds. First, that the proposed annexation would change the existing condition of affairs in the Pacific and might thereby cause international difficulties.
Mr. Minister.
Yes, please.
What international difficulties does your government see?
Gentlemen, the state of balance in the Pacific is very delicate, and nothing should be done to disturb it. And the second ground for protest of the Japanese government is that the annexation might interfere with the rights of Japanese citizens in Hawaii.
You are aware, Mr. Minister, of the discussions that are now going on in Hawaii relative to immigration of Japanese?
Yes, we are informed. That is another reason for our protest.
Mr. Minister, Japan made no protest when annexation was considered 4 years ago in 1893.
No. There was no need at that time. But since then, the situation in the Pacific has changed. Now, if you would excuse me, please, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Mr. Minister.
He's right. The situation has changed in the Pacific. Since 1893, Japan has defeated China.
Yeah, we might as well face it. Japan is now the most powerful nation in Asia.
More than that, Senator. Japan has emerged as a world power.
That being the case, it might be distinctly to the advantage of the United States to accept the annexation of Hawaii because...
In spite of the importance of the Hawaiian Islands to the United States, the opponents of the annexation in Congress fought the proposed treaty. No action was taken by the Senate in 1897. But the next year, the Spanish-American War broke out. Dewey destroyed the Spanish fleet in the Philippines, took Manila. Now the value of Hawaii became apparent. And on August 12th, 1898,
That's the Hawaiian national anthem they're playing, Hawaii Panoi.
Yes. This is a day to remember here in Honolulu.
I should say. Look, they're lowering the Hawaiian flag.
Yes, sir. transfer of sovereignty to the United States.
Yes. And there goes the American flag up to the top of the flagpole.
This marks a new day for the United States in the Pacific.
Listen to the salute of the shore batteries. Well, a 21-gun salute.
Yeah, there go the guns on the ships in the harbor. They're saluting, too.
Well, Hawaii is now a part of the United States. And I have an idea this is going to be one of the most important dates in our history.
Now, more than ever before, America looked to the west, toward the vast Pacific. Now it was the turn of the century. The sugar industry had been going for 65 years and had changed completely the population of the islands. Now another great industry was to rise to make the islands still more industrial, to change the islands still more.
Come on, get up. Get up. We will be there in a minute now, Mr. Sim.
Sort of a plateau, this country here, isn't it?
Yes, this is Wahiawa, where the pineapples are grown.
Say, that's some of them right out there, huh?
Yes, that is the field. We'll turn right in here to the cannery. Come on, get up there, get up.
Quite a place they have here.
There is the boss right there. Whoa.
Hello there.
Hello. This the pineapple plantation?
Yep, this is the place.
Well, I just came over from the mainland. Heard about your plantation here and come out to get a story from the paper.
That's so.
My name's Sims, New York World. I heard on the ship that you were actually growing pineapples out here.
Yep, that's what we're doing. Got the first crop in cans already. See the cases stacked up over there?
Good Lord. That's the first crop?
Yep. 1,893 cases.
Well, you don't realize it out here, but most of the people of the world have never seen a pineapple. Don't know what it is.
Well, we figure we can grow them here commercially.
Instead of growing sugarcane?
Oh, no, you see, we can grow pineapples at a higher elevation. We can grow sugarcane.
You mean by that you can use land where you can't grow cane?
That's it.
Uh-huh.
Pineapples have been grown out here for about 100 years.
Wow.
Back in the whaling days, the ships used to stock up with them. But no one ever did much with the idea of raising pineapples for the trade until now. Been a sort of experimental thing.
You irrigate them then, huh?
Yes, and we're planting them in places where they never grew before.
Well, I don't know anything about pineapples. But one thing's sure, there's a great story here in these pineapples, and I want to get it because I believe that I can...
In the 40-odd years since then, Honolulu has built the largest fruit cannery in the world. And while this industry was growing, it was helping to create the Hawaii of today. In the 10 years after annexation, 40,000 more Japanese came to the islands. Then, by law, assisted immigration was prohibited. The Hawaiian industries, with their ever-growing need for workers, turned to the Filipinos. In the passing years, the Filipinos were to become the largest racial group in the plantations. Today, the lines between the races are breaking down.
My work has kept me over here in the islands for a good many years, gentlemen, studying these races.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see that girl walking there?
Yes. What extraction is she, Dr. Welling?
She's probably pure Japanese.
Pretty much like any average American girl.
The whites here in the islands have Americanized more than 15 times their own number. That is the result of it.
Mm-hmm. But haven't the Japanese fairly well held their racial purity?
In a large sense, yes. There are more Japanese in Hawaii than any other race. I would say 160,000, about 38% of the population. And they are progressive and ambitious.
What's that young woman over there?
She's Chinese, probably with some Hawaiian blood.
As far as dress and manners are concerned, she might well be a girl from some Midwest town in the States.
You mentioned Hawaiian blood, Dr. Welling.
Yes?
In your research, what have you found out about the number of pure Hawaiians?
Well, there are probably now less than 15,000.
Well, are they likely to disappear entirely?
Yes, they probably will. Not through death, but through intermarriage. You see, while pure Hawaiians are decreasing, part Hawaiians are increasing.
I thought I recognized Hawaiian features in a good many of these people passing here.
Yes, all the races that have come here to the islands have intermarried with the Hawaiians. We estimate that there's native Hawaiian blood in some 50,000 persons here in the islands today.
Well, that's something to be proud of.
Well, it's regarded highly. You'll find Hawaiians or part Hawaiians in every walk of life, from laborer to executive.
Mm-hmm.
They have warm, pleasant personalities, and they're particularly well fitted for work with the public.
What is that fellow right there?
He's a Chinese American. You'll find many of them here. Merchants, jobbers, businessmen, garden cultivators. But not many of them are field workers now. And you see that man?
Which one is that, Dr. Willing?
The dark fellow there, to the right.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Well, he has Portuguese blood, probably mixed with Korean. Probably more Portuguese than Korean.
Handsome fellow.
He's really part of the Caucasian group, but as you can see in his case, the racial lines are disappearing.
Dr. Willing, how many Caucasians do you estimate that there are in the islands?
Well, I'd say something less than 115,000.
And there are 160,000 Japanese.
That's right. But slowly, these many peoples who have come here to Hawaii are being melted into one people.
But until that time, what of the 160,000 Japanese?
Well, that is a problem. Gradually, there will be a fusion of people here, American-born and American-cultured, but different from any other people anywhere. But before the Japanese will be fused with the others, it will take decades, or possibly generations.